Hello and welcome to the 2025 Le Mans 24-hour race here from the circuit Alain Prost. I'm David Sullivan. He is Tom Butterworth.
Hello, yes, welcome. Gorgeous weather here.
Oh.
You actually joined us yesterday as you're viewing us on the stream now. This is Friday, ready for practice day. Lots of karts being set up behind us for the 46 kart capacity grid that we've got here. They are setting up at the moment, so we're going to go over and have a word with a few drivers, and then the next time you will actually hear our voices properly after this will be for the start of the race.
Yeah, let's have a little walk then, see who we can spot. As Tom mentioned, capacity grid, 46 teams here this weekend, nearly 300 drivers. So it's going to be a very, very interesting weekend, particularly because of the weather. We're expecting highs of around about 35 degrees. So it's going to be a tough weekend for some of our drivers, particularly those that haven't done endurance racing before.
Hydration is going to be the key.
Absolutely. Tom,
yes.
Go to your left. There's a driver to speak to.
Oh, there's actually two now. Well, there was. Addison's made a bid for freedom. Lewis, so you're here for quite a while, aren't you? You're going to be here this weekend and next weekend doing double stinting.
Yeah, I'm racing on the track over there for the Rotax European Championship next week.
Chances, do you think?
We were second last year, so there is a chance to step on the top step.
Okay. And your chances for next weekend as well?
Yeah. I'm definitely a lot more confident now. We switched karts to the Kart Republic, which is a bit more stronger with the team. So I think we have a good chance.
Brilliant stuff. Okay, so trying to go one step further onto the top step of the podium. That's Lewis Goff, of course. We will move on. Thank you, Lewis. Nice to see you again.
Tried to escape earlier by running away, and then I've caught you, so it's fine. Addison, obviously we raced this event last year. We're back this year. One or two drivers the same. You've borrowed a few from other teams as well, but it looks a strong lineup for you guys this year.
Yeah, it's all about getting a good kart, really. So we have the good drivers to win it. We just need to get a good kart for the race.
So we've got Jared, who's not here yet. Will be. He's been on holiday. Then he had his prom last night at school and flew in this morning into Paris. So he'll be here. You've borrowed Harry Nottage because Max Shield should have been with you, but he's booked a holiday and he isn't going to be here. So the four drivers, we've made the jump up as well into the elite class. And if you're doing that, I'm guessing you're going for the outright win.
Yeah. I mean, last year we were like top three for a bit of the race, but we had a few mechanicals which set us back and a bit of penalties off the start of the race. So we just need to keep it clean and we should do really well.
That's just the inexperience. Your guys, it was your first sort of 24-hour, particularly out here. So you've got that out your system and going for the win this year.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Right. There's Tom's back.
Yeah, I'm over with the Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat guys. Kart number 40. What I wanted to show was this panel because it's absolutely brilliant. And then there's gone and put a number in front of it.
Yeah, you can't see the teeth, can you?
No, it was a brilliant design, but just not quite fully thought through.
Well, if it's the only thing we cannot execute this weekend, then...
Well, there you go. There's positivity for you. Right, so just tell everyone at home who you are.
Well, we're Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat, and it's the first time we've done Le Mans. We've done we've done the British 24-hour a couple of times, but...
Becoming mainstays of the 24-hour, the T-side 24-hour, aren't you?
Well, pretty much. We've, like I said, we've done that twice now, and we've done Daytona a couple of times, and this one popped up. I think one team dropped out, and we thought, why not? Why not? Let's do it, and I'm over the moon.
Brilliant stuff. So, are you doing the British next month then?
No.
As I've said, the mainstays of the 24-hour, not doing it yet, but might be on the reserve list after this one.
It depends how this goes.
Yeah, exactly. Right, there we go. There's
more control out delete than eat sleep race repeat. Yeah,
that's the one.
Brilliant. Yeah. Right, I'm going to have a quick chat with TVP over here, who appear to have allowed some local youths with a pen to graffiti the kart. What's the story?
I'll be absolutely honest with you. I have no idea what the story is and why, but I'm assuming it was last year's team. And they just got going on it and did a load of writing. And like you said, just let the youths free.
Exactly. Well, we've got loads of stuff down there. 25 seconds and counting, I'm guessing, was how long it was taking you to get down the pit lane, so you didn't get a speeding penalty. And yeah, so all good. Right. Tom has found a team throwing back to 1997.
Yeah, I found Christopher with the Master Kart Slowler team.
That's right.
So talk us through this.
Well, we were a bit journeyman when we started our karting adventure endurance karting, so love the back markers, the reject teams, great story, great livery as well, as you can see. So bit of a play on words, but I will say we've got a bit faster over the years, so the name May doesn't fit anymore.
Well, that's always a good thing, moving forward on the grid. So what's the B team, when you set that up, is that going to be 44?
I was thinking Scuderia Italia Slola Ferrari.
Beautiful, I love it, I love it. Right, we'll move on. Thank you very much for talking to us. David, where are you? Here he is.
Behind you, whoop whoop.
Oh,
it's the sound of the Met Police.
Yeah, and of course, serial speeders last year.
They certainly were.
Much hilarity. Got Century Sim over here as well. We'll come and speak to these guys very quickly. Century Sim, another mainstay of the British 24-hour as well. Is this your first time at Le Mans? Is that right? Am I right in thinking that?
First time at Le Mans, yeah. Done
Okay.
Teesside a few times.
Yeah. Obviously, we've seen you there. I've spent a good hour pushing one of your guys along over one year.
I'm going to assume that was Jim, yeah.
I think it might have been Jim. Long hair.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the chap. Yeah. No, we love seeing you guys there. So first time at Le Mans. What made you come here instead of doing Teesside?
Oh, we are doing Teesside as well.
No, I mean as
this time round.
This time round, yeah.
Just something fresh. We've wanted to do it for a while now and got the opportunity to do it. So yeah, got a little team together, come across.
Brilliant stuff. All right, thank you very much. We'll move on.
Going to have a chat with these guys over here. Last year MKT, team name change this year, Barbarians this year. We'll have a chat with the guy with the funny hat. Hello. Both of them. Oh, we've got Rubber Ducky on that one. Still bright orange, which is good. Nice and easy to spot. Commentator's dream. We do like that. Hopes for this year?
I've had bad luck the last few years, so I guess it's to hopefully have a better result. Podium would be great in pros, so I don't know how possible it is, but as long as we can have a good race, keep it on track, like I said, bad luck the last few years, never know, could have a good result.
What's being added to the kart here? Because that's above where the number normally is, so what are we adding in?
So what's going in there, we've got an external battery that's going in for the micron on the steering wheel. So normally the wee single battery that goes in the back of it wouldn't last for 24 hours, so as long as we put the external one in and it works, then it should power the thing for the whole 24 hours with no problems.
Any lights for the night time?
Don't think so, but the white sort of tape in the front should be reflective. I don't know how it'll work with the floodlights, so we'll see how that goes, but it should be reflective.
That's cool. As long as it doesn't flash, it's fine, isn't it? So we can. Oh, and it's red and yellow. We can't have red and yellow either. Tom's with TRX with their 3 karts this meeting.
Yeah. So TRX are with the team over here. They've got, as David said, 3 entries this year. So just tell us who you are.
We are TRX rookies.
What's your name?
Oh, my name's Aidan.
Aidan.
Teddy.
Tilda. Paul.
And Kieran.
Right, so 5 drivers in this team, which is the 676 numbers. We've also got the 276 and 476, if my memory's any good.
2 drivers. We have 7.
You've got 7 in the team, okay, right. And experience of Le Mans, been here before?
We have Nick, who's been here before, but that's about it on our team.
We had practice yesterday, and practice was really positive. I mean, me and Paul came P1, Bosch. So we're excited to get on track tomorrow and hopefully do very well.
Brilliant. Well, that's where the points are paid out. The trophies are given on Sunday. Chances for the race, what do you think?
Podium. With
TRX. Class podium.
Keep the ego down.
Yeah.
So obviously we would like to have high expectations for ourselves, but first year doing it, we want to just make sure to bring the car home first, because you want to.
Now this is what team racing is all about. Ultimate positivity, reality check. There we go. That's exactly how it works. Thanks very much for talking to us, guys.
We are. We're not. We are. We're not. He says no. He's turned me down.
Denied.
I've not been rejected that hard since, my early 20s when I was on the nightclub scene. Right, let's have a chat with Energy instead then, see if I can get a bit more out of them what I can out of the photographer. Hello. Always go to the one that isn't looking, so they really don't have time to react. Pre-race effort appears to have gone well. We've coordinated our T-shirts.
Yeah, we all look smart. We're all quite hot because it's black.
Yeah. Didn't think that through.
No.
I'd have gone with green.
Yeah, green would have been nice, but nah, it's got to be black.
Right, tell me a bit about your team. We've got a few drivers.
Yeah, we've got a big team. It's going to be a good effort from the lads. We're all part of the same company. Yeah, it's going to be fun.
So, what made you want to come and do Le Mans?
Yeah,
him. Right, shall we ask him then? Yeah. There we go, delegating. Why did we come Le Mans?
thought we'd give it a go and see what happens.
Why not? So we all work together. Someone was on Google one day instead of working and just went, there's a 24-hour race in France, let's go.
Yeah, I popped up on Facebook and booked it and away we go.
Yeah, good stuff. Hopes just to have some fun, or are we hoping for some trophies?
Well, it looks pretty competitive, so just have some fun, I think.
Good.
Thanks to the sponsor.
Good. Good. Oh, well, here's the sponsor. Tell me your website and your number and where people can get in touch and what Energy does.
We build utility networks for people. It's like people who like sell power. Sorry.
Quality, look. So he doesn't work in the sales department. It was not the best pitch ever. You don't work in sales, do you? No, he doesn't. We can tell. Tom's over here. He's found a driver with a steering wheel not attached to a car.
I found Darcy, who is part of Barry R's Wacky Races, which I think is genuinely one of my favourite team names here this weekend. Darcy, we've seen you around Teesside many times. What's brought you to Le Mans?
My dad.
What, he drove you, or he actually organised it?
He organised it.
Did he drive you as well?
Yeah, he drove me as well.
So he really did bring you to Le Mans?
Paid for everything as well.
Okay, well, at least she's honest. Right, chances for the weekend, what are we saying?
Chances?
Yeah.
We're going to win it.
Confidence. Like it. A lot of people confident, David. Everyone's going to win it. We're not going to have enough trophies.
Yeah. I think the thing that I think that people miss is the drivers are great. It's going to be tough for them, but races can be won and lost in the pits. Are you going to be on pit stop duty? Let's have a chat with the man on pit stop duty.
Well, first time, so anything can happen, really, can't it?
Well, you've got 2 minute 45 second pit stop, so plenty of time plenty of time to fuel up, lube the chains, bring the car round at the correct speed, change the drivers, even sit in it, just get yourself properly comfy before you start rolling off.
First time, so we'll give it a go, won't we?
Yeah. So what's the strategy? Are you timing them down the pit lane today?
Timing down the pit lane today. The speed down the pit lane, because they were a bit fast yesterday going down the pits, so need to slow down a bit, so we'll get the timer out and see what it is.
And you've got team radio, team communications?
Yeah, it's all got all comms.
So you're going to be on there going, right, you can hit the flags at 5, 4, 3.
Yeah. Slow the bleep down.
Exactly that, right. Thank you very much for talking to us. We'll move on. And we said we'd move on, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Times Mayfair over here. We've got Eddie Lonergan. Talk us through the team name. Talk us through this beautiful Nassau panel that I absolutely love. Of course, it reminds me of Rexy.
Yeah, absolutely. Times Mayfair is my company, but the coach here, we designed the logo, and he said let's do Roxy, and I said hey, that's a good idea to do.
Yeah.
So Harry is the guy. He's our team manager. Come here, man. And so we made that. Times Mayfair is my company. So we have a big marketing company in London. So we work full-time with WEC, LMS, Formula One. So that's what we film. So
you've been here a lot over the last couple of weeks then?
I lived here for a month. Yeah, exactly.
That's probably why you enter. You're just like, well, I might as well stay on another weekend.
Well, I got a little bit emotional. I said to the guys as well, it's so weird to see it so empty when I see in 2 weeks around 800,000 people. So yeah. And he could tell you I was a little bit...
Literally every single time we drive near the track, he's head out the window pointing like, oh, this is this is that. And he's just like a giant little kid.
Yeah.
That's the best way to be, though. So excited. Lewis, I want to bring you around here as well. I just want to get a shot of Eddie's tattoo that he's got behind him. Look at this here. How good is that? 101%.
Exactly.
That's the amount of effort they're giving.
Quality. I'm going to go this way because I've seen RD Sim Sports, and we're going to have a quick chat with them. See. Nigel, I'd love to chat with you, but I'm going to chat with them. We'll speak to you during the race. Nigel's a fairly handy steering wheel attendant. Let's have a quick chat with RD Kart Sport this weekend. We're to cover the sim bit up because we're in a kart, and you're actually RD Kart Sport for this weekend. Tell me a bit about your team.
Yeah, we formed in October 2022 as a sim group, and this is one of our first outings as a karting and that. Karting team, so it's going to be good fun, a lot of learning to do, but we're looking forward to it.
I hope you've prepared by putting the heating on in your house as high as possible and then going on the sim rig for about an hour and 45 because it's going to be a warm one this weekend.
Yeah, it doesn't take long in my sim room anyway to get to this temperature, so looking forward to it, and bring it on.
Good. Any hopes for the weekend?
Just have a nice, clean, nice clean race. That's all we want, and just have good fun.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Right, where's Tom? Tom's over there.
I'm over here with Mike from Titan. So, no panel yet because you've just told me that the artwork's still being, or literally now as we speak, being put on. Yeah. But cart's quick, team's quick. Always go well here.
Hopefully the cart's quick, yeah. I mean, that's the main thing. We don't mind being a few tenths off here and there, but as long as we can be consistent with it and it's a fighter, then yeah, we'll be okay, I think.
It needs to be a fighter with the lack of mechanical sympathy that it's going to get from Titan Motorsport.
Well, maybe 75% might be quite nice to it, but
if there's a curb, Titan will be launching over it. You can absolutely guarantee it. They are exciting to watch, to say the least, but you reckon you're in with a really good chance this weekend, right?
I think we've got a good chance anyway. And obviously, there's 46 karts, I think, out there, so a lot of it's going to come down to luck. But also just keeping it on the track, staying out the gravel, looking after the kart, like you say, and hopefully the base of the kart is just good and we can do something with it, you know.
Great stuff. Thanks, Mike. Thanks for talking to us. Right, so that's something we've not touched upon yet is Bay de Gravel.
Oh,
we've not mentioned Gravel Bay yet. So around the track there are, and you'll see it from our track walk as well that we're going to bring you. There's a couple of proper gravel traps, like proper gravel traps where the cart gets buried. You have to bring it in, have it cleaned out, etc., and you lose, 2 laps minimum?
Easily 2 laps. So it's a minimum pit stop time of 2:45. It takes you 2 minutes to get it out the gravel because it's pea gravel, so it basically goes in and you just get deeper and deeper and deeper. You don't get back out, you have to come in. So the next time that you hear from myself or Tom, we'll be out on track with 46 teams getting ready for the 2025 Le Mans 24-hour race. Hello and welcome to an incredibly sunny Le Mans here in central France. I am David Sullivan, alongside me Tom Butterworth for the 2025 running of the Le Mans 24-hour race. Grid is forming up here on the circuit. We've got a capacity grid of 46 teams for this year's race. As you can see, all of our karts lining up down the left-hand side of the circuit. In a few moments' time, you'll see the drivers making their way over to the right-hand side of the circuit. What they'll do there then is they'll get ready for that run across the circuit to their waiting machinery. Thank you already to those that have watched the Paddock show here before the race meeting, and thank you to everybody that's got in touch via the live chat already. If you do want to get in touch with us in the commentary box, do give us a subscribe, and then 5 minutes after you've subscribed, you will be able to comment in the live chat and get in touch with us here in the commentary box. Carol Ford, the first one in, saying good luck to Cole Clark Racing and special good luck to her brother Barry Packer. Harry Hyde saying good luck to Josh. Might need to let us know his surname, but we'll give a shout out to all the Joshers taking part. Do let us know. Leanne Howard saying good morning to Tom and myself, and good luck to Evelyn and everybody racing from Teesside. Dominica saying good luck to Apex Twin Racing as well. Rob Jackson saying let's go RDKS. That'll be RD Kart Sport. They've qualified on class pole position this morning in the rookie class. So Tom will run you through the qualifying results in a minute. Good morning as well to Angie Folkus. As I say, I am David Sullivan. Alongside me, Tom Butterworth.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome back to 2025 Le Mans 24 hours. I say welcome back because this is the second time that we've been here. An absolute pleasure to be here once again. The sun is very much in the sky.
It is.
The sun is beating down. That's a little in-joke between myself and David.
And anyone that was here last year.
And anyone that was here last year, yeah. But the sun is beating down here. It is very, very warm.
Big fan of the three there on the right-hand side, Tom. I had a walk up to where we were staying at the Brit Hotel, and there's a picnic area. And it turns out that the French for picnic is pique-nique. And they're currently having a pique-nique.
Okay.
Qualifying, Tom, the
Right.
important thing.
Yes. Our first awkward pause of the stream already. Right, so qualifying. Okay, so I'll run you through your class pole positions as well as the overall running order. Class pole position in Elite went to Chrono Chrono Team Racing. They qualified on pole overall as well. MPMC, which is the Met Police Motor Club 999 team, they qualified on pro class pole position. Apex Twin Racing on the clubman pole position, and RD Kart Sport qualified in the rookie class pole position. So your full qualifying running order in reverse order. We have Century Sim Racing P46, Energy Racing Team P45, Salient Racing P44, Apex Twin ECR in 43rd, FRS Lemon 42nd, Wrong Direction, they are in 41st, the Met Police Motor Club second team, the 101 numbered kart, that is 40th place. Then we have into the 30s, Cole Clark Racing 39th, Teesside Tigers, a disappointing qualifying for them in 38th. We expect them to move up the order significantly as the race goes on, so they are definitely ones to watch. Cartwheelers, they're 37th. TRX Motorsport, 36th. TRX Motorsport Rookie, they are 35th. So the two of the three TRX Motorsport teams, 35th, 36th. Then we have Mastercart Slola, 34th. Times Mayfair, 33rd. Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat, 32nd. CBR 213, they are 31st. And in 30th place, Apex Twin Selected Works. So that's the second of the Apex Twin teams. Then we have into the 20s, Quick Finishers Racing, then Prism Racing, CBR 313, Maple Motorsport, Team Racing 555, TRX Motorsport Pro, Idamos, IDAMOS, I think that's how we're going to pronounce it, is Idamos, they are 23rd. Barbarians 22nd, Team Yellow Racing 554, they are 21st, and then Teesside Academy, 20th place for them, another one that we think will climb up the order as the race goes on. Then we're into the teens, so we got Optimum Motorsport 19th, Barry R's Wacky Racers 18th, LMS 17th, Teesside Academy 2 16th, CBA Motorsport, they qualified 15th. And we're on our 5-minute call now as well, so I'll run through this quickly. TVP Racing 14th, RD Kart Sport rookie class pole position in 13th place overall. Team Rango 12th. Dr. Vapes, they are 11th with KBR, the top 10 team. Then we're on to 9th place with Track Limits by Storm Group, JJR Racing 8th, Titan Motorsport 7th, Core Blimey Racing 113 in 6th, Bargain Racing in 5th, then Met Police Motor Club 999, your pro class pole position, they are in 4th overall, Race for Ruben in 3rd place, Apex Twin Racing, the clubman pole position in 2nd overall, and your overall pole position went to Chrono Team Racing. 5-minute call, drivers getting ready now on the right hand side of the grid, as you can see, and we have the Le Mans start. We're actually starting quite a way back down the start finish line for this year. We're actually round the corner.
I think that's so that we can pick up the timing loop on immediately, whereas previously we had to turn the timing loop on because we're starting halfway down the straight. So I think that's a timing loop change for this year. Thank you to everybody in the live chat. MG Motorsport saying good luck and good day, good luck watching from Australia. Well, we do have one driver over from Australia, so you'll be able to follow him. I think he's in the Prism Racing 57 kart.
That's Prism.
Yeah, so we'll give them a shout out. Good luck from Tishy Mac to Will Folks. Good morning as well to my boy. He's watching from home, Joshua. Good morning. Hope you enjoy the live stream. As Tom mentioned, everybody will start making their way over. The grid has been cleared of team members that are not going to be part of the start. We'll have one person holding the cart on the left-hand side. So their job is just to hold the cart, not push it out towards the driver that's running at them. We will have one driver that will start the race in his cart. That's because he is a wheelchair user. He'll have a runner across the track, and then once the runner is past his car, he'll be able to slide down into the seat because he's going to start up on the back of the seat, and he will join the circuit. In fact, that driver is the driver who set the fastest lap last year, Tom.
Yes, indeed, Adam Deans. Yeah, he set fastest lap of the race last year, and a very, very quick driver is Adam, and he will be starting the race, as we said, from a seated position. We've just had the engines fire up as well. Drivers will start on the right-hand side of the track as we look at it at the moment, and they will then sprint across, jump into the car, and away we go. And most of the teams, particularly from about halfway back, will be on the grass on the right-hand side of it, driving along the grass, because that's where everybody naturally migrates to, rather than just keeping left.
Yeah, absolutely.
And out of trouble.
Keep an eye at the head of your screen there to the gentleman on the start line with the flag in hand. One driver just making their way across. He's had a late trip, I'm guessing, for a nervous wee before the start of this race. He's
Kimi Räikkönen.
Oh, he has. He has Kimi.
He's missed the presentation by Pele.
Other people have been, other people have been interviewed. He's just been doing things. The flag is in the air then for the 2025 Le Mans 24-hour race. Drivers poised on the right-hand side of the circuit. Karts poised on the left-hand side of the circuit. The flag drops, and we are on way of racing for 24 hours here in central France. We've got a spinner. One of the leaders is round already, facing the wrong way. Field's going to have to split. And everybody miraculously misses the early race spinner, qualifying completely out of the window inside 10 seconds.
Yeah, it made it about 100 yards, maybe even less, maybe 50 yards before we had our first spinner. So we'll try and get you a number for them once they come round.
I think that's bargain racing. They were 5th place, Tom, in the 241, and they were round before the start line. How everybody missed them, I don't think I will ever know. But they did, thankfully. And as we say, that's the perils. Everybody naturally is going to end up on the right-hand side of the circuit, because when a kart is going slowly, it's turning circle. It's like a double-decker bus. Chrono Racing have got a gap at the front as they head round for lap 1, and we've got loads off down the far end at turn 9. Nobody in the gravel, which is the most important thing, because if you go in the gravel here at Le Mans, you're in the pit lane.
Oh, one of them was our pole position for Pro Class MC 999. They're dropping down the order.
Oh, and I think we have got gravel at 1. Yellow flag out, and we've got a kart in the gravel down at turn 1.
Which brings us our first mention of Gravel Bay for 2025. So the rules state that you come into the pits immediately after you have been in the gravel, and you will have your kart cleared out. Now, another change to the regulations from last year is that the pit stop time, mandatory pit stop time, has increased to 2 minutes 45 seconds this year from 2.5 minutes last year. So an extra 15 minutes has been given. So if you come in, or if you go into the gravel, you will have an extra 15-minute loss. Oh, there we go. We're just trying to pick it up. 777, yes, it is indeed. Which is JJR Racing. They qualified 8th. So lots of people dropping down the order. TVP Racing have had an incident this lap as well.
There's the slow-moving kart on the left-hand side, just trying to stay as best they can off the racing line. Met Police Motor Club are in the 999. He was...
I think they may have...
They fell foul of that T-pack down the far end, didn't they, Tom? They were... But now, again, they're in the pits. If they're in the pits for a talking to, then...
That's another 2 minute 45, so they're going to be 3-4 laps down already.
I've not had anything come up on timing as to why they may well be in. However, if you do want to create your own virtual pit wall, as well as the timing on the screen, you can if you type in Apex timing Le Mans 2, that'll be the top. That'll be the Google search. I won't give you the full address because it'll take me about 20 minutes. But if you go Apex timing Le Mans 2, then it will bring it up. You'll see the Le Mans 24-hour race.
Barbarians are not. They have not had a good start to the race. They've dropped into the 4-5 places this lap. They were Team MKT last year and heavily affiliated with the McLaren Formula One team. Most of the drivers there are members of the squad.
Visit number 1 then to Gravel Bay.
For the 777, yeah.
For JJR Racing. So mechanics get to work scraping out the floor tray. I am genuinely surprised that our the strongest of the mechanics isn't doing the kart lifting. He is built for lifting.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Yes. Right, which I was actually going to do in our build-up to the race, was give a shout out to our mechanics, but we'll leave that until the race has calmed down a little bit now. Just struggling for live timing a little bit here at the moment. You will see it pop back up on the left-hand side once we have it.
3, 2, 1, it's back in the room.
And we're back in the room. So it is Chrono Team Racing still leading from pole position, with Apex Twin Racing still holding second place. Race for Ruben are still in third. Core Blimey Racing 113, they've moved up from 6th into 4th place. Titan Motorsport from 7th up to 5th. They are ones to watch as always.
First one into the mechanics bay as well appears to be Apex Twin ECR in the 35 are in. They're just having a problem looked at the moment. There they are in the Irish colours, one of the 3 Apex Works Apex Twin teams, along with Apex Twin Racing, Apex Twin Select Works and that 35 ECR. Now, hasn't actually gone up onto the ramp, so don't know what his problem was.
Teesside Academy 2 with a double overtake into the chicane. Just in front of us.
Who's in the 2? I know Oscar War started the...
It's the black and white helmet.
43.
It's Teesside Academy 2. Yeah, so it is 43.
I think Nick Smales might have started that.
I think you're right. I think it is Nick Smales.
Nick was in the Teesside Tigers kart last year that finished second overall, our highest returning kart from last year, with Kart Events Belgium not racing with us this year. So Teesside Tigers, the highest returning kart from last year, second place overall pro class winners, and they are well down the order.
Well, they had a terrible qualifying. They qualified 38.
Yeah, they'll work their way through already up by around about 12 places.
Yeah, up to 26th, yeah.
So, just a quick heads up on the numbers. Just the way that it's picking up on the timing and the columns, it will be numbers down the left-hand side, so rather than the team names, unfortunately. But well, you've got me and Tom for the first 12 hours.
You've got the numbers, and you can match them up with the live timing link if you're willing to dual screen.
Whip everything out. That's the view from down at turn 9 as the drivers make their way round. We've changed the camera position down there, and it's considerably gives us a much better view down that far end for the carts heading out.
New fastest lap of the race for Ruben, 3rd place, and then immediately eclipsed by Apex Twin Racing the following lap. They've just set the new fastest lap of the race of 1:01.7, so we're already looking like we're heading down towards pole position times. We're only about a 10th off.
Yeah, particularly I think as well.
In fact, that time by Apex Twin Racing that they've just put in beat their qualifying time.
Yeah, see, I think there's a lot more slipstreaming going on in the early phase of this race compared to where there will have been in qualifying. Particularly because some teams are on different fuel strategies. The fuel bay closed 15 minutes before the end of the qualifying session. Now, some teams will have come in, refueled, gone back out just to try and get off kilter a little bit of the pit stop schedule. Not as much as last year, Tom, and nobody really fell foul of not being in the queue and needing fuel compared to last year, where we were having teams start with half a tank of fuel.
That was a bit close. With I think that's Race for Ruben and Call Blimey 113.
Yeah, who started in the Race for Ruben car? It's definitely. Let's have a quick look in the 95. Their first time over at Le Mans in a while.
I think it's Owen Burton.
I think so as well in that car.
We'll see if he's got. Normally Owen has the Yorkshire Rose on his helmet.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can pick that out.
I say surprised, but also not, because they've got a really high caliber team. But given how well that Paul White, who was also in Teesside Tigers last year and is in Race for Ruben this year, handled that first stint last year, I'm really surprised they've not put him in it based on his experience.
It is Owen Burton in Race for Ruben. Who's in for Apex Twin number 3? Looks like a pink helmet, but it may be red and orange. Maybe on our notes it might be Peter Brett.
Yeah, I believe it could be as well.
But they're of course in the clubman class, so the third of our 4 classes. They have had very, very quick practice times and qualifying times, but wondering whether that is down to Peter Brett.
Yeah, we only see the fastest time rather than clicking on it and seeing what everybody else has done. So as Tom mentions, it is well. We've got the 35 Apex Twin ECR car in for a second time into the pit lane.
So let's run you through your top 10 and then also your class leaders as well. So top 10 at the moment, Chrono Team Racing still leading from Apex Twin Racing, Race for Ruben, Core Blimey 113, P4, and then Track Limits by Storm Group in 5th, Titan Motorsport in 6th, Dr. Vapes in 7th, Team Rango in 8th, CBA Motorsport in 9th, and RD Kart Sport 10th. So that's your top 10 running order. Your class leaders, Chrono Team Racing leading the race, leading elite class. So the class system working very well. Apex Twin Racing are the clubman leaders. The rookie leaders are RD Kart Sport in 10th overall. And actually our pro class leaders, so the second of our 4 classes, all the way down in 13th for Teesside Academy.
Yeah, thank you again, mentioned for the live chat, for those of you that may well have joined us after the start of the race. Tishy Mack saying good luck to Wolf Oakes and the team. That'll be Core Blimey 113. Finn Robinson saying good luck to Oscar War and the 28. Oscar in that kart for the start for Teesside Academy, having qualified that kart as well. Andy Bliss saying good luck to Aidan Bliss racing for Ireland in the kart 35. Now unfortunately that has had a few early trips into pit lane. It's currently making its second trip down the pit lane for that 35. Plenty of time to go, of course, with the Lollipop 24 saying good luck to Cole Clark Racing and her fiance Barry Packer, aka Superman. So hopefully he's not put his boxer shorts over his race suit this morning.
You do realise we're going to see that now, don't you? He's
yeah, every single time
he's going to come past
in
the commentary box with his boxer shorts over his race suit. We are focusing here on the battle for 4th place, which is currently being headed by Track Limits by Storm Group. Then you've got the... Oh, hang on a minute. That's the 777s in that fight as well.
So that's lapped because they've been in, but yeah.
So it's Core Blimey 113, the battle for 5th. Apologies, this is what we're looking at now.
Yeah, the black cart there, that's got Sam Cunliffe in the Ayrton Senna style helmet. The Messiah Ed Barrs trying to chase him down in the 113.
You're sticking with this nickname, are you?
Well, everybody tells me that he's
super fast.
He's super fast. So.
Yeah, but we were commenting off air that it is. We've got somebody off in the gravel here.
I said to somebody yesterday, nobody ever goes in that gravel trap, and we've got somebody buried in there inside the first 15 minutes. That's on the outside of turn 8, and we've got a car in the gravel on the outside of turn 8.
We'll try and pick them up on camera and find out who that is, but we may well have our first full course yellow based on this. We're not We're still under local yellows as we've got somebody off on the grass as well, coming onto the back straight. Kart being recovered quickly out of the gravel. There they are.
That's the Clark's getting involved. He does love a run, does Nigel Moore?
He does. He's as always working hard in these events, and we've got a marshal falling over now as well. That'll be going straight to Gravel Bay.
Engine started. We'll pick the number up as it makes its way round and rejoins on the right hand side. You can see that's why, Tom, they come to Gravel Bay, because it does spread gravel all over the bay.
Yes, and normally what you would see with racing cars is that they would shake the gravel out as they're driving along on the track. We don't want them to do that here. What we want them to do is just bring it to the straight into the pits in a very calm and controlled manner, because we don't want stones on the circuit.
It's the 42. I think that's wrong direction. It is.
But I can absolutely assure you, pea gravel to the face of a helmet is not a good experience.
No.
For the first, firstly because you don't know what's just hit you in the face and you think you may well have been shot. It hits you that hard. It makes a right bang.
You're very aware of it, aren't you?
Yeah. And then, of course, you're worried about a chip to your painted lid.
Yeah, I think somebody messaged in the week and went, "Oh, I've got a new helmet." I went, "I would strongly recommend you don't."
Yes.
Lemon Party saying good luck to quick finishers, and Jaden Lifford saying come on TRX. They've got 3 karts in this race. The 276, the 476 and the 676. We've got warnings going out over start finish for the 101, and I think that's the 97. If we've got a 97, we don't have a 97, so we'll pick out who else that was. But 101 is Met Police Motor Club 101.
So first warning for them.
57, they are racing with the 101. They're very close with that's Prism.
So as we've clocked through the first 15 minutes, let's just bring you a bit of a rundown of who's had a bad day, or who's having a bad day so far. So Met Police 999, they are 2 laps down. Wrong direction currently. Just been in. JJR Racing are 5 laps down, and Apex Twin ECR currently 6 laps down. So they've not had good starts to the race, to say the least. Bring you another rundown of that in around about 45 minutes time once we clear the first hour.
End of lap, so the first hour we'll pretty much go hourly on the full rundown, won't we, Tom, and use it as an opportunity to have a little bit of a break for one or others of us.
But Met Police Motor Club 999
might be fixing timing.
Okay. We're making improvements all the way as we go through. In fact, that's actually much better.
Yeah, so you can find that again. Google Le Mans Karting 2 Apex timing. You'll find that. Jason Sidebotham saying, come on, Energy Racing, and MP saying good luck to Cole Clark. We'll come back to that shortly, and we'll just keep working our way through. Thank you for those that have got in touch.
Our leaders are starting to catch traffic now, so they've had their first 15 minutes really, where in fact probably 18 minutes where they're going to be in clear air and able to get the hammer down and gap the field as much as they can, spread the field out, and in fact that's now what they have done. They are catching the tail end of the runners, the 46 runners, and they will now start to make their way through that pack, and that's it. That's it now for 23 hours and 42 minutes.
Yeah, the first half
you're just going to be overtaking now.
Always difficult because you've still got effectively trains of karts of everybody puts generally their best driver in for the start, so everybody sort of stays packed together. It's when you dropping in then through the rest of your team, and there's a bit more of a spread in ability that the field does start to string out, and at most you'll probably catch 2 karts at a time. At the moment though, you've got trains of 3 and 4 that are still battling for position whilst the leaders are trying to find their way through them.
I think we've got Oscar War in one of the Teesside Academy karts at the moment.
28.
Yeah, I've just seen him flash through the picture.
Yeah, he qualified that machine.
What we haven't mentioned yet as well is that Chrono Team Racing, who are currently leading the race, was it last week they were here?
2 weekends ago.
2 weekends ago they were here competing in the French run version of the Le Mans 24-hour hire kart race. And how did they do, David?
They won it, Tom.
They won it, exactly. So to say they've got experience and very local knowledge and very fresh experience of winning a race here, I think would be potentially an understatement.
They were in the pro class last year, finished 7th overall, 3rd in that class. So they podiumed in the class, obviously won the French variant of this race a fortnight ago, and are currently leading this one. They're being pursued, the top 3, pretty much nose to tail. Apex Twin and Race for Ruben going with them. A gap of 8 seconds back to Core Blimey Racing, who are now in front of that number 20 Track Limits by Storm Group kart. But inside the top 6, we've got 5 of our elite runners. So the class system proving its worth, Tom.
Indeed, and Dr. Vapes, I think we're looking at them. In fact, we are. This is the battle now with Rango, Dr. Vapes and CBA Motorsport. This is for 2nd, 3rd and 4th in club, in the club class. And Dr. Vapes qualified 11th. They're up to 8th now. CBA Motorsport 15th place up to 9th from where they qualified. Sorry, 9th. They qualified 15th. They're now in P9. And Rango, likewise, they qualified 12th, and they're up to 7th now. So the clubman class is moving forward, and we've got 4 out of the top 9 are in the clubman class.
Already a little bit of tactics there, because Dr. Vapes in the middle, as he went down the straight, just did the sort of hand signal to CBA, just saying, look, we appear to be very equal on pace, so as a trio, why don't we just work together and push? And that's really important. It's finding some friends in a 24-hour race is always beneficial. And
absolutely.
I say this to pretty much everybody. I'll take absolutely nothing away from last year's Winners' Kart Events Belgium. But what I will say is, through the middle of the night and when the sun comes up, they're always there or thereabouts, but they get a lot of help because people, if they're on the radio, they get, the leader's coming. And it's because they're really nice, Tom. They overtake people at the right time. If somebody allows them through as the leaders, they arm up, thank you, and that gets paid back further into the race.
Absolutely. If you fire it up the inside and block past people as you're lapping them, they will remember you coming back through when you come back through to lap them again, and they'll most likely defend the position, not knowing whether you are in front or behind them in terms of overall race position. Like you said, David, Kart Events Belgium are winners last year. Not here this year, unfortunately. It is a shame that they aren't with us. However, they are very brilliant at making their way through the traffic. That's why they are.
Maybe one of their drivers has got like a gig or something.
Multiple winners.
Yeah, I think he might have a gig. It's Ibiza season, isn't it, for DJ Jules Van Hall?
Ah, Jules Van Hall. First mention of DJ.
I was looking through the entry list trying to find any other driver that sounded like a DJ.
That's starting to close up this fight now. I think they are really starting to work together.
Yeah, a bit of lap traffic there for them to navigate. They'll go through as a train up towards turn number 1. Core Blimey Racing have opened up a little bit of a gap to Track Limits by Storm. Behind them, Titan Motorsport, Tom, in that number 199. Again, another team that are always unbelievably quick. As we mentioned last year, not always overly sympathetic on the machinery that has been provided to them. If they can get that sorted, they're in with a really good shout.
I think there's been a lot of talk of that, because we did mention it quite a lot in the stream last year that they will just monster the curbs,
did bite them last year.
It did. Yeah, there was a complete lack of mechanical sympathy, and yeah, it did come back to bite them. And I think there's been a significant amount of talk of that. And in fact, as I say that, I think it's Andy O'Neill that's behind the wheel at the moment. as they flash through the screen there, you can see he's taking very little curb through the chicane. Just a little nibble of the left-hand chicane, the right hand as we look at it. Whereas last year they were flattening that.
Yes, they were, and that was the side that gave up the ghost towards the end, didn't it? The stub axle
detached itself, I think.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
The
yeah,
nicest way of putting it.
The stud. It was the stud sheared, and yeah, that was the word I was looking for. So.
Yes, please do keep your comments coming in.
Yeah, Tissue Mac saying well done to sixth start for Core Blimey Racing. Sherry Raper saying good luck to Prism Racing, Carl Mike and the boys. Now it's one of their drivers that's over from Australia. We'll come to that in a little while. Hopefully we'll get them on for a chat as well throughout the day, because we are live from the pit lane, Tom. So when people are in, they come in with a problem, we're able to grab them and find out firsthand what the problem may well be. Jess Maxwell as well saying good luck to Core Blimey Racing. And Ben Rimmer saying good luck to Century Sim. Only one way to go from last. Difficult qualifying for Century Sim, Tom.
I have on my notes that I do expect them to move forward quite a lot.
Didn't do many laps though, Tom. Only 6 laps in qualifying.
Yes, and I don't think they did a lot in practice yesterday either. I think they pretty much saved their tyres. Have Century Sim Racing a very strong tactic, although, as you said, David, very poor qualifying. 46th place overall, and they are veterans of 24-hour races, although
first time at Le Mans.
First time at Le Mans, yes. But qualifying 46th, we will expect them to move up the grid significantly. Already up to 37th, though, so 9 places gained so far for Century Sim Racing, and their qualifying, in fact, was 9 places down on their practice pace from yesterday as well, so not good for them. Apex Twin ECR, for want of a better phrase, the biggest losers in qualifying from where they were practicing, from where their pace was in practice. 35 positions down were Apex Twin Racing, 35, and clearly not had a good start to the race either, following a poor qualifying session. Already 6 laps down on the leader within the first half an hour.
Yeah, Pete Harrod saying, and again, good luck to Century Sim. Kirsty Lyons saying good luck to Core Blimey Racing. Ange Volker saying, and yeah, Amelie saying good luck to Cole Clark Racing. Uncle Barry, and he's in the kart now. He's taking the first stint, I believe, in that number 19 Cole Clark Racing.
So what we've got at the front now is the front 3. The gap is starting to open up now. 1.5 seconds separating the front 3, but there is now a gap of almost 10 seconds back to Core Blimey Racing 113 in 4th place. And that's pretty much one train now. Team Rango a couple of seconds off the back of Titans in 7th, but then they're all fairly close grouped together right the way down to probably 21st place of TRX Motorsport Pro. So they are making their way through. We don't like to call them back markers, we like to call them lapped traffic, because you may be at the back of the grid, but there will be teams that are well out of position and making their way through. So as the race goes on, but it's going to be interesting to see who, particularly Met Police Motor Club 999, who had that early incident 3 laps down, what they can do from this position. Of course, they qualified P4 overall, so we're going to see them move forward as others start to have issues and drop off. They're probably the highest place of the poor first 15 minutes, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah.
Whoa, as we've got contact through the chicane between one of the TRX teams. Both went off very briefly, but recovered and carried on.
RD Kart Sport in the pit lane.
That's unscheduled.
Yeah.
You've got to say I'm being pushed up to the mechanics bay, which is...
No, I don't know if that's the process this year rather than driving it up. And I think it may well be, because I think this morning when they were driving off the weighbridge, it was decimating the weighbridge.
Well, no, because we've got the roundabout now.
No,
haven't we?
it was causing issues with the weighbridge, driving off the weighbridge. So I think they're having to turn them off on the weighbridge and push it through.
Right.
So I think that's going to be the thing throughout this race. But RD Kart Sport in the pit lane with a problem. Kart is going up onto the ramp.
Rear covers coming off the kart as well, which says to us it's either engine or brakes. Do you want me to go and have a find out, David?
Yeah,
I'll do my first visit over to the mechanics bay and find out what's gone on with the 58.
Tom's notebook is going to
Oh, here
leave.
we go. There you can see them on camera.
Yeah, so Tom's got Tom's notebook. Resident Ted is off to find out what's wrong with the number 58 RD Kart Sport machine. Cole Clark Racing getting in touch as well. Despite the fact that they are actually in the pit lane about 35-40 metres away from where we are. We'd just like to say thank you to all the marshals on duty today working in the safety gear in extreme heat. Stay safe out there. Now, I know that's something that will be close to Cole Clark Racing because Andy Clark and his wife are both marshals and have marshalled all around the world, so I know they'll be looking out for those out there in orange. MG Motorsport saying lifetime is working good, so at least he's managed to navigate Google search for the Le Mans Karting 2 Apex timing. Tom, what's the update?
Chain snapped.
Oh, that always does half your power, doesn't it? Tom's having a quick look through the rules and regs.
No, I'm looking for my notes of where I wrote down everybody's names.
The actual notes?
No,
the mechanics?
Yeah, so I could give them all a shout out because it's the first time we've actually had the camera on the mechanics bay from what I can remember, and I wrote everybody's name down somewhere, and now I've lost it.
Well, I'll let you look for that, Tom. Jason Sidebone says,
here we are.
What number is the Energy Racing team, please? They are number 13 for Energy Racing. Did have a good chat with them during the pre-race Paddock show that went out right at the start of this stream for Energy Racing in their coordinated kit. The largest team that we've got actually here with 10 drivers signed on for the number 13 Energy Racing machine.
Largest in numbers, not in size of
No.
people.
It's not like wrestling from the 90s where they're coming in with a combined weight.
The tag team.
Yeah.
The Legion of Doom with a combined weight of...
I think 10 drivers would still struggle to get to the natural disasters.
Yes. Don't obviously leave our stream, but the other day I was watching on YouTube the 1994 Royal Rumble. Brilliant.
That definitely had Earthquake and Typhoon in it.
It definitely had but I think they were under. I think Typhoon is under a different name.
Oh.
But it had the likes of Jake the Snake.
It obviously grew into a Typhoon, so I'm guessing like it was mild breeze then back in the 94.
Where's Big...
Did you...
David,
I don't know.
Have a look through, because I've definitely written them down somewhere and I can't find them. Sorry that I'm doing this on air, people, but needs must.
Yeah, apologies. If you were looking for professionalism, you've the wrong duo. We're here for a good time.
And a long time.
And a long time.
12 hours straight. What? I can't find these names, David, and it's really annoying me. I know most of them anyway. But,
yeah, I mean, look.
We're going to give... currently in the pit lane, I can see
Yeah.
Bob, Sam and Owen. So they're the ones who have been tending to the cart.
Beefcake. He's massive. He's got arms like my legs.
Well, he's called Sam, so we nicknamed him last night Jean-Claude Van Sam.
Sam. Yeah, honestly, he's got arms like my legs. You'll find them 5 minutes before the end of the race. I guarantee it.
I don't know where it's gone, and it's really wound me up now.
Do you know what really grinds my gears?
David's expecting a rant incoming at any point.
Oh no, I'm on Indeed applying for an admin assistant.
Well, we definitely don't have any vacancies in HR.
No,
That's the 58 going back out now. Snap chain for them, but back out and running, so quick change.
Gemma Dooling in the chat saying good luck to Alfie and team. I'm guessing the team is Idamas, and I think Alfie is Alfie Gallagher. But please do confirm that that is the right person, or we'll just shout out the wrong Alfie for the next 23 and a half hours.
I know we've mentioned that it is warm here today. That would be an understatement. It is currently, well, according to my phone, it says it's 28 degrees, but I can assure you it's
lying.
at least 31.
That's lying to make friends.
One, it is definitely at least 31 degrees. Secondly, that means a track temperature of around about 50 to 52 degrees.
The track is lava.
It is incredibly hot. All drivers are wearing full race suits, so they are covered head to toe, as you can see, in a protective boiler suit.
There was a guy earlier from the number 70 LMS car, and I don't know what his feet had said to his ankles, but his race suit had definitely had an argument with his boots.
Yeah, they were. I did say to him, could you not have found a suit that fit you? He said it did fit me originally, but it's been through the wash a few times. I think it's been through the wash at about 1,000,000 degrees and then been dried off at a similar temperature. It's like that scene in Wayne's World 2 when he goes to the laundrette and he pulls them all out and they're just tiny. It's got like tiny little Y fronts. But they, it is very similar to that. But the benefit of that is that he's actually got some skin showing at the bottom of his legs, so he's going to get some air on it. But all drivers wearing a helmet, gloves, boots, and quite literally a boiler suit today, a full race suit, and he's going to be incredibly, incredibly hot out there.
Strangely, and this is a bit of advice for future 24s, even though it will make you slightly warmer, wear a balaclava underneath your helmet, because you don't want to put a wet helmet back on if you sweated in your helmet, whereas if you have a balaclava, if you've got
it's an extra layer of absorption.
Get 2 or 3 balaclavas or a couple of quid a piece, put them on, because we've got the British 24-hour coming up, which will be streamed in its entirety with 24-hour commentary in a month's time from Teesside Autodrome in the UK. But get yourself a couple of cheap balaclavas, put them on. Basically, once you've done it, put them to one side, put a dry one on the next time. It really does make a massive difference to your own morale.
What I used to do as well, and this is advice to all teams, is just open your race suit at the top a little bit, as if you're wearing a polo shirt and you've undone a couple of buttons.
Yeah,
just get a bit of air into the top of your chest as well. It makes
Carts
a huge
off
difference.
down at turn 9, Tom.
And in
we've
the gravel?
One in the
gravel?
Oh no, just on the side of the track. I think they're going round the outside, so that's
it's
fun
on the inside.
inside. But may require recovery. And for the first time here in Le Mans in 2025, we go to a full course yellow flag.
Now the full course yellow rules are very simple. Slow down to around about half race pace, which doesn't usually happen, but those are the rules. You slow down to about half race pace, but you keep up with the car in front. In theory, what should happen is that the race leader backs everybody up and becomes the nominated pace car, but that's not what usually tends to happen. You just keep up with the car in front, and we end up with the slowest kart on track. Whoever's going to go slowest on track will everybody will just pile up behind them.
Right, so that's King Brothers Racing, Tom, in the number 7, and they will be in for a kart change because that has got a drop right rear side. That looks like we've got an axle issue for KBR, who were inside the top 10, I believe, Tom, with KBR. They'll drop down to anybody that's not on that low, already down to 40th or so, and that's going to get hooked up on the tow bar of the quad.
It might have been better hooking up the rear end rather than the front end.
Well, yeah, he's got to basically drive from the rear, hasn't he, then? I would suggest at the moment this pace is not slow enough.
We're currently doing 108s, between 108s and 115s.
Yeah, which is 7 seconds. We should be at around about minute 35 for me as a minimum.
We're into the 112s and 113s as they come across the line now, so that's a little bit better. But some teams out there going 6 seconds a lap off the pace is not really slow enough. And in fact, we've now got Cat out there telling people to slow down.
Yeah, I would not want to fall foul of Cat telling me to slow down. I would slow right down. Oh, the finger point of doom. Yeah, quite right as well. And what it does is, by bunching the field up, it allows the marshals round the circuit to work in a safe manner, Tom.
Yes.
And that's what we do. We don't go to a full course yellow for giggles. We slow everybody down so that the track staff and the marshals can work safely. We're green again.
We are back under green flag conditions. I mean, that time around, you know, Chrono Racing 107, Apex Swim 107, Race for Ruben 106, 107 for Core Blimey Racing, 107 for Titan. That's only 5 seconds off the pace.
Yeah, it does need to be slower than that, doesn't it? And the emphasis would be on the leader.
It's why I think the team leader, the race leader, should be responsible for just backing the pack up. It doesn't work like that, but that would be my thoughts on it. We've got a 99 car in for its first pit stop. That's Times Mayfair. Qualified 33rd. They're now down into 42nd place because they are in the pits and they haven't come across the line yet. One of the TRX karts as well, just launching over the chicane. We've just missed that off camera. I think they might have just caught the end of it as they came through into the right-hand side of the shot. It's a big group together now. Or in fact, there's 2 or 3 groups that are nose to tail now because of that full course yellow. David's just been to find out what's happened to the 7 car of KBR.
Stub axle, Tom, for KBR. Stub axle. So, axle for the number 7 KBR, recovered from the bottom end on the back of the quad, and the
mechanics
they will
go
drop
to work
down
once
the order
again.
now. There, KBR will be at the British 24-hour in owners, Tom. They're racing in the owner driver class in a month's time up at Teesside. Current entry for that is 20 owners and 67 hire carts for the British 24-hour in a month's time at Teesside.
Always a good grid.
Yeah, and really, in terms of multi-class format, you know, we have got interclasses here, but the karts are the same. At Teesside, we've got an owner class with 3 classes, and then a hire kart class with 4 classes. So 7 classes next time out at Teesside.
With the full race pro karts as well. And look at that, already back out.
Yeah. So
let me have a look at how long they've actually been in the pits. 3 minutes 25 now.
Yeah.
So by the time they get fuel and go back out,
yeah, they've actually been really smart there to fuel that though.
But if you, yes, always as well. Every time you come in the pits,
yeah,
particularly if you're in the mechanic bed, but every time you come in the pits, everybody should be taking fuel because that's just a smart strategy. But by the time they get fuel and get back out, they'll probably have only lost 2 laps.
Yeah.
Based on as the race shakes out, so they'll have done a pit stop early, and then they'll have lost probably 2, maybe 3 laps because of the change of axle. But really, that's not a lot, you know, compared to. It could have been a lot worse, is what I'm saying. If it happened right at the start of a stint or something like that.
Absolutely.
So they're just they're around about half an hour off schedule, 40 minutes or so off schedule now, but with a brand new axle in that kart as well.
I was put off there, Tom, by the fact that I could hear myself, and I don't know whether we're on the PA down the pit lane now. If we are, that's fantastic. Well, fantastic for us, probably less fantastic for those that have to listen to us. Again, that is subjective. We'll see. Thank you very much again for those in the live chat. Let's see where I was. Tyler saying good luck to everyone in the warm weather. Kaylee Escree saying good luck to Addison Smith. He's racing in the 181 Optimum Motorsport car. He's qualified and started the race in that car and has moved them up the order to P13 during his stint. He was 18th, 19th, was he in qualifying, Tom?
Optimum, yes, around
P19.
About P19, yes, indeed. 5 places up on where they on their times in practice. And again, they were another one that I marked. I expected to move forward significantly. Up 6 places so far.
Dave Nichols saying, looking great and sounding fantastic. Well, the camera hasn't come round to us yet in the com box. We'll hopefully have a look at us, and then we definitely will be looking great.
The Idamos squad, who qualified 23rd place, they were down 21 places on their practice time, so they were big losers in qualifying, but already up into 11th place and hunting down Teesside Academy 2, currently 8 seconds behind.
Black flag just been shown to the 333 of FRS Lemon. Don't know why, because it's not come up on the...
39th place for FRS Lemon. Times Mayfair have just put in a personal best lap of the race, as has Mastercart Slola, who we spoke to during the Paddock show. If you picked that up, if you didn't, it was right at the very start of the stream. We spoke to them.
So we'll try and find out what that indiscretion is for shortly. Lemon Party saying good luck to Kart 69. That's quick finishers. As does Mark Simpson saying good luck to Simon Fulton and the team. Finishing off with the tagline, quick finishes always finish fast. And Angie Folk is saying good luck to Race for Ruben, Andrew Delahunty and the team in the 95 car. Now they have got probably the best reserve driver that they could hope for in Dan Crosley, who may well be out later on. But one of our carts, owner carts, being pushed back. So FRS Lemon in. I think this is for an indiscretion under the full course yellow of going too fast for FRS Lemon. Under full course yellow being in so quickly after the after that full course yellow, and that was definitely one of the teams being told to slow down. So no Hetty Wainthrob or anything like that, but certainly I'm going to put 2 and 2 together, and I think I might be correct on that one for the first time in my life. Tom was having a chat with, I believe, somebody from Prism, was it?
Yeah, it was Mike, who is the team boss, I think it's safe to say, of Prism Racing. And when he goes out, I'll give you an update on what's going on with that and why he was just having a chat with me. Doesn't look like he's far away from heading out on track, but it's his daughter Ruby's birthday today, so there's he's got a little tribute that he's going to be running for that. I'll try and bring you that on camera.
Please go round with a cake. One bite a lap.
And there's our first mention of hashtag cake chat.
Hashtag cake chat. Which hashtag boulangerie cake chat. Here on the way to the circuit, we go past the best bakery in the world.
Yeah, we do, and we try and call in there every morning on our way to the track because it is fantastic.
Well, you didn't arrive till Thursday evening. I went for breakfast on Thursday morning and sent you a picture, and you told me you replied with some naughty words.
Yeah, well, it's my favourite bakery in the world, and yeah, absolutely fuming that I missed a trip there. But such is life. We've got personal best going in once again now for Idamos and Teesside Academy. They're nose to tail on track, I believe. Oh no, they're not. Idamos is still 7.8 seconds behind, but they are lapping 3/10 quicker. So that's your rookie class leaders. Teesside Academy 2, 7.8 seconds from Idamos, now in 11th place and second in class. Third place in the rookie class, Team Yellow 555. They are only another 8 seconds back from that as well. So leaders have lapped everybody up to 20th place now, with the cartwheelers in 19th place, the next ones that will go a lap down. Bargain Racing and Optimum Motorsport 13th and 14th, they've just changed positions. And because we haven't got live timing on the screen at the moment, let's give you a quick rundown of the top 10. So Chrono Team Racing leading with Apex Twin Racing in second. Race for Ruben still third place. That's been the same since the start of the race. The gaps are opening up though. 4.4 Chrono Team Racing to Apex Twin Racing. 6.8 seconds further back is Race for Ruben. Core Blimey Racing 113, they are a further 10 seconds back in fourth, with Titan Motorsport in fifth now, and Track Limits by Storm Group sixth. Then we've got our second place in Club. Dr. Vapes now are in seventh place. They've overtaken CBA Motorsport, with Team Rango still holding on to that group of three. They are still very much nose to tail and all working together for 7th, 8th and 9th position. Then our rookie class leader, they are in 10th place. That's Teesside Academy 2. The top pro team is now Teesside Academy once again. They have moved up to 12th though, so they're starting to find their way through the order. The Teesside Academy 1 kart, 12th place and leading pro class. As I said, they are moving forward from, I think they were round about 20th or 21st at one point.
So MP has got the right idea here, Tom. He's complimented us, which always guarantees a shout out.
100%.
So yeah, we really appreciate that. It will be Tom and I straight through until midnight, and then we'll be back at 8 a.m. local time, which will be 7 o'clock UK time, to take you through to the end of the race tomorrow. The stream will continue through the night. The links for the night stream and tomorrow morning stream are in the description below the live stream. So later on, when we say at 11 o'clock or so, switch to the night stream, and then you'll have me and Tom for an hour or so before we go to static cameras, and basically through the night the stream will continue, and then Tom and I will be back for 4 hours tomorrow morning to take you through to the checkered flag as we did last year. So thank you for those getting in touch. Mike Chell saying come on Prism. Lisa Robinson saying, you've got this, Oscar Walk, come on. Well, Tom mentioned the Teesside Academy kart, number 28, up in 12th place a few moments ago. Oscar's in that car as we speak.
He's only a couple of tenths off the leader's pace as well in that Teesside Academy kart, so he is going well. In fact, he was faster than both Apex Twin and Race for Ruben that time around, was Oscar War in that Teesside Academy kart, now really starting to come on. As I said earlier, the track conditions here, incredibly hot. And what you'll find is those who didn't do a lot of laps in practice and kept their tyres and their kart cool are going to have a far superior race pace, I think, than some who, like Apex Twin Racing, for example, who were in practice did over 100 laps. The only team to crack 100 laps in practice. They did 101. But their tyres, theoretically, are going to be
an hour older,
at
really.
least an hour older. At least an hour older than some of the others. Race for Ruben, for example, they only did 20, I think they did 20 odd laps.
Got to take these
Race
tyres.
for Ruben, 35 laps. MPMC 999, who we saw earlier on, they only did 16 laps in
qualified
practice.
really well, didn't they, as well,
Yes.
on that fresher tyre. They've got to take these, the rear tyre is all the way till the finish of this race. It will do the full race. They'll get new fronts during the mandatory service window at around about 10 o'clock this evening, and then that'll carry on for about an hour and a half with our mechanics here at Teesside servicing all 46 karts in that mandatory service window.
Well, as I said, Race for Ruben did 35 laps in practice, so they are going to keep their tyres very fresh. Significantly fresher than Apex Twin Racing, which I expect that not to be damaging Apex Twin Racing at the moment, but as we get towards stint 3, 4, 5, I think that is going to start to pay dividends for Race for Ruben. I need to find out actually how many Chrono did. Chrono did 51.
More than
laps in
more than I
practice.
expect, given that the fact they probably did 1,000 laps here a fortnight ago.
Yes, surprisingly so.
I'd have gone out, I'd have made sure my car was okay, and I'd have parked it up.
Parked it, polish it, leave it. Job done. Fill it up with fuel.
Absolutely. Angie Folker saying great commentary. And Joey Swan, a driver that we are very familiar with, Tom, from the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series.
He is quite literally in a class of one, is Joey Swan.
He is. He's got both his older sister and his uncle, so Holly and Paul are racing in the Teesside Academy 2 kart. So their first experience of Le Mans. Paul has done a fair few British 24 hours, but this will be Holly's first 24-hour experience in that Teesside Academy 2 kart. So, and appear to both be enjoying themselves. They've got a team together. They're in the nearest bay to us at Marshall, down in Bay 1 of 40 pit bays.
And going well at the moment, inside the top 10.
As we say, they've got their experienced driver out there of Nick Smales, who was in this race last year and won the pro class as part of the Teesside Tigers kart.
Speaking of Teesside Academy 2, Idamos now are closing in on them. They've closed up 3 seconds in the last probably 5-6 minutes. The gap down now to just under 5 seconds.
That's going to be a traffic thing, isn't it? I think chances are we've got some big, look at that there, we've got a train of cars making their way through. That's one of the TRX machines, always easy to spot in their turquoise and red liveries.
Where are the Tigers now? Already up to 23rd place for Teesside Tigers. Qualified 38, so 15 places gained for last year's runner-up. Don't say the words vice champion, David. They were last year's runner-up were Teesside Tigers.
MG Motorsport saying, looks a lovely day. There, no chance of rain. Yeah, I think that's.
There is a tiny cloud, David.
There is a little cloud.
I mean, from
a puff of a cloud.
It's like from where we're sitting, it's about the size of a 5p piece.
And that is it.
And that's it. There's nothing else.
I think, the thing is as well, it's not even the hottest part of the day.
No.
Generally, obviously we're from the UK. Generally, midday 1 o'clock is the warmest. Every day we've looked at, 5 o'clock has been the peak temperature.
Yeah.
33, 34, 35 degrees temperature in the sun, as we may well be having a slightly early pit
running
stop
through to the pit lane.
Is that off schedule?
And that's coming in. That's Owen Burton coming into the mechanics bay. He's already telling them what's wrong with the kart, so it's just going to get driven straight up on the road. And that's going to make the difference as well. It might only be a couple of seconds difference,
but he's
radioed
Owen
in doesn't have to explain the problem.
Yeah. So he's radioed in the problem. Andrew Delahunty and their designated helper / reserve driver Dan Crosley.
Is that Dan? I didn't even recognise him with his hat on.
No, well, he's
got a haircut now as well, hasn't he?
Well, he normally he's
got a luscious mane.
Normally,
I was very jealous.
He has a pink helmet. That's all we notice normally, isn't it?
And Dan used to have a gorgeous mane of dark hair,
flowing locks.
Flowing locks, yes, exactly. And as I say, very jealous. We've also got Energy Racing in the 13 kart in the mechanics bay.
My hair flowed off my head a long time ago.
My forehead became a 5 head.
Warning, is that for the 20?
I'm not sure.
Track limits by storm. All I know, Tom, is that when I wash my forehead, it takes about 10 minutes.
Well,
it goes well over north and keeps going.
So let me go and find out what's happened for Race for Ruben. Of course, they were in 3rd place overall. So let's get to the bottom of that one, and I will come back to you very shortly.
We've got another one of the TRX karts is in, and if they're in for the mechanics, they're going to have to wait patiently. And they are in for the mechanics because we have a full complement in the mechanics bay at the moment. Energy on the right-hand side, Race for Ruben on the left. Tom's notebook is off to try and find out what the problem is. Looks like the Race for Ruben kart is already being lowered back down onto the ground with the hydraulic ramp. Once it's in position, it'll get rolled backwards. The team will then start the engines themselves and will more than likely fuel. Now, they have to drive the kart down. So generally, the driver that's got in the kart, that was in the kart, will drive the kart back down, and then the driver change will take place in their pit garage, along with the changing of the weights on the back of the carts to keep the cart at the minimum weight limit, which is 235 kilos. Cole Clark as well would also like to thank their partners for teaming up for this event. Their trackside sail flags, which are down pit lane, you definitely can't miss those, providing much needed shade for the drivers between the stints. Dolly P 2323 saying good luck to Tilda and the TRX team. I think Tilda's in the 476 of the TRX machines. No, in the 676 is Tilda Williams in their third of the TRX entries. Everybody slots nicely into single file, which is the best way through that chicane. You don't want to go side by side. Definitely one of you will lose, that's for sure. Stuart Nunnan saying Century Sim engine issues after the morning practice and the choke accidentally left on during qualifying. As Race for Ruben stopped via the timing screen here on the commentary booth to see where they've dropped down to and how long they were in the pit lane. They're still in the pit lane, just having their change of driver, but they are down to P37. However, having fueled, will have an opportunity then when everybody else fuels to slot back into a fairly respectable position. The good thing now, having the extended pit stop of 2 minute 45, that you can come in with slight problems, get the cart fixed and head back out. Energy Racing probably in for a little bit longer than they'd hoped for. Tom currently just assessing the situation on the number 13 machine as Liam Edmonds, another driver that we know from Teesside Races in Junior Pro Kart, does Liam, saying hello to Tom and I, and the notebook is back.
Teesside Ted.
Teesside Ted.
Been doing my thing. Right, so first of all, the 13 kart that's currently still up on the stand just got no waft, no power.
Oh well, they're looking. I don't know whether they're looking at the front end. The NASA
and then likewise 476, the TRX kart, which is TRX Motorsport Club. They also have no power, it seems like. They think they may be having a brake binding on.
Yeah, I think so. They could have been dragging the brake there, because I've just seen a fair amount of cooling agent applied to it.
Yeah, I think it's dragging a brake, so they've sorted that out and it's going to go back out. The most significant one, of course, was Race for Ruben, who were running P3. Find out how much they lost in that stop and bring it to you shortly. They're currently showing us 4 laps down, so not a huge loss really. But what was happening with them was the second place kart of Apex Twin Racing dipped a wheel in the gravel on one of the laps, a rear wheel. It's flicked a stone up, and that stone has got caught in the throttle linkage.
Oh, that's different.
So for most of the stint, it made no difference whatsoever. But every now and again, the stone would move, and it would then
stick the throttle on for a while.
No, it would cut the
yeah.
throttle. It wouldn't engage properly.
So they were in the pits for 3 minutes and 56 seconds. So really only lost 1 minute and 10 because they were roughly there or thereabouts. You know, they were in after an hour. They'll be pitting at around about an hour and a half, given the fuel they'll have used through qualifying and repitting. So
and with them doing 1:02, 1 minute 2 second laps as well. So that's only just over a lap.
That they've lost outside of what would have been a pit stop anyway.
What would have been a pit stop,
and
exactly.
It puts them off kilter with the other leaders as well, which gives us that extra dynamic.
Well, not only were they straight onto the mechanics bay, when they came off the mechanics bay, they were straight into the fuel bay.
Yeah.
And there was no queue for that either, so they didn't lose any time.
Well, that's
there
what
either.
TRX did, didn't they? They had to queue and wait for their problem. And this is always, if you can nurse a problem for a lap, make sure that your mechanics bay is empty. We raced this race in 2023, Tom, and it was the same with the fuel
bay. Yeah.
It was basically, if we knew that if we were coming round the middle of the track, turns 7 and 8, where our drivers will be heading to basically at the far end of this camera shot that they come round before that turn 9. So where the camera's panning round to now is that we knew if there was a cart in the fuel bay, that cart would be fueled by the time we came round.
So
and when we got down to turn 9, it was on the driver then. If anybody peeled off in front of you, you carried on. Now, that did prove a bit nervous at about 9 o'clock when we did about 6 or 7 extra laps.
Yeah, we did.
Everybody pitted in front of us.
When that cart came in, the tank was dry. And
Yeah.
that's not an exaggeration.
I don't think we'd have done another
there
lap.
was there was a couple of hundred mils in there. The tank was dry. There was nothing in it. I still to this day don't know how those engines were running.
No.
Hopes and prayers, I think.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
They kept those engines running.
Oh, a huge amount of lift and coast, definitely. Gavin Kerrs saying good luck to TSK and to Sam Beadnell. Now, I want to know whether that's good luck to us, TSK-Media, or Teesside Karting. But I'll take all the plaudits for that. MP saying big up to the main woman at Cole Clark Racing, Jill. I thought it was Jill, but I didn't want to say that Andy was married to Jill earlier unless it wasn't Jill and Andy's actual wife thought that there was somebody else. I was sure it was Jill, but I didn't want to do it. But no, definitely making sure all the drivers are well looked after. They have got a swimming pool down there, which is a large paddling pool for Cole Clark Racing. They've been here since Thursday.
They've got a paddling pool?
They've got a paddling pool.
Why have you kept that quiet and only mentioned it now?
Well, we're not staying at the track, are we? We've got a lake back at the Brit Hotel and a man-made beach.
Yeah, but still, that's back at the hotel and I can go for a dip.
Yeah.
Mid-commentary stint.
We're live to the paddling pool. We'll see Tom's
got his feet in and a bucket of ice.
Tom Butterworth with his shirt off. Let's give the ladies what they want. Ryan Bentley saying, come on TRX and Century Sim Racing. Have a good one from Monica. Miles Carter also supporting Century Sim, and Morgan Chell saying the commentary is brilliant.
Race for Ruben now up to 37th place. They are the first of the karts that have had issues. In fact, no, they're not. We've got Salient Racing who are 3 laps down. Difficult to tell whether that's pace or whether they've had an issue. I don't think they've been in.
No, they've not pitted.
Right, so
on the right hand stands.
So MPMC 999 in 36. They are the first kart that's had had issues and been in. Race for Ruben, 31 seconds behind them. So the 999 actually didn't lose that much time as we discussed with the Race for Ruben, probably losing around about a lap in overall pace. But they are immediately one of the quickest karts out there. In fact, only Apex Twin Racing in second place were quicker that time around than Race for Ruben. So it looks like problem solved for Race for Ruben, and they will, without question or doubt, move their way up the order, barring any further issues, and expect them to probably still be well inside the top 10, if not top 5, come the race end, should they run trouble-free, such is the pace that they will be carrying. Really strong squad, Race for Ruben.
Yeah.
And the reason, the name as well, we should discuss that as well. We always give them a shout out and a big plug. It's a charity entry, isn't it?
I don't even think the main man is here.
No, he's not.
This weekend.
But they race for Ruben, quite literally.
Yeah.
We won't go into the full details of why that would be.
But if you Google it, you'll be able to. If you just Google Race for Ruben, all the details
go to the Just Giving page.
Yeah, it's just open all the time.
So there is a Just Giving page, and you can search it on Just Giving and Race for Ruben. You'll get the full backstory of what these guys do. But this team has now existed for, 5-6 years now?
Yeah, I've just been given some tape, and I don't know whether it's a subtle sign for me to shut up.
It's proper gaffer tape as well, isn't it?
I'll be gaffer taped to my chair.
But no, please do check out Race for Ruben. Please do check out their Just Giving page and donate if you can. It is an extremely worthwhile cause. And where possible, we always give them a shout out because they're a good bunch of drivers.
Former British 24-hour winners as well, Race for Ruben. Very good driver lineup. They generally tend to keep 2 or 3 of the same and then supplement. This year they have got the world's fastest driver under 5 foot tall in Andrew Delahunty.
He will absolutely love you for that.
The world's
I'm expecting a slap.
The world's fastest child. He's already been. He came straight round to see how much time they'd lost in the pits.
Right. Okay.
We'll get him on the headset earlier. We'll have later on. We'll have a chat with Andrew.
He normally does the night stints, doesn't he, Delahunty?
Yes.
He's very much a night owl. Is Andrew? He's part vampire.
Miles Carter said that shout out to my boy Big Will. That'll be Will Stockton in the Century Sim. He's then followed it up with Stop Chatting Waffle and shout out to Will. Unfortunately, if you'd like us to stop chatting waffle, this is probably not the stream for you.
This is the wrong place for you.
Yeah. Tom and I are very proficient in waffle.
We're very close to Belgium as well, so
yeah, both eating them and talking it.
Yes, exactly. What I'm going to do, David, as well. I was having a think pre-race.
Oh, this could be dangerous.
I think we should have some unofficial trophies or unofficial awards rather than trophies.
Well, you have a think of them. I can see the pit board being adorned with a number and the warning flag from Startline Marshal Callum, who we have dragged over from. He is the same Start Marshal Callum that we use at Teesside
for the sprint series.
So, and what he did say yesterday, he is very happy to be here because the NRG awning on the start line, as Team Yellow 556 or 4 are on the thing, is that it does have a great breeze straight through it. So he's probably the coolest person, not just because of his hairstyle and his sunglasses, here at Le Mans.
Indeed. Dr. Vape's now up to 4th place.
Are you going to sing the song?
Not yet. I'm going to break that out later, but I am impressed, to say the least, with Dr. Vape's progress now. Up to 4th place, qualified P11. It's a 7th place game for them. 3.8 seconds off Core Blimey Racing 113. But what they've done through the full course yellow flags and then outright pace is they've caught and passed Titan Motorsport and Track Limits by Storm Group. So they were in the group with Rango and CBA Motorsport for 7th and 8th. They are still in that group, but they're now at the front of it and leading the way. So Dr. Vape's 2nd in club class. Track Limits by Storm Group just over, and Team Rango swapped places on the previous lap. That has now been re-swapped back to how it was. Teesside Academy and Idamos, the gap was 5 seconds, and in fact we're just going to possibly have an overtake for the lead in rookie class as Idamos have closed down over 8 seconds to Teesside Academy 2.
Roughly where are they on track, Tom? You get blue lines across the track at roughly whereabouts they are on circuit.
I think they're here just heading through the horseshoe section. Yeah, that looks about right, a 21-second gap. It looks like that would be them heading towards us now along the back straight.
So we'll see whether we can pick up. Oh, we've got the Optimum car is in. Addison Smith brings the 181 in, and looks like they've got a bit of a problem, Tom, getting that car restarted, and Smith is going to have to push that up the hill. Luckily he's a strong lad, and now he's going to be assisted as well by one of his team members. So you're allowed one team member
and
in
he's
to
just
assist.
shouting at him. He's not helping push.
Oh, is he not? Is he motivating?
Just giving him encouragement.
He's motivating. That's how we do it.
Just encourage him up the hill. Go on, lad!
Go on, lad. Get it up there. Get it up there. He should be fresh for this box, Whiteley. He's just spent nearly 10 days in America on holiday. He's had a very busy week. Holiday in America. Flew back into the country on Wednesday. Jared had his prom at school on Thursday night, and they flew out yesterday morning. They have been very, very busy. Are they coming in with a problem? Yes, they are, the 181. Now, we had a conversation with them yesterday. They did say that they had what they felt was a very powerful engine, but it was a little bit temperamental. Now, if they're going to look at an engine, it might be playing more on the temperamental side of things than anything else.
The one that was giving them jip was the left-hand engine, and that's the one that they're looking at now.
Carb bowl will be the first thing they'll look at there, Tom. MG Motorsport saying, I love the British 24 Hour. Well, don't we? Tom and I will be there joined on commentary again this year by Ewan O'Leary, who debuted last year on commentary at the British 24-hour, and a new name to us in Ross McIntyre. So it's going to be a British 24-hour to remember, as always, this year at Teesside.
We've got the first of our scheduled stops looking like it's taking place now with the 911. I'm pretty sure that they short-filled. They did. 911, Barry R's Wacky Races, still my favourite team name of the weekend. They had 2/3 of a tank going out.
Yeah.
So they short-filled.
Well, I think they filled at pretty much the 1 hour mark just as qualifying started.
And then went out and qualified on a full tank.
Yeah, but actually qualified very respectably for a cart that was probably 4 or 5 kilos over what would have been the optimum weight.
P18 and plus 26 places on where they finished in practice yesterday. So they're a team that were really coming on strong. And as I said, short-filled it to get slightly off strategy with all of the other carts that will have full tanks and will be pitting around about the same time. I think that's a very smart strategic call from Barry R's Wacky Racers. Yes, you come in a little bit early, potentially need to take one more pit stop, but also potentially you could end up on the same amount of stops, and you've actually saved yourself a bit of time.
Yeah, Optimum are off the ramp and are refuelling. Addison Smith in that cart will more than likely hand that one over. We'll pick out who is in it as the 554 yellow, one of the 2 Team Yellow entries is rolled off the Mechanics Bay as well.
As the pit stops are starting to cycle through and mechanicals are impacting the running order, Teesside Tigers for the first time have cracked the top 20. They're in P19 now.
Working their way up. Still yet to pit, of course, for Teesside Tigers.
There has been a change for the rookie class lead as well. Idamos have taken the lead in rookie. Missed that one, unfortunately, but Idamos have taken the lead. Teesside Academy 2 still holding on right behind them, though, less than a quarter of a second behind. We're just going to get an update on the 181.
The wire, Tom, had come out of the back of the plug cap on the 181 Optimum cart. So a loose connection, meaning no spark. No spark means no compression. No compression means no go.
No, why you no go back?
Yeah, that's why. So yeah, so that was fixed, and they are on their way.
So as we said, Idamos have taken the lead now of the rookie class, P9 overall for them, and they qualified 23rd overall. They did not have a good qualifying session. I'd mark them down as ones to watch for moving forward. David, in fact, you've got an interview, pre-recorded interview that you did yesterday with team captain Ami Yerger.
Yes. So they're a team put together by Tiger Rudge, and they've got some drivers. And then when I found out that Ami was part of this race, had a quick look and arranged an interview. We carried that out yesterday. One of 2 pre-recorded interviews that we've got that were carried out yesterday. The other one is with Sean Goff, who is the team principal of Optimum Motorsport. Waved yellow flags because we've got 2 off in the gravel down at turn 9.
One has got underway.
Yeah. I don't think they're fully in. One of them is 333 FRS Lemon. I don't think they're fully in. It's just that the rear wheel is off the concrete rumble strip and can't get back up. Trying to pick out, I think that could be the 13 Energy Racing.
FRS Lemon have
Indeed it is.
And and they've had not a good first hour.
No, I don't know if they were fully in gravel, but his arm's up as if he's coming into the pits.
And he is. He's coming into the pits.
Yeah. Idamos are in, I believe, Tom, are they? For their on-schedule stop, I think, in the number 11, the class-leading rookie cart. Just going to confirm the number, I'll confirm it when it comes round. I think that could well be the Idamos cart that's in. I haven't really looked at their Nassau panel in terms of its colours, so.
So that's dropped. So Idamos they've made their first pit stop.
Yep, they're in. They're in the fuel bay.
They are in the fuel bay.
I wasn't 100% sure because I couldn't see the number coming
No,
up.
I was just trying to refresh live timing.
And I've got no colours on their Nassau panel.
Yes.
Waved yellows at turn 1. We've got a cart in the gravel down there as well, Tom. That looks like one of the 2A3 Apex Twin carts being recovered from the gravel down at turn number 1. Waved yellow flags.
Keep an eye out for who's dropping down the order. TSK-Motorsport, the 88 car, they were well inside the top 10. They're now in the pits. They were, I think, P7.
What were your... you were earlier on, I interrupted you to tell the story, and then you said, we've got some... We'll just pull out some random unofficial trophies.
Oh, yeah. So the unofficial awards that we're going to dish out as 554 gets airborne over the chicane in front of us.
It is one of the Apex Twins. That's the ECR 35 entry.
Well, they've had a really, really difficult first opening hour and 15 minutes to the race as well. 43rd place they were running in, but this will be another trip to the pits for a gravel clear out. But so unofficial awards. I think we need to have clearly most places gained in the race.
Yeah.
What else do you think, David? Best livery, best Nassau panel?
Yeah. Most trips to the pits.
Most trips to the pits. First trip for Bay de Gravel.
I forgot that. Oh.
And Andy
First
Clark's
round of gifts. There we go.
Hope you enjoy from Cole Clark Racing. Okay.
Cheers, Andy. What
have we got?
Going in. I can see something that says Craft Bakers on it.
Oh dear.
We're going in.
As we said before, bribery.
We'll always get you a chat. In fact, I'll have a proper chat with Andy later on. Once we've got round the first round of pit stops and Andy comes up, we'll get Andy on the comms and we'll have a good chat. It took me a lot longer to get in there. I was trying to attack it from the wrong angle. There we go.
What have we got? Cherry Bakewells.
Cherry Bakewells. That will go down
Lovely.
Really well.
Thank you very much, Andy. We'll
Cheers,
dish these
Andy.
out amongst the team. Thanks to Andy and the Cole Clark Racing squad for that. Of course, we do mention them quite a bit. And
it's because they're lovely people.
They are lovely people. And met up with them when I was in Texas as well. Met up with Andy when he was marshalling at the Circuit of the Americas for the Grand Prix in October last year.
Gap at the front, Tom's gone out massively. Chrono are getting through this traffic a lot better than Apex Twin. The gap's nearly 20 seconds now at the front of this race. Just having a quick look. Chris Bellew saying good luck to Lorcan Bellew in the Salient Racing 919 kart. And Tyler 33 sticking up for us, Tom, telling Miles to shush his waffle. So Tyler, an honorary member now of the TSK-Motorsport media commentary team.
Team Rango from 7th place. They're now in the pits as well. So all except Apex Twin Racing and Dr. Vapes, who were inside the top 5 in the Clubman class, have made a pit or are making pit stops. Was it definitely Bargain Racing that went round early on?
I think I'm sure it was. They qualified 5th, didn't they?
Were they the ones facing backwards off the start of the...
Yeah, in fact, I'm going to click on them and see what it should tell me where they dropped to, if it was indeed them. Or at least it should do, position-wise.
Because they are currently in P7. Now that the pit stops are starting to happen. Scheduled pit stops, that is.
I don't think it was them, Tom. They've only because they did an opening lap of 1 minute and 4.
No, definitely
so
not.
So definitely wasn't them, was it? Trying to figure out who else has a colour scheme very similar. CBA maybe. Definitely wasn't CBA either. The quest to find out who spun on the opening lap continues. I'll have one more stab at the 27 TVP. and see whether it was them. If not, I will give up completely and let somebody else try and figure it out as to who had that very tough opening lap. So yeah, it wasn't TVP either, so we'll try and figure out who that was.
We have just had an update from Chrono Team Racing, our race leaders, and they are going to have to make some a mechanical adjustment when they come in. Say mechanical adjustment, they're going to have to make an adjustment when they come in because they've been told that their lap timer that they're running on the steering wheel is actually loose.
Ooh.
So they've received a text message to say it needs to be fixed quickly.
That's an intelligent lap timer if it can text them. I am loose. Tighten me up.
No, they've received one from Race Control. So they're going to have to fix that when they come into the pits. So may well lose a few seconds. But then again, if they can get it done in this 2-minute 45 minimum pit stop time that we've got here this weekend,
4.76.
it could well, they could well still maintain the lead. Currently in the lead by 18.5 seconds. So I think it's safe to say that Chrono Team Racing are absolutely flying. Of course, as we said before, they have won the race here that was run or organised by the French side of the Le Mans 24-hour hire kart series 2 weeks ago. A hire kart race rather than series, my apologies. That's the Met Police 999 at the back of that group of three. That's Jeff Lamb that's still in the kart. Has been sent from the start of the race.
Radioing in, saying the two in front have failed to stop. Requesting backup from the 101.
Well, I said this before we came on stream that we went and had a sit down with the Met Police Motor Club, two teams, to get some information off them, get some fun facts and things like that. Last year, caught speeding in the pit lane multiple times, which caused much hilarity between myself and David. And in fact, there was probably the biggest cheer of the race.
So Tom, right on cue, the first of the pit lane infringements. The 69 of quick finishers have been too quick in the pit lane. Not even close either. 1 minute and 45 seconds. They've just driven straight through and will have added 2 laps basically to the. So next time they go over, they'll just cascade down the order. They have 2 laps deducted from their race for a short pit stop.
But yes, so the Met Police Motor Club were caught speeding last year. It caused the biggest cheer of the race, I think.
I was absolutely buzzing.
You were ecstatic, weren't you? And as was I as well. I was right.
I remember it.
Alongside you.
It's happened, Tom. It's happened. They've done it.
But we went and sat down with them, and I've got to be honest, David. The most boring police officer I've ever seen in my life.
Question 1: Have you ever arrested anyone famous?
Nothing.
Question 2: Have you ever wrote a police car off?
Nothing. Have you ever arrested anybody with any interesting story whatsoever? My go-to was anyone naked at the time that you arrested them? No, nothing. So I've written down on my notes, clearly desk jockeys. They are not proper police on the beat, in cars, going out arresting people. They are desk jockeys,
One
without
of them
a doubt.
did take offence when I called him a community support officer. He was like, no.
But we jest, of course. Expect them to come up at some point and handcuff us to the table. It'll probably be the first people they have ever handcuffed.
Of course. Looks like we've got another car in the pits. Looks like this is an on-schedule fuel stop. I'll confirm. Yes, it is for MasterCart Slola in the number 83. I want to talk about that because that's a play on the 1997 Formula One entry of MasterCard Lola. Oh,
car off onto the back straight, yellow flags out. It's an unusual place to be.
It's going to be
heading
difficult as well
backwards
because
into the
there'll be
barrier
a little
without
dip
any help.
off the back there. He's going to have that may well sort of beach the front end, and he's got to find a gap in the traffic, which may well come in about 4 or 5 seconds time. There's a trio of carts coming past him now, and he should hopefully be able to rejoin. That's the problem, Tom. Look there. Told you he's going to struggle. He's got to get the front end up and over the top of that curb with no run-up at all. I would have gone all the way round the grass to the concrete on entry. There we go, bounce your way through. And it's the 11, is that the Idamos car? I think it is.
It is.
Was class leading. Wide on the grass, and will lose around about a minute there in recovering that kart back onto circuit.
Yeah, so they were class leading in the rookie class. They then pitted and have dropped all the way down to 31st now. We'll see them come across the line and find out what position they are actually going to be in. 31st place for Idamos.
So just going to have a quick look again into the live chat with Troy Blythe saying a big shout out to TRX. Big following at the track with their 3 entries and watching at home. And Natasha saying good luck to quick finishers who have just a few moments ago been too quick down pit lane and had 2 laps added to their, deducted in fact from their race so far.
47-second loss for Idamos.
Yeah.
So 3/4 of a lap.
Nicky Kerwin saying, please shout out Carl and Mikey from Team Prison, from Nicky, Archie, Frankie and Benji. Again, Jason Sidebottom saying good luck to Jim Bob James from Auntie Helen at Team Energy.
Dr. Vapes and Titan Motorsport we're looking at there. That is 4th and 5th place on the road. Here they come past us now. And Titan Motorsport, I think they've got a kart that seems to do well when it's in the slipstream of a decent kart in front. I think that's safe to say.
What was that? That suggests for me is they might not have the top end speed, but it corners well, it handles well.
And that's what the guys were saying. That the kart handles very, very well. They're very pleased with the handling of the kart. They felt like they were a little bit down, possibly with a binding brake, which will of course wear off if it is binding on. As the pad wears down, it'll only get quicker as somebody went very, very wide.
Hello.
Almost ended up
the camera.
Through.
It's like Funhouse there, wasn't it?
That's what I was going to say. Almost ended up through the camera.
Whole lot of fun tyre wars to be won.
Come past to grab a token, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think a lot of the time as well, particularly with the binding brakes, it is generally caused by the steering wheel attendant, sort of like, double pedalling, trailing the brake a little bit too much, just resting their foot on that brake, keeping it on as they're powering down. So
I don't think Titan Motorsport will be accused of that.
No, not at all.
In fairness
to
them.
Well, they might be. Well, you say that, but I was speaking to a few drivers yesterday that basically when they race a Rotax in sprints, they effectively double pedal.
Yeah.
They're on the brake at the same time as they're on the throttle to rotate the car, and that's something that they have to get out of their system when they're doing the higher karts.
Well, they do have a cut-off on these karts as well. When you press the brake, the throttle does cut out. It's not an electronic cutout like you see on probably like the Sodi karts and the corporate rental karts that we see around the countries nowadays. Countries, of course, because we are in France. But you see those electronic cut-offs. They don't have those on these biz karts, but the throttle does cut out when you press the brake, so you can't double pedal and burn the clutch out.
Yeah. Oh, Tyler's saying, what's the postcode for Teesside? Now, what that's suggesting is he's on Google Maps having a look at the track map. It's TS6 6XH. And I know that off the top of my head because even when I drive, I just put it into Google Maps so I know what my ETA is.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
likewise.
TS6 6XH. There is drifting on there this weekend. Both today and tomorrow, Tom. There's drifting on at Teesside. So I don't know what Tyler's thoughts though. You thought, they're all over there. Something's just hit me on the arm. Oh, Rob, it's true. I thought it was a wasp. I've just been assaulted by the cameraman. Wait there. Yeah. Sorry. The wasps. There's been a few more this week, and I thought one would run into my arm, and then I looked down. It's just a big bit of cardboard. I've just been launched at. We're still friends.
So Dr. Vapes and Titan Motorsport been swapping places over the last couple of laps. But it's back as you were. Dr. Vapes back in front of Titan now. Who is this that we're looking at here, David?
Don't know. I'll pick it up in a minute. Martin just says, Are some team classes...
Whoa! Up and over the curb on the inside, pushing wide as well. Introduced to the edge of the track there.
So quick finishes is the first one. The 40 is
81.
So the first one is, I thought that was the 69 of quick finishes. The 40 that's behind them is eat, sleep, race, repeat. There on the track. Yeah, Martin just saying, will team classes be changed during the race if they're quicker than their class currently? Well, difficult to say in the first hour and a half because everybody generally tends to put their best driver out. So it's if their best driver is also the same as all the other 4 or 5 drivers they've got, then maybe, but we'll see.
Second place and our
class leading
clubman kart, Apex Twin Racing, are in for their first scheduled stop, as are Track Limits by Storm Group as well. They've just entered the pits.
Oh no, that's not. I don't know. He's in, Tom, but he's not in for fuel. He will fuel, I'm sure, but Apex Twin
are going onto
the ramp.
Second place onto the ramp. We've had second and third place now.
He's been going quick. I was about to say, has he potentially nursed a problem to the pit window? But if he has, he's got some quality pace till now. But up on the ramp now, maybe once the engine's stopped, it just hasn't started again. And Apex Twin in number 3.
T-side Ted's on the way again. I'll be back in a moment.
That's Peter Brett in that, and he has been incredibly quick. Set the fastest lap for the race so far, but Apex Twin in the number 3, falling down the order from second place. The class leaders in pro. T-side Ted and his notebook are off to try and find out what the problem is. So kart up on the ramp at the moment. Kevin Sampson in the live chat saying good luck to Core Blimey Racing. Karting Widow saying good luck to Teesside Tigers. Needs another trophy for the loft. What are they doing in the loft? Probably run out of space with the amount of trophies Teesside Tigers have won. Harry Nottage, I know I'm at the track, but watching the stream with my feet in the pool is great. You're not endearing yourself to the commentary team there, Nottage. But I know where you are down the bottom end of the paddock. He's racing with the 181 Optimum Motorsport entry this weekend, and Fiona Hutchinson saying good luck to Barry R's Wacky Racers. We'll come back into the live chat. In fact, I'm going to get all the way down to where I addressed Mark Martin's comment. So Superman MP saying Superman Cole Clark engage beast mode, and that's pretty much where we are. With Lola Carrington saying, is it kart, is it a plane? No, it's Superman. So that's where we are in the live chat. We'll keep that going. Tom is back.
Right, so 13 Energy Racing, they're in Gravel Bay.
Oh, yeah, they are.
So they're having a very difficult race, I think it's safe to say, for Energy Racing. The Apex Twin Racing car, he said one of the engines, and we're not sure which, one of the engines just suddenly lost all power. It was still on and it was still pulling, but nowhere near where it should be, as the 554 car also comes back in.
That's twice they've been up on that ramp of the 554.
Yeah. So yeah, 554. So it's, Apex Twin Racing, as we said, our second place runner. They were so they're back in for that loss of power. What are we looking at here, David?
Well, I'm looking down the pit lane for the first time. We've got the pit lane camera just to show us up how busy it is down in that pit lane. Bays on the left are where the karts pull in to have their driver changes. Now, Barbarians have just put an Insta 360 camera on the side of the, basically on the side of the commentary box table. And I don't know whether it's got some sort of tracking device, but that's just, apparently, he's put it down there. It might just follow either where the guy is who's gone, or whether it's picking up because it's moving in front of us. He's got to come back and collect that at some point, so we'll ask him some questions, Tom, I think.
Okay.
Simon Russell saying, why have Race for Ruben pitted so early? Well, they had a bit of a mechanical problem. Came in, didn't lose a huge amount of time, around about 1 minute over and above what would be
a normal pit stop time.
for Race for Ruben and went back out. So
tumbling down the order now, Apex Twin Racing. Going in the other direction, our Race for Ruben up to 21st place now. Still behind MPC 999, MPMC 999, which is
where are they in the list of teams that have pitted?
Right, so Met Police Motor Club are currently 1.6 seconds in front of Race for Ruben, but are around about a second a lap slower than Race for Ruben, so they're going to come past. And then inside the top 20 will be Race for Ruben for the first time since they're mechanical, and they will be the first of the teams that have had a mechanical issue. Or rather, let's put it another way, an unscheduled pit stop.
Race leader, the 41 Chrono Team Racing, pit out of the race lead for the first time, and Core Blimey Racing in the 113. And now, Tom, the fuel bay is busy, and they are queuing. This is not what people want to do, Tom.
And this is certainly not what Chrono Racing needs.
No, you can see, look, they're queuing. They're queuing. I think is that Wacky Racers that are in on the back. Teesside Academy had to queue and wait for around about 5 or 6 seconds. Oscar War brings that cart in. Mark Mitchell assisting with that machine. Don't know who it was, but yeah, we're queuing and we're like 3 and 4 deep now.
Is that Chrono that's at the back of this group?
No, I think they were already in. They're at 2:35. In the pits already and back out of Chrono. What did they pit? What was their pit stop time? 2:48, so 3 seconds over the minimum, but
perfect. Really.
Absolutely bang on that. A nice bit of extra time as Apex Twin 35 ECR is up onto the ramp for a little bit of work to be done to that machine. And we really are queuing, Tom, in the fuel bay. I think it's early to be queuing here. Teams have done 1 hour 40. I don't know whether because it's so warm they're going through fuel a little bit quicker, but it's not.
An hour and 40 is about right.
Yeah, but the problem now is...
But this is why I was saying you're better off having that 2/3 of a tank at the start of the race. One, you'll be a little bit lighter, but two, you're going to come in and not have to deal with this issue.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, you've got a bit of time because of the 2:35 minimum pit stop, so you don't have to rush. But some of these teams, and if I'm going to clock the numbers when they come round, Tom, I want to check what their pit stop time is, because we're going to be well over 3 minutes here for some of these, Tom, and is it down to a little bit of inexperience at this sort of level of a 24-hour race?
Well, what I would say is Apex Twin that was second and then came in for the mechanical. It was a stretched throttle cable that was causing the problem.
Titans now take the lead as Core Blimey 113 peel off into the pit lane for fuel again. They're at the back of that. That is not a CBR tactic for me, Tom. They're an experienced team that are having to queue for fuel now.
I'm wondering whether some of these teams are actually getting to the absolute minimum now, and it's become a point of we can't do another lap.
Yeah.
We can't go round anymore. We have to pit, regardless. The 35 is going back out off the mechanical bay. 554 also looks like that's about to go out off the mechanical bay as well.
They do turn them round quickly, don't they?
They do, yeah.
Mechanics. They put a shift in, that is for sure.
We've got Sam, Woody and Bob working on that one. And 554 is back out.
Is he going to
Jean-Claude Van Sam.
He is a unit. An absolute unit.
Try and get him on camera.
Yeah. So the 554...
Is he army? Because they look like army boots that he's wearing. And he did have some camo trousers on yesterday when we were unloading the van. I wonder if he's an army lad. He might even be a PT in the army.
He unloaded the van himself. He's the human fork truck. just goes 2 arms straight out in front of him. Even makes the noises.
So we've currently got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams who have not made a pit stop yet. The furthest up the order is Titan Motorsport. all of those on an hour and 42 minutes worth of fuel so far. We will expect them in very shortly, and I will try and keep my eye out for them. Maple Motorsport in. I can see from where we are. Also, the Teesside Academy car is in.
Yeah.
The other advantage, of course, of this 2:45 stop, minimum pit stop time, it does mean you're not necessarily hampered too much by queuing for fuel.
No, well,
it was 2.5 minutes last year, and it was 2.5 minutes the year that we raced in it, and we still found that we could fuel comfortably.
We had about 20 seconds, didn't we, in the pit bay before we started rolling?
At least, yeah. At least before we needed to start rolling down the pit lane at a walking pace as well. So plenty of time, especially with the 15 seconds added on, that you might not even lose anything by having to queue for the fuel bay. I will bring you up to date on that, because I'm going to...
Well, I'm having a look at Core Blimey Racing, who did have to queue a little bit, and I'm going to see when what their pit stop time was for the CBR 113. They've gone back out onto track now. 2 minutes and 54 seconds, 9 seconds off the optimum pit stop time, Tom.
Still not terrible. 9 seconds is a lot, but not terrible, and that's with queuing for fuel. So, yeah, it's with this extra time that we've been given as the minimum pit stop time, it's not hampering people too much to have to queue for fuel. Who have we got in there, David? That is MPMC 101 are in. They're currently third in rookie. What's happened to Teesside Academy 2? Because
well, they're in the pit. They've fueled. They've been fueling for a while. They're in the pits now. They're 2 minutes and 20 and are...
Right, so they're going to be heading and rolling down the pit lane now.
2 minutes 20, but they're just doing their driver change. Nick Smales out. Looks like we've got Paul Swan.
They had to queue for fuel.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
But that's them on screen now. So Paul Swan heading out. And it looks like they're not going to be too far off. 2:38,
Maple
2:39,
Motorsport
2:40 now.
over 3 minutes for Maple Motorsport, Tom, in the pit. As our TRX rookie.
Well, the battle for overall victory in rookie class, I think he's going to be fought out between Teesside Academy 2 and Idamos. And Idamos, of course, lost 42 seconds with the spin on the back straight. So leader, overall leader of the race, Titan Motorsport, by default of pit stops. Titan Motorsport now in. They've been in for 30 seconds already and are receiving fuel.
Yeah, so they're going to fuel up. So that just leaves TRX Pro, Barbarians, Apex Twin Selected Works and TVP with the first of them, the karts that have already pitted, which is Chrono Team Racing, who were the race leader, who will have extended their lead, Tom, I think, to nearly 40 seconds over Core Blimey in the 113 now. But it could well be that TRX, one of the pro teams, leads, and indeed they do now, Tom. They've pushed the fuel envelope out to 146, and will other teams be looking at this now? Will they be looking and seeing whether...
Teesside Tigers in.
Yeah, but basically whether other teams can extend their fuel window to that 145, potentially 150. Can anybody go deep? And I'll tell you what, Race for Ruben are back in the pit lane and waiting. No, not in, but they're in the pit lane waiting. Now, they've already been in and they've already fueled, so do they have another problem? Is there a potential for a second pit stop for Race for Ruben? Or is it a timing issue that they're looking at? I don't know. We'll figure it out at some point, I'm sure. It's definitely not Tigers that are in, Tom, because they've just gone. I think that's Barbarians.
Oh, I think it is Barbarians. I think you're right. Yeah, my apologies.
In fact,
I saw the orange
it is
Bigfoot
showing
panel.
them as in. Who was it that I wanted to find out in terms of their time in the pits? It was Academy 2 who had to fuel. 3 minutes and 36. They've done really well to get up there, Tom, and because they had to queue, they've lost nearly a minute.
Well, they've lost 45 seconds.
TRX Pro are in, which means we've got a battle on now between Apex Twin Selected Works and TVP as to who can go the longest on one tank of fuel. 1 hour and 47 minutes. I mean, Have they remembered that they have to fuel? Has anybody told them? Apex Twin.
Well, we're going to find out in a few minutes, aren't we?
Apex Twin Select Works, who are a rookie team, lead the Le Mans 24-hour kart race here.
Qualified P30.
On 101 laps because they haven't fueled yet.
So qualified P30. So they are by far and away our furthest movers up the field by dint of not pitting yet. TVP Racing come through and take second place away. Chrono Team Racing 2.8 seconds behind TVP Racing in third place. Of course, they have stopped, so they are our default leader. Chrono Team Racing still.
Sorry.
What's got you excited there, David?
The other Apex Twin kart, the 35, coming to say hello to our camera. There, I believe, is your leader on the screen in the white suit, yellow helmet, heading up and round turn number 1. The number 5, let's give him a shout out if I've got a yellow helmet. I have Steve and Brett. They're both quick. The Bretts, Tom. The Peter Brett in the 3 was rapid when that kart was going well early doors. Stephen Brett in the Apex Twin Selected Work rookie entry, having not pitted yet, currently leads this race by 33 seconds from the 27 TVP Racing Pro Class entry, Club Class entry, who also have not pitted, and we are heading. They're going to have done 1 hour and 50 minutes on a tank of fuel, and potentially could this see longer fuel stints for other teams as well, now they know it can be done?
Right, what I'm going to point out is what I was saying earlier on about Race for Ruben marching back up the order. Once Apex Twin and TVP pit, Race for Ruben will be P9, 2 laps down on the leader, on the default leader, Chrono Team Racing, once they cycle back through. But what they are doing is by far and away the quickest lap times on circuit. They're nearly a second a lap faster than anybody else on track.
Right,
They're the only team in the 102s.
Who's in it then? Let's find out who's in that.
I think it's
race.
still Owen Burton.
Surely he's not double stacked in this weather.
Well, he has, because they had an early pit stop.
Yeah.
So he's just gone out and remained in the car. I'm sure it is.
It is literally a stint and a half.
But they're going to be P9, I think. Maybe even P8.
They'll be heading towards us shortly, will Race for Ruben, out from that far end of the circuit.
They're 10 seconds off Team Rango.
It is Owen Burton double stacking that.
Yeah, he's coming towards us now through the chicane. And they are absolutely flying. I'm going to get his lap time across the line this time. Another 102.8. Your leader did a 102.8 as well, so they've picked up the pace. The only other team in the 102s, Dr. Vapes, P7. Everybody else in the 103s.
Another penalty coming in there, Tom. The 676, the third of the TRX Motorsport TRX rookie, underweight, and it is a 5-lap penalty for being underweight as TVP pit from second place.
An hour and 51 minutes they've managed. Apex Twin Selected Works still out there. They're going to be coming up on 2 hours on a tank of fuel in this heat.
Yeah, just having a quick look. It was Tom Rollins in the TVP machine. They were 30th overall, 11th in higher club last year, were TVP. They picked out of second place at the time. Apex Twin Selected Works are in the final pit stop of the first pit stop cycle. 1 hour and 51 minutes on a tank of fuel for Apex Twin Selected Works.
To put it in perspective, they've got 13 minutes further on their fuel than our race leader has, and that elevated them up to the front of the race. Now, the way you win a 24-hour race, the way you win an endurance race is, yes, of course, drive fast, B, have mechanical sympathy, but C, stay out of the pits.
Strategy, yeah.
Stay out of the pits. It's 2 minutes and 45 seconds for every pit stop. If you can save yourself 1, even 2 pit stops in a 24-hour race, That's over 5 minutes. That's over 5 laps.
And this is why your conduct on track is important as well, because if you get a black flag and you have to come in just to talk to the clerk, you can't refuel, you can't change your driver, I don't believe. But after he's had the 30 minutes of telling you off, you've still got to wait the other 2 minutes to go back out.
Well, indeed. I mean, I said they'd say 5 laps over the course of a race. Currently, of course, we're only, we're coming up on 2 hours into this one. But 5 laps takes you all the way down to 34th place. So by not pitting or saving yourself a pit stop, by the end of this race, you're going to be 10 to 15 places further up the order.
Yeah, Met Police are in, Tom, and I don't think that's on schedule. I think it's for the 99, although he is down.
I don't think they're far off,
no,
to
yeah,
be
he's
honest.
down for fuel. They did pit early, didn't they? Back in the live chat, just really quickly, Brembo Spin saying, didn't know that there was a karting 24-hour of Le Mans. Absolutely. Hope you're enjoying this race. We are 2 hours into the 24. Simon Russell asking out who was out in the race for Ruben. We've just addressed that without seeing the comment. Cole Clark Racing up 8 places in the early part of the race. They're confirming. Gavin Kerrs, big fan of the nickname for Jean-Claude Van Sam. Our absolute unit, the human fork truck, in one of our mechanics. Emily W saying, when did the race start? So that was 11 o'clock UK time, 12 o'clock over here in France. Dolly P saying, great commentary, and shout out to Tilda in the TRX. Now they've had a really tough start of TRX 676. They just need to enjoy the experience now, because they are down the order because they have picked up penalties for being underweight, unfortunately. I'm currently, Tom, looking at the time, about an hour behind on the live chat. It has gone absolutely crazy, the live chat. So let's have a quick rattle through those that I haven't seen. Mandy Walters, thank you for getting in touch. She's supporting Cole Clark Racing. Maz P as well, also supporting Cole Clark Racing. They have got a fan club and a half of CCR. Botan Ayan saying, good luck to Dr. Vapes. Is there a timing link? Yes, there is. Google Le Mans Karting 2, the number, Apex timing. It will be the top link. You'll find it. It'll be there. It's got Le Mans Karting 24 hour in the top left corner.
Apex Twin Selected Works. I was bigging them up for going extremely long and trying to save themselves a pit stop. They've just done a 3:09 pit stop, so they
didn't have to queue either. That's the
so
problem.
what they saved in going long, they've just lost by having a slow stop. Almost 30 seconds longer, 25 seconds longer than it needed to be. So not ideal for them. They've returned to the track in P18. Race for Ruben, 8th place as it's shaken out now, as I thought it would be. So 8th place for Race for Ruben. A couple of tenths now off the pace as Corno Team Racing and Core Blimey 113 have now bedded themselves in. Both doing 102.7s that time around, although 38 seconds apart. So they're almost on complete opposite ends of the track at the moment, 1st and 2nd place. Titan Motorsport, through all that, have come out in 3rd. With Track Limits by Storm Group in 4th. So our first 4 runners are all in the elite class.
Spin at turn 9. Sorry, Tom, we're just trying to get on there. Is that FRS Lemon in the 333? It is. And they're struggling to get away, which suggests one of their engines has stalled. Expect to see them in the pit lane in a few moments' time.
So, yeah, not ideal for FRS Lemon. They're currently in 42nd place overall. But, yeah, so our elite runners currently holding the first 4 positions. So the cream is certainly rising to the top. Teesside Tigers, meanwhile, P12 as well, from their qualifying position of 38th. So through pit stops, through mechanical issues for everybody else, as we said at the opening to the stream, they will keep it clean. They finished 2nd overall last year. They will march forward through the order, and they're already knocking on the door of the top 10. And in fact, they are only 5 and a bit seconds off the top 10.
CVRCZ says we definitely need a Cutting It Fine award, Tom, for the team that gets closest to hitting that 2 minutes and 45 pit stop time. Quad has gone out onto track. Have we got gravel down the far end to
no, because he's not dragging the sweeper.
He leaves it up there.
Does he?
Goes and collects it.
Oh, okay. I thought he had it here in the pit bay.
We'll see. We may go FCY. Having a quick look again, just to rattle through some of these. AB saying good luck to Chris Palmer. He's going to be shortly out in the TRX 276. I imagine he already is now, as I'm slightly behind on the live chat. Angie Fox Whiteley, good luck to Optimum Motorsport. Hope the weather's not too hot. Looking forward to Cake Chat, or Parler de Gâteau, if the translation is correct, Tom. Hugo 27 would like some camera on Salient Racing. We'll try and pick them up a little bit later on. And Adam Webster saying, watching from Brisbane in Australia, wanted to say it's great to see Maple Motorsport moving into the top 10. Keep it up. So we've got about another 20 minutes of live chat to get through, but I'll get to them shortly, Tom. We are...
Track Limits by Storm Group just taking third place away from Titan Motorsport. Race for Ruben also taking 7th place away from Team Rango, so they're right in that fight now. Although they're in the elite class, but they're in that fight for the top 3 places in club, which has been raging since the start of the race. They've been working together a lot, to be fair, but Dr. Vapes, Bargain Racing and Team Rango have been very close on track.
A pit stop in for the 777 of JJR, who were one of the first teams in after a trip into the gravel early doors for that 777 machine.
Pro class leader still Teesside Academy, but they're down in P9, so the clubs are actually the top 3 clubman karts are actually in front of our pro teams. Barbarians in second in class in that one, they are P12, and TRX Pro are in P15, third place in class. Your rookie class, Teesside Academy 2.
Full course yellow, Tom. We've gone to a full course yellow. As I think we're going to have a bit of a track clear up for gravel down the far end, which is usually the cause of a full course yellow, unless it's a kart recovery. But
I think he has attached the sweeper.
Yeah, so whilst we have a sweeper, we're 2 hours in. I'm going to ask Tom to go and get some tasty beverages, and I will run you through the order 2 hours into this 24-hour kart race. There's the sweeper.
There's the sweeper. Sorry, I put my mic off for a minute. There it is.
There we go. So that's why we've gone full course yellow, because you don't want to emerge round turn 1 and find the camo quad. So we'll recover gravel off the circuit down the far end up at turn number 1. 2 hours in then to the 2025 running of the Le Mans 24-hour kart race. Chrono Team Racing have a gap pre-yellow flag of 39 seconds. That's gone out to 43 as the full course yellow comes out. So Chrono Team Racing from Core Blimey Racing and Track Limits by Storm Group in third place. Titan Motorsport are P4. Dr. Vapes are class leading in 5th place. The number 30 club entry in P5 in front of Bargain Racing, who are also in their class. Race for Ruben, despite an off-kilter pit stop with a problem in the number 95, are in 7th place. Team Rango are in 11th. Teesside Academy, lead pro in 9th place. Oscar Waugh took that kart originally. We'll try and figure out who is in it since the pit stop. We'll pick them up shortly. LMS are 4th in the pro class, in the club class in 10th place. Teesside Tigers 11th. Barbarians in 12th. And then your leading rookie entry for Teesside Academy 2 in 13th place. CBA are in 14th. TRX Motorsport Pro P15 in front of Maple Motorsport, who are 16th, with CBR, the second of the 2 CBR entries, 3 entries, the second of them in 17th place. Apex Twin Selected Works are in 18th. Team Yellow 555 are P19. Cartwheelers complete your top 20. In front of Met Police Motor Club 101, Cole Clark Racing, Optimum Motorsport are 23rd and complete the top half of the field as we have 46 entries. 24th is TVP, who went long on fuel in 24th place. Barry R's Wacky Racers 25th, CBR 313 in 26th place. Idamos are 27th, Prism in 28th, with Century Sim Racing 29th in front of Met Police Motor Club 999. 31st is Tynes Mayfair. They're in front of RD Kart Sport in 32nd. Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat, Apex Twin Racing and Quick Finishers are in 35th. Salient Racing are 36th. Wrong Direction are in 42nd with King Brothers Racing, KBR, in 38th. TRX Motorsport Rookie are in 39th, despite a 5-lap penalty for being underweight earlier on. JJR Racing are in 40th. Mastercard Slola are in 41st, but are in the pits and up on the mechanic stand, as are the number 3, one of the early pace setters, Apex Twin, are in with another problem in that number 3 machine that drops them down into 34th place. Back into the order, 42nd FRS Lemon in front of Team Yellow 554, TRX Club, the 476 entry, Energy Racing and Apex Twin ECR in 35th place. So, under the full course yellow, Chrono Team Racing lead, and they are at the opposite end of the circuit to Corblimey Racing, the 113 entry, who are in second. And we are back to full green flag conditions, and almost immediately a kart round down the far end. That looks like it's Century Sim in the 59, the first one, and that looks like one of the TRX entries. Indeed it is, the 476 going round contact down the far end of the circuit.
So, just having a look down the order for some battles that we've got ongoing. Looks like we've got Titan Motorsport still holding on to the back of Track Limits by Storm Group for the final step of the podium. Immediately behind them is Dr. Vapes, who have really had a good opening start to this race of Dr. Vapes. They qualified in P11. And they did have them marked down from the results in practice, where they finished P14. And I had them down as a potential club victory. I even wrote it.
You did?
Potential club victory. And they are currently leading the clubman class by 32 seconds now from Bargain Racing. So Dr. Vapes have got their heads down and kept it clean for that opening stint and a bit now. Race for Ruben just taken P6 on the road from Bargain Racing. So as we spoke about Bargain Racing just there, they've now been overtaken by Race for Ruben, who 30 seconds to catch now up to Dr. Vapes. And then we will have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of elite teams. So showing that the class system does work here. The elite teams are making their way towards the front. In fact, we've only got 2 other elite teams who aren't now inside the top 6, and that's Teesside Tigers in 11th, who have done a brilliant job making their way through from their qualifying place of 38th. And the other one is Optimum Motorsport, who we saw in with the mechanical issue during that first stint. And they are currently in 21st.
Update from Cole Clark, because they normally send me a message to let us know where driver changes. We've now got Lau in that car taking over the number 19 machine. Let's have a quick look again, live chat, see who else we've got. Alex Owen getting in touch, who I've known for a while now, back from my CKC commentary days. Thank you much for getting in touch and saying good afternoon to the both of us. And Illustrated Lefty saying good luck to FRS Lemon. Will Folks now in the 113 Corblimey racing kart that was started by Ed Bars.
So we've got a few more pit stops taking place at the moment. Mastercard Salola.
They've been in the pits they were in the pits for a long time.
They are still in the pits.
Yeah, well, they
over
were
7 minutes now.
They've just gone through the fuel bay. They were up on the mechanic stand.
Apex Twin Racing number 3, 5-minute stop for them because they are currently still on the mechanic bay. So they were P2 for a very long time.
That's a very angry wasp that's attacking.
Put something over top of can, David.
I'm currently shadow boxing a wasp, Tom.
Just put a piece of paper over it.
I'm going to put my hat on it.
Ah, good shout.
Put my hat on it. There we go.
What? Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Wasp issues here.
Wasp issues.
Don't knock your can over.
No, there we go. Look, there we go. Now it's confused him. He's turned his attention to me.
Run away! Big group of karts here. After we've had the full course yellow, this has clearly formed a train up that's currently, is that the 35? That's in front of Titan Motorsport. It's the 20, it's the track limits kart. So that's the battle for third place that we're looking at. Track limits by Storm Group. Titan Motorsport in behind, and right behind them, Dr. Vapes. So third, fourth and fifth on the road.
I wonder who's in that Dr. Vapes kart now, Tom, in the number 30. They enter under the Danish flag every year. And
yes, they do.
I'm still trying to figure out which of them is Danish, because I don't think any of them are. In fact, Mo Hassan now has moved to Dubai.
Yes, on your notes you've got now living in Dubai.
They're also very helpful in providing us with the phonetic pronunciation of some of their drivers, which I greatly appreciate. So I'm trying to figure out who's in that number 30, roughly where that number 30 is.
They're right at the front of this group, I think. It's heading towards turn 9 now. Or they're in with them. Dr. Vapes have actually taken fourth place away from Titans on that lap.
Oh, that wasp's come back and he's brought a mate. I'm still trying to pick out where that 30 is, roughly, on my timing.
I'll try and find Titans, because they've got a very distinctive Bigfoot Nassau panel. Race for Ruben. They've dropped a few seconds because they were in that massive train of karts post yellow flag. They got caught up in that and it's lost them a few seconds, but they've now cleared that group. Has Owen Burton moved his way through. He's now got a bit of fresh air in front of him to move through. Jeez, peeps, man. He is persistent, this wasp. Go on, mate.
He needs to be introduced to that clipboard at a fair rate of knots, Tom. Don't waft it at me! Waft it away! Waft it away, man!
I've lost my headset now. I can't hear out. The wasps disrupted us.
Alexander Tordov saying big up and good luck to Energy Racing with Go On Sun in that kart, which will be Daniel Tordov.
Do you know what? I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to get rid of this wasp once and for all.
Go and take a shoe to it. Maz P with Cole Clark Racing saying that they're up to position 22 with 22 hours of the race to go, and then 2222 is often seen as an angel number. Hugo 27 just helping out with some live timing for those that are asking. With Big OC in Indonesia watching Titan Motorsport saying good luck to Andy O'Neill. AB saying TRX's penalty has apparently been removed. I'll have a quick look at that. Still showing on timing. I'll have a quick refresh. It's still there, so we'll update on that as we go along. But at the moment, still showing. Hugo 27 again supporting Salient Racing. Jack Collinson getting in touch from up in the northeast, although saying that the race looks very cool and must enter one day. So Jack, junior Rotax driver from Hartlepool in the United Kingdom, currently racing in the UK in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, and I'm sure that you would love this event. Get yourself signed on. Find a team for the British in a couple of weeks as well, Jack. Weekend after Kart Masters over in the UK. Tom, hello.
Hello. I'm going to steal your headset for a minute.
Fantastic. Well,
I'm going to give David a couple of minutes off so he can
fight the wasps.
Fight the wasps and go and have a little comfort break. I'm going to hand the headset over to Jonathan Allen of Cartwheelers. So our first guest.
Ask him why he doesn't do the T-side sprint anymore. Because I'm not very good.
So our first guest into, well, it's not really a commentary box, is it? It's into the commentary gazebo yeah. In the pit lane here at Le Mans. So welcome, Jonathan. Driving for Cartwheelers, qualified P37, and the kart is currently in P34.
Yeah.
So it doesn't sound too bad when you put it like that. However,
we've just had an exhaust fault, so
right.
Yeah. So we've just been in the pits there for about 5 minutes with an exhaust fault, but in my first stint managed to get up to 8, which is obviously good fun. I know there's a lot of people there, but it is very challenging out there, I have to say.
In terms of temperatures, traffic,
it's not the temperatures, it's the temperature with the tyres. I'm coping myself, but the tyres are getting too hot, and it's
I found yesterday when we were doing some kart testing, and I was just trying to get some laps in just to say, oh, I've done it this year and all. I've been out there, I know what I'm talking about. I found it was as you come through the long right-hander, what I like to call the horseshoe.
Yeah.
That's, you put a lot of load into the rear left tyre at that
definitely.
Point. And I found that was the place of worst grip, should we say.
Yeah. It's like you say, it's the midsection for me. You can just feel you're going down the straight, first corner. It's just, you've got no grip anymore. You have to change your lines every single lap. Especially in the middle part of the track, it's extremely difficult at the moment. But we're still got another 22 hours left, so hopefully we can keep moving up the grid.
It's the technical section of the track, that, isn't it?
Definitely.
The long, well, it's almost a 360-degree right-hander followed by a 180 left that then takes you out towards the back straight. A lot of cornering involved in that. How are the fronts holding up? Are you getting much understeer from it being too hot? Or
the turning point's okay. It's just the rears are just wanting to constantly slide out when you're going through the corners. The car's responding really well, to be fair, in compared to what it was in practice when our tracking was all over. The only problem we've got at the moment is we've got quite a lot of vibration coming through the steering wheel, so we're having to put up with that for now. But other than that,
what do you think's causing that?
I'm not sure. It could just be we had issues with the tracking to start with. The rear axle was also loose in practice, so good job we got that sorted before the race. But I'm not sure. It's something to live with. The car's fast enough at the moment. It just you come off with quite sore hands.
Yeah, well, that's always the case, isn't it, with these endurance stints? How long was your stint?
1 hour 45.
Right. Okay. So good length as well.
Yeah, we were running low on fuel, so we pitted at the right time, really.
And did you do the exhaust at the same time? Or
no,
have you had to make an extra stop?
We've had to make an extra stop.
Right.
That's why we've dropped right back down again, unfortunately. Yeah. So it's what it is, isn't it? We've still got 22 hours left to go.
Exactly, and there'll be plenty of others that will have mechanical issues throughout that time as well. So that's just the nature of endurance racing that happens. But if you can keep out the pits,
fingers crossed.
Still in with a good chance. So. We are currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in the pro class as well, and around about, where are we? 7 laps down on the leader, and leader in pro is about 33 seconds off the lead. It looks
miles away.
A lap and a half off the lead is Teesside Academy. So long way to go, though, as you say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we just need to get our head down now and keep our fingers crossed that we don't have any more issues. We've got a fast enough team. We know what we can do, and we just need to get our groove and crack on.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
cheers.
It's been a pleasure. Right.
We'll keep up to date with what's going on, and you know where we are. We're on YouTube comments. You can always have a wander up as well and have a little chat with us and give some updates as the race goes on.
Yeah. I'm just going to do a shout out to my nephews, Ollie and Finley. You're absolutely mint.
Normally people go, can I do a shout out? And then just do it straight away, and we go, Well, you've just done it. Cheers, Jonathan. Thank you very much for joining us here in the commentary gazebo. So just keeping my eye on Race for Ruben's recovery again. I know I keep mentioning him a lot, but that's because we've had a lot to talk about with them. 30 seconds now off of Dr. Vapes for 5th place. Oh, hang on, David, you've cut me off again.
Sorry, I'm back. I've just been and spoke with the mechanics, and I've told the rest of the mechanics about John-Claude Van Sam,
yes.
The human fork truck, the unit.
Yes.
And then they've then told him about it.
Oh, okay. So is he going to forcibly eject you from the commentary gazebo in a moment?
They call him Love Island.
I was drinking at the time that you said that. Then I was having a little sip of Coke, and I very nearly spat it all over your
On the way in this morning, you said, "What's the secret of comedy?" It's timing.
Love Island. Good God.
He's straight from here, straight to Castor and Moore. The fact that you laughed means you know what that is.
Oh, I'm assuming that's where they go. Optimum Motorsport, just cutting in there. Optimum Motorsport setting a personal best lap on lap 126 of... put my teeth in. Lap 126 of the race.
So, well, I guarantee Nottage isn't in it because he was in a paddling pool about 25 minutes ago. So that narrows it down to...
Another paddling pool, or was he in the Cole Clark one?
No, I think they've got their own paddling pool. What? So that narrows it down to Goff or Fox Whiteley. I think it's Goff. I think
it's Goff? Because I can't see a fluorescent yellow helmet out there.
Coming up the straight here, heading into the chicane, there is a Team UK suit and a fluoro yellow helmet.
Oh, okay.
It is Goff.
I'll give you that. So Lewis Goff heading down the start-finish straight and into turn 1. Putting in that team's fastest lap of the race, a 1:02.5 last time around as well. 0.3 quicker than the leader. Second fastest car on circuit that time around as well. So they are really picking up the pace now.
Yeah, after the early problem with the loose cable on the spark plug cap.
They're the last team that are 2 laps down. So the next team behind them is Met Police Motor Club 101. They're 3.6 seconds behind, but they are 3 laps down, which says that the leader is between them somewhere, between 20th and 21st place in terms of lapping people for the 3rd time. Such is the pace of Chrono Team Racing. Core Blimey Racing have closed up a lot. I think that's due to the full course yellows that we've had. They were over 38 seconds behind. Now they're 16.8. That's over 20 seconds they caught up during the full course yellows. Track limits by Storm Group a further 27 seconds behind, but they then have Titan Motorsport and Dr. Vapes
really close
right
them,
in behind.
Right, let's see if we can pick out where that 20 is and if we can get them on track.
Well, one group of 3 that's nose to tail.
So they're past the first sector mark, so see if we can try and pick up the number 20. I'll try and find where they are just to give a team a rough direction of when they come towards us. For that track limits by Storm Kart.
Sorry for the pause in commentary, folks, but we're scanning the track at the moment, trying to pick out where this group is. so that we can direct our camera people. No, that's not them.
No,
Are they coming towards us now?
They're in this train of carts here.
Well.
They are. It's the second one. The black Nassau panel is the.
Well, fifth in that group is Owen Genman with a bright fluorescent yellow helmet. So Genman's now taken over Titan Motorsport, and he's just moved into fourth in that train.
And there we go, Tom. We've clocked them.
So here we are. They're on screen, side by side, two abreast into the horseshoe section.
So the 20 is Helmi Amrouni in the Track Limits by Storm group, the Tunisian driver. Currently in that third place. Titan and Dr. Vapes closing down. Have we had it was Andy O'Neill in the Titan.
Yeah, it's Genman now. Owen
Genman
Genman's
now
taken
in the
over.
car, and we'll try and pick out who's in the Dr. Vapes number 30 entry. Who I think might be Marcel Hemalevsky in that car. He's got a black suit, white helmet coming up there, and that's
side by side through turn 9 as well.
One of them looked to the right and didn't realise there was a cart on his left, and nearly introduced him to Destination Tyre Wall.
That did get a little bit exciting there.
And now that's obviously allowed the Track Limits cart to break away slightly. I think, is it?
Is that Dr. Vapes? Have they now overtaken Titan, or is that Titan coming back through on them? I'm not sure.
So, no, I think we've got going round turn 6.
Oh, hang on, Dr. Vapes have dropped a huge amount. They've lost 10 seconds on that lap. 11 seconds. Where did they go off?
Well, were they the cart that got squeezed up the far end and then slow and falling behind traffic? So they were right up on the back, Dr. Vapes. We'll see whether they peel off into the pits or whether it's a more terminal problem. I mean, to be fair, even Titan have dropped 1.2 off the back, and it's about traffic management now. They're coming through a huge gaggle of carts in front of them.
And it's about being clean and picking them off.
Yeah, that's the track limit cart there. That's Helmi Hamrouni in that number 20. Just come through. In fact, no, I don't think it was. I think it's just two drivers in very similar suits that we've picked up. We'll come back to it in a few moments, I'm sure. We've got a yellow flag because we've got a stationary cart on the outside of turn 6. That's going to try and be restarted. Outside of turn 6,
We'll try and pick them up on camera. There they are, just in the middle of the shot there.
Full course yellow, Tom. Full course yellow.
Unsurprisingly for recovery of that one. So another full course yellow. So Core Blimey Racing 113, last two full course yellows have significantly benefited from the full course yellow situation,
well,
to the tune of 20 seconds.
Yeah, if the leader backs them up, it's going to allow them those to close back
to their
in.
credit, is the right thing to do.
So
Chrono Team Racing, but we are very much aware that lap times are being monitored under full course yellows, and they should really be down in sort of the 1 minute 20 second barrier bracket as a minimum.
If
really.
I was the race leader here, I would back the whole field up. Back them up, because then I'm going to have 4 or 5 laps of clear track where my nearest rival's got to come through the traffic, and you're just going to extend your lead back out.
But that 18 seconds that they've got over Core Blimey Racing at the moment, that's going to be nothing, isn't it?
Yeah. So
although they've got to come through the traffic.
So just back them up.
Are you going to are you going to gain another 18 seconds on them again?
No,
that's the question. So I'm sure they're deliberating on the chrono pit wall.
Well, yeah, and for those teams that don't have a strategist, Tom and I are available for the small fee of a bag of Haribo.
Well, you sell yourself very cheaply, David.
I know. Oh, Porsches. Porsches on the Circuit de la Sarthe. Well, some of
Through
it.
the Porsche curves?
Through the Porsche curves, round karting.
That's convenient, isn't it?
Mm.
So this one is being recovered now, so we expect to go green pretty quickly, unless we've got to do a track clean-up as well.
Yeah. Who's bringing...
I can see Nigel readying the radio. Clark, of course, Nigel.
It's KBR again. King Brothers Racing in the 7 are back in.
And we are green flag underway and racing once again, back up to full speed. And we were in the 1 minute 15, 16s and 20s and things like that, so everybody did slow down significantly that time around and under that full course yellow.
Yeah,
and the gap to Core Blimey Racing from Chrono actually went out by a couple of seconds, so that's sort of starting to equal itself out a little bit.
Confirmation in the live chat from DJB730. It is Marcel Hemalevsky in that kart for Dr. Vapes in the 30. So they did lose a little bit of time, around about 10 seconds. How's it panned out for them, Tom, with the FCY? Have they closed up?
13 seconds back they are now.
So lost time as well.
Only a couple of seconds.
Under the FCY as KBR pushed the kart in. And again, it's Tom, in the pit bay when they come in, when the engine isn't on, they turn. How long had they been out? Has he run out of fuel? Straight down to the fuel bay. He's run it dry. How long was he out? Let me check.
I think you might be right, Dave. I think they might have run out of fuel.
He pitted on lap 66.
And they've now done 100 and... where are they?
No, he was on track for 1 hour and 6. But if he didn't fuel when they came in with their other problem at 34 minutes, that's about 1 hour and 40. Which we know they can go a little bit longer, but if they did, basically what you have to say is when they're filling up with fuel, if you're not happy with the amount... Oh, yeah. Come on.
That thimble full of fuel that you don't quite get in the tank sometimes can be the difference between you making the fuel bay in a queue
it is
or
right,
not.
I've just seen Paul Wood had to go down and blow the fuel back through.
Yes, and they're really trying hard to fire up these engines as well.
So KBR, who did have a mechanical problem earlier, have now got one at their own cause. With a Peter Stockwith, I think, still in that kart from earlier, Tom. And if it is Peter Stockwith. Met Police Motor Club are in with a problem. They're up onto the ramp.
Which one, 101 or 999?
999, so it must be an emergency.
And the second trip to the mechanics bay for the 999.
There they are.
So it's having the engines revved, so that usually sounds like either, usually that means that either A, there's a misfire, or B, there's a problem with the brake.
Yeah. So.
Shall T-side Ted head into action?
There he is on the. That's Jean-Claude Van Sam on the right-hand side. Size of that, honestly, them arms, Tom, they're massive.
All right, David. Do you want to go and put some baby oil on him or something?
Not really.
Right.
My wife might have some questions.
Wind it in.
Right, let's have a quick live chat. Captain John saying how long left? Well, we've got... Let's have a quick look. 21 and a half hours of the 2025 running of the London 24. So plenty of time left yet. Outside temperature apparently is 29 degrees. It's probably a little bit cooler than yesterday. There's a little bit more breeze today than there was yesterday. Yesterday it was just like you could almost see the air. It was that thick yesterday. Lemon Pie saying, can you get a shout out for Simon in quick finishes? Let me have a quick look for Simon's surname. Simon Fulton for quick finishes. So yeah, you can have a shout out. And DJB confirming 4 classes. Yeah, we've got Elite. So obviously not on the screen, but if you have a look at live timing, Elite are grey backgrounds, Pro are yellow background, Club is a red background, and our novice runners are the green background. 57 are in.
It's misfiring, the 999.
57 are in, and they're having a talking to.
Oh dear.
I think that's too fast under yellows.
Driver's got his arms folded as well, so not happy.
57 of Prism. Could be. I'm trying to pick out who's in that. That's not a race suit. I don't think I've got on my list.
So, under full course yellow, a 1 minute 11, yeah, maybe. But then they did a 121, so
yeah,
maybe not that. I'll go and find out from Nigel what the telling off is for, but he's certainly making them wait.
Oh, I know who it is because I've got a comment that says he might use his TWM suit, and that's definitely a Tim Wilson Motorsport. Whatever the conversation was, I don't think he agreed with it because he shook his head when he was leaving. But it's not the type of battle you're going to win with the Clark. Tom is off to find out what indiscretion that was. He's off to have a chat with Nigel, our Clark for the 24 hours. Martin Ferguson saying spare a thought for Ben Higgins in the number 70 LMS. Arrived from Singapore Thursday night. All 6 foot 6 inches have been crammed in. So yeah, we feel for that fitting into these carts. Martin Webster saying go Maple Motorsport. And Kyle Burns saying all the best to the teams and drivers from AMC Racing. We'll see them in a month's time at the British 24-hour race at Teesside Autodrome. One of 20 owner car entries are AMC Racing, and along with 67 hire car entries, the hire carts that we're seeing on track right now. Tom, update from the pit lane. So
overtaking under full course yellow.
Oh.
And then following that being a silly Billy.
Oh, was that Nigel's exact words?
No.
No.
But I have paraphrased to be being a bit of a silly Billy around turn 9. And then also once received a black flag, then took another 2 times past of receiving black flags before actually coming in. So that was why there was a lengthy talking to rather than a just stop, this is what you've done, and away you go.
He's compounded the error as well, Tom, by going straight out of the pit lane at 1 minute and 57 seconds, and that's going to add an extra, deduct 2 laps from him as well in the 57. So he's been a very silly Billy now, Tom, which is the step up from just being a silly Billy.
That's adrenaline and a red mist has come down, and an error's been made because of that. Bear with me 2 seconds. I'm just going to have a chat with who's popped up to see us.
Straight through, unfortunately, for the 57 at Prism. Wrong number hang up saying Century Sim, who's doing the stint now? We have a problem letting you know who is in the Century Sim car on the grounds that they all wear the same colour race suit and all have a white helmet, which means it's definitely one of them. We just don't know which one of them. So it could be Stuart Nunnan, it could be Pete Harrod, it could be Matty Sakovic, it could be Will Stockton. We don't know. They normally have their name down the side of their suit. It's definitely not Will Stockton. He's already been out, I think. Well, I say that. It might not be. We'll try and confirm, but it's always difficult with Century Sim. They are very coordinated in their fashion. But makes it very difficult because they all look exactly the same. Update from... Sorry, just having a quick look from Cole Clark Racing with Barry Packer, who's just finished the first stint. He's confirmed that it's very hot out there.
So it was Matilda Blue Williams' dad from TRX Motorsport Rookie, the 676, who popped up and it was instructed to come up and say hello.
By
his wife.
Oh, I thought if it was Tilda, I was like, no, go and fetch her and bring her, and she can
bring her before us.
She can tell us herself, and then she'll get an interview.
But yes,
So-
do that as well.
Yes, exactly. So
I'm told she's struggling with rear tyres, to which I said, well, everybody is.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't worry too much about it.
No. Oh, so she's on track right now.
And Dolly, as I dip into the live chat comments, Dolly has immediately said, shout out to Tilda Blue. Well, we have just done that.
We have just done that. Mass
go.
P saying, enjoy your pizza and chicken, Superman. That must Barry Packer. He's just been called Superman.
Alexandra Tordoff saying, is Chris of Energy Racing in the pits?
The pits are barren at the minute. There is nobody.
No, but
in
they could be
pit
down
lane.
there.
Okay.
Let me have a quick look.
Does it say in?
No.
Then they're out.
Yes.
But are they shaking it all about?
I don't know because my timing's moved. Hold on. I'm actually having to scroll down to find where they are. They are currently P46 and on their outlap. So they were in the pits, but they're now on their outlap.
Yes. Or was he? Yes, he was.
Right, okay. Just an update on some penalties that have been applied now to the teams. It took a few laps for them to come through. So, Quick Finishers Racing, 7 laps down, but they have incurred a 2-lap penalty. TSK-Motorsport Rookie are 9 laps down, and they have incurred a 6-lap penalty. And finally, Prism Racing, who were the ones that we just saw come in, they left the pit, so they got black flagged. They're already 12 laps down. They got black flagged for, as we said, being a silly billy. Then they left the pits far too quickly and well under the 2-minute 45 minimum pit stop time, and so they have received a 2-lap penalty as well.
Idamos are in the pits, Tom, in the number 11 for
I think that's scheduled.
Yeah, I think it is.
Well, they pitched it a little bit. Sorry, I've got a pen in my mouth. That doesn't help when I'm doing commentary, does it?
Does not.
Yeah, so we're, 2 hours 40 into the race now. Yeah, they pitted off schedule earlier on as well, didn't they? So
We've got waved yellows down towards turn 9, but I can't see a cart down there. What's it for, is the question. Tyres, I think. We've had the tyres removed off the curb on the left-hand side, and they are being replaced by a marshal. So
now this happens throughout the race. We
should
bring you up to speed on this as well. So what happens is, as you so driver's just been reminded of pit lane speeding as well, 15 kilometres an hour maximum speed. But as we looked there towards the turn 9 hairpin right at the top of the track, there is there's 2 sets of tyres that are brought in to narrow the entry to turn 9. The reason for that is there's a massive rumble strip. It's really long rumble strip, and it damages the karts if you run over it too much. What tends to happen is the tyres get nudged, shall we say, by the left-hand wraparound bumpers of the karts as they try and maximise the width of the track. Oh, thank you, Paul. I'm just receiving a massage from Paul White. So the tyres get nudged
now you know
out.
how I feel about the lad in the mechanics bay.
So the tyres get pushed further and further left as the race goes on because drivers maximise the width, and in fact you could see a perfect example of it there. And what you tend to do then is, rather than run along the length of the rumble strip, is you'll actually go to the left of the rumble strip completely and cut across it to open up the entry to turn 9. As the race goes on, obviously those tyres move further and further left, and at certain points the marshals go, no, we've had enough of that, and they will reset the tyres back to where they were, which then, believe it or not, actually slows the karts down by around about half a second a lap. So the quickest times will be when those tyres have been nudged. They're not fixed in place for safety reasons. They are there as a deterrent, not as a barrier. But you can move them. Likewise, there's also a set of tyres at on the exit of turn 1 to again narrow the exit of the corner.
To scare you when you go too wide.
Yeah, basically, yeah. But what happens is everybody does run a little bit too
Yeah.
wide, and they get pushed further and further left. And in fairness, I was guilty of doing that myself. I saw the marshal replace it, and the following lap I came through and probably moved them about 2 foot further left because I wasn't happy with where he'd put them back.
Buff. Get them gone.
Yeah. I need speed. So, yeah, I moved them for him. He literally put them back, and a lap later I came through. Yeah, no, I'm not having that. Off you go.
Max again saying, anyone know where live timing is? Yeah, if you just Google Apex timing Le Mans karting 2, it's the top link there. It'll bring up the race. We're 21 hours and 16 away from the checkered flag. So Tom and myself on commentary through until midnight, and then back tomorrow from 8 a.m. in the morning local time, with 7 a.m. UK time. So don't go anywhere. The race will continue through the night, as will the live stream. We'll be back in the morning and to take you through to the checkered flag. Shahib saying afternoon. He was there. He was here last year. He said some of the fleet had brake issues. Well, generally the brake issues generally caused, as we mentioned earlier, by resting your foot on the brake pedal accidentally whilst you're still on the throttle and glazing the brakes. We had a lot of that yesterday. Effectively, normally after the first hour or so, you don't generally have the problem, but it's when you go out and effectively everything's cold, and then you nail the brake on, you sort of do have to warm it up ever so slightly. But to be fair, and I did say this to the mechanics earlier, I went, you've been fairly quiet so far, and then I was told to shush in case I jinxed it.
Yeah, they are genuinely, the mechanics that we have on here work incredibly hard. I mean, they really do. They will
particularly that service window they're just at it relentlessly for like 2 hours, aren't they?
But they'll also be up for 30 hours or so. None of them will sleep. Certainly not for any longer than about 20 minutes through the entire race. I mean, yes, they get breaks and things like that, but they're not going to...
Well, they might have breaks. I don't think they take them. They just carry on.
Yeah, most of them do, to be fair. Yeah, they just go right through. But they do work incredibly hard. And although teams complain sometimes, overly so, I think it's fair to say in some cases, of problems with the karts and things like that, those guys do an incredible job to not only fix any issues that they're presented with, but also do it very, very quickly, because they're fully aware that your race is being impacted by you being on that stand, your kart being on that stand.
Yeah.
And so they get you turned around as fast as they possibly can, and they really do. There's none of them stood around having a brew while it's on the stand or anything like that. It is all hands on deck. There's usually 3 of them. Sometimes there's even 5 of them working on a single car at one time. So, big shout out.
It's not like Talladega Nights where he brings it in the pits and he sees I'm eating ice cream.
No, exactly. But also, I think some of the teams, it's worthwhile saying thank you to them. Although you don't want to be there and you're incredibly disappointed, thank them for their efforts when they've got you back out on track.
Race for Ruben down in the pit lane, waiting the arrival of the number 95 kart that they've valiantly dragged back up to 6th place. Owen Burton doing 1.5 stints effectively. Paul White and Dan Crosley awaiting the arrival of that 95 kart. They'll be on the radio.
It's Owen Burton still in it.
Yeah, it is. So that they're in the pits waiting for the arrival of that car.
Oh, of course, because he's only stopped once, right? Yeah.
So they're basically 1.5.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Stints, because they did pit early and refuel that kart when they had a problem, and they'll consistently now be on the radio of this kart that we can see on the screen there with the orange suit, and it will be very much pit bay is open, pit bay is empty, still empty, and they'll make their way round. Wouldn't be surprised if it stays clear this lap to see that 95 Race for Ruben kart peel off to the left-hand side and into the pit lane. Kart already in though, so I imagine they'll be told to stick it out for one more lap. The 911 car in the pit lane
They've
for
been in a few times, I think.
Barry R's Wacky Racers.
This will be their third stop. No, I correct myself. This is their second stop, and I'm imagining this is scheduled as well. So they were P26, and they're 2 laps ahead of the Cartwheelers, who we just spoke to, Jonathan Allen from Cartwheelers. They are 2 laps ahead of us, so they may get out in and around still that sort of group, and there is quite a group of them in that 8-lap down bracket. I think there's 5 of them on that 1 lap. So they'll be in and around that fight.
So currently keeping an eye there on the number 4 kart of Barbarians, who have made up a place, having overtaken CBA on the previous lap in the number 16 machine. Currently we've got Darren Stanley in that clock. Waved yellow down the far end. Not sure why. I think they're maybe going to put the tyres back in place as Race for Ruben do indeed pit.
Yeah, so they're heading in now for their second stop. The first one was off schedule, as we said. They didn't lose a huge amount of time, maybe a lap, as it's shaken out. But this is their first fully scheduled pit stop, and everything looking fairly controlled at the moment. Only 1 helper allowed in the pit lane. But of course, what you can do is that obviously makes that 2 in a team. So what they've done is they've brought Owen Burton out of the kart and separated him from the kart completely. So what there is now is 2 team members working on lubing the chains, putting the fuel cap on, pushing it around and starting it, so that Owen doesn't have to do that.
And they are just being reminded that it is 1 person to help, not 2 people to help. So they have just been told to finger up 1 person on the kart at a time, and the driver.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, is 1 person and a driver.
Yeah.
But what they did was they sent Owen away, so it was Dan and Paul.
No. But Owen went and told them, it's 1 of you and the driver, not 2 of you. It's 1 and the driver, not just 2 people. The driver is 1 of the 2 people.
Okay.
Because they were told 1 person in pit lane. And they have just been reminded of that.
Okie dokie. So we'll see whether it is now going to be Andrew Delahunty. In fact, if we could cut to our pit lane camera, we may be able to see that.
We'll see where.
There they go. Right, so heading down there. Oh, they are quite far down now, aren't they?
Come back.
But we'll keep an eye on them as they make a stop, and we'll see whether they're going to make a driver change. You would expect that in this heat, and in fact, that does look like a.
That's too big for Delahunty, that.
So who's that then jumping in? Because we've seen Paul and Dan in the pit lane without kit on.
That's Alan Lowe's. I think that's Alan Lowe's.
Not a name I'm familiar with, or overly familiar with.
I think he's done 1 or 2 T-side sprints.
Right.
Alan Lowe's. Did say on his notes might use a grey and blue suit, and that looks like a grey and blue suit. So.
So Barry R's Wacky Racers have now exited the pit, and they are the first team that is 8 laps down. So once all this shakes through, everybody's going to lose around about 3 laps anyway, so they'll be back around 5 laps down off the leader for Barry R's Wacky Racers. Should end up around. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, once it all shakes out, they'll have lost 1 position on track by making a pit stop, such as the gap now between 25th place, 5 laps down, and then 26th, 8 laps down.
2:57 in the pits for race for Ruben, so 12 seconds off the over and above the minimum pit stop time.
It's surprising that we're having teams go significantly longer than this 2:45. When we've added 15 seconds on, and it wasn't difficult to do a 2-minute 30-second.
No,
pit stop.
we were when we raced it in 23, we were doing 2:32s comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, we were sat in the pits in the car waiting to be able to go.
Yeah. So,
not sure what's changed.
I mean, they've got to go a bit further.
Is it because you've got to push it up the hill, maybe?
Well,
and we drove it last year, didn't we?
Well, no, 'cause some of them have been driving it up. Yellows out, carts off down the far end. Don't know if they went in the gravel, because there is about a 2-metre runoff of very bumpy rumble strip before you go in the gravel. You can see it there on the outside, basically the concrete and then the green grass. Giddy up.
It's a big train coming through the chicane here.
Cartwheelers are in the pits in the 34.
Oh, and they're 3 wide going into turn 1.
Good
Who
luck.
was that doing a triple overtake there in this yellow? And then went off in the gravel for good measure. That's the Met Police 999.
That is the police.
So they did a triple overtake down the front straight, and then went over the edge of the rumble strip and caught a bit of gravel just for good measure.
I'm trying to pick out a...
it's a black helmet.
Ian Williamson, I think. Is that a black helmet?
Black helmet and a black and white suit.
Ian's a black helmet, white suit. So...
certainly not hanging around though, as he just puts another car a lap down.
I've got red, white and black with a black helmet for Ben Johnson. It could well be Ben.
Ah, John Benson.
You said that earlier, and the guy from the team looked at you, and he was just
he gave me like the death stare.
Yeah, he just looked at you as if, is this lad wired up, right? We've got a
he could be any of those 3
warning flag
names.
going out over the timing line. Or also back in the other direction.
This pack is still this battle's still raging.
Yeah,
the police have made their way through.
I think the 999s.
We've got 3 wide coming out of turn 2.
LMS are in the green on the inside.
Yes, they've all got matching suits, so that's what makes it
I
easy
think
to
the
pick out.
999's about to pick up a warning flag.
As they scythes down the inside again and takes another place.
So got some good pace. So
definitely got good pace in that 999.
I'll see whether they turn it round to see whether it is the
I was saying
999.
earlier on about how they're the most boring police officers ever. The other reason they're the most boring police officers ever is not only are they clearly desk jockeys, because they've clearly not arrested anybody ever, but they've also missed a massive opportunity. How have you not got blue lights on your car for the night time when you're the police?
Well, they might do.
No, there's no lights on it anywhere.
Yeah, maybe they've got,
make an effort, coppers.
Maybe they've got one that's on a cable that they just stick out and stick on the top of their helmet.
It's not like they're out there catching crims, is it? So what else are they going to do with their time?
What number's on that board?
we're definitely getting...
at least a caution.
Yes, we're going to have a full cavity search before the end of this race, aren't we? They were in earlier on with a misfire, and I have a feeling that somebody's going to misfire a taser in our direction. So as we've said, we've now got 4 runners. Top 4 places are our elite class. Teesside Academy have made their way up to 7th overall now, so they have been climbing steadily up the order through the course of the race. They qualified P20 and then now up to P7. So not exactly a meteoric rise, but they are leading the pro class by a lap to TRX Motorsport Pro. Teesside Academy currently the first team 2 laps down.
Cart in the gravel at turn number 9 down the far end. Driver out. and that looks like it's Energy Racing in the number 13. It is Energy Racing's 13 machine in the gravel and should be heading towards France's prime holiday destination of Gravel Bay.
And they are heading in now. Of course, you'll need to get weighed, but I'd imagine with that much gravel in, that won't be an issue.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Weight limit is 235 kilo. He's just come over at 332. And then they're having to roll him back onto the weighbridge. Surely he can't come in underweight whilst he's currently got half a gravel trap in him.
I was. Do you think it's time for me to wheel out my annual gravel trap fact?
Have you been encountered the number of pieces?
No. That most people don't know this, because I certainly didn't know it. I've been a fan of motorsport for around about 34, 35, 36 years. And I only found this out when I actually came here to watch the car 24-hour, the official 24-hour race a couple of years ago. But at most circuits that have gravel traps, the gravel actually has an adhesive coating on it that sticks it together and sticks it to the other bits of gravel that then stick to the floor, so that it doesn't blow away.
Can you imagine that?
That's my fun fact, that gravel traps are essentially glued together.
So you're genuinely telling me some bloke rocked up at work one day and went, "Where's the gravel trap gone?"
Well, you know what I mean. The dust that will come off it, and when drivers make mistakes and go into it, it stays grounded when they're driving over it. Obviously, the tyres flick them up, but what you'll see is the area around the car doesn't move when it's being driven over, because it's glued together.
Right.
I always think that's really interesting. Everybody looks at me like I've gone crazy.
Right, in the live chat, Tom's gravel fact, interesting or not interesting? That is the question.
Are we able to put polls up?
I don't know if we're able to put polls up. We're certainly not, because I'm not the admin. I'm logged into mine just as a normal viewer. But we'll find out. I don't know what it is. On the hour, every hour, a wasp re-emerges. I haven't even got anything nice this time. Try and hit the wasp. Hit the wasp with there we go.
We're not trying to kill the wasp, we should say, for if the RSPCA are listening. We're just trying to discourage it from coming over this way.
Gravel, apparently, according to DJB, gravel fact needs a banana for scale, which I believe is something from Dull Man's Club on the face ache.
Right. Sorry, what? A banana for scale?
Yeah, it's something they do on Dull Man's Club, I think, on Facebook.
Sounds incredibly interesting.
Oh, it's a dull fact, as is your gravel one.
Okay. I'm hurt and offended by that, but...
Sorry, mate.
We'll just move on.
Right, it's the top of the hour, Tom.
Is it?
Yeah, let's
Better
see.
run us through an order then, hadn't you?
Let's see who's winning.
That'll be your punishment.
Each class. Chrono Team Racing, Lead Overall Core, Blimey Racing and Track Limits by Storm Group, all of which remain on the same lap. Your top three before then Titan Motorsport in fourth place. In our pro class, Teesside Academy lead that class in the number 28 machine. Second place is TRX Motorsport Pro 276 and Barbarians are third in that class. In our club class, Dr. Vapes, number 30, lead in fifth place. Bargain Racing are behind them, albeit by some 44 seconds or so in that class. And Maple Motorsport in third place in the club class, doing well as well. In our rookies, Teesside Academy 2 are in 11th place overall and lead that class from Met Police Motor Club, who as we speak dropped down to P16. Race for Ruben moving up to P15 in front of them. And Apex Twin Selected Works are in 3rd place in that rookie class. So there's your top 3 from the classes. As we start heading towards the sort of second cycle of pit stops now. Teams have been out on track since the last stop for around about a minute and 1 hour 25. So only those teams that had earlier problems are the ones that are now coming into the pit lane. The 181 of Optimum Motorsport have pitted and have handed over the reins of that kart. Lewis Goff has dragged them back inside the top 23 and are back out now onto the circuit. 15 seconds over the minimum pit stop time. So they're out at 2:59 are Optimum Motorsport. Try and pick out who is in that. Jared Fox-Whiteley takes over the wheel of the 181 Optimum Motorsport kart.
So with us being 3 hours into the race, as Andy Vesely walks past our commentary gazebo, with us being 3 hours into the race, we're going to take a little pause. David did an interview yesterday. In fact, he did 2 interviews yesterday. And I'm just going to ask Toby behind us which one he's got ready so that we can play that out. And we'll have a little break. I don't think he can hear us though.
No, on the screen, the 213 Core Blimey Racing 213 entry with the blue Nassau panel there on screen. Laura Blick in that kart for the 213 Core Blimey entry. They're 4 seconds off the top 3 in the pro class. So they've got 1 kart in the elite, 1 in pro, and 1 in club, I think, for the 313. No, they're in rookie 313.
So what we're going to do is we're going to bring you the interview with Optimum Motorsport that David did, or rather Sean Goff of Optimum Motorsport. The team that bears his racing team name are currently, where are they? P12.
No.
They were in P12.
Your time, they've pitted since then. Your timing hasn't updated. Mine has. So they've had 2 pit stops now. They've gone back out. Jared Fox-Whiteley taking over from Sean's son Lewis, who is in that kart. So I had a really good chat yesterday with Sean Goff. He is the team principal of Optimum Motorsport. They race in the British GT Championship. They race in GT World Open as well, and a few others. And they've also raced here at Le Mans at the Circuit de la Sarre. So we had a good catch up with Sean yesterday. So the interview's around about 10 minutes. Stick with it and we'll be back here for the 2025 Le Mans 24-hour race. Sean, we're here at Le Mans, the home of endurance racing, something that you're very familiar with. We'll get onto that in a few moments, but this weekend sees 4 drivers racing under the Optimum Motorsport banner in the 181 kart. One of whom, your son Lewis, raced it last year, seemed to enjoy it.
Yeah, it was something which we all decided over a few beers. I think at one karting track one weekend we'd come and have a bit of fun. Naturally, I've competed in many 24-hour races myself as a, not as a driver but as a team principal, and to see what the drivers go through in a 24-hour race, it's quite a roller coaster of emotions really, and at the end of it, there's usually tears, laughter, enjoyment, but always the lure to come back again, and here's why we're back again really for take 2 really, and what we all learned last year we're trying to improve on and try and move further up the results order this year.
Sticking with Lewis and his racing, I've watched him come through from racing Honda Cadets to where he is now. 2024, really strong year for him.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, big thanks to Sam Pollock Racing and Tom Morkel, who's his mechanic. We've been with SPR for many years now, and it's been a successful one. 2024 took us all over the world, and we were fortunate to qualify for the grand finals in Sarno in Italy, where all equal machinery and engines and karts gave him the opportunity to showcase his talent on a level playing field, I would say, more than ever. And P2, Vice World Champion, couldn't be more prouder.
He's made the jump up into seniors, one of the youngest seniors probably in the world actually this season, and the first British driver to secure his grand final ticket in 2025.
I mean, ironically, I stumbled across the advert in September, I think it was, advertising the grand final ticket to the winner. And the idea this year was, moving up to seniors was really to benchmark himself against the more well-established and older people, really to help him when he moves into cars. And having a tough apprenticeship is what this year's been all about. Naturally we felt winning a ticket to the grand finals was harder than ever in his first year of seniors. So we thought we'd just try and find the opportunities as early as possible to try and have that chance. And ironically, at the first chance in January, he found himself up against Kai Hunter, Caden McQueen, some very well-established British names, as well as many American drivers, and to go up against them in their backyard, whilst never seen the track until he turned up on the Wednesday practice. I think we didn't do the Tuesday practice and turned up and did the Wednesday practice, whilst I was working down the road at Daytona for the 24-hour endurance race, Lewis was fortunately to be looked after by his mechanic, and again, thanks to Rollinson Performance RPG, they provided us a really strong package, and we came out on top.
Let's move on to yourself then, your involvement in motorsport, team principal of Optimum Motorsport. Which series are you racing in this season, Sean?
This year, like most years, we're in many championships, probably more than most teams, but the local one for many is the British GT Championship, where we've got 4 cars running there across 2 in GT3 and 2 in GT4. We're competing in the International GT Open Championship, where we were vice champions in 2022, and then crowned champions in 2023. Missed out in 2024. We decided to focus on other championships there, but currently back in that championship this year. I think we're running 3rd or 4th in the championship now. The GT World Challenge Endurance Championship, where we've got 3 sort of rookies to the series. We've just come off the back of Spa 24, where we finished 7th in class. Got to the finish line, which is always a result in any 24-hour race, is getting to the finish line. And we're on our 4th season of the IMSA Sports Car Series, which is one of the biggest endurance series in America. Currently leading the Endurance Cup out there, and leading the Bob Aitken Trophy, which gets us the more important ticket to Le Mans 24 the following year if we manage to win that in this current season.
And in 2024, the team took delivery of the Atora GT4 and did quite well with it on home soil.
Sure, yes. Yes, I mean, 2023, we took delivery of the car, and we actually finished 2nd in the championship, and was really disappointed to lose such a lead at halfway point of the season. It was like pretty much a given, but some things out of our control. Took it down to the last race, and unfortunately the car didn't decide to, start at the pit stop, and we went down a lap and unfortunately lost the championship due to not just that one thing, but a few things in the last part of the season. Fortunately we had drivers stick around for the second season of the Artura GT4 car, and that went really well. And we were crowned champions in 2024, which gave the team a massive morale boost after a difficult 2023.
Nobody wakes up and basically says, I'm going to get a couple of McLarens and we're going to go racing. There's a process to it. So let's go game show style. 60 seconds on the clock. Give me a history.
Oh, wow. Ginetta's 2006, when we started up the team, won the championship in 2006 as a dad and lad combo. Thankfully for Ginetta, have a great ladder, not just for drivers but for teams. We started off just as a hobby entity and really enjoyed working on cars, road cars myself, and the combination of the engineering side and working with the drivers to ultimately get what we all want, those wins, those podiums, sort of helped us just move up the ladder. Ginetta took us right up to GT3 racing in 2012 actually, and ultimately their product wasn't as strong as the established manufacturers, Audi, BMW, Ferrari, so it was very tough, but it gave us the ambition to really establish ourselves in GT3, and our first 24-hour race was in 2011 in the Brit Car Series, and it was a disaster. However, learning off the back of that, we went to Dubai 24 in January 2012, and won our class, started 44th overall and finished 14th overall against some very big teams and some, beating some big faster cars. And that just, again, just snowballed on to where we've morphed into today, which is, a McLaren customer racing team in the UK, a Ferrari customer racing team in America. And we provide a fantastic service for clients who want to go racing and race successfully around the world.
And just beyond the kart track here, we've got the Le Mans 24-hour circuit, the Circuit de la Sarthe. You've done a few.
For sure, yeah. We've been involved in 3 Le Mans 24-hour races. We had some great success in 2024 with the first McLaren GT3 car to be on pole position, so that's rubber stamped in the history books forever, and still currently as we sit today the only GT3 McLaren 720 GT3 to have finished a Le Mans 24-hour race, having other McLarens unfortunately failed to get to the finish line. As we know, 24-hour races are hugely demanding on both man and machine, and a lot of luck is still needed to get to these to get to these checkered flags. And even though we started on pole position and led for the first hour, the challenges of the conditions, the rain came in and basically made it super tricky for our driver, and we picked up some damage, some barrier damage, hitting the barriers, and we had to come in for some lengthy repairs. But we got to the finish line, and it was a successful one in all areas, and we aim to be back in 2026. That's for sure. It's not easy to get your place on the grid, for sure. Working really hard through all areas, and IMSA is where we look to hope to win the Bobby Aitken Trophy to get us our ticket for the Le Mans 2024 in 2026.
Brilliant, Sean. Thank you very much. Hopefully it's successful for Optimum Motorsport this weekend. I know you're staying out because Lewis is doing the RMC International Trophy next weekend, and then hopefully this time next year will have just watched Optimum Motorsport take part in the 2026 Le Mans 24-hour race.
Yep, thank you.
Just over there.
Yeah, and just wanted to wish all the team back at Snetterton good luck this weekend in British GT, and over in Canada, the team are also racing over in Canada this weekend. So, you know, best of luck to the guys over there. Thank you.
And welcome back to live action here at Teesside, at Le Mans. First one of those I've done. Currently got our former second place runner of Apex Motorsport, Apex Twin Racing. Correction, I'm all off because I've just had my lunch. It's the number 5 kart. It is one of the Apex Twin Racing karts, but it's not the one that was in second. It's Apex Twin Selected Works who are back in.
Speaking of second, Track Limits by Storm are in, as are Chrono Team Racing, the de facto race leader. Chrono Team Racing in the number 41, both in the pits at the same time. Looks like it's on schedule and for fuel, so Core Blimey Racing and Titan Motorsport go 1 and 2. Track Limits are indeed straight down for fuel. Helmy Hamrouni handy over that kart when he goes down into pit lane, but he's had a good stint, Tom, to bring the TLSG kart back into the into that third place. A team, a multinational team for certain. Helmy the Tunisian, 2 French drivers in Mathieu Chartier and Brian Paré, with Sam Cunliffe, the British driver, who started the race for them in the Track Limits by Storm machine. So we're in third place. They'll drop down when the rest of the field comes up and over the timing line. And it looks like we may be having Dr. Vapes in as well shortly. Their team making their way down to pit lane. They've been out for 1 hour and 39 minutes.
Dr. Vapes, of course, that will be a scheduled stop. And they, as I said before, pre-race I got them as favourites for the Clubman Class victory.
It's almost like we know what we're talking about.
Almost, isn't it?
Yeah.
And currently, because of pit stops, they're currently running P3 on the road, and they are now a full lap ahead of second place in Class Bargain Racing. So they've had a really good second stint.
Yeah. The 4 are Barbarians, who were top 3 and still are in the pro class, are in the pits and up on the stand for Barbarians. And I don't think it was, I think they'll fuel it while they're in, so they might just be having some work done at a time. They may well have nursed a problem to the pits. They went out at lap 100 and they've done 80 laps since. That's probably about a stint, Tom, I think. That's about an hour and 25, isn't it? So maybe slightly early. What is that you're tucking into?
This is my Tarto Citron that I got from the Boulangerie.
Oh, I didn't realise that you had Tarto Citron.
Oui, it is beautiful as well. It's topped with meringue.
Meringue.
Yes, and a little piece of dark chocolate as well, which
I'm
not usually a fan of dark chocolate, but that, in fairness, that's probably the nicest piece of dark chocolate I've had.
They do the puddings well over here, don't they?
Mm. Yeah, very tasty. This is the first of it. Well, we've mentioned hashtag cake chat, but this is definitely hashtag pudding chat.
We do like our puddings. The 113 is in.
You can tell from the size of it.
Core Blimey Racing, but it's not for fuel. Well, they were on schedule for fuel, but they're on the mechanic stand, Tom.
Okay.
So Core Blimey Racing, they're on the 113 on the left from what would have been the race lead at the time, have come into the pit lane and are on the mechanic stand. A quick look under the car on the left-hand side.
Will Folks at the wheel, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is the time to do it, though.
Oh yeah, if you're going to have this,
if
this
you're
is
going
what
to, yeah, you might.
Kart Events Belgium, why they're so successful is if there's a problem, they drive around it until they have to come into the pits, and then they combine it with a pit stop.
Particularly in this format where you have a minimum pit stop time, you may as well. If you lose 30 seconds, you lose 30 seconds. It's better than losing nearly 3 minutes.
Correct.
So we'll try and find out what the problem is with that 113 kart when it goes back out. We'll have a chat with one of their team members on exiting the pit lane. But the 113 Core Blimey Racing car up on the stand at the moment in pit lane. So Chrono Team Racing go back to the front.
Well, the net race lead, don't they?
Yeah, well, that timing on the screen is not updated for a while because I'm on lap 188 for the leaders. I'll see if I can get it looked at. Toby, the old screen timing isn't updated, but 30 laps behind.
He would leave me hanging like that when I've got a mouthful of Tato Citron, wouldn't he? I love him dearly, my commentary wife, but he doesn't half drop me in it sometimes.
What have I done now?
Oh, well, I had a mouthful of Tato Citron at the time that you went, oh, I'm just going to check what's going on and put yourself on mute.
Oh. Oh.
So I left our wonderful viewers hanging for a few seconds while I finished my mouthful.
Well, I'm sure they'll...
Blooming lovely, though.
I'm sure they'll understand.
Honestly, that was banging.
You know, we're... So yeah, Titan Motorsport lead at the moment. They've got a 14-second lead over Dr. Vapes. Team Chrono Team Racing in the 41 have pitted and will return into the lead once everybody else pits around them. Behind them, the 113 of Core Blimey Racing is in the pits. They've been in the pits. It's 3 minutes and 45 seconds now. They're just taking on fuel and will be heading out. So by the time they get down the far end of the pit lane, they'll have lost 2 laps over and above. Waved yellows because we're putting the tyre wall back down the far end again. So somebody's nudged that across.
I think many people nudge it across. That's it, as you can see there on the left of the screen. The barrier's being replaced. And that's exactly the rumble strip that I was talking about, that you want to maximise the entry into turn 9. So...
Well, they're moving the second one as well. So whoever's gone through them has done a proper good job.
Yeah. It's over a number of laps. They will be moved to the left. We've got CBR. David's just getting an update from the CBR guys as to what happened. Sounded like a chain, possibly. But David will bring you an update in just a moment. So, Dr. Vapes in the pits. 34 seconds they've been in the pits now. So they will drop from the lead of class.
Kart in the gravel at turn 1, Tom, at the moment. So we've gone yellow flags down the far end. Don't think we'll be far off an FCY, maybe. That kart, that's the Energy Racing kart, I believe, just because they've got 10 team members down the side of his race suit. So he's got his full arms worth down there. So Energy Racing in the gravel, not for the first time today.
And I can see our clerk of the course, Nigel Moore, with his radio in hand, ready to call a full course yellow, but the car has actually managed to get out of the gravel, and it is Energy Racing, so they will be back in again. So they have been, by far and away, our...
biggest visitors to Gravel Bay.
Yes, those were the exact words I was looking for.
They'll be getting a discount off next year's holiday to Bay de Gravel.
Yes. It's... I think that's 4 visits they've had so far.
I think
I might be doing them a disservice, it might be 3. But they've certainly been in. Where are they in the running order? I have to scroll down. They are in 46th place. And they have made 5 stops already. So, yeah, I reckon at least 3 of those have been for gravel.
Maz P Says, can we get some facts on some drivers, please? Well, minimum driver age is 15 over here at Le Mans. Oldest driver, I'm not sure on the exact one, but Ian Nielsen can't be far off it.
Steve Nichols.
Maybe. I've just bumped,
How old's Jeff?
I don't know.
He's nowhere near that.
I've just bumped in, not that he's old, but I've just bumped into Steve Thompson.
Is he here?
Yeah.
Tomo?
Yeah, he's currently on a driving holiday round Europe and thought he would pop in.
Oh, brilliant.
I just went up on the balcony. I was like, what are you doing here? He's like, I just thought I'd pop in for a little while. I went, oh yeah, did we just get up this morning and just went, I'll go to France. Well, apparently he's been doing Belgium and Germany and stuff like that.
As we just get overtaken by, overpassed by a glider.
There was a military
coming out of Le Mans Airport.
Military aircraft up yesterday. Oh, that is wide. That's CBR.
Wow, he went so wide. He was almost coming down the front straight the wrong way.
He's currently channeling his inner Italian with the arm signals that are being thrown about there. He is not a happy.
Was it Core Blimey?
It's one. No, I don't think it is. We'll pick out who
it's the red panel coming towards us now, isn't it?
What number is that? It is. It's the 313 Core Blimey. He was on the outside and really had nowhere to go. Who's in all red? I think it's Jordan Jackson in that one.
You were doing driver facts.
Well, I did oldest and youngest.
Okay.
What other random facts have I got?
KBR have just received a warning, a black and white flag, as has, I think it was number 40. It was Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat.
Yes.
Have received a warning as well.
Oh. Mario Williams, a huge shout out all the way from Barbados, from the Island Explorer Tours team.
Okay. Nice plug as well.
And Ghost 666 driver says shout out to Tom on comms and TTR Racing. Let's go, Tom. So I don't know if it's you on top. It might not be you, Tom. There is more than one Tom.
Yes, there are many Toms. But Tom on comms. Is he Tom on the radio, do you think, on the team radio?
I don't know.
He won't be saying to me, will he?
No. And then let's go to Joel and Vinny. Right, let me go. I'm going to go down all the entry list and try and find a Joel and Vinny. Let's see how quickly I can scan.
I reckon if we plug the Island Explorer team from Barbados enough, that when we get to Barbados eventually, we'll...
Sorry, Tom.
We may get a free tour.
Sorry, Tom. The ice lollies have arrived.
Oh.
What are we tucking into here? Oh, I'm going to go with a Oasis Sorbet Tropical.
Sure. Sure. Let's go with one of these. Looks like a cola flavoured Calippo.
Cola, is that all right?
Beautiful. Thank you very much indeed.
Very much. Thank you. Big shout out there to Oscar War's mum for the delivery of the ice lolly. Cracking first stint by him, by the way, in the in the academy car in the 28. Tom's currently fighting his way into the Coca-Cola flavoured Calippo with reasonable success there, Tom.
It's not an actual Calippo, I should say that. We don't want to be giving them free advertising for something that isn't their product. But it's that type of lolly.
That's delicious. What place are Cole Clark Racing? Let's have a quick look where they are. Says
that
Emily.
is also delicious.
Where are Cole Clark Racing?
Teesside Academy 2 pitting from P3.
Cole Clark in the pits at the moment, on the stand unfortunately, but were going very, very well. They were 6th place in the club class in P17. There they are at the moment. The number 19 car, probably about on schedule for a pit stop, actually. Andy Clark getting ready to take the wheel of that from pit bay number 6. Ed Lau just with that car in. And Tom,
just another shout out to Oscar War's mum, who's now going and feeding the mechanics with ice lollies as well.
Well done. Yeah.
So, big shout, big thank you.
I'm trying to get this down before that wasp and his mates come back.
So yeah, Teesside Academy now will reset back to where they should be, position-wise. So we're just waiting on Titan. In fact, Titan Motorsport are now in as well.
Yeah.
They've only just entered the pit lane 10 seconds ago.
So TRX Pro in fourth, the only one in the top 10 not to have pitted twice.
And they went really long last time as well. So they were on 1 hour and 41 minutes. And they managed, what, 1 hour and 50 before? 1 hour and 53?
This could be their ticket to victory, really, for TRX Pro. If they can just keep going long.
Longer than anyone else.
Yeah.
Lift and coast. They, as I said before, if you can save yourself one pit stop, it's the best part of 3 laps.
Yeah. Who's that in
Huge
yellow
difference.
that we're following? That's KBR.
Yes.
Who are
received a warning a couple of laps ago.
but have had working their way through. Yellow and white helmet is Archie Snell in that kart for the first time during this race.
Yes, indeed. Sorry, I was just having a little bit of a look down the order, see what fights we've got raging on for positions. Teesside Academy number 1, second in Pro at the moment, and TRX Motorsport Pro are in from the Pro class lead.
Yeah.
So they've gone significantly shorter than.
Oh no, I'll take one of them as well. Cheers, Paul. Thank you very much. Ice Pole in. Thank you very much to Paul White from Race for Ruben.
Brought us one of these Joker makers.
I'm going to have to hurry up because I'm now starting to drip sorbet.
Okay. You've gone for the wrong lolly, really, haven't you?
I did not choose
Should have got yourself a Calippo style. Comes with its own cup. Where are we up to in the live chat as well?
Attention pit lane, can I have your attention for 2 minutes please? There are cars parked on the road side behind the pit garages and along the Atlas road. Please be moved immediately.
So we've got an update saying Mo Hassan is now in the Dr. Vapes cart. Have we covered that one?
We have not.
And we've got, can't even read that, AMXILE, Amseal. Did you know my uncle is Superman? I didn't.
That'll be Barry Parker, won't it? Who's Joel and Vinny? I'm trying to find out which team they're in. I have a list of about 400 drivers, and I'm just scanning through it. But if someone can let me know before I finish the scan, that would be
Titan
rather
Motorsport,
helpful.
2 minute 53 second stop.
That's a steady time. We've got a kart in the gravel at 1. Waved yellow flags on the run up to turn number 1. There it is, Tom, just turning.
That sticker on the back says, I'm speeding because I need a poo.
Well,
I saw that earlier.
I imagine a little.
And a lot of gravel on the track.
I imagine a little bit of it came out of him when he went in the gravel.
Yeah.
Eat, sleep, race, repeat. In the gravel down the far end of the circuit, so they'll be in. One of the 2 drivers with the silver helmet, that'll be Chris O'Neill Dixon at the wheel.
They
were a warning for the 57 of Prism.
They were in 29th, I think, or 28th place pre that trip to the gravel. And now they will be coming in to Bay de Gravel. Maybe that's why we're getting people from Barbados telling us they're going to give us a tour.
Because it's warm? Or?
No, because we keep mentioning Gravel Bay. Maybe there's a Gravel Bay in Barbados.
I hope there is.
And it's coming up in some sort of algorithm. It's now appeared in their feed.
when you get round to your ice pole, I hope you have more luck getting in it than I am, because I'm currently.
Well, that's why I call them joker makers. Yeah. They have face slicers.
At this rate, I'm just going to have to. I've got a tiny hole. I'm just going to have to wait for it to melt.
I'm waiting for the. I'm wearing a white T-shirt as well.
You are.
And I'm waiting for this Coca-Cola lolly to fire down.
Cole Clark heading out after a 7-minute 50 stop in pit lane. So they'll have, by the time they get out, that'll be 8 minutes, 9 minutes nearly for Cole Clark Racing. So it's been a tough one for them. The pace was good up until then.
Just at the back of that shot there, in fact, there they go, coming through the shot now. Black helmeted kart in the middle of the pack. That's Titan Motorsport, who after their pit stop have gone out on track. They're one lap down on Chrono Team Racing, but they are now in 3rd place. So they have marched towards the front. Not, as I said before, meteorically regarding another team, I think it was, but they've not shot to the top, but I was just seeing somebody's got a black flag.
I don't think they did. I think they got a warning flag and have interpreted that as a coming for a chat.
And then got informed that it's a 2-minute 45 minimum stop.
Yeah.
Because he asked if he could go straight back out, and was told no.
Yeah, he got a warning flag. They showed it to him over the timing line. I think it was for track limits, as the fight between myself and the ice pole continues.
We're still looking at KBR on the screen in that yellow helmet. As I was saying, yeah, Titan Motorsport have gone back out in 3rd place. They're a lap off the lead, 16 seconds in front of race for Ruben, but they're only just over a lap off the lead now with Titan Motorsport. So, and the pace is there as well. They're in the 102s. Not this current lap around, but generally they've when they've been in clear air, they've had times in the 102s. So going quickly, as I got attacked by a wasp, and we are under full course yellow for, I would imagine, another track cleanup. In fact, that's exactly what's happening. We've got the sweeper back out. There it is on screen. And that will then go and pick up all the gravel that's been scattered across the track. Now, the other thing to bear in mind is when we're under full course yellow, best time to make a pit stop. I know most of them have already cycled through, but if you're the likes of Apex Twin Racing, who were in 2nd place and running very highly and running very quickly at the start of this race, then encounter some mechanical issues, have dropped all the way down to 38th, but they're an hour and 26 into their stint. If I was them, I'd be making a stop now, because you're going to save yourself 10 to 15 seconds because everybody's running around 10 to 15 seconds a lap slower. We'll see whether they do take advantage of that. It certainly is worth doing that. Have you got into it now?
Yes, I got a pair of scissors. The problem was that they were still in the packaging, so I had to fight my way into that first. Just a quick one. One of the marshals has recovered a bearing carrier, which means that it's obviously somebody's rear axle is not being supported correctly. So I will expect to see somebody in the pit lane very shortly. If not, they'll be driving around a very big problem for the next 10 minutes.
We'll be seeing them very shortly, but whether they know that they're missing a bearing carrier is another thing.
Nigel Moore's at the far end of the track now. He gets everywhere, that lad. He's everywhere.
I think he's supervising the clear up.
Yeah. He is very busy, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Just going to mute myself while I turn myself into Heath Ledger. I'm going to try and get into this ice pop.
Oh, okay.
will no doubt end up slicing my face.
Oh. rolling roadblock. On the back table. So still full course yellow, but we are expected to go green now, and we do, as the race resumes here. So we are back under full green conditions with two really big trains of karts around the opposite end of the circuit. Few other karts sporadically between them, but these full course yellows really do give teams headaches in terms of being within traffic before the field fragments once again 5 or 6 laps in, but trying to find the way through the traffic. Behind this train where we're at, you can see the rest of the pack. We've got 4 karts there, and then look at the rest of them fighting their way round the infield section. They'll sort themselves out, but they will then concertina back together down towards turn 9. 999's Met Police Motor Club. Behind them is the 181 of Optimum Motorsport.
Is it still Jared in Optimum?
It is still Jared in the Optimum Motorsport kart. Teesside Tigers in there as well, and number 1, one of the Apex Twin karts as well.
Shout out to Met Police Motor Club 101. P17 at the moment had not the best start to a race. Let's say that. Where did they drop to?
Just an update on the 19 Cole Clark Racing and their elongated pit stop. Right side engine change for the 19. So that kart back out on track now. Andy Clark in that now, I believe.
Can't see where they actually dropped to, but they've slowly gone about their business, quietly and understatedly so. MPMC 101. 4 laps off the lead, about to go 5 laps down, but second in class.
2 Shebas, Tom, have come in the live chat saying just 2 Shebas. Can you have a shout out for Marshall Lewis who forgot his passport? Yes, you can. Did he find his passport?
Did he make it?
Is he? I'm assuming he's here. Hopefully he is.
Very quiet in the pits at the moment, both mechanically and the fuel bay.
Everybody's had their second fuel stop.
Apex Twin did not take advantage of the full course yellow and come into the pits. They will be in around about 10 minutes time, although we could be going full course yellow again because we've got another car off at turn 9 and in the gravel. These are about to head towards, there they are. Try and bring you a number. Yeah, it is a double digit. 30? We've got a 30. Dr. Vapes.
No, they've got a red panel.
Right, so it's not them. Try and hold this shot.
13 Energy.
Oh, it's Energy again.
Oh, as the 333 of FRS Lemon goes up and over the grass.
Oh, Energy.
Energy.
So that's definitely 4 trips to the gravel for Energy.
Who is our most frequent pit visitor? Energy
Racing.
No.
Yes.
No.
Oh no. FRS
Lemon
have made 8 stops.
Yeah.
They are currently holding 44th position. Apex Twin ECR are in 45th, and Energy Racing Team 46th, and 11 laps down currently. But I think that's going to be quite a bit more than that once they come out of Gravel Bay once again. So not been a good day for the Energy Racing Team, but they continue on. Logano team racing continue on in the lead of this one and have extended their gap at the front of the race to 55 seconds now. So almost a lap. They're coming up to lap track limits by Storm Group in second place. And then they'll have a full circuit on everyone behind them. Which is a comfortable and happy place to be.
Yes, certainly. I've just had a quick look. 8 times in the pits means that you've been in for a minimum of 22 minutes. And that's if you go out bang on schedule.
Yes. Most likely that's at least 30 minutes so far.
3 minutes to stop is 24 minutes. And particularly if you've been in Gravel Bay, you've been in the gravel Bay,
or you've been on the mechanics stand.
Yeah. That's a warning for Teesside Tigers on the board. The number 1 being shown.
Tigers now up to 12.
Oh, something's bouncing down the track, and that looks like it could be an exhaust shroud.
Yeah.
On the straight between turns 6 and 7.
Spot, David.
Bouncing down the track. I mean, Hawkeye from 100 metres or so. Get me at Wimbledon. They'd have none of them technology issues with the ball being in and out with these eyes.
There's going to be a gap in the traffic in just a moment, and then that will be...
I hope nobody goes for an overtake.
Yes, coming out onto the back straight.
Marshall just waiting to try and go and retrieve that.
That is an exhaust shroud.
Exhaust shroud.
He's going to have to kick it though, isn't he?
Oh,
no, don't pick it up!
He's got gloves on.
He's got gloves on.
It's fine. It's okay. It's okay.
Sorry, everybody, for the excitement, but
we care about our marshals.
We do, and there was a large amount of panic then that he'd not thought that through. Oh dear. We've got Frankie Kerwin has been in touch in the YouTube comments and said, please shout out to my Uncle Carlos and Mikey.
Let's see if we can find the 57 Prism car on track. Let's see if I can find where they are and we can pick them up and follow them. We'll have a little chat about Prism.
Good, I feel a ranting coming.
Only because they've got racing in the name and you don't like it. That's a you problem.
Please shout out to my Uncle Carlos and Mikey. For me, good luck Prism Design, and that's from Frankie Kerwin.
So we had a quick chat with them yesterday. Where are they currently sitting in the results at the moment, Tom? That 57.
They are 41st.
So they have had a few technical problems. So Carl's over, flew in from Australia, Tom, just to take part in this race. His brother Mike, slightly less exotic. I think he's from Swindon.
Okay.
So
well, less exotic to the people of Swindon.
Well, there might be.
But he still had to come over to France.
Exactly. There might be people in Australia thinking, I've never heard of this Swindon. Let me have a quick look.
Yeah.
Apart
from crazy roundabouts,
on
you're really
2.
not missing much.
No.
Sorry to the people of Swindon.
But they've got a 7-driver lineup, including a truck driver who, in the notes I put brackets at 10-4 rubber duck.
Indeed.
Yeah. So Mike and Carl, Raper. We've got Jack and Ben Krish. And then we've got Gordon Anderson, Ross Chell and Flynn Gray in that one. So is Mike out in the cart now, do we think? Did he say he was going out soon? In any case...
He might be out now. So let's do his mention as well. Because, I know I said I would wait before, but what he's got is red crosses on his helmet. I'm not sure what the significance of that is, but he's got 12 of them because it's his daughter Ruby's 12th birthday today. Don't know what the significance of the red cross is, but he's got 12 of them because it's her 12th birthday.
Lovely. So happy birthday to Ruby.
Ruby. Ruby, Ruby.
Ruby. Ruby, 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 Ruby. How many times do we say that? 12 times.
Ruby. Don't sing, David.
Sorry.
It's bad enough when we do ... Dr. Vapes.
You do that. That's yours.
Forevermore. Right, so that's the Prism Racing shout out done and dusted with what we found out as well is Prism is an interior design company.
Yes.
But you wouldn't know that from the team Prism Racing, would you? So I'm glad I investigated that.
I did say to them yesterday, you need to go all in.
And
there they are in the white and blue panel in the middle of that train. I did say yesterday, let's just, go full advertising. Your team name should be Prism Interior Designs, www.prisminteriordesigns.co.uk, and then your phone number. So that literally every time we mention it, there is a problem with another cart with an exhaust shroud hanging off.
Have we got a 98?
99 we have, which is times Mayfair.
I don't think it was them, but there's a rear cover has come loose. We've lost one of the R clips out of it. There's the 57 of Prism Racing. Oh, and in fact, it was them who were in the pits earlier on.
Yes.
For the talking to.
Yes, the misinterpretation, I believe, of the warning flag.
Yes.
So, black suit, white helmet is likely to be Rothschild or Jack Crisp.
Looks like an R on the helmet, like an LR or a JR.
Or is it an RC? Rothschild? What do we think? No, it's not. The R's second, isn't it? Oh well. Round they go. Is that Prism round? It is Prism, I think, round. They were on the outside of an argument there.
Apologies that we've just jinxed you if that is indeed Prism.
Yeah, Prism in the gravel. Marshall's just waiting for the yellow to come out so they can get across the circuit. And in fact, they're not going to be required. Driver does the hard work himself.
Now, how far has that gone in? I mean, they are still going to have to come to Gravel Bay. It looks like we've lost an engine as well. So that'll need restarting. Away he goes. Very slowly.
I don't know if that is Prism. Is that a triple number?
I think that is a triple number. When did Prism go through last time? What were they in for? Yeah, 104.9s, yeah. So
yeah, no, Prism are fine. I think that's 911 who's just gone off. I think that could be Barry R's Wacky Racers, potentially.
They were well positioned early doors,
or
weren't
is it
they?
Salient Racing? We'll keep it. They're just coming in. Can I spot a number?
Oh.
It is the 911.
I've lost live timing.
It's the 911 of Barry R's Wacky Racers, Tom.
They, as I said, they were well positioned earlier. Dropped to 26th overall now. But they were climbing up the order, and that has now been all that progress has been halted.
Oh, nearly overcooked it on the way in there as well into the gravel bay. Danny Hale, I think, in that cart on the outside of the argument. So the 911 in for a bit of a gravel check. So that cart just being looked at in the pit lane as we see the 28, the Teesside Academy cart, currently being piloted by Gracie Mitchell in the number 28, class leading and in 7th place at the moment for Gracie Mitchell. In her MS Karts race suit. Not done a lot of karting this season, Gracie has transitioned into cars in the Iberian Supercar Championship, racing in Spain and Portugal, but does like to come over and do the Le Mans 24-hour hire kart race. Has done it for the last couple of years with Teesside Academy. Currently piloting that 28 there as the red and blue kart comes through. One of a number of female drivers on the grid this weekend. Fair few actually with the Academy. Gracie's the only one in the 28. We've got 2 in the 43 Academy 2 kart of Evelyn Bye and Holly Swan. Plenty of other female drivers. Amy Jurger, who I spoke to yesterday. That interview will be coming up later on. We've got Laura Blick in the 213 kart. We've got Tiger Rudge as well in the 11 Adamos kart, which is the same kart that Amy Jurger's in. So we've got plenty of female drivers on the grid. There'll be 1 or 2 more that I'm absolutely sure I will have missed as well. We'll try and pick them out as we go down the list. There's a couple with the TRX as well, who we spoke about earlier on in their 3 kart lineup. The 911 is heading back down the pit lane after its trip to Gravel Bay. Mitchell being pushed along there by, it looks like, is that Sam Cunliffe back in the track limit by Storm number 20? Yes, it is. So, looks like they're employing a bit of a tactic of effectively teaming their drivers up, because we've had Sam Cunliffe start the race, Helmy Hamrooney go in second, and then Sam Cunliffe back in. So, maybe they're going to do 2 back-to-back stints each, and then hand over to Matteo Chartier and Brian Parry to do the same, and they're going to do back-to-back stints as well. I've replaced Tom in the commentary box by a gentleman who's about to introduce himself.
All right, I'm Chris from Barbarians.
Chris, quality. I'm just going to turn Chris down ever so slightly. Chris is a lot louder than Tom, which is thing. Let's have a quick. You were in the pit. You were in the pits earlier.
Yeah,
with a slight problem. What
yeah,
happened
exactly.
there?
So we were about P13 or 14, and then we noticed that we'd had the air cover come off the air filter. Didn't think it would be an issue, so we held on for the stint, dragged it out for about 80 laps, but we could just see in the timings that it was getting slower and slower. What we think's happened is the dust and sand has just collected up in the air filter and just restricted the airflow. So we got a new airbox. George Simmons is now back out in the car, and it seems to be back to normal, sort of doing right on the pace again. So hoping that that's back to normal and we can work our way back up.
Fairly smart move as well, with that minimum pit stop time of 2 minutes 45 to bring it to into that pit stop window, so that you don't have to come back in again. George out in the kart now. It says here on my notes, ex-McLaren, but look of the Irish. What are we doing now?
So that's me.
Yeah, what are we doing now?
Oh, so what I'm doing now, so working on EVs, electric boats, electric buses.
Good stuff.
So yeah, I moved back. I've obviously done that move because moved back home to Northern Ireland to start a family, and I've got a 3-month-old at home, so it's gone well. And
are they watching?
I think they are actually. Yeah, I think they are actually. So yeah, I'll give a shout out to Sarah, my wife, for letting me come here with a 3-month. Feel like the luckiest guy ever.
This is very therapeutic as well for getting small children to sleep. This rumble of Honda engine.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's
I'd
funny.
strongly recommend getting one for your living room.
Yeah. Well, it's not often you come to the 24-hour event to catch up on some sleep.
No, not at all. Myself last night, I was ready to go to bed at about 9:30, and then just got talking to somebody else, and I got back to my room at 12:10.
Yeah. How are you feeling now?
I'm reasonably sprightly.
Good.
Yeah. Good stuff. I'm guessing you came down here to do a pit stop.
Well, I'm just going to go. I'm in next, so I'm going to go down and get ready. But
quality, I'll let you go. So did you just come to speak to me? Or?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Cheers, Chris. Thank you. Chris Spence there from Barbarians in the number 4. They were up inside the top 5 in that class. Currently still 5th in the class, but down in 28th place overall at the moment. For Barbarians. No. Tom's gone for a little snack, so off he goes. We'll get him back in the comm box shortly, but thanks to Chris for stepping in. We'll try and do that throughout most of through the race, as people popping in and out of the pit lane area to come and say hello to us. Track Limits by Storm are now in front of the Teesside Academy kart on track. They're in front in terms of number of laps anyway. Track Limits by Storm in second place in the race. Teesside Academy in 7th place, but the Academy kart piloted by Gracie Mitchell just tucking in behind that Track Limits by Storm kart, and may well find a way through up on the back. Stays in the slipstream behind that kart as we head up and behind. So they got past the 313 Core Blimey entry, and at the moment just tucking in behind and working together. A smart move by both of the drivers to work together and just work through the traffic. So just over the 4-hour mark here then in France. Chrono Team Racing, Track Limits by Storm and Titan Motorsport, all in the elite class, are at the head of the field. Behind them, Race for Ruben, who are slightly off kilter with an early race pit stop, are only 7 seconds behind Titan Motorsport on that as they cross the timing line on the previous lap. Dr. Vapes lead the club class. They're in front of the leading pro runner, which is Teesside Academy 28, which we're seeing on the screen there, currently trying to chase down the Track Limits by Storm number 20 entry. So the two leaders both racing under the French flag. The Titan Motorsport Race for Ruben, Dr. Vates, Bargain Racing going very well in 6th place overall, 2nd in the pro class. Maple Motorsport 3rd in that pro class. Between them, they've got Core Blimey Racing 113 in the number 8 that did have a few problems earlier on with a snap chain down the far end, but they weren't a million miles away from their actual pit stop window. So came in, had that fixed and went back out at the same time as refueling. Optimum Motorsport, who had some early problems but are really coming well again. A 1:02.9 on the previous lap for their driver Jared Fox Whiteley. A very impressive lap time for Fox Whiteley, who is currently competing in the British Kart Championship in the UK, as long as Trent Valley Kart Club in Junior Rotax. So he's currently piloting the 181 machine in 9th place. Maple Motorsport, Teesside Tigers and LMS in front of your leading rookie entry, the 43 of Teesside Academy 2. We've got Met Police Motor Club 101 and Team Yellow 555 are your other runners in that class inside their class top 3. Josh Dennis saying, where's kart 777? Where are they on the live timing? Let's have a quick look at 777 of Salient Racing. It's not Salient Racing, 777. Let's find out where they are. It's JJR, the first team to visit Gravel Bay right at the start of the race when they went off, are currently in 37th place. They're trying to make their way back through the order. Are JJR, and as we speak they've managed to get past KBR as KBR pitted, who KBR have left the pit lane too early. 2:38 for KBR, 7 seconds too quick for the number 7 team, and they will drop even further down the order because KBR have left the pit 7 seconds too early. 2 laps taken away from the number 7, and they'll drop down from 37th down to around about P40 for KBR. There they are on the screen, I believe. Turn and face. No, it's not. It's a 555. They're all yellow. That's a 554 on screen at the moment. The first of the 2 Team Yellow entries looks like Chris Huxtable in that kart at the moment. A veteran of 24-hour races, 2 British 24s, 2 BUKC, and his first Le Mans last year for Chris Huxtable in that kart. Tom, I don't know if you caught it while I was out, but we've had another speeding in the pit lane. This time it's for the 7 of KBR.
Ah, that is a shame. Just having a look at where our class leaders are currently. Obviously our overall Race leader Chrono Team Racing is leading the elite class. Dr. Vapes in 5th place, leading the club class ahead of our pro class leader. 2 places, in fact, in front of our pro class leader, which is Teesside Academy. They are on the same lap, though, although almost a lap apart. 53-ish seconds, 53 and a half, maybe 54 seconds apart. So that's nearly a lap. And then our rookie leader is Teesside Academy 2 in 13th place overall. Idamos, or Idamos, 23rd. They took the lead earlier on in the rookie class. Have now dropped to 23rd overall. They are 6 laps down on the leader. The rookie class leader, Teesside Academy 2, 3 laps down. So they lost 3 laps. I know they lost 45 seconds for when they went off track and had to wait for a gap in the traffic to rejoin. The Century Sim just come past us and take a huge amount of curb through the chicane. And yeah, so that's where our class leaders are, and a little bit of an update on the rookie class as well. Teesside Tigers update, they are P11, last year's runner-up. They've been slowly making their way towards the front of this one. Making their way up the order. So they're the last of our elite class runners, but they're still P11. So all our elite class runners are, with the exception of Teesside Tigers, inside the top 10, which shows that the class system does work, very much so. And I've got a feeling that Dr. Vapes may be upgraded to pro next year if this performance carries on.
Well, if you win, you do get up. You go up, don't you? It's a promotion system. If you win, you go up. That's really without a doubt. So just having a quick look at Salient Racing, because Caroline Dowdall's been on regarding Padraig Dowdall. Saying go Team Salient Racing, great racing, delayed birthday wishes to Padraig. What a birthday, great commentary, so we do appreciate that, thank you very much. Fiona Hutchinson saying shout out to Nathan in Barry Isles Wacky Races, that'd be Nathan Lodge. Not sure if he's been in the kart yet, but however, that kart is coming into the pit lane. Looks like it was going slowly down the far end of the circuit and is in with a problem. And it could well be Nathan Lodge in that kart now. They were in to Gravel Bay earlier on with a different driver.
Could well be on one engine.
Yeah, and looks like we've got a problem there. That kart just needs its engine starting. Is it just rolling through? So we've got... Is it an engine problem? Let's find out. Being pushed back to the mechanics bay. It's a minimum pit stop time anyway, so let's see whether it is an engine issue. If it is, it won't be able to get up the hill, that's for sure.
No, he's still rolling backwards down the hill.
Yeah, it was an engine issue for that kart.
Would have been better off jumping out and pushing it. But still trying to fight with it. It's going backwards more than it's going forwards.
Full course yellow. Having a quick look why.
Could be for a clean-up. The quad's heading out.
Not in the direction. Oh, no, because it goes up there to collect it on the outside of 9,
yes,
doesn't it, and goes across. So FCY.
It's interesting that the fella that rides the quad is as fast as the karts that are out there when he's pounding down the straight.
Yeah. Gravel Tom for 911.
Yes. He
911
was instructed
gravel
by the clerk of the course that he needs to go
to Gravel Bay.
Who's this going slowly?
That's RD Kart Sport, is it? Or is it that?
Looks like they've dropped an engine.
No, that's Fox Whiteley in the Optimum Motorsport 181. Arm in the air. Problem, I think, is that for the 181.
I think he's dropped an engine by the looks of it. Keeps reaching behind.
Well, either that or he's doing the job of slowing the field down under the FCY. Looks to his right-hand side again. Does the 181 up here. Is he peeling off into the pits? He is peeling off in the pits. 181 Optimum Motorsport from inside. When did they last pit, though, Tom? They're off schedule.
45 minutes ago.
Yeah.
No, 1 hour 9 minutes ago. 1 hour 9 minutes, yeah. So they're about half an hour early.
Yeah, so it's an engine issue, cutout issue for the 181 right side this time, which is left side last time.
Yeah.
Now, are they going to fuel and send him back out? I probably would, given his pace has been very, very quick.
If this is a quick fix,
I'd fuel him up.
Fuel him up, send him back out, number one.
Trying to start.
Number two, we're also under full course
They're
yellow.
trying to start it in the pit lane. Yeah, they're not losing as much time here under the FCY. Does it need looking at, or did it just need?
Oh, he's gone up and round, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, that's
he's not coming into fuel.
Well, they've been told to go up and round. That's where they go. RD Kart Sport are waiting. Are they going up on the? Are they coming into fuel? So Fox Whiteley's not coming in. The engine cut out. They've started it, and they appear to be quite happy. They are going to fuel that kart, though. The 181 Optimum Motorsport machine.
Going to have to queue up as well. Somebody's just gone through and
that's
not
RD
fueled up.
No, that is a strange call for RD Kart Sport. I'd have fueled him anyway.
Yeah, standard procedure. Come in, take fuel, go to the mechanics bay first if needed, because that's before the fuel. Then you take fuel anyway, so that you can get a full stint, and then you go back out. So strange call from RD Kart Sport.
Just going to have a look when they were last in the pits. Lap 222 for RD Kart Sport. They were on track for half an hour, Tom. We're RD Kart Sport. Still under FCY while we clean up down at turn 1. So yellow flag still going, full course yellow. So still being cleaned up now down at turn number 2.
Just getting an update from Dan Martin there on the RD Kart Sport one. So he'd already got the best part of 3/4 of a tank, if not more. He'd not been out for long.
28 minutes since they last pitted.
So they opted not to.
I mean, with a minimum pit stop time anyway, there's no need to rush through. I think I'd have topped him up, sent him on his way.
Well, they're on 2 minutes 50 already. 2:53. So yeah, they would have lost quite a significant amount of time more as they passed 3 minutes now. But and they're back out in fact now. So they lost about 15 seconds, but they didn't fuel up. So so what they lost in by not fueling up.
So Fox Whiteley's just come through in the 181 Optimum Motorsport kart, shaking his head, but I don't think it's a bad time to have a problem really, because the pace has been slowed. Yes, they've come in slightly early and have lost time in the pit, but they'll get that back under normal race conditions.
Well, you say that, we're already at 3 minutes 40, coming up on 3 minutes 45.
But nobody's gaining a lot of laps.
No, likewise, they're running about 20 seconds a lap off the pace. As we go green again. And away and racing. Just keeping my eye on how long this stop is for Optimum Motorsport. We're past 4 minutes now. So they've dropped down to 18th, and there they go out of the pits. About 4.5 minutes lost.
time problem really for Optimum Motorsport. Should come back to them at some point, but may well mean that there's an extra pit stop to be done. And they have come out, if they come out in front of this train of karts, they have. So Fox Whiteley stayed in it, and he's got nearly half a lap of clear track in front of him. He's actually come out in a really good spot.
Yeah. And
there
he's
is
gonna be
nobody
hammered
from
down now,
yeah.
isn't he?
There is. He's coming round turn 9, and there is nobody until the first corner.
And he's the first kart 6 laps down, so I'll get a gap to where he is to CBA Motorsport in front as he comes across the line very shortly. The orange helmeted Jared Fox Whiteley just coming across the line now, and he's 49 seconds behind CBA Motorsport. And it's actually ticked over because of the way the timing system works. He's actually 5 laps down on the overall lead. 49 seconds to catch up. But then if he does catch up CBA Motorsport, he could very quickly be up to P15 because they're in a group, 15, 16, 17,
well,
separated by just over 2 seconds.
So where are your teams that are 3 laps down? Maple Motorsport P9, because they're going to get 2 laps back when all of these teams in front of them pit.
Well, nearly 3, in fact.
Yeah, if you were going to... That was, for me, that was the right time to have a problem.
Yes.
Oh, bit of bump in as we're about... we're 3 wide up towards...
4 wide.
Towards the left-hander.
That was never going to work, was it? But
no.
Eventually...
The curve on the outside gets used for the first time in 16 years.
Eventually somebody decided that I'm going to take the lead here.
Into the live chat. Alex Owen, what's the reason for the minimum time in the pits? I don't think we have a particular reason for it. I think it's something that they definitely employ over here in France when the owner drivers were over 2 years ago on the CIK circuit that's just behind the circuit, Alain Prost, which will host the RMC International Trophy next week. They have a minimum pit stop time when they were doing endurance there as well. We've got a waved yellow down at turn 1, and I think it's because we're repositioning tyres on the outside, so no car off. But I think it's really interesting. Plus, we have a very busy pit lane. We've got effectively, it's like F1. You've got a pit wall, effectively a driving lane, and your pit boxes. Now, we should have, if we can get the camera shot up, just to sort of show you the pit lane. There's nobody really in it at the moment, but as you see there, busy on the right-hand side. You don't want karts going down there any more than sort of black flag for someone whose number I can't quite pick out. 313, Core Blimey Racing 313 have been given a black flag.
23rd overall. So we'll see what that was for. That might have been part of that 4 wide group.
Martin McClone just saying, what's the average lap time? Roughly, fastest drivers are doing 102s at the moment in this sort of traffic. Generally 103, 104, 105 for your drivers making their way through traffic. So that's generally where you're at. Let's give you an idea. We know Jared Fox Whiteley in the 181 is currently clear of traffic on his own.
Matt, he's got leader's pace.
And he's doing 103 ones, 103 twos, which is pretty much the pace that the leaders are doing. Fastest team on the track at the minute, Dr. Vapes, Mo Hassan in that kart, the number 30, a 102 888 on the previous lap, as we've got a mechanical flag out as well on the start line. We'll follow this round and we'll see if we can pick a number out for that. Oh, he's not happy. I don't know who he is.
Did we?
It's the 83 of Mastercart Sloler.
Did we find out who had lost the exhaust shroud?
We did not. I'll try and figure. We'll pick that up. Hopefully somebody comes in the pits. Wrong Direction are in the pits at the moment, having their kart looked at.
They qualified in 41st place, and before coming in were in 31st, so they'd gained over 10 spots. Or 10 spots exactly.
Who is in that 42? Let's have a quick look at them.
Oh, somebody tried to go round the outside on the back straight.
So wrong direction. 6 drivers in that, Tom.
And coming into the pit lane, it is, I think it's the 83 of
It is.
Mastercard
They were the team that had the mechanical.
Oh, the mechanical,
flag.
of course, yes.
So maybe they are missing an exhaust shroud.
That's what I'm thinking, but I would also think that whoever lost it would have probably already noticed that and would have come in.
It's only a heat cover, isn't it? The shroud. The exhaust still remains the exhaust. It's only a cover,
doesn't it? It gives it more. Makes it louder though, doesn't it? It works as part.
More bar.
Part silencer.
Yes. Here we are. He's coming in, and no. He's been in the gravel, I think, and then hasn't pitted. Hence why he's had the mechanical flag. Still waiting for the 313 who were black flagged to come in, I think, Tom.
Gravel.
Yeah, so he's obviously been in, not coming in, and then they've spotted him and given a mechanical flag for it. So, and then he may well be come round to have a word for not coming in. 313 are in the pit lane now.
We'll bring you an update on whether they're going to be straight back out for.
I think Chris Hancock's in the 313.
Engine's being refired, so not a big delay. Cart's just been shoved back by Jean-Claude Van Sam, who pushed it back at quite a rate single-handedly as well.
I think I've just overheard overtaking under yellows.
For the 313?
Yeah.
Is being held.
I mean, it's 2:45 anyway, so
it's still being
he
held.
might as well be held, but he's got to remember not to go too quickly. Oh, the visor's put back down with venom.
Okay.
By the 313. Oh, drive around, Tom, on the outside of turn number 6 and trying to pull start his own car.
Whoa, this is a bit sketchy.
He's off the line. I think, oh no, he's got going. I thought if another 10 seconds or so, we'd have thrown an FCY there. Let's try and pick out who it was facing us.
I don't envy Callum's job, I'm telling you. I'd much rather be here doing 12 hours of commentary than facing the wrong way into oncoming traffic on the back straight.
Yeah, good effort from him though. You know, shout out as always to the marshals again. Met Police are in.
That's the 101, isn't it?
This is a car that was facing the wrong way. It's Cole Clark Racing. That's Andy Clark in that was facing the wrong way. And I imagine it was quite a worrying time for him, Tom.
It's, well, yes, I'd imagine it would be as well. But it's odd seeing Andy Clark with a helmet on and not a cowboy hat.
He needs a Stetson painting on his lid.
I think, yeah, yes, he does. That's a great shout.
Like literally, just paint it on.
It's a white helmet as well, so
yeah,
yeah, it can get some paint.
Oh, that it's busy in the horseshoe. There we go. They've all sorted themselves out nicely.
Well, you say that. Don't speak too soon,
No,
because they're about to fan out into
Who's
turn
in the
9.
43 Academy 2 kart now? Black and I think that's Jitesh Prajapati now in the Academy 2 kart.
Nice exit there for, who was that? With the orange front. Is that Barbarians? Or is that Race for Ruben? I think it's Race for Ruben, isn't it? Yes, it is.
Alan Lowe's still in that, is it?
Got a great exit out of the hairpin at turn 9. Managed to nip to the inside before the apex of that little king.
It will be, because they're 135 since their last stop, so it will still be Alan Lowe's in that kart. I still don't think Jared Fox-Whiteley's overtaken anybody since he's been out, Tom.
Well, that's not a bad thing with the lap times he's putting in.
Well, no, because he had that track. He had just clear track in front of him, didn't he? Mastercart
103.1s.
Slola are back in the pits, Tom.
Again?
In the 83.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear. Wrong direction. They'll be heading back out shortly, but they're passing 8 minutes now of a stop time.
And where are Mastercart Slola going to fuel?
I wonder whether that was the case.
They are, but it's only 50 laps or so since they last fueled. So, looking at their timing of where they were, they pitted, I think, on around about lap 170. And then had 217 and then back in on 218 for fuel this time. So, probably only half a tank. The stint's probably about 80 to 90 laps at the moment, Tom.
We're now hitting the highest temperatures of the day as well. It's around about 4:30 local time, and I can tell you that the air is thick. It is
scorchio.
It's like driving through soup, I would imagine. And if you want to feel, if you want to recreate at home the conditions that our drivers are currently experiencing,
throw a tin of soup in your face.
No, what you need to do is go and put on your thickest pair of trousers, a t-shirt, a big jumper, a crash helmet, a pair of gloves, and then go and sit on a radiator with the heating on, full blast, and that's bordering on how warm it's going to be for our drivers out there. Oh, sorry, and then go for a run.
Yes, absolutely.
While holding the radiator. That's pretty much what it's like.
I'm looking what it's going to be.
It's as they go side by side into the chicane. That was close, but
even at midnight, it's going to be 24 degrees in the middle of the night as well.
Yeah. There's going to be no respite from the heat here, and I'm not saying this lightly. Hydration is going to be key. The fatigue levels that we're going to experience this year, I think, is going to be fairly unprecedented. I mean, in fairness, it's usually good weather here. It is usually a good weather race. We come at the right time of the year for this part of the world to get some good weather. However, it is very, very warm out there and very, very difficult conditions. So big respect to everyone out there doing it. Grip level on the track is incredibly high. I know there's a lot of drivers have been complaining about grip from the rear tyres, saying that they're stepping out all over. It's purely because they're overheating. There's nothing you can do about that other than drive them possibly in a straight line through a fridge. Maybe that might cool them down a little bit, but you can see, or we can see, from the entry to the chicane where all the rubber is building up on the outside of the racing line, and there is a very clear two-wheeled pathway through the chicane of clear track, and that is just pure grip.
Just following the number 2 Maple Motorsport kart with Tom Fox now in that kart. Foxy Red.
I was just going to say, should we give his business a shout out?
So there is another Tom Fox signed on with another team.
Right.
But he is the photographer, Tom
That's
Fox.
the Tom Fox, is it?
The Tom Fox.
Foxy Red Photography. If you are interested in any of his work, he does primarily motorsport, well, mostly karting photography, isn't it? But does a lot of motorsport photography as well, and some great action shots that Tom gets. Not dissimilar to our own Rob Borwick.
No, who
also gets some great
he's
action
on the
shots.
Rob's walking down the start straight at the moment with Lewis Thomas, the videographer, which we might catch them in a minute. There they are on the right-hand side.
In the orange?
Yes. Just taking some sanctuary under the awning for Rob and Lewis, because they're working out there in the sun. Although Rob's actually working now because he's got his He's got his dad.
I'm being
kneeling
videoed,
down.
David, and I'm leaning back in my chair with my hands on my head. I should be more professional than
You
this.
should be far more professional, Tom.
And get me gut in.
Ask him to get your good side by taking the photograph from the back.
From somewhere over in Paris.
The other side of the track, yeah. So, yeah, Maple Motorsport, just a bit of a shout out. All Canadian colours, maple leaf on the kart, absolutely nothing to do with Canada. As we mentioned in the pre-race build-up.
They just really like the syrup.
Yeah, I think it was Martin Webster, who's the team boss for Maple Motorsport. Grew up on Maple Drive or Maple Road and had a fantasy F1 team called Maple Motorsport. It's kind of just spiraled, Tom, to 24-hour races. So they are currently inside the top 10 in 9th place and 3rd in class in the club class for Maple Motorsport.
I do keep going on about it, but it is well up.
It is.
That's the technical way to describe.
But it's getting
the temperature and humidity here is well up.
But it's getting well hotter, Tom. That's the problem. It's hotter than it was.
Well, we were up at 31, although the weather app was lying to us and saying it was 28. Now it's saying 31, so I'm saying it's at least 34 now. And yet we have a 24-hour kart race going on with drivers in full kit. That's not a complaint, by the way.
No.
Just give them the respect that they deserve right now.
I mean, like, we were here Thursday, so they were setting up. Then yesterday morning we went out and we probably did 20, 30 laps. Just giving the karts a little bit of a fettle. I don't know if anybody sort of knows, but Tom and I have turned a wheel once or twice in our time. We're not the best, but we're steady pedallers.
Bang average.
We are the perfect test driver.
Yes, you said this, didn't you?
We are. We can't.
And you're right in what you said.
Yeah, look, we can't drive round problems that your elite drivers can drive round. So we are the right people to test the karts on a Friday to sort of iron out any of the gremlins.
Because we can go, the brakes are pretty poor in this one. The brakes are absolutely bang on in this one.
Yeah.
The tyres feel a little bit right. It's pulling a little bit to the right. It's pulling a little bit to the left.
I mean, every one of these karts had brand new tyres to start the weekend on. So, it's more of a case just making sure everything was fine. We went out there, did around about 30 laps or so, and I was very aware of it. And I wasn't even wearing like a thick race suit like these
we
drivers
were shorts and t-shirt.
Well, you're allowed to do that in the local.
Well, when you're testing, yes.
When in France.
Yes. So we were out there on track in shorts and t-shirt, and thankful for the breeze, not thankful for the massive helmet we were having to wear.
Well, no, but I mean, let's say I was probably had a helmet on for about 40 minutes, and I could have wrung it out.
Lovely.
It was for the yeah.
There's a lovely image for the ladies and gentlemen at home. What have we got? Teesside Academy outperforming the Tigers. Oh, as we've got the... hang on, no midstreams.
No.
Miles behind, because that's kart 40 off in the gravel again. And I was like, I'm sure I've seen that before.
I just paused the stream bit. I'm only in it for the chat.
What have I done here? Ruined it now. I was only trying to keep up with the live chat. So Teesside Academy outperforming the Tigers. Yes, well, they out-qualified the Tigers significantly, who were down in P38. This is Martin McGlone, who's commented in. So Teesside Tigers, yes, significantly down the order, much further than expected. And Teesside Academy 2 qualified 16th. Teesside Academy qualified 20th, and Teesside Tigers qualified 38th. So Tigers have done very, very well to climb up and now cracked the top 10 for the first time of the race as well. So they are marching towards the front. That's 28 places that Teesside Tigers have gained through the course of this race. They are currently Just over 3 laps off the lead. Everyone up to P14 has only pitted twice, so they're all on schedule.
Race for Ruben must be due a visit shortly, Tom.
Yeah, 1:45 for them. Likewise, I don't think it'll be long until Teesside Academy come in for their third stop either. They're 1:25, and LMS, who are P11, they are an hour and 22 minutes they've been out as well. So those three should be joined. We should be joined by those three shortly. Race for Ruben. I got a signal from Paul White around about 15 minutes ago that said I'm going in 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, Dan Crosley's in the pit lane waiting for them. Alan Lowe's laps again, so I think that's been a late call not to pit. And that's why it's important having somebody in the fuel bay waiting for you to talk you through it, because the fuel bay does go out of sight and you don't want to be waiting. Now, I think he'd have been probably up and over the weighbridge by about now and heading up. So they might have got away with that one, but it was a tight call for Race for Ruben to not pit on that lap for fuel. The fuel bay is now clear again.
I'll tell you who's been performing well and have just cracked on, I think possibly due to a CBA Motorsport pit stop that's currently ongoing. But LMS, I mentioned a moment ago.
Yes.
P11 overall, 3 laps off the lead, about 8 seconds off Teesside Tiger, so about 8 seconds off the top 10. Going very well. Qualified P17,
another
practice P17.
Yeah, another team that we can never tell who's in the cart because they all have a green suit and all have a black helmet.
Yes, it's definitely the commentator's nightmare.
What I would say...
but a big shout out to them.
Well, what I would say, they've got David and Martin Ferguson, they've got Michael Ball, Ben Higgins. I'm not going to throw controversy about. I'm here to give an opinion. When we raced them in 2023, they were a very difficult team. They were very robust. They didn't have that sort of 24-hour mentality. They had a sprint mentality. And I would argue that they probably had an indoor karting mentality.
What you mean is they defended for their life and it cost them quite a bit because there would be
overly aggressive.
Yes.
They have really tidied up their driving style and the pace has gone with it.
That's why I wanted to give them a shout out genuinely, because 11th place at the moment is a very, very good showing.
Currently
for that
running
team.
up towards turn number 9 or LMS. There they are coming into shot now. Green
P4 in
green
class.
panel in the number 70 running up towards the chicane. So we'll try and pick them up in a
Just
few
going to
moments.
go through the bottom of this shot, I think.
Yeah, so they'll come in. Not that one. It's that one there in green.
With the green suit and the black helmet. That's LMS.
With the Academy cart behind, Gracie Mitchell in that one at the moment.
P4 in class for LMS. I called it wrong earlier by saying they were on the podium, but that's in the clubman class. So Dr. Vapes, Bargain Racing, Maple Motorsport, and then LMS. So anything happens to any of the three in front of them, and they are very much on the podium.
Back to Race for Ruben. They are still out 150 now, and the fuel bay is occupied. Could well be occupied again by the 13 of Energy Racing. So they're cutting it very fine. 151, I think, has been the longest stint for anybody in the top half of the field earlier on. Who was it that pushed it all the way to the edge? It was TRX Pro, wasn't it, Tom, that did a 1 hour 51? He's not listening.
No, I am listening.
He's
yes.
preoccupied.
No, you're right. Yeah, it was.
Cheers.
TRX
I just needed the confirmation from
you.
you.
You're right. Yeah, no, I was listening.
Thanks, mate. So yeah, we're queuing now in the pit lane here, and Race for Ruben need to hope that was brimmed to the top.
Well, TRX Racing Pro, yes, they did that incredibly long pit stop. They were the last one to make a scheduled pit stop, but then their second stint was about half an hour shorter.
Yeah, and their pit stop was so they did a really long fuel stop, didn't they? In the end, over 3 minutes, I think. There's LMS on the screen, currently chasing down the 20. Is that of Track Limits by Storm, who were in second place. Although the Academy car has got past both of them in the last on the last lap or so. So Mitchell in that with a 1:02.8 for Gracie Mitchell, the fastest driver on track at the moment. The car just in front and about to make an overtake up towards turn number 1 for the number 28 Teesside Academy car. Gracie Mitchell, the Iberian supercar driver, currently races a Ginetta G55 run by Topwith Motorsport in that championship. Currently, I think second overall in the GT4 class. And there's a podium last week on the streets of Villarreal, which is in Spain, Tom.
It is. And if you keep your eyes on the socials for Gracie Mitchell as well, could well be a very significant announcement coming regarding the British 24-hour.
Oh yes, I know about that. I was thinking, does he know some insider information that I don't know? Because I always know the insider information. Yeah.
But no, there could well be a significant announcement in the next few days.
Race for Ruben pit to a currently busy fuel bay. And that's been timed very, very well.
It couldn't have been timed better.
No.
Because as they got to the fuel bay, it was being cleared.
Alan Lowe's
very smoky
in the
clutch.
fuel bay.
Is that a very smoky clutch?
For the one in front of it?
Yes.
The 555 of Team Yellow, Adam State in that kart. Could just be some heat off the exhaust, could it?
Maybe.
To be fair, it could well be the clutch, because once it stops spinning, it starts steaming. Once it's spinning, the steam just tends to disappear. So race for Ruben.
Just over a minute so far. We know that Paul White is getting in next because he's had his suit on and told us so, that he was going in.
Another driver, Tom, that last year got the credit that he deserved.
Oh, he did, absolutely, yeah. He deserved the credit and got the plaudits for an excellent drive.
With Teesside Tigers last year to a class victory.
And what we did say as well was that Paul is a bit of an enigma when it comes to karts.
A charismatic enigma as well, Tom.
Yes, he's a lovely lad, but once he puts his helmet on,
wasn't last year though. But
no. This is what I was getting at. Right, it can go one of two ways with Paul. Either you get what you got last year, which is probably the best drive that we've ever seen him do,
or you get brisker F1 stock car driver Paul.
Yes. So last year he was calm, he was measured, he was very, very fast, and he was clinical with his overtakes. The other Paul White is not those things. No, he is fast, but not so clinical with the overtakes, rather robust, and but highly entertaining nonetheless. We shall see this year.
Gareth McCarthy getting in touch in the live chat, saying hello. Sebastian is watching, his son. So two-time podium finisher now at Teesside, Sebastian McCarthy in Honda Cadet. After a good weekend at round number 5 for Sebastian. They're intermittently switching between us and the British Championships, where they're supporting the current Honda Cadet Championship leader Edward Rye, who's taking part in the rounds 3 and 4 for Honda. It's a double header at Paul Fletcher International for Honda Cadet this weekend in the Motorsport UK British. So everybody at Teesside wishes Edward well. In fact, I'll hold the fort, Tom. I'm going to see how he's doing.
Okay. Let's have a quick look at who's having a good fight. All fairly spread out at the moment, in fairness. The closest battle on track is for 21st place between CBA Motorsport and MPMC 999, and they're 3.5 seconds apart. So, yes, although we are looking at overtakes and we are looking at battles that are going on track, none of them really are for position at the moment. It's people going a lap down or claiming a lap back, whichever way it's going. So we look at it's the 919 777, and then we've got that Maple Motorsport car as well. So the 919 is Salient Racing, and the 777 is JJR, and they are a lap apart, but JJR that's in behind Salient Racing at the front of that group. So there's Maple Motorsport putting Salient a lap down, and there go JJR to put them 2 laps in front of Salient now.
Just had a quick look at the results, Tom. Also noticed Sam Dixon racing in the British as well this weekend at PF. Another one of our T-side Honda Cadet drivers. He's been 10th place all day, 10th in qualifying out of 19, and the same in the 2 heats. We've got a slow-moving cart round the final corner.
Energy
with a train of carts through the chicane.
Really held up that group behind as well, and they were piling into the back of each other.
The results on Edward Rye, Tom, qualified 7th, 8th in heat number 1, 7th in heat number 2 for Edward. So strong showing in the top half of the field for the T-side drivers.
Yes, indeed. It shows that T-side is the breeding ground of fantastic drivers. We've seen it throughout the years that we've been commentating on, for sure, with drivers from Bambino right the way through to seniors, having excellent results at both Kart Masters, the British Kart Grand Prix, which is coming up in shortly, in a few weeks, I think it is, and then you've got
weekend before the British 24, that, Tom.
Okay, so it is a couple of weeks away.
Yeah.
And then you've also got the British Championship as well that they go and drive in. In fact, we've got, is it Colby Patterson and Austin O'Mann competing in Europe at the moment?
Yeah, well, they were both on the Austin was on the podium at the Rotax Grand Finals last season.
Yeah.
Having
yes, he was, yeah.
As was another driver that's done a fair bit at T-side in Lewis Goff.
Yes. But this is what I'm trying to say is, if you want to start your motorsport career and start it in karting, come along to T-side.
I think
because
Honda as well at T-side, with it being that fixed gearing as well, really breeds your driver not to rely on the gearing to get the best out the car. It is a driver's series, isn't it?
Yes, very much so. And the help that you get in the paddock as well.
Yes.
We say it a lot during the sprint series, but it's a real community racing club is probably the best way to put it. It's a real community feeling that you get. There are fellow competitors in the same class who will move heaven and earth to help each other out, and that is not an exaggeration.
At the last sprint round, Francesco Di Caro in Honda Cadet had a bent rear axle in heat number 1.
Yes.
3 parents jumped on to help him.
From the same class.
Yeah, from the same class. And one of him was his nearest championship rival.
Yes.
just to help get the kid back out on track, which is what racing should be about.
I love it. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I've said it 100 times. That's what, like you said, David, that's what racing should be about. And the reason that's why it is the way it is because it's what is usually known as dad and lad racing.
Yeah.
It's independent racing. It's parents and guardians coming along with their kids, mechanicking for them, learning how it all works. As much as the kids are learning how to drive the karts, the parents and the guardians are learning how to spanner the karts.
Yeah.
And everybody helps each other out. You don't get that when you move to, for example, the British Championship, because it's all teams-based. And they're all rivals, and they're all fighting for the same bit of business of we want to be the best team, and we want the best engines, and we want the best chassis, and they're all fighting for it. And then because they're the best, they then get the drivers signing up to them, and then they get wads of cash coming in, and yeah, it just taints it for me, really. That's my
Rant number
over.
one of the
Yeah,
weekend
but,
there.
no,
from
but it
Tom
needs to be
Butterworth.
said. I know that teams are an
No,
essential part of
they've got
motorsport.
they've got their place. For
Yes,
sure.
they've got their place. Yes, I think what some teams are able to charge as well. I think I think that should be regulated, and B, I think the amount of drivers that a team can have should be heavily regulated.
It certainly is when you go into car racing. You look at British Touring cars, Ginetta Junior.
Yeah.
Teams are limited to the number of cars that they can run.
Yes. So why isn't it the same for grassroots motorsport or let's call it junior motorsport in karting?
Yes.
Oh, it's the 34 got up and over the grass there.
Well, that's Cartwheelers, all in red. Who's the driver all in red for Cartwheelers? Number 34.
I'm on the wrong page now. 34. That is Jack Metcalf.
Yes, I think it could well be. The Academy car, Teesside Academy 28, peels off into the pit lane. It's Gracie for an on-schedule pit stop after 1 hour and 40 minutes. And I say on schedule because I can't see anybody from Academy.
Oh no, the Mark's there.
In the pit. Oh yeah, he is there. Yep, yeah, Mark Gracie's dad. Now
Gracie's in the pits, man.
Just about Teesside Academy. So basically, Tom's obviously had his team rant, and it is a team to an extent. But what it does is, because Teesside karting is a track, you come there, you do your hire karting, and then you take the next step into owner-driver karting. It's an introduction. It's an academy, and it opens up opportunities. 90% of the drivers that are here racing with Teesside Academy have come through the hire karting, into karting at Teesside, into the academy. But it doesn't it's not there to the driver. It teaches the parent how to become a mechanic as well.
The only way that the Teesside Academy setup is a quote-unquote team is that they've got multiple karts in the same class. But what it actually is the name explains itself. It's an academy. It's not a team. Does that make sense?
It's there to improve and teach the driver, but they're there. They also teach the parents how to spanner the car, so that they don't have to rely on a team or a paid mechanic.
Exactly that. It's an academy in everything. The name says it all. It's not a team in the traditional sense that we would call it.
Gracie's bringing that car in. Looks like Freddie Widrington is having. So let's see if we can get the pit camera, because that'll be the nearest one. If we can go to the pit camera. We'll see it on the left-hand side, the pit lane camera. So there we go. So there is. Weights are being applied to the rear to ensure the cart gets up to the minimum weight limit at the end of the stint, which is 235 kilos. So Freddie's going to send that cart down the pit lane at a slow pace. Hands behind, he's just checking that both engines are on.
He's going to be quick unless he gets told to slow down.
What's he at the minute?
211.
He's got to put the brakes on there,
hasn't he? He's
going
to have to pull over to the left here, I think.
Radio. He's slowed right down. Right down at the end of the pit lane. Mark Mitchell will be on the radio, and he'll be
saying,
slow,
stop.
slow. 228. He's still got 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Get round to the flag at the far end of the track. He stopped.
I bet he's done it.
He stopped.
Yeah,
I can
he's done,
see him
but
at the
he's done it
far
right.
end of the pit lane.
And there we go. 245 gone.
And now he's told to go and crosses the line.
249. Bang on.
Decent
Perfect.
stop that.
Near enough.
Probably
Near
set
enough.
off. Yeah. Again, probably set off a little bit too early, but has done all right there in the end. Come and have a chat, Mark. No. What do you mean no? It wasn't a request.
How are you doing?
It was
do you want
fine.
me to hand over the headset?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. All right, I'll pass you over to Mark Mitchell.
Because he's not going to have anything to do now for another hour and 40 minutes. He's just done a pit stop. So, Gracie, your daughter, handing over to Freddie Widrington for his first stint here at Le Mans. Mark, thanks for joining us.
You're welcome.
On strategy this weekend for Teesside Academy, and in the pits as well, by the look of things. Going well so far. The kart, Gracie's handed that over in P7.
Do you know what? We are going really well. The kids have been really clean. They haven't been getting into any fights, spins. They're not hitting curbs. touch wood, the kart is on song at the minute.
I mean, and you're right in saying that. It is kids, isn't it? 15 is your minimum driver age here at Le Mans. I think Grace is the oldest driver in the team at 18.
Gracie's 18-year-old, yes. This is her 3rd time now, but we've got two of the kids there. It's the first time. And we've got Joseph, Yao and Pip, who did it last year as well. But yeah, like you say, Gracie's 18, she's the oldest in the team.
So bringing the experience, it's not very often you say that the 18-year-old's the experienced one. For Gracie, she's done a lot of racing though, Mark. Started karting relatively late, which I'll be honest with you, you generally do find with the female driver. They start a little bit later than what we do. We've got LMS in the pits. You don't see a huge amount of them in Bambino. They do tend to start a little bit later.
Yeah.
She's had a great career though, Mark, so far.
Yeah, I mean, just out of the blue, she literally sat in the kart the first time when she was 11-year-old, and she just loved it. She's met a lot of great people over the years, and yeah, I mean, we never thought we'd end up doing what we're doing. It was always just, it was a bit of fun, and yeah, she's just gone from strength to strength.
I mean, competed at Teesside, won some championships there at local level, went and raced at national level. Competing in the British Championships, the Ultimate Karting Championships. The transition in the last 18 months, though, has been into cars.
Yes. So we did our first sort of full year in cars last year. We didn't actually compete in a major championship. We just sort of drove what we could when we could. But we were fortunate enough. She tested and drove, quite a wide variety of cars. And then obviously this year we've focused on the Iberian Supercar Championship over in Spain and Portugal in the Ginetta, the G55.
So run by Top with Motorsport. Have you been off the podium so far this year? You've been up there most. I think you missed out on one when you were running on your podium position. Just quickly, Mark, sorry, we've got a kart in the gravel up at turn 1 at the moment. We'll try and get a visual on who that is at the moment up at turn number 1, but kart in the gravel on the outside, wave yellow flag, so no overtaking in that run up to turn 1. Kart just being recovered by a marshal up there. We'll pick a number up in a few moments' time. But yeah, as you say, Mark, last year tested and raced a lot of different cars last year. She settled with the Ginetta. It's the Wrong Direction, who are facing in the wrong direction, up at the far end of the circuit in the 42. The jokes write themselves, Mark. We don't really have to work for them. They come naturally to us.
It's written for you, the script.
So yeah, competing in Portugal and Spain this year. I think 3 podiums now, is it, in the Iberian Supercar this year?
Yeah, we had first round in Portimao. We had a podium. We missed out in the podium in the second race. Same again in Jarama, which was the second round. We got a podium, and then unfortunately, I think the conditions really took its toll on the tyres. We had a little excursion off into the gravel, which unfortunately ended our race early. And then, yeah, we've just come back from Villarreal street circuit. Ended up with a podium again there again, and 2 podiums actually. So yeah, we end up with a P2 and a P3.
A few more rounds of that championship to go. I think it runs the first week of November, doesn't it?
December. The last round is first week of December.
And then plans for next year must already be sort of being put into place.
Nothing's been sorted out at the moment. Obviously, we're still trying to find finances for now next year. We're trying to bring on some new sponsors and partners. The obvious comment, realistically, while she's in the age category, is to try and get her to the F1 Academy.
So age category for F1 Academy, what are we looking at?
It's up to 25. They're allowed to do 2 years. So that's the sort of the priority. If it happens, fantastic. If it doesn't, Gracie really loves the endurance style racing. She really does. I mean, she's really took to the GT racing really well. She loves the team environment. She loves being pitched against another driver. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But yeah, it's like most people. It's always on everyone's tongues pretty much. It comes down to finances.
It does.
You know.
Of course, Susie Wolf, I know you're watching. Why wouldn't you be? Fantastic race. Yeah, hit Gracie up on Instagram, Gracie Mitchell Racing, and on Facebook as well.
Yeah.
They're very active. I do like the way that sort of Gracie's sort of taken to that side of things. Sort of gone on the front foot with it really, and really started to make a name for herself. Particularly, online, which is good. I really like that. She's sort of been very, very proactive with that.
Yeah, she has, and to be honest, we've got a really good team around us. We've got the guys from NECL that look after the website, they look after the marketing for us. We've also Gracie's just opened a line of branded merchandise as well. So
she was showing me yesterday. You can even get like a cookware. There's a pinny you
yes,
can get apparently.
Yes, you can. Yeah, I mean obviously it's still
it's
under
more t-shirts and hoodies.
It's under construction.
Yeah.
There's still lots of products to go on there and some design ideas. Over the next week or so, we'll have a big announcement as well for the next event that we've got in mind. But again, that'll be announced over the next week or so.
Well, we've hinted at it, but we've left the final thing. But we're getting people on the cusp of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, keep an eye out on the socials for Gracie Mitchell Racing for an upcoming announcement in the next week or so.
Yeah.
How are your drivers faring, Mark? I know Oscar had it at the start. You've not seen. I've grabbed you before you've been to see Gracie, but she's sat down there with a fan in her face.
You should be fine. Oscar, I mean, again, Oscar. It's the first time Oscar's been here, and he didn't get the opportunity to have the little sort of test on the Friday evening. So I think Oscar's done remarkably well, and we try and always give the academy kids the opportunity to start. And Oscar stood up straight away. He wanted to start, so we give Oscar the qualifying. He did a fantastic job. We qualified. I think it was 20th overall. Oscar came in. I think it was a P8. He done a remarkable job. Pip went out next, and again, Pip was just solid. He was, his times were just consistent, kept it clean, and we're now running in P6 overall. Gracie's obviously gone out, again, solid times. I think, I didn't actually see it, but I think we had a little bit of an excursion early on in a stint. Don't know what actually happened, but anyway, like you say, we seem to be in a bit of a limbo in P6 at the moment. I think all the top 6 runners are all running at pretty much the same times.
Yeah, just having a quick look. There's only 2 teams, I think, or 3 teams in front of you at the moment. We're in the middle of a pit stop window, so you're currently P13, but there's only 4 teams in front of you that have pitted. So once that figures itself out, I think that you'll be.
Yeah. So what we've done is we've tried to get out the sync of everybody else's pit stops. So we're pretty much now in a window where, when we're due to pit, we pretty much have a clear fuel bay. That's the plan.
Yeah.
It will change.
Yeah, it's going to, isn't it, throughout the race? So it's good to give these drivers the sort of opportunity to come out and do these sort of events. They're used to sprint racing, of course, most of them with 10 or 15 minute races at most. So to now have the opportunity to do 1 hour and 45 minutes is very, very difficult. Character building, some would say.
Yeah, and you know what? Because some of these, you've got to remember, some of these kids as well, they've been karting less than a 12-month.
Yeah.
Some of them, they've come into the academy up at Teesside. They're obviously getting it supported. It's generally the 2-stroke racing that they're doing. And this is why they get the opportunity to come out as an academy team. Like you say, you've got to remember these kids haven't been karting for more than 12 months.
Yeah.
And it's, you see the paces. I mean, I haven't unfortunately had a chance to see what we've got Freddie out at the moment. I will need to get back on the comms to him anytime soon.
No, he's 104 dead, which is a very respectable time.
It's a respectable time. It's solid time.
Because he gets. I know. I was watching from down the far end yesterday, and he was overdriving in the practice session yesterday. He was trying to go too deep into the corner, and it was catching him out. And I know that he's had a pep talk overnight, just chill out, it's a long stint, and there's no point trying to gain a 10th, because if you have a spin and lose 30 seconds, all of your gains are gone.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. And that's what we're just trying to tell them. It's just like I say. I know they only used to sprint racing, but we're trying to tell them, look, we're not going to win the race on lap 1. It's all about keeping it clean. We're already seeing cars being overdrive and aggressively driven, and they're coming in. They're having little issues. And like I say, the kids at the moment, they're driving very maturely. And yeah, hopefully it'll continue.
Yeah, they're doing incredibly well so far. I mean, difficult to sort of put hopes on it until the sunlight really comes up tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that's it.
Going to see if we can cut to our pit lane camera. There is Mark Mitchell on camera, on screen. There, Mark, right there.
Oh, there we are.
There. But they've not put it on me. I'm the talent here. There we go. There we go. It's all on Mark.
Look at that.
All on Mark.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll come this way.
There that's better. So, yeah, Mark. I saw them doing the camera about 5 minutes ago. And I was like, keep him talking. I know Freddie's halfway through his sprint now. But
I am camera shy. I'm very camera shy.
You are not camera shy. Mark, pleasure. Thank you very much. Hopefully the rest goes well for you.
And honestly, great work. All your work's appreciated. And yeah, thanks very much.
Cheers, Mark. Thank you very much. So Mark will hand the headset back to Tom Butterworth. We are in the middle of a pit stop window, 5 hours and 10 minutes into the 2025 Le Mans 24-hour race. Titan Motorsport currently lead, although they are on 2 pit stops rather than 3. Chrono Team Racing are your team that have had 3 pit stops and are your leading team on 3 pit stops. So they were leading prior to the pit stop window. Dr. Vape's still going well in second place overall, still waiting for that second pit stop, Tom. Oh, sorry, third pit stop.
Yes, indeed. And so we're looking at a bit of a mixed up order at the moment while this all shakes out. We were talking just before Mark came on about which Paul White we were going to get.
Have you been watching him intently?
Yeah, no, I just watched about 5 or 6 laps while he was making his way through about 20 carts worth of traffic, and that's not an exaggeration. It was a lot of carts he had to get through, and very, very clean was Paul there.
The new and improved Paul White, Tom.
Yes, well, it would seem so, wouldn't it? I mean, this is two years in a row.
2 years on the trot now.
And times are 103 flat last time around. So, he's up there. He's quicker than Titan Motorsport. Quicker than Track Limits by Storm, quicker than Bargain Racing, quicker than Core Blimey Racing, all in front. So
333, Tom. Just to give them a little bit of a shout out in the black panel off the back there. Another team made up of sim racers, as are RD Kart Sport. Now, we spoke to them yesterday. We went and got a bit of information yesterday morning. Now, again, a multinational team. They've got a Dutchman, a Frenchman, 2 Germans, and a Somalian. So they are all in on covering all bases. But most importantly, this was a bit that we said we definitely mentioned.
Yes.
They came in a sim race earlier in the year. They came into contact with somebody quite important.
Well, I mean, you say that. In reality, not particularly important, but a 4-time Formula 1 world champion.
That's 4 more than me.
Yeah, well, yes. Important in the world of motorsport, I guess. But 4-time world champion by the name of Verstappen. Asterisk. For me, there's always an asterisk on the 4.
Terms and conditions and events in Abu Dhabi may apply.
Yes, exactly that. Yes, that's the asterisk. Good way of putting it, David. But they were in a sim race with it. It was a charity sim race, I think they said, didn't they? And
well, if it took him out, it wasn't very charitable.
And no, I've watched the clip on YouTube. Khalid showed me the clip on YouTube, and yes, they well and truly took him out.
Oh, whoopsie.
Yeah, like I think they went full send into a chicane, and there were about 3 cars back.
It was at Zolder.
And he was turning into the right-hander of the chicane, and they ended up T-boning him. A bit like you did to Lennon French's dad all those years ago.
Yeah, still fresh in the memory of
Yeah.
Lennon French's dad. That'd have been, if it was at Zolder, which it was, that'd have been the chicane at the far end of the circuit, the right, left, right. Because the other 2 chicanes are left, right at Zolder.
Okay.
Very
Okay.
underrated track.
Well,
I do like
it's
it.
narrow, isn't it, Zolder?
Yes. It's very difficult on project cars.
Yes, and Assetto Corsa as well. It's a tricky wee number is Zolder, but it's a good test of machinery for because it undulates as well quite a bit, doesn't it? If I remember rightly.
I do like it. I wonder what the live chat's quietened down a tad, so I need to get them going again. Fastlane says, "Let's go, Dr. Vapes." Right, what's your favourite track? Kart track, car track. What's your favourite track? I want to know.
Okay.
I want to know
let's
from the
let's
live,
see what the action
from the
is on
live
that,
chat.
and then we may caveat it further.
What's your favourite track? What are we caveating with, Tom?
That you've been to.
Oh.
And then we may even further caveat it with what you've raced at.
Well, I went to Imola earlier in the year, not to watch anything. I just went because I wanted to.
You were nearby, weren't you?
Well, I went specifically to see the Senna Memorial. It was my 40th birthday. My wife was. I told her pretty much from the day I met her when I was 20 or so that I've always wanted to go to see the Senna Memorial. My lad's middle name is Ayrton, so there's a lot there for me as I sort of grew up in that sort of Mansell Senna era, and I really wanted to just go and see it. So for my 40th, my wife just said basically in February we've got 2 weekends before the race season starts and the commentary really kicks in and my son's racing starts. We're going to go, and yeah, that was it really. We went and had a nice weekend. Got to see it. Had a walk round the circuit. It's a park circuit, really. It's open to anybody. You can just
similar to Monza,
drive
isn't it,
into
in
the
that respect,
you just
yeah.
drive into the middle of the circuit, and there's a couple of cafes, and you can walk through the park down to Acqua Minerale, which I sent you a picture of.
You did. And you asked me what corner it was, or you asked me where you were.
Yeah.
And I got it straight away.
You did.
Which I don't think you gave me enough credit for.
I didn't, and I'm
Because you
sorry.
didn't tell me that you were in Imola at the time.
Well done. Oh, Passaggio stand for the 313 of Core Blimey Racing 313.
9 seconds too
9
fast.
seconds too quick through the pit lane. Two laps removed from the standings for 313.
So that's your favourite track that you've ever been anywhere in the world. That's your favourite track.
Might have a problem for the number 30 Dr. Vapes. Just seen Mo Hassan's brought the car in for fuel and has run over to the mechanics bay.
It might get pushed back from the fuel bay.
So not sure if they've got a problem with that. No point driving it round to bring it back in, is there?
Hang on a minute. Nigel Moore's got 2 impact guns, 1 in each hand.
Oh. Like Edward Scissorhands, Nigel Impact Hands.
Oh no, he hasn't. Sorry, he's got 1 impact gun and an airbox cover.
Yeah. So was it? Is it the exhaust shroud? Were they the team that lost the exhaust shroud earlier on? They could well be.
That could explain it. Could well explain it. I keep rubbing my eyes because I think I've managed to somehow get sun cream in my left eye. Not that you can see that at home, folks.
Gareth
but,
McCarthy said that Sebastian's middle name is Vettel. So is his name Sebastian Vettel McCarthy? I'm going to need a picture of his birth certificate.
Sebastian Vettel McCarthy.
Or his passport to prove that.
Okay.
Jack Collinson saying his favourite kart track is Sport Klopkins or Warden Law, and his car track Daytona or Le Mans.
Okay.
clearly going down more of an endurance route.
Well, I'll throw my hat in the ring then. Favourite track I've ever been to was, and I've been to quite a lot around the world, really, when you think about it. Certainly on the F1 circuit, been to quite a few. But Texas in October, Circuit of the Americas.
Ooh.
Incredible venue. I mean, and I've been to Monza, and I've been to Silverstone, and where else have I been?
Spa?
Spa. Yes, I've been to Spa. Various others. But in terms of facilities and a venue, it's by far and away the best I have seen. I mean, we had Sting on the Friday night and Eminem doing a gig on the Saturday night. You know, they go proper all out. We managed to wangle a concierge service for drinks. You know, they have those guys with the big chillers, the ice boxes, and they put all the beers in them and stuff like that, bottles of water and everything. And so we were there with Matt and Haley, and Matt said to him, I said to him, do you come up to the stands at all to save us, you know, coming out of the stand again, go all the way down? And he said, oh, only if it gets really, really quiet. I said, all right, well, we're sat right at the back of the Turn 15 grandstand, which if you ever manage to go to the Circuit of the Americas is the best seat in the house, absolutely. And we said, all right, well, if you come up there, we'll give you a hefty tip as a thank you. So about 25 minutes later, up he comes with his cooler on his back, card machine and everything, so we didn't have to pay cash or out like that, and it was brilliant. While he's there getting our drinks, because we'd clearly given him a hefty tip, we said, how are we going to get you again? He said, have you got Instagram? To which Matt replied, yes. And he said, okay, add me on Instagram and just drop me a message whenever you need a drink and I'll come and find you. So we didn't even need to leave the stand to get drinks.
Happy days.
But no, that was a brilliant circuit. Spa was great as well for the nostalgia. Here, when we came for the car 24-hour, I can't remember who I was talking to last night. I think it was Owen Gemman, actually, of Titan Motorsport, in the hotel. And I said, places like this and Spa, to an extent Silverstone, you can feel the history in the air.
Yes.
Where we're sat right now, we are no more than 50 yards away from what is now called Karting Corner, the exit of the Porsche curves. And for over 100 years, they've been racing through this section of the track.
Well,
technically,
I mean,
no,
from
but
here, in the distance, we can see effectively the Michelin Bridge over the roadway into the middle of the circuit to our left.
Yes.
If we walk 30 metres to the right, we can see effectively the Goodyear grandstand and the actual start line of the Circuit de la Sarre.
The Ford
we
chicane,
are
yes.
right in the middle of the circuit. And I mean, even kart track, I said to you this morning on the way in, I get giddy walking into a circuit, any circuit. And I've been to hundreds of them now.
Yes. And I know exactly what you mean. I've got a playlist in my car that any time I'm going to a track, I have on in my ears. I've got a racing playlist. It just fires me up and gets me in the mood to be there. But no, you can feel the history here. You genuinely, it sounds stupid, but you can feel it in the air. Let's say they've been racing here for over 100 years. This section of the track didn't obviously originally exist. It used to go Maison Blanche, the White House, and before they created the Porsche curve. But they have raced through this section. In fact, it was over. In fact, there is the Maison Blanche over there. As we look at it.
So it is.
That's the Maison Blanche, I believe, unless it's been knocked down. But that is a White House over there that's in the place that Maison Blanche was. So they used to race down the road that's another 150 yards.
Well, effectively straight on where the
further to our right.
The actual purpose-built circuit now
yes.
veers off.
So they come off that section of the road.
Well, when it rained, one of the Ferraris in 23 nearly ended down there.
Yes,
didn't
I was there that year, and I was in the bar at the time. I was at the bar at the time getting a pint, and it started chucking it down.
I'll stay here for a little while.
Yeah, I ran for cover, but that's when all the action kicked off, and I missed it. But anyway, so they sweep off into the Porsche curves off the main roadway, and then they come through this section, and they get to what is now called Karting Corner for obvious reasons, because it's right next to the kart tracks, plural. And then they head on down to the Ford chicane. But you can feel that there's been 100 years worth of oil, rubber, grease, sweat, blood, tears that have been poured into the very fibres of the soil here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
You really can feel it. And it fills me with an awe is probably the best way to describe it. An AWE awe, and a respect for the history of what has come before us.
I think for me personally, I think my favourite circuit that I've driven would always be Anglesey. It was the first place that I stood on a podium. So Anglesey for me, and it was the year that they just changed the layout at Anglesey to what is its current layout now, and I raced there where it didn't have any curbs. They didn't put any curbs in. They were like, oh, well, let's find out where we need the curbs. Well, normally on the inside of every corner and the outside of every corner after the curb on the inside normally, but they waited. So Anglesey is always a personal favourite of mine.
That's a track I've not been to.
It's a bit of a trek.
Yeah. I've been to pretty much every track in the UK,
Yeah.
I think. I've never been to Alton Park, and I've never been to Anglesey, but I've been to, I think, pretty much every other one. This LMS goes side by side through the left-hander off the back straight.
And I went to Alton 2 years ago now for a British GT test day.
But
really good.
Spa is another one where you can feel the history when you're walking up the Eau Rouge Radion section of the track. When you're there and you're walking up that hill. I described it to Owen Gemman yesterday as it's like being in Sydney when you can see the Harbour Bridge and the Opera House in front of you, and you realise that you're in the postcard.
Yeah,
you're there seeing it with your own eyes. It's pretty awe-inspiring, and Spa is the same. Likewise, Monza, when you the section of the track that's what is now the exit of the Parabolica, but where it meets the old banking.
Yes.
For me, that section of the track is more important than the straight, more important than the banking itself, and more important than the Parabolica, because that's where the history meets the new.
Yeah.
Of where the banking would have started, and that's
controversial opinion. Not a track that I like.
Monza,
no,
great track to watch F1 though.
It might be. It just doesn't offer a lot. The first corner is an absolute abomination on lap one. It's in any
but
series.
They've tried everything to make it work.
But, I mean, to be fair, it was when it used to be left and right.
Apart from just taking the chicane out altogether for lap one,
yeah,
there's not really much they can do. I mean, they do that at Teesside, so why can't we do it for F1?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure I'd want to barrel up towards the right-hander before the effective
Curva Grande.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to barrel up there
into what is the. I can't remember what the second chicane's called now. It'd be the Variante something.
Is it Variante Bassa?
I can't remember.
Yeah.
But the apart from doing that, there's not really much that they can do to fix the chicane
but again, there's a huge amount of history there, isn't there?
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. You can feel that in the air while you're there. particularly when the track is very, very quiet and there's very few people around. It's a wonderful place to be.
Who else has got in touch? Jack Collinson did caveat that saying he's off to a new track next week at Mulsanne. So Jack should be racing FIA Academy next weekend. He represents FIA Academy is a championship. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they use the Vortex OK engine with FIA Academy, and each country has a representative. He represents Latvia. So he races under a dual nationality. His dad is British, his mum is Latvian.
Jack Collinson, it's a beautiful Latvian name.
It is. You sound like Al Murray. So he races under the Latvian flag, even in the UK as well. So he represents Latvia in the FIA Academy. So good luck to Jack next weekend when he heads out to Mulsanne. Gareth McCarthy did indeed confirm that he is only joking regarding Sebastian's middle name. Favourite track PFI, favourite car track Monza, so he's on board with you there, Tom. Wrong number, saying his favourite tracks Houghton Park and Teesside. And then we've got Stuart Nunnan just confirming that Marcin Sakovic is now in the Century Sim Kart Fast Lane. Big fan of Dr. Vapes. They've dropped a few places because they had an elongated pit stop. How long were they in for, Tom? Dr. Vapes, because when they had the exhaust shroud replaced.
I don't think it was too
They're
much
currently
longer than a normal
P6.
pit stop. 2 laps off the lead.
Yeah, so
but they are the first team 2 laps off the lead.
Yes.
3:25, so 45 seconds. 40 seconds.
KBR are in again and up onto the with Ash King, and the engine has lost a mount, hence why that's in. I imagine he became aware of it when it started rattling quite loudly in his left ear. So problems there for him. Ange Volker saying favourite track Teesside karting. Ange Volker's famous, obviously, at Teesside karting for that time that she unceremoniously nearly killed me at Howells. Apparently it was my fault that she wasn't looking and turning left at Howells.
She was waving to the people on the inside of Howells,
waving
and
at the people
roofed you.
and hit me, and apparently that is somehow my fault. And the reason it's my fault is because Angie Folkers is never wrong. And therefore I take full responsibility for my actions in that event. Ryan Bentley saying favourite kart track Daytona car track, Australia, Albert Park, Yas Marina, Abu Dhabi. So clearly picking the warm venues is Ryan Bentley of Albert Park, Abu Dhabi and Milton Keynes.
I'm off to Abu Dhabi in November.
I thought you were going to say I'm off to Milton Keynes.
No, been there. Not my favourite track by any means.
More roundabouts than a children's play area.
It's ridiculous. But anyway, what was I going to say to you then? What's your favourite kart track?
That I've raced or driven?
Slow
moving car. Apex Twin ECR in the middle of the track, half pace. I think they've dropped down an engine. Favourite track? I've not driven a lot of tracks actually. I'll probably go with PF just because I did a fair bit of racing there back in sort of 2015-16. Like Teesside, could never get on with the national circuit, always went reasonably well on the international. The full circuit that we use for the British 24-hour. Even won a round of what is now the NRG Higher Championship, when its precursor, which was the Stockton and District Motor Club, used to run meetings there. I used to go up like once a season just before the British 24-hour. And must have got an absolute rocket ship of a kart, because there was a driver in that championship at the time called Colin Peacock, and I was absolutely nowhere near his level. So that day, they must have given me some proper monster engines. Before my pre-commentary days, Tom.
So that's your ones. I I'm going to give you a top 3 of favourite kart tracks.
In order?
Yeah, why not? I'll give you them in order if you want, but I'll give you my reasons why as well. So in third place would be Wilton Mill. What are you pointing at here?
I told you I would that I'd get blame. I've already accepted full blame for Angie Folker's firing me off.
Yeah.
It was my fault for trying to drive all the way around the outside at a corner that went left, where Angie went right.
Yeah. So Wilton would be my third choice. Love the track. It used to be my home track. I used to live about 15 minutes away from it. It's a place where I first started karting properly. I say properly in the hires, probably the best way to describe it. My first race was at Wilton back in the EKL days, which was organised by Teesside at the time. And my first win came at Wilton. So you would think that would be number 1. However, it's only number 3 because number 2 is actually Rowra, because it's proper uphill, down dale kind of track. There's no part of it that's actually flat. You're either climbing or descending. But the bit that's the final third of the track, where you come down off the bottom hairpin, and then there's a 90-degree right-hander.
It's called Sunny.
Right. Well, in these karts that we're seeing here today, this is what I used to race in. And that corner was only flat if you were brave enough.
You were brave, weren't you, Tom?
I was brave a few times. I was not so brave on other times. But it was one of those corners where you could feel the car, even at 235 kilos, the kart was moving around under you. It was dancing, and you were fingertipping it through that corner. Yeah. And that's why I love Rowra. It's for that corner. If you could replicate that corner anywhere, the angle, the camber, the hill, then yeah, instant win.
It's downhill off camber.
It's downhill off camber,
brilliant.
and like I say, it's flat if you're brave enough.
So where's your favourite then?
Spa.
Oh, the kart track.
Yes.
Inside of Stavolo.
Yes. I love it.
Never raced
That
it.
is one that is flat as a card.
It's on Project Cars.
It is.
As Green Park Island.
In
or
the
something
Irish
like
one.
that,
Yes, I remember, yeah. Absolutely love it. Only been there once. Went there for a Club 100 10-hour weekend. Won our class with the help of Toby Stringer and Clee Pickering, who will thank me for mentioning them as well. They put the team together. Or the two of them were doing it, asked if I wanted to join them.
Needed a superstar.
Not quite. Clee was the quickest one there, and then I think Toby was second, and I was, as usual, bringing up the bottom end of the team. But the three of us complemented each other very well in terms of pace. We were all probably within a tenth and a half of each other on lap times in terms of pace. You know, we were very close, and we were put into a class, one of the lower order classes, because, you know, although we got EKL experience, we'd not really got any Club 100 experience, and we'd never been to Spa, and managed to win our class. And we were, you know, and it was just a great weekend. The weather was brilliant all day Saturday. It was very similar to this. It was 30 odd degrees. And then the Sunday for the endurance racing days, it was like this. And then all of a sudden, typical to Spa, it hurled it down, and it was under about 3 inches of water. And that's not an exaggeration. We were coming down the straight on slick tyres, aquaplaning in a straight line. You could hear the wheels spinning up in the engine.
Were you in the seat? You go well in the wet.
I was in the seat. Not going to lie, I did have a couple of offs in the wet.
Well,
I think pretty much everyone
underwater,
did.
Then you're going to, aren't you?
But then my speciality is always when it's going wet to dry.
Yeah.
Now, because I said as I said before, it was really, really hot. As soon as it stopped racing, you could actually see steam coming off the circuit. It was that warm. And it cleared up in about 20 minutes. The track was dry in 20 minutes. It was nuts. Never seen anything like it. But that was a brilliant weekend, and yeah, loved Spa. So Spa's my number one.
Having a quick look, Louise Fox saying excellent drive from Tom Fox. Which Tom Fox though, Tom? Because we do have two. We mentioned that earlier. There's two of them, so just want to make sure that we get the right one. But we did see Foxy Red in the Maple Motorsport car earlier on. They're still going quite well inside the top 10, aren't they? Second place in class.
I'm just going to bring your attention to the leaders.
Oh, are they due in the pits or are
no,
they close?
Both have been in the pits. Chrono Team Racing 40 minutes ago, and Track Limits by Storm Group 29 minutes ago, but they are now only separated by 9 seconds. And Track Limits by Storm Group are around about, well, last lap they were 0.4 of a second quicker than Chrono Team Racing.
Race for Ruben are on the lead lap still, as are Titan.
They're back on the lead lap. I think they've overtaken Chrono Team Racing and unlapped themselves and are only 42 seconds off the lead, which is what they lost.
Yes.
If you remember.
They could do with an FCY just to bring them right back into the mix. So
they've closed right back up again and almost negated what they lost before. Titan Motorsport are now P4, and they're only 5.5 seconds off the back of Race for Ruben. And then we've got Dr. Vapes, the first team, 1 lap down in 5th. Then we are Teesside Academy 6th, 2 laps behind. Optimum Motorsport have managed to climb their way back up to 7th as well. They're the first team, 3 laps down. And then all on the same lap, we've got Corblimey Racing, Maple Motorsport, Bargain Racing, and LMS still showing very, very well in 11th place as well. And I know we've given them a few shout-outs, but rightly so. TRX Motorsport Pro are 12th. They're the second in Pro class. Teesside Academy leading that one in P6. The first of our rookie runners is Team Yellow Racing 555, and then in 15th place, they're 5 laps down, but only 2.5 seconds behind them are Teesside Academy 2 in P16.
I wonder if Jeet, sorry, I'll mute myself because somebody asked a question. I wonder if Jeet's still in that one. When was the last time they pitted that Academy 2 kart? About 20 minutes ago. They might have had a driver change in that. Jeet Prajapati was in the number 43 Teesside Academy kart.
It's not often I tell you that you're a little bit quiet on the mic.
Oh, sorry, mate. Just having a quick look back in then into the live chat. Alex Owen saying Rowra's got to be up there for his track. Whilst we're on Rowra, Tom, I'm going to cover a little bit of admin on my part regarding Rowra.
But bear with, because we're going to need 2 seconds of silence so that we can clip this part. Are you ready?
Well, possibly.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah. So a few weeks ago, I, David Sullivan, the commentator, was part of a sort of commentary segment a few weeks ago at Paul Fletcher International, where I sort of made reference. It was part of a segment that made reference to Rowra. It was supposed to be sort of light-hearted and funny. Don't think it necessarily came across in that manner. And I'd like to just apologise to everybody up at Cumbria Kart Club and Malcolm Fell as well. He does put his heart and soul into that sort of kart club, and spoke to a few people this week that have sort of just said, you know, he really does put his heart into it. I've been up to Rowra once or twice, never really had a lot of interaction because I've been up there in a professional manner and working. So just want to pass on my apologies. Hopefully that sort of covers everything on my part. We've still got 18 hours and 18 minutes, Tom, of this 24-hour race to go. And it's looking very, very tight at the front because Track Limits by Storm Group are closing in lap on Chrono Team Racing.
And likewise, Race for Ruben are closing in on Track Limits by Storm. They're still 43 seconds behind them, but that gap is closing 10th by 10th. All three of them almost matched each other in terms of lap time. In fact, the top 5 were covered by just over 0.2 of a second, such is the similarity in pace between the karts at the front of this race.
Confirmed now that it's Evelyn Bye in the number 43 Teesside Academy 2 kart, making her 24-hour debut, not only with the Academy but in general. I was 2 messages away from where I'd referenced Alex Owen's Rowra, his favourite, and then wrong number hang-up had said, confirming who was in for Century Sim, and then Kate Turner just saying good luck to Evelyn Bye, who's just gone out on the track for her first stint in the Academy 2 kart in her first 24-hour race, and then followed it up a little bit later on. So thank you very much for letting me know. It really does help when they do that. We have got a sort of spotter's guide where I do get in touch with drivers before a race just to confirm sort of race suit colours, helmet colours. Looks like Ian Nielsen is out in the Teesside Tigers kart up the far end, heading into the right-hander now at turn number 1 at the far end of the circuit. CVRCZ doing shout out to all the EKL teams still flying the EKL flag.
Yes!
Titans and Tigers.
Titans and Tigers, 100%. But we've also got many drivers who used to race in EKL here as well, myself included, obviously. But Ami Yerger as well, who used to drive for Northampton Maidens. She's in the Idamos team that's currently P19, the number 11 kart. You've also got Paul White in Race for Ruben.
Yeah.
As well. Ian Nielsen, of course, who raced for Teesside Tigers and still does. Who else have we got that used to race in EKL? I'm trying to think now. I think Steve Nichols did a few.
Yeah,
I'm sure he did.
I'm sure he will have done.
I'm sure Steve Nichols did a few rounds. Who's currently driving for Met Police Motor Club 999.
Who else is talking about?
But what a time to be alive the EKL was.
Hugo27 says there, he says, I spent so much time driving around driving the Spa track. He said, I spent so long trying to find the Greenwood Racing Circuit online, which is what the Spa circuit, karting circuit, was called on Project Cars.
I think CVRCZ, I think that's Carl Vella.
Of Newmarket Hornets.
Of Carl Vella fame.
Yeah. So it'd be Newmarket Hornets or Newmarket Buzzing Hornets, depending on which of the 2 teams that he's with.
Spitting Hornets or Fiery Hornets. Or they had about 5 teams at one point.
Gareth McCarthy saying his best tracks for Sebastian Landau, despite an accident that I witnessed in 2023, which was borderline horrific for Sebastian back in his Bambino days. Clay Pigeon and Wilton.
Clay Pigeon's a good track that doesn't get enough recognition because it's very short.
Drivers love it.
Yes.
Very difficult. From a commentary perspective, it's very one line, and it's very difficult to overtake.
Yes.
And I think it's.
I think that's why people like it.
Yeah.
Because when you do manage to do an overtake, it feels very rewarding.
What's your favourite track that serves the best food?
Oh, best food track. Teesside. In unison, in stereo.
Teesside.
Teesside has the best cafe in motorsport.
Wilton's restaurant in an evening
is a close second.
Yeah.
Is a close second, but unless you're in the BRDC clubhouse at Silverstone, there's not many better places in motorsport than the Teesside Cafe.
How did Ian Williams wangle his way into the BR? Was he in the grandstand?
He knows a person.
Oh, it's all about it's who you know.
It's not what you know, it's who you know. But your comment of him looking like security for the MEN Arena.
He was in black trousers and a yellow t-shirt.
Black trousers, yellow polo shirt. I was howling, laughing. I genuinely howling, laughing. Brilliant. What a great comment.
Did you steal it and pass it off as your own?
No, I did not. No, I did not. I showed certain people it though, but not Ian. Unless he's watching this, he won't have a clue.
Yeah. Well, CVRCZ further down say that Paul White once did race for Newmarket Hornets.
Everyone at some point, I think, raced for Newmarket Hornets.
Yes.
Tim Morangan used to race for Newmarket Hornets.
You've raced with Tim Morangan.
I've raced with Tim Morangan, but Tim Morangan used to race in the Northampton Karting League that we set up. Myself, Luke Austin, James Fitchew, Ian Williams as well, the aforementioned Ian Williams, set up and ran those events. Yes, Tim coined the phrase either to be Moranganed or to Morangan someone. The dictionary definition, if you look up Moranganing, it is to crash into or be crashed into by.
Right. Well, why not?
I love it. Tim Morangan, genuinely, if you're friends with him on Facebook, he is the funniest person on Facebook at the moment. I've recently rejoined Facebook because I'm trying to sell some DJ kit, which you can look up online if you want it. Anyone interested? There's a unashamed plug. But yeah, if you want to buy some DJ kit, let me know. But I've rejoined, and Tim Morangan is on there, and it's genuinely hilarious, the things that he's been posting recently, and also has me howling laughing. So in that respect, it's nice to be back.
I want to give a bit of a shout out to Century Sim.
Okay.
Who, well, they might as well not have qualified, basically. They were well down the order and had some real issues.
Well, they started last.
Yeah, exactly. They might as well have not turned up. 17th, the Century Sim.
Yes,
First time at Le Mans, very experienced team in terms of 24-hour races.
I've given them an up arrow.
You did put them an up arrow.
Which means in my notes they are going to go way up the order. And indeed, that's what they have done. They were 9 places down on their practice times.
Yes.
So,
and didn't really have a lot. Didn't do a lot of laps in practice either. They did 6 laps in qualifying. Couldn't have done that much in practice, I don't think.
66 laps in practice.
Fairly average. I think the highest was 101, wasn't it, by Apex Twin 3.
Yes. But yes, big shout to them. But I think what we're going to try and do now, for the first time in around about 5.5 hours, is we're actually going to try and focus on the leader, if we can. If we can try and focus on the leader. I'm having this conversation with you folks, but also with Toby, who's sat behind me.
You're winking.
Who's directing. If we can try and focus on the leader,
we'll try and
because
find
we're about to have a battle for the lead. They are only separated by 5 seconds on track. It's the number 41 kart and the number 20 that is coming up strong behind. 5.8 seconds is the gap. It's down, way down.
They'll be coming over the timing line now and heading up towards turn 1. We're trying to pick out the number 41 of Chrono Team Racing.
A little bit further back than that. That's them, I'm pretty sure. We're just about to get them. They're going through the horseshoe section now, so we'll get them coming onto the back straight. And with this wide shot, we'll probably be able to see Track Limits by Storm Group in the background hunting them down. 5.4 seconds the gap now, down by another 4/10 that time around. So it's hotting up here at the front.
It's hotting up here too. I'm going to try and move our awning a little bit that way, Tom.
Oh, are you in the sun now? He's working on his trucker's tan at the moment, is David, and it's on the right side as well. So he's probably going to end up with a one-arm tan. But yeah, 5.4 seconds when they came across the line. Chrono about to come over the line now. There they are on screen, and we'll get the gap with Track Limits by Storm Group. And it's 6.6. It's gone out that time. I think Track Limits by Storm Group are coming through that pack of traffic that you can see behind. That's why they were a little bit slower at the moment. But that's our race leader. They haven't had much screen time at the moment, in fairness to them, because they've been quite comfortable at the front. So there's not been much cause to have a look at what they're doing, have a look at their lines and how they're driving and how they're making their way through the traffic. Of course, they won the 24-hour race that was organised by our French counterparts and run on the French karts, but at this circuit 2 weeks ago. So Class in spades for Chrono Team Racing, but there in the background, Track Limits by Storm, somewhere 6 seconds behind. They are number 20, so we'll keep an eye out for that as well. What are we pointing at, David? We've got a yellow flag. Okay, so we've had a cart go backwards into the tyres at the horseshoe on the exit. Tyres just being adjusted, so yellow flags are out. 6.9 seconds, so the gap going back out. As I said, Track Limits by Storm Group making their way through the traffic that probably, in fairness, brought them a bit closer to Chrono Team Racing when they weren't in that traffic and Chrono were. But I think once they clear it, they've got the black panel, haven't they, David? They're third in that train, just coming into the left now. Yes, he's nodding his head.
Helmy Hamrowney back in that car. They've done back-to-backs. Sorry.
He's double stinted.
1 in, 1 out, 1 in, 1 out.
Oh, okay, right. So they're as we've got energy off at the chicane.
You know, rejoined in a nasty position, I think.
And our leader would have been involved with that in some way. Not in terms of contact, but would have...
Well, no. Hamrowney's now coming back past them in the Track Limits by Storm car. Gap must have gone out. It is 8.4 now.
Right, so they've lost a few seconds over the last few laps, but as I say, that is definitely because they've been making their way through the traffic. So we are going to continue to track the leader, and we're going to continue to track this battle because that's it's definitely going to hop back up again. I know it is. I can see it coming. But also race for Ruben as well. They brought the gap down to 41.5 seconds to the lead, but they are also eventually going to have to make their way through this queue of traffic. Although, in fairness, by the time they get there might be enough field spread that they're not all trying to overtake each other while making their way through. It's Paul White that's still at the wheel of race for Ruben. In fact, that gap is down to 39.8 for race for Ruben now.
One of the joys, Tom, of it just being me and you on commentary is you have to eat when you can. I've just rattled the bag of ready salted down.
Beautiful. 9 seconds the gap. So Chrono Team Racing, now that they've made their way through, are instantly right back on leading pace, the leader's pace. The only team faster that time around was Dr. Vapes in 5th place, but they are a full lap behind Titan Motorsport in 4th now.
Carl Vella confirming it is indeed him, Tom.
Ah, well, lovely to have you with us, Carl.
Bringing 2 teams to Teesside this year for the 24 for in a month's time, 10th and 11th of August for the British 24-hour from Teesside Autodrome. Just seeing, we've had some driver changes, so I'm just trying to pick out who's in certain carts.
I think Carl Vella roofed me once at Clay Pigeon.
Oh well,
into the hairpin after the chicane.
It's still one of your favourite tracks, yeah?
Yeah, oh yeah. But I just thought that's my Carl Vella story.
Fair enough.
It's not going to paint him in the nicest light. He's genuinely a very good driver and a lovely guy as well. But he did once use me as a brake.
Optimum Motorsport, who came in with a problem after an hour and 10 of their 4th stint, fueled and sent Jared Fox-Whiteley back out. So he's currently just done 2 hours and 50 minutes at the wheel of the 181.
Oh, in this heat.
Is due to bring that car in and hand over.
Get the lad an ice bath.
I think he might have gone a little bit too quickly in the pit lane, though, because he's just had a chat with Nigel Moore. So Jared Fox-Whiteley in. Chances are that will be handed over to Harry Nottage, who's the only driver in that 181 kart that hasn't had a stint so far. Trying to keep an eye out where the 69 quick finishers kart is, because someone's asked who's in that kart at the moment. It was Tom Shipman earlier on in that kart.
There's our leader coming up to some more traffic as he comes through the horseshoe section. Gets past one. Is it going to be a dive to the inside here? Thinks about a dive to the inside, but can't get that move completed. And that will be Brave going side by side into the left-hander there. Going to get a good slipstream down the back straight. Did we find out who was in chrono?
Not yet. I don't think I've got suit
Oh,
colours.
we haven't got.
We haven't got suit colours for them. We've only got a list of drivers, haven't we?
But still making their way through the traffic. Now, this is where endurance racing, and in particular 24 hours of racing, where the gaps will ebb and flow, because where you catch the traffic and where you can overtake the traffic makes a big difference to your overall race time. Of course, it's the most amount of laps in 24 hours. That's the key. But what Chrono are doing now is they're catching the traffic in various parts of the track. Now, where Track Limits by Storm Group and where Race for Reuben and where Titan Motorsport catch that same set of traffic as they're coming through will increase or decrease the gaps. I think that's why it went out significantly by Track Limits by Storm Group, why it went out by 3 and a bit seconds, was they were in a pack that was tight together anyway, so they were all trying to overtake each other, but clearly they were the quickest car. They've got to fight their way through, whereas Chrono might have just caught them as they were a little bit further apart and could just pick them off into turn 1, pick them off into the left-hander after the horseshoe, pick them off into turn 9 hairpin.
Yeah, well, they've got a fair bit of traffic as well coming up, and that was Chrono down there. Weren't able to get past KBR in a straight line down there. Yeah, I think in the 69 kart now is Chris Shield, I believe. White and black suit, yellow and blue helmet is Chris Shield. Now, I need to get him on for a chat later on, because I did pick out during some of his comments, one of his things that he put was huge trance music fan. So I'm going to have a chat with him about that.
Okay. Well, you know what we need?
We do need the DJ.
We need DJ Jules Van Hool.
We do,
and we'll give him a playlist.
Oh, yellow flags wave down the far end, and a big cloud of dust at hairpin number 1.
And Marshall running over in an orange vest usually indicates that somebody is off, and they are off in the gravel. Not sure who it is. We'll try and pick them up. There's the camera panning round. Is that Energy again? I think it is. I think that's the Energy car. It looks like their Nassau panel. The picture just freezes slightly there. So how many pit stops? The leaders have made 3 pit stops. Energy are going to come in for their 10th pit stop, if that is indeed Energy, and I think it is Energy Racing Team. They will be coming in for a 10th stop of those 10. I think this is number 4 for gravel, possibly 5.
Carl Vella says he can't remember, doesn't recall taking you out at Clay Pigeon.
That's because he hit his head so hard on the steering wheel.
Think somebody might have pushed him into you.
Sure. That old chestnut.
Yeah. Harrison Kirkham now in the cart, in the 30 kart, the Dr. Vapes kart, plugging in some 102s.
Yeah, he's
really quick driver, Harrison Kirkham. Done a few 24-hour races with Dr. Vapes as Harrison.
Yes, we are. So that's Chris from Energy Racing Team just came past and said, "You're getting used to us seeing you, seeing us in here."
Yes,
we are getting used to that. It's this will be their 10th stop, as we said. Mastercard Slola are currently in 44th place. They're on their out lap. Let's just see how long they spent in the pits last time around. 3:55, so it looks like it was a scheduled stop for them that time. Apex Twin Racing, who were our front runners at the start, they've just made a stop as well. They're on an out lap, and their stop that time around was 5 minutes 58.
Lengthy stop then for Apex
I didn't see them in the mechanics bay though.
No, neither did I.
So not sure what that was for, why the lengthy stop. But Apex Twin Racing are now in 40th place overall and 20 laps off the lead. And for the first 45 minutes, an hour,
they were right up there.
They were hounding Chrono
Peter
for the
Brett,
lead.
I think, was in that. To be fair, Stephen Brett was rapid in the 5 as well.
5.3 seconds the gap is down to with the lead. As I said, it's going to ebb and flow as the leader finds his way through the traffic and the chasing pack do also. 46.7 seconds the gap back to race for Ruben from the leader. And Titan Motorsport still on the same lap as well. So top 4, 57.9 seconds is the gap. Still under a lap, and all 4 plugging in very similar times. I think the one to watch at the moment, though, is Dr. Vapes. They are 1 lap down. I'm trying to see where they are in relation to Titan. They're about maybe a 10th of a lap or so behind, a couple of corners behind Titan Motorsport in terms of on-track position, but I think they're going to catch them and unlap themselves, and they're going to be on the lead lap in not too long. In fact, they're just in front of the leader.
Yeah.
On track. So they're currently 1 lap down. I wouldn't be surprised if they've already unlapped themselves.
Let's try and
from being 2 laps down.
Yeah, let's try and keep an eye out on where that number 30 is. I think they're in this. That train coming towards us. No, that's the 11 Idamos car. I think that's got to be Jude Fernahau in it because he's got an MS suit on.
There's the leader, and Dr. Vapes is right in front of them. In front of the leader. Dr. Vapes is just going side by side down the back straight, and there they are on the screen. So Dr. Vapes on the inside of the lapping cart. Behind them is your race leader. So Dr. Vapes the one that's pumping in the fastest times at the moment. And Chrono, really, if you're smart, Chrono needs to get in behind Dr. Vapes now. And even though they're not on the same lap and not even in the same class in this race, clearly quicker at the moment, get in behind, use them as a rabbit to chase.
Yeah, work, push, get through the traffic together.
Yes.
Minimal amount of time lost. We saw that, didn't we? At the start of last year's 24, the top 3 were just basically a train, wasn't it? They got through the traffic together, worked together. It broke apart, it came back, but generally as a trio, they were really, really strong.
4.7 seconds the gap when they came over the line. But as you can see, there are carts between the leader and second place that Track Limits by Storm Group are going to have to make their way through. Chrono's already done that, so they've taken that pain already.
Yeah, 4.8. And
Teesside Tigers are in.
On schedule, surely, I think.
Seems about right.
Yeah, this will be their 4th stop, and I think we are on schedule. No, they're coming to Ian Nielsen, brings the car up onto the ramp. We'll try and find out why that is. When was the last time they were in, Tom?
I don't know, but this is unlike them during the race. Unless there's a serious problem, Tigers do not come in.
54.
Bear with me a moment, I will find out and come back to you.
54 minutes they've been out on track, pre-pit stop. And Ian Nielsen brings the number 1 Teesside Tigers car up into the mechanics bay. Rear end is where they're looking at, so engine, axle, that type of thing. The 11 Idamos car is in. I think it looks like it's Jude Fernahau in the car. Down the hill he comes into the fuel bay. When were they last in? They're doing all right for one of our rookie teams. Currently in 20th, but 3rd in class. Last time they pitted 1 hour and 47 minutes ago for Idamos. And they've been hitting, particularly on the lower end when they came in towards the end when they had low fuel. Driver in that one way down in terms of time, 102.9's rapid. A final lap in, his best lap in the session appears to be a 102.3. So quick time for the Idamos car. Believe it's Jude Fernahau in that one indeed. Well, his helmet's got a JF on the back, so more investigative work by TSK-Media figures that one out fairly quickly. So a good stint by the 11, Jude Fernahau bringing that one down the pit lane. He'll hand that car over, and we will be get them back out onto circuit in what will be third place in the rookie class. They should rejoin roughly 21st, 22nd place. Tom's notebook is full of information, and he's back alongside me.
It's a throttle cable is being attached.
Oh, which means prior to it being attached, it became unattached.
No, I don't think so.
Or is it just popped out of the clevis?
I think it's similar to what Race for Ruben had.
Right.
I think it's a very similar issue. I don't think a stone has potentially lodged itself in there in the same way that Race for Ruben did, but all of a sudden there was no pickup from one of the engines, and a new throttle cable is being attached in the same way that it did for Race for Ruben. So similar issues befalling the, I think it's safe to say, friends, team friends.
Yes.
Certainly there's a lot of drivers have switched between those two teams over the years, as Paul White does in fact come in front of the commentary box, commentary gazebo, just as we mentioned it, but he's one of them. So gap now 4.7, Chrono Team racing to track limits by Storm Group.
We are 6 hours and 10 minutes in, and we have a gap of under 5 seconds for the lead of this race.
Yes, we're over quarter distance now.
We are over quarter distance. I'm just confirming, I believe this is the 32nd running. Might be the 34th, I need to check.
Okay, well 4.7 seconds the gap. Although I seem to have lost live timing for a moment. 4.4 seconds the gap now. 47.4 back to Race for Ruben. So that gap is coming down 10th by 10th by 10th. Likewise, Titan Motorsport still under a minute behind the overall race lead as well. And as we've seen, it only takes a slower pit stop a couple of times. If you're, 15, 20 seconds off on a pit stop, and Titan Motorsport, barring any problems, are very, very quick in the pits. A well-drilled unit, I think it's safe to say, in that respect. They all know what they're doing. They've raced together for at least 10 years. I don't think Mike Philippou's raced with them for as long as I've known them, but certainly
raced last year, same driver lineup as
last
year.
I know what I'm saying. Yeah. The Owen Gemman and then the two O'Neills, Jack and Andy.
Yeah,
they've raced together as long as I've known of Titan Motorsport. So that was 2012, I think. So they've been together at least 13 years. So to say they're well drilled and know what they're doing as a team, I think would be an understatement. Titan Motorsport heading back out now, but they have been. Titan Motorsport. Teesside Tigers are heading back out, but that's 6 minutes 20. It's going to be well over 7 minutes by the time they manage to get out of the pits. So all that hard work coming from 38th. They've currently dropped to 23rd overall. They were well inside the top 10 as well. 4.4 seconds the gap to the leader.
Full course yellow, Tom.
Now this could certainly shake things up a bit.
And that will be for a clean up down the far end, and it will put...
I want to see how many karts are between the leader and second place.
Yeah.
Because if there aren't any, I can absolutely guarantee you that Track Limits by Storm Group are going to be right on the rear bumper of Chrono Team Racing by the end of this full course yellow.
Yeah, let's keep an eye out on where we are. Clean up down there, tyre wall being re-put into position. A few teams pitting under the full course yellow. CBA are one as well.
There's our leader.
Yeah.
There is 1, 2, 3 carts between them. And the gap is going to be a lot more than 5 seconds,
yeah, it's
because
going
they're in
out,
different trains.
Yeah, and the train in front is going a lot quicker than the train behind. So
and there it is on screen for you, 5.8 seconds now. So it was under 5 seconds, it's now 5.8. And if you just catch the wrong train here,
yeah,
it's a horrible feeling. But as we said before, if you do a pit stop, as Met Police Motor Club 999 are,
and CBA as well have come in under an FCY. So,
but if you do a pit stop, this is the time to do it.
Yes. So still full course yellow as we work up the far end. Pace.
Race for Ruben have been out for 1 hour and 26.
Yeah.
You never know when another full course yellow is going to come.
And if you're in a slow train, would you?
And you're losing time, of which they are, because they're now 56 seconds behind. Would you peel off and take an early pit stop to get the benefit of...
They've got one of their team members down in pit lane, although not one with a headset on. So...
No, he's brought his helmet with him for some reason.
Yeah, no race suit though. So we'll see. Still a full course yellow at the moment, and be interesting to see the gap that lead out to 9 seconds now, Tom.
It is. And Race for Ruben at 1:04, Titan Motorsport at 1:10. Of course, they are travelling a lot slower. Race for Ruben were 9 seconds slower that lap.
Really in the wrong sort of train.
They need to get out of it. Green flag, and we are back and racing again, but it's too late now. They're committed. They needed to pit the lap before. They were on the back straight when we went green. They were coming up into turn 9 hairpin, and they're already hit the front of that group.
Yeah,
so
Paul White's done really well to navigate that traffic now, and he's got Fox Whiteley, hasn't he? He's got half a lap of no traffic, but he's going to need half a lap of no traffic. Well, I say half a lap. He's going to probably have 5 or 6 laps of no traffic. He's got half a lap with not a single cart in front of him.
Yeah,
he's going round between turn 1 and 2. The nearest driver to him between turn 5 and 6.
I'll be surprised if we're not going to see some purple lap times in terms of Paul White's own pace in the next couple of laps. Because he's got, as you said, he's got nobody to overtake.
Optimum Motorsport chain, Tom, I believe. They've radioed in. I've just seen their team member come running down, telling the mechanics we've done a chain. So they've done. They've basically they're saying they've done the chain already. You know that's good because they can get the chain ready, Tom.
Yes. In fact, there it is. It's being picked up.
Yes. Well, it's not being. Well,
one.
Getting it ready. But Harry Nottage being pushed up by one of the helpers here at Teesside and one of his team members, Andrew Fox Whiteley.
Right. Here comes Race for Ruben over the line now. Let's get a gap on the first flying lap. 56 seconds, so they lost about 9 seconds, did Race for Ruben in that. Titan Motorsport now 1 minute and 1 second behind as well, so they're not far off going a lap down.
It's that Maple Motorsport right on the back of Teesside Academy, 3
right.
tenths.
So this big train that's headed by now Race for Ruben, the leader is right at the back of it.
With a lot of traffic.
With a lot of traffic to navigate through. But likewise, so has Track Limits by Storm Group.
Well, yeah, but they've got a few laps of trying to catch up onto the back, haven't they? So who's going to navigate this lap traffic the best?
There they go. So they've already passed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in that train.
Need to be careful down
got
into
around
this
about
turn
another
9.
10 or so to go.
Yeah. So I was keeping an eye. Who was really tight? Maple
Titan
Motorsport.
There's only 2 carts between them and going a lap down. So that's going to be significant if that happens. That's going to, and of course they are all in the same class as well. So the front four, all on the same lap, all in the same class.
Teesside Academy in, Tom, from what was 6th place, I think, when they handed that over. And that's slightly early. That's 1 hour. That's 1 hour and 20 minutes into a stint, Tom, for.
I think that's been a late call
for Academy
for a full course yellow stop,
Yeah.
and I think they've just gone with it.
Stuck with it.
What I would say as well is that Dr. Vapes, through all that, have unlapped themselves on Titan, so they're still a lap down on Chrono. So they're in behind them in that train, but they're in front of Titan. In fact, they're right in front of Titan.
Yes, they are.
And Chrono are then one behind, I think, now. Let's try and pick this up on screen. There's Teesside Tigers. We'll try and pick up this group of top four that are near enough going to be in the same shot, although there's going to be a lap between them. But yeah, 6.5 seconds now. Track limits by Storm Group are behind, so they're closing up as they've had the bit of free air before they hit the back of that train. They're closing in. Race for Ruben, as predicted, absolutely flying now, 102.7s. It's a second off the overall fastest lap of the race, but it's the quickest times that they've put in for a while, and a 102.688, just to emphasise the point. So now that Race for Ruben are in clear air, absolutely flying. Bear with me one moment, folks.
Exactly what you said,
Yeah, so David just informing me that Teesside Academy, too many Teesside teams. Teesside Academy, it was a pit stop call made under the full course yellow. That then, when the track went green, they were a little bit late to react to it, and but just ran with it anyway, and they've made an early stop. But unfortunately for them, under full green flag conditions, so no gain at all with that strategy call. And other rhymes are available. So Race for Ruben have now got the chicane and the full length of the pit straight of clear air in front of them. So that it'll certainly be good for the motors, getting that clear air in and not having any hot exhaust. And then they, again, another 102.7, 3/10 quicker than anybody else on track, with the exception of Dr. Vapes, who put in a 102.6, half a second faster than Titan Motorsport. So they're pulling away now at the front of that train. I say at the front of that train, they've actually caught up with another pack now.
Optimum Motorsport back out, Tom. Axel Keyway in the sprocket had come out. So it was like sprocket loose. Keyway come out and obviously not getting any traction on that right rear engine. So they thought it was a chain. It turns out it was the Keyway. It has the same effect. Might as well not be attached.
Exactly that. Oh, who have we got going slowly here with a black panel?
FRS Lemon, I think, 333.
Okay, had a little panic there for a moment that it might be our second place kart. Second place karts in this race have not had the best of luck, have they?
They have not, no. Apex Twin was second for a big chunk of time in the first sector. Got a few mechanics heading out, which suggests that the 333's been in the gravel. And it has.
And it has, yes. So 333 of FRS Lemon going to get tipped out. Right, 5.8 seconds the gap, first to second place.
It's been ebbing and flowing at roughly about that, hasn't it, throughout?
53.1 for Race for Ruben, so that's already come down 3 seconds since we've gone green. Titan Motorsport still hanging on to the lead lap.
I tell you what now, Optimum have gone out right behind, and they've come out on track behind that Race for Ruben car, and they would do really well just to tuck in and go.
There's LMS just flashing through the bottom of the screen. There's Titan on screen now, just heading down the back straight. Sorry, the start-finish straight.
Race for Ruben making their way towards the pit lane in anticipation of Paul White's arrival.
Well, that would be an early stop for them. 1 hour 35.
Are they here in case a full course yellow gets thrown?
I think they're here in readiness. I think there's a good few minutes to go yet, but they're here in preparedness and, of course, keeping an eye on the fuel bay.
They are sort of out of that normal strategy, aren't they, of sort of 1:45, 3 hours, 3.5 hours, 5:15, 7 hours.
But I would leave him out there at the moment until the last possible second. He's just done a 1:02.5. He was 0.6 of a second quicker than the leader.
Yeah.
The gap's down to 52.2 as he does a 1:02.6.
I would not
absolutely flying.
Wouldn't be surprised if they double stack him. I know it's warm and I know it's tiring, but look, he's in a rhythm.
He absolutely is, and not only that, but Dr. Vapes as well. They're the other ones who are flying at the moment. 1:02.4s for them. They're only a minute behind Titan now. They've pulled away to an extent that they're only a minute behind now, and they're going significantly quicker. They're 0.6 of a second quicker that lap around. Then all of a sudden we've just had a few karts in that front four that have hit clean air again, even for a brief moment, and they're all down in the 1:02s. It's so fascinating, this ebb and flow through the traffic. Race for Ruben coming up on, he's going to come up on 1, then another pair, and then he's going to hit a train of 5.
Just saw the 43, the Teesside Academy 2 kart with Evelyn Bye at the wheel. There in the white helmet on the back of the 2 karts on shot at the moment. Trying to find out who it is that they're behind, making their way round the horseshoe segment. It's Cartwheelers in the 34 that they are currently following. Andy Leister, by the look of things, in the 34 at the moment, with Evelyn Bye behind. In comes the number 5 into pit lane for Apex Twin Select Works. Are they the highest of the Apex Twin karts at the moment in 32nd? Yes, they are. The ill-fated number 3 in 30th place and the 35 in 45th place.
Yeah, they've had a difficult race, to say the least. Qualified very well, extremely good practice pace as well. I did think it was potentially is it Mr. Brett?
Peter Brett was the one who started.
Peter Brett, yeah.
Stephen Brett was in the 5 and he was very quick as well, actually, in their stint.
I did wonder whether it was a bit of an outlier in qualifying, that they were right up in P2 and not trying to do them a disservice by any means at all.
We never really got to see what the rest of the team could do though at the front, because they had a mechanical in stint 1.
Correct. But it was one of my questions on my notes was, are they going to be able to hold that position? Obviously the answer due to mechanicals has been no, but like you say, David, we didn't really get the chance to find out what the rest of the team could put in. So they're in P40 at the minute, 21 laps off the lead, currently doing 1:03.5s, so around about a second off the pace of the leaders. They're all in the 1:02s. .2 seconds the gap at the front, and then 51.8 back to race for Ruben.
Someone's just dropped some sunglasses off the balcony.
which were quickly collected and I think will be returned to the rightful owner in a few moments. Just while this battle settles down a little bit, we're going to just dip back into the live chat comments, which have moved up. Oh, yeah, right, so Carl Vella saying yes, he doesn't recall the chance that, obviously firing me off at Clay Pigeon. He said, chances are someone shoved me into you, we covered that part. But then what he said is, if it's any consolation, someone did the same to me at the chicane at Clay Pigeon. I ended up trapped underneath the cart. I remember that.
Oh.
It was, the rear end of the cart was up on the barriers.
Oh.
On the tyres, if I remember rightly.
At the first chicken?
It was a good effort.
Have you seen the Fernando Alonso chicken video?
Of course I have. Yes, Fernando Alonso loves chicken. Let's have a look at some other comments. We've got big support coming in from the fast lane for Dr. Vapes. We've got Rockshot Gamer saying Harrison is flying. Harrison could unlap himself to tighten the pace he is putting down. I think must be Harrison driving Dr. Vapes at the moment.
I think it is, yes.
Right, so yeah, that's what that's in reference to. Wrong number hang up has said, how are the tyres holding up with the hot weather? Will they last for some of the front runners who over practice? Well, the short answer is yes, they will. The long answer is we're going to get a new set of front tyres in the service stop, which is usually begins around about 10 hours into the race and will run for around about 2 hours. You're called in a random order that is selected by the race organisers. What they do is they take essentially a screenshot of the running order at a time in the race.
Yes.
And no one knows in advance.
They've done qualifying orders some years. They've done random screen grab 10 minutes before.
But they've taken it at like 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, whenever it may be. They will take a screenshot of the running order, and that's the order that that the karts are called in. Now, Chrono Team Racing have led the entire race, so
they should be in first.
If they continue to do that for the next 4 hours, they will be in first, because that's when that's the order that they will be brought in at. Race for Ruben, of course, who have fought their way back from, almost the very back of the field. They could be called in at any point, really, couldn't they? Who knows? So that's going to be interesting to see. But what happens during that service stop is all the karts will be given brand new front tyres. Now, if you're coming in first, as Chrono Team Racing, we expect them to be first in the service window. They're going to have front tyres coming off the kart that have done 10 hours worth of racing plus practice plus qualifying, and they're going to have 14 hours still to go on those front tyres.
Yeah. Through the night it won't take out as much out of them, but they're going to have to make them last a little bit longer.
But the rears don't get changed, and as we said before, with the track conditions the way they are, the heat that's been pounding down onto the track, it's a rear limited kart at the moment. It's the rear that is struggling the most. And everybody, even I can see them coming through the chicane towards me, and everybody is sliding. When they hit the left-hander of the chicane, the right as we look at it, everybody's got the rear end stepping out.
But this corner here that we can see on the camera, you see them coming, that's a bit of an off
one. So when they go left, they're bang.
Yeah.
The transition from turning right to turning left, they've all got a drift. All the back end is stepping out all the time, every single kart, if they're going quick enough.
Yeah, it's normally on rails through there, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And it's one of those that's flat out if you're brave enough.
Yes, very much so.
Likewise, the last corner as well. But the rear limitation is the issue, and I think there's going to be some teams that have been a bit kinder on their tyres. They've done a lot less practice. They've been kind of on their tyres during the race as well. And we're going to get towards the end, and all of a sudden, they're going to be significantly faster than those around them. That's my prediction.
Yeah, gap at the front, 4.5 seconds now. Track limits by Storm edging closer, and the next pit stop is going to be very, very important for both of those two teams. Could we see a change in the pits? There's 10 minutes between them on how long they've been out. Chrono Team Racing 1 hour 35. Track limits by Storm 1 hour and 24. Race for Ruben, they're due in the pits in the next 5 minutes. In third place, 1 hour and 45. Their team members are waiting now.
This could be genuinely, this could be the most significant pit stop of the race. 4 seconds, the gap.
Double stacking him? No, need not this stage. But
We're just discussing tactics with the race for Ruben. In fact, come on the headset, Andrew. Come and spend 30 seconds with us before the pit stop. Right, so we've got Andrew Delahunty with us from Race for Ruben. So what's the plan for Paul then? Because we're saying why not double stack him and put him out for a double stint, because he's absolutely flying out there.
Well, we've got 3 drivers that have been out there already, all absolutely flying, and well, I mean, it's 30 degrees.
It is well hot.
I mean, part of mine and Dan Crosley's strategy is that we're supposedly saving ourselves for the evening, but truth be told, Tom, we quite like to go out there when it's about 4 degrees cooler than it currently is.
Yes, I get that, and I did say that they were saving you for the night stint, because it's normally your area of expertise, isn't it?
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, certainly in cooler weather, it's definitely more of an expertise than this. I mean, Dan can go out in absolutely any weather.
I was going to say Dan will quadruple stint if you need him to, and it'll be 50 degrees, and he'd still go and do it.
Tom. I was thinking that.
Dan's an absolute nutcase. I love him to pieces, but he. Do you know the story of? Dan Crossley got me diagnosed with carpal tunnel syndrome.
Right.
Because he went out and did a triple stint in the British 24-hour one year, and I went, I can't do that. My hands just won't hold up. And I had an appointment with the doctor for something else. Oh, there we are on the screen. There you are, Andrew. But I had an appointment with the doctor for something else, and I said, while I'm here, as you do normally, because men don't go to the doctors for anything unless there's a leg falling off or something like that. I said, while I'm here, can you just explain to me why this would be? I said, I can't hold on, I can't grip or anything like that. My hands feel like they're about to fall off after about 20 minutes in the car, and yet this guy's done 4.5, 5 hours straight. And so he did a test on me, and he said, oh, you've got carpal tunnel syndrome.
Right. So you're actually blaming that one on Dan Crosley?
No, I'm blaming Dan Crosley.
Are you going to send him your insurance bill?
No, far from it. But it's because he did that, I was like, I can't do that. I don't know how he's done it physically.
Well, let me tell you, when you are in a team with some Dan Crosley, and I have to say, actually, this probably applies to every one of our drivers so far, is it can be quite frustrating, particularly if you go after him in a stint. And
right.
And that you can even see the time that he did 10 minutes before you.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what happens today. Obviously, this is new for Dan. It's pretty much the same for the rest of us. But our other drivers, they're doing good. So next out is Alan Lowes. And
he had a good stint early on.
He had he's been the surprise package, actually. I mean, we know what we get with Owen. That's why Owen always starts the team.
Yeah.
We know really what we get with Paul, other than a bit of aggro, obviously. And
no, he's been very good. We've said it's a new Paul White. He had an incredible stint last year for Tigers, and he's been very good again and very clean.
He's in a straight jacket. He's in a straight jacket.
Is that what it is? Right.
Yeah. There are certain things that Paul can and can't do. But to be fair, no.
He's been read the Riot Act before he got in.
I mean, everybody's been read the Riot Act, including me. But no, he's doing an incredible job. In fact, they all are. But it's tough. You saw what happened in the first stint. That Owen was doing an absolutely cracking job. And just gravel bouncing up from somebody else's accident sticks in the throttle linkage, and there goes a lap and a half. And it's good that we're back.
Yeah,
on the lead lap.
I mean, you're 52 seconds off the lead at the moment. You're running. Well, you've currently been out there 1 hour 49 minutes. So leaving him out as long as possible is definitely a strong tactic.
There's not a danger here that David Sullivan's actually going to take over our team while I sit here for the rest of the day. I mean, not that I would actually have have a problem with that.
I don't know.
Only because you have
if
the
you're
coolest place.
comfortable with it, that's fine.
Apart from the fact the sun's moved, can we move your awning?
Yeah, we're going to move that over a little bit as well.
Well,
Yeah,
if you
we're
do
gonna try
that,
and keep up with the
I'll
sun,
give up
but-
for the day.
But no, if you want, I've got a secret spot.
Really?
I have.
Right, fair
a
enough.
very cool spot, and not cool in the sense of like the Fonz.
Yeah.
Cool as in like a fridge.
The professional is, I don't know if it's because he wants his seat back because it's cooler here, or because he's realised that he wants to get the amateur out the way
I
and back
think
in
he's
the
more
seat.
worried that you're going to miss the pit stop by sitting here chatting to me. But I'll tell you where my secret spot is off the air, because I don't want it going out and people then going to it.
Completely understood. About 3 o'clock in the morning, we'll both be snuggled up in that exact spot that you mentioned.
No, it's when the sun's out like this. There's a shady. I found a shady spot that no one knows about.
Good.
And it's breezy as well. And he's in. So we'll get Andrew to hand back over to David, and he goes off and. Sorry, I was just wondering what was going on with the hose. We're calling off mechanics.
Yes, we are calling off mechanics. If we could call off the mechanic away from our camera in the pit lane, that would be greatly appreciated.
And all electronics.
And all electronics. Now, it was started by the very mature Nigel Moore.
And then it's been finished by the very immature Nigel Moore.
Okay.
I wish
Right.
we got that on camera.
Yeah, what? Just keep it away from the electrics if you could. There's
Yeah.
a fair bit of expensive camera equipment knocking about.
Meanwhile, the battle for the lead, 2.4 seconds.
Just quickly,
for the lead.
Whilst you were speaking with Andrew Delahunty, did you discuss probably one of the most famous motorsport photographs that he's in?
Oh no, I didn't. But then we haven't got the weather for that.
What do you mean we haven't got the weather for it?
We haven't got the weather for that.
He was on the podium. That photograph.
You may have to remind me.
So there's a very famous photograph.
I thought you were the one that about the one that Gordon Welsh took
No.
through the D chicane with the water splashing up.
No.
Is that not Andrew?
Mate, could be.
I know Connor's one of them.
Could be anybody, couldn't it?
I know Connor Lucas.
They were
is one of
behind
them,
a wall of water. Who's that coming in the pits? We'll figure it out in a moment. Great camera shot, by the way, from up on the gantry. Who's pulling? Whoever it is just coming in for a routine.
I'm keeping
fuel
my eye
stop.
on the pit stop time for
That's
Race for
Track
Ruben.
Limits by Storm. They're in out of second place.
Yes, they are. Let's keep an eye on them because this is the most important pit stop of the race.
Yeah, just quickly, the Andrew Delahunty picture, there's a very famous photograph of Ron Dennis and Lewis Hamilton on the podium at Bookmore Park. Driver on the right-hand side is former DTM champion Gary Paffett. Driver on the left-hand side of the podium with Lewis Hamilton and Gary Paffett is the very talented Andrew Delahunty.
Yes, I've now remembered you telling me about that. And I have seen the photo since. And I didn't ask him about that, and I should have done. Maybe we'll get him back on again later. So 2:20 at the moment for Race for Ruben. I can't see them heading down the pit lane. There's our leader in as well.
Yeah, Chrono Team Racing are in.
So
maybe it's
so
them
the
and not
front
Track
three
Limits.
are all in the pits at the same time. Oh yes, you're right. Yeah, Track Limits are still going round.
What threw me was one of their somebody helping did have Track Limits on the back of his T-shirt.
2:43, 2:45. Right, so minimum pit stop time has been met by Race for Ruben. 4 seconds longer, 2 minutes 49 seconds for Race for Ruben on that stop. Chrono Team Racing, they've got about a minute to go to meet their minimum pit stop time, but they're already in the pit lane.
Grey helmet for Owen, could well be Owen Burton back out. Tommy did start the race, didn't he, for
no, he said
for Race for Ruben.
Lowe's.
Oh, Alan Lowe's
Alan
back
Lowe's
out.
is going back out, yes.
So Delahunty hasn't done a stint yet. I wonder if these three are going to do the day stint.
No, that's what he said.
Yeah, but is Crosley going to do night back to back in Delahunty?
Yes, both of them. Yes, are going to do the night,
reserve driver's been called up. He's
both of them are going to do
the most
the night
experienced reserve driver in the world.
So about 20 seconds to go for Chrono Team Racing to meet their minimum pit stop time. Can't see them rolling down the pit lane at the moment, but I'll keep an eye out. 15 seconds. I'm looking for a helmet. Oh, there is a helmet heading round behind the wall and going very slowly as they hit 2:42, 3, 4, 5 across the line. 2 minutes 47. Couldn't really have been much better than that.
Bang on.
Because they've given themselves a little bit of a cushion. And 2 seconds quicker than Race for Ruben were.
Yeah, 2:47.4. That is a really, really good pit stop by Chrono Team Racing. LMS are in, Tom, out of what would have been a podium position at the time, I think, in the club class. They'll drop down to P4 now.
I think they were P4 before.
There were 2 laps, I think, now down behind Bargain Racing. They'll lose 3 in the pit, so they'll be there or thereabouts. Yellow flags. We've got an Apex twin car in the gravel at turn 9.
But which Apex twin kart is it?
I think it's the ECR 35 entry. No, I'm not convinced it is. Let's have a quick look.
It is the 35, David. Well spotted,
is.
and well spotted by our cameraman up on the gantry.
Strong zoom from at least 100.
Strong zoom game.
Strong zoom from 200 metres away.
That is strong zoom game. Century Sim Racing, big shout out to Century Sim Racing, climbed all the way from last place in qualifying right the way up to 13th on the road and just set a personal best lap time.
On tyres that are 6 hours and 45 minutes old.
Yes.
Plus quali, which they didn't do a lot of. Plus practice, which they didn't do a lot of.
They didn't do a lot of that either. 66 laps in practice, 6 laps in quali, but they qualified in 46th place overall. And
Nigel Moore's gone running. He's got the fitness of a racing driver. I wonder what he does for a living, Tom.
Well, we've been swapping stories over a few beers around the
There
table.
He is. What's he got in
at
his
the
hand?
hotel?
Oh,
I
it's a
think
bottle of water.
Yeah, but I think we've been swapping stories around the table at the hotel. The man who's about to push the cart away here. In fact, he's going to fix the cart before we push it away. I'm sure we're going to go full course yellow for this.
I would, but in fact, Nigel's in charge of the full course yellow, so he can't throw one because he's down there.
But
we might hook this up on the
So
quad,
Nigel has competed in the full 24 hours of Le Mans.
Yes, he raced. Last time he raced was with the Inter-Europol competition in LMP2, I believe.
Yes, and do you know who was in that team?
Nigel Moore.
And do you know who else was in that team?
I do not.
Overall race winner from this year, Phil Hansen.
Phil Hansen.
And the word around the table was fully trained by Nigel Moore, and now has won the overall 24 hours of Le Mans.
Done a fair bit of training.
Of a certain British Grand Prix winner from a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, absolutely. Nigel, who runs Top With Motorsport along with the Moore family, so the circuit at Top With and Top With Motorsport as well. Nigel, Sarah Gemma Moore, Simon, his dad, I think. Is it his dad, Simon?
Yes.
It is now, because that's what I've
No, it is. Yeah, you're right, yeah.
So the 35 Apex Twin ECR heading into the pits. Now, whether he comes to Gravel Bay, I don't know if he went in that deep.
That's Lewis in the pit lane again.
Yeah.
Why is Lewis from Teesside Tigers in the pit lane again?
Oh no, because Paul White's got. He's come down with Paul White, who's washing his eyes out with the hose pipe.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, Apex Twin are in and heading towards the Mechanics Bay, as are the 999 of Met Police Motor Club.
So we're due a pit stop by Track Limits by Storm Group. Still running 102.9s. Chrono 104 that time around. I reckon they've been undercut. David's off the mic at the moment. He's off doing Teesside Ted. But I think Chrono may have been undercut here by Track Limits by Storm Group. It's all going to come down to this pit stop and where they're going to filter back out how the traffic has been between Chrono stopping and Track Limits coming in. They are due next of the front 4 or 5 teams that are all so close together. it's going to be Track Limits by Storm Group that are going to pit next, because they've done an hour and 38 minutes. Dr. Vapes will come in after that. They've done an hour and 28 minutes. And then Titan Motorsport, currently P2, they've been out an hour and 20 minutes. So it is purely down to the pit stop of Track Limits by Storm Group as to whether they have undercut Chrono Team Racing or not. A quick look at the recent lap times of Chrono Team Racing from when they made their stop. So a 104.3, a 104 dead, a 103.2, and then a 103.4. So around about a second off the pace that they need to be doing since they've emerged from the pits. Another 103.4. Track Limits by Storm Group, also in the 103s, but a couple of tenths quicker. Dr. Vape still significantly the fastest car on track, a 102.3. They are firing their way back to the front of this one.
Been really, really strong, the stint
really
from
impressive.
Dr. Vapes. Harrison Kirkham at the wheel of that number 13. Can't be far off a pit stop, an hour and 30 so far. And I would try and I'd get him as close to an hour and 50 as I possibly could with how quick he's been.
I would bring to your attention as well, Teesside Academy 2 have cycled back to the front of rookies.
Evelyn Bye taking that one back into the lead in rookies, Tom.
So they're in front of Team Yellow 555 by 2 laps, with Idamos 11.9 seconds behind second place. So Idamos are back on the podium in class. Met Police Motor Club 101 have dropped down from where they were earlier on. They were in the podium places, but they're another 4 laps behind where Idamos and Team Yellow 555 are.
Problem in the pit lane, Tom. We've got a cart stuck in the pit lane. Don't know which one it is, but I've just seen 2 of the Core Blimey team go and offer some assistance.
Has he spun?
I don't know. But some of the members from Teesside are heading over now, but I don't know whether he's stuck up, he's wedged in there, but if I was a team, I certainly would not be sending anybody in the pits right now because we've got a blocked pit lane. I think an issue with the rear axle, Tom. I think the brake's locked on because they're going to lift it up with one of the devices they use when they spin the rear axle to chain loop the rear, and they're going to run it up. It is
that is quick thinking as well. That was Owen Morris.
Really
took that
quick.
round.
Very
quick thinking.
What's the number on the front, Tom? It is one of the CBR cars. It's the 313. So it was their team working hard to get that car up and into position. It's going to get dragged into place now. Tom, can I dispatch you again?
Yeah. I think we know what the reason is, but I
want to know why the rear axle wasn't going round.
I also want to keep an eye on. We're on 1 hour 42 minutes for Track Limits by Storm Group, so they're going to be in anytime soon. I'm looking out for them in the pits.
And I think they may well switch to their second cycle of drivers. They've back-to-backed Sam Cunliffe and Helmi Hamrouni, who've started this race and done stints 1, 2, 3, and 4 in offsets between the two of them. So I think they may well switch to their second duo of drivers to go back-to-back for stints 5 through to 8. So we'll wait for that to be confirmed as to what the plan is for Track Limits by Storm Group, who currently lead this race courtesy of 1 pit stop less due to our previous race leader, Chrono Team Racing, who've already been in the pits for their 4th pit stop. Now in stint number 5 for them. So Track Limits by Storm lead from Titan Motorsport and Dr. Vapes. That's your top 3 overall. Dr. Vapes leading in the club class. TRX Motorsport Pro leading in Pro. Teesside Academy 2 are leading in the novice or rookie class. They're an hour and 30 into their stint. Tom is back. I'll give him a second to put his headset on before he provides us with some valuable information.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it by hand signal.
Okay. And let me see if I can
work it out, right?
Okay. Brake. Tight. Binding. Or righty-tighty. Needs tightening up.
No.
Oh.
If I get my keys out.
Oh, the keyway in the brake. Keyway and brake.
Brakes have locked.
Oh, the brakes have locked on.
Locked on.
Oh. Oh.
Maybe we need to work on our charades.
Yes.
Well, that was a bit of fun for me, anyway.
Yeah. Is it the axles moved, Tom, or do we know?
don't know.
I'm not sending you back again.
The whole
it's fine.
axle is just solid, and
Yeah.
in fact, so solid that it's warranted a kart change.
Yes.
They've decided it's quicker and going to be less troublesome to just put them in one of the spare karts.
Yep. Steering wheel being undone as well. They'll take his front wheels off as well, and that's why we have a kart waiting down here in the mechanics bay. If we can go to mechanics bay camera, we might see this. It might be a little bit low down for where we are, but if we can go mechanics bay camera, there we are. So basically, that's their kart on the left. They'll have the front wheels taken off. They'll have the steering wheel, which is already gone. Nassau panel is off. Front wheels are being taken off to be bolted back on, and we have got 5 mechanics down there at the bottom of the screen. I can't rotate the camera for you, but Paul Franklin's involved, Ross Jackman, Paul Wood, we've got Owen Morris, we've got Jean-Claude Van Sam.
Jean-Claude Van Sam is there.
Paul, who's just gone running. Owen Morris has just gone running for something. He'll bring that back. And then that kart that's come in with the problem, that'll be fixed and that'll become one of the donor karts. We've got 4 others waiting, so Morris back in. It was an R-clip for the Nassau panel. I think the engines, are they already running?
Yep.
I think they are. There we go. After all that really fast work, the driver took a little bit of time getting back in that. They could have chilled a bit. All that hard work by the mechanics to rapidly do it, and he has an ice cream before he goes back out. 146 now for track limits by Storm, Tom.
What's 146, sorry?
That's how long they've been out. So.
Oh, 1 hour 46,
yeah.
yes.
Oh, Bob's brought a whole new axle to the game. They've got a whole new axle built up, ready to go. I think they'll just change the whole.
We saw them pulling them out of the truck on Thursday.
Yes.
Friday, when they were unloading the trailers and the truck at the track, and yeah, they pre-build this stuff for exactly this reason, and a new spare kart is now being pushed into position. So are they putting that in Gravel Bay? In the bin of Gravel Bay.
They're putting it on top of Gravel Bay so that they can free up.
Exactly, free up the carts. Excuse me a moment.
Yeah,
I die.
So there was 6 of them, 1 on each corner and 2 middles, to carry that cart that weighs 152 kilo dry.
Yes, and it's not dry.
No. In the pits comes the 213 on schedule.
1 hour 47 for track limits by Storm Group, and they're still out there.
Is that Andy Vesely in that, Tom? I think. 213. He looks tall enough to be Andy Vesely.
I thought Andy Vesely. No, that's not. No. Sure, it's not. I'm sure he's got. I'm sure he's got Vesely on his suit. And B, I think he's taller than that.
Race suit colour grey and red, helmet colour blue and orange. On the com notes.
Okay.
That driver is wearing a grey suit with a blue and orange helmet. So
You're sticking to your guns there.
I'm calling it.
I mean, he's just got in the cart and his knees are up near his chest, so maybe it's an optical illusion with how tall he was stood over the side. Yeah, that is a tall driver.
Yeah, it is a tall driver, isn't it?
So we're still keeping an eye out for track limits by Storm group coming in as people come through the chicane, taking a large amount of curb all of a sudden.
Too much.
There's a few of them doing that now. I wonder whether the handling is starting to go away. Is that them in?
It is.
It is.
Helmy Hamrooney brings the
That is our
number
leader.
20 race leading track limits by Storm kart into the pit lane. They have 2 laps. Basically, they've got 2 minutes and 58 seconds, Tom, I think, to get back out.
Well, what?
It's a strong stint that by Helmy.
Well, Chrono Team Racing, their pit stop was 2 minutes 47. So, realistically, they're not going to beat that. The aim here with this pit stop, which I've said before, is critical for the race. This pit stop, the only aim that these guys can have is to not lose time.
Yeah.
Don't be slower than 2:47.
Even if it's 2:50, it's okay. You're all there or thereabouts. I think
they've undercut
right.
If they get a good stop here and they're in that sort of sub 2 minute 50 bracket, they could well have undercut Chrono Team Racing here and taken the lead. This is going to be fascinating as Century Sim have just piled into the barriers on pit entry.
And I think he's being told to go and have a chat with Nigel Moore.
Yes.
Good luck with that. The 20 is rolling.
Is that Century Sim?
Yeah, to be fair,
59?
I think, yeah.
Yes, it is, yeah.
I think that they must be Chrono Team Racing Track Limits by Storm sharing a pit bay, Tom, down in bay 17. So we're going to see if we can have a quick look at the pit lane. The bay 17 is top end of the pit lane near us, so if we can go to the pit lane.
1 minute 42. I think we're struggling with the pit lane camera. Is that right, Toby? Oh,
Nope,
there we go.
Nope, we're in. There we go. Right, who's getting in that black and white suit with
like a yellowy, orangey helmet.
Orange. I think it could be Matteo Chartier.
Right, they're moving already, and they've got 45 seconds to go. So they're going to be another one that's going to have to stop at the flag, but at least they're ready.
Yeah, I'd actually stop there. Or at least down towards the corner.
I would
and
as well.
Come out at speed.
And I said this to the guys at Optimum Motorsport as well. I would set them off down the pit lane
the
and pull in
speed
on
camera's
the left.
about where he is now at the far end there. Once you're through, you can get up to speed.
And the quad's being fired up.
Could we have an FCY?
Who's due a pit stop? Dr. Vapes, a 1 hour 40 minutes. Titan Motorsport, 1 hour 32. If we are going to have another track clear up and we are going to have a full course yellow.
Penalty for the 213 in the last 5 minutes for exiting the pit lane 5 seconds too early.
And track limits by Storm Group are out.
2:47.7.
Right, so
4/10 of a second between the two pit stops for Chrono Team Racing and track limits by Storm.
And we're only going to find out who is going to come across the line first when they come past us, because
Titan lead now, so it's Titan at the front there, still haven't pitted. Neither have Dr. Vapes. 1:33 on the clock for Titan, 1:41 for Dr. Vapes.
the quad is out by the sweeper.
Well, he's just gone down. Yeah, he's gone down the far end. This could be what Titan Motorsport need.
This could breathe a break.
And if I was Dr. Vapes, I'd pit as well if we go FCY.
There's the 20. They are going to take the lead. The de facto leader, the net lead, because there is Chrono. So they're going to cross the line about 7 seconds, I reckon. 8.3. 8.3 seconds.
Helmy
Track limits
Hamrooney
have taken the lead.
What a stint from Helmy Hamrooney to get that car into a position. Yellow flag down at the far end for turn 9, Tom. Can't see a car off. Oh, no, we're putting tyres back. We're putting tyres back. They've been nudged across the circuit.
Again.
So waved yellows down the far end. No overtaking, of course, under that yellow flag. Not unless you want to come in and have a very uncomfortable conversation.
Similar to what Century Sim have just experienced.
Class leading Teesside Academy 2 is in the pits. they've been doing steady 103s. Evelyn Bye, in her first 24-hour race, Tom, has done an incredibly strong stint there to take that Academy 2 kart back into the lead of the rookie class.
Yes, indeed. So Dr. Vapes unlapped themselves on Titan Motorsport and are now only 48 seconds behind. Century Sim, after having their telling off, have gone out. Of course, they'll have had to do a 2:45 second stop and have now come in to do their actual pit stop once again. So Nigel sent them round and said, do you want to have another go at that?
Yeah.
But plus 2 minutes 45 this time.
That's going to drop them well down, unfortunately, for Century Sim. But in the same sense, what we have in the pit lane now, Tom, and it's something that they used for the first time a few weeks ago at the BUKC 24-hour at Teesside, and I think they'll use for the British 24-hour at Teesside, they've got traffic cones.
Yes.
With some string and a tennis ball on top. If you go in too fast and they're wide enough apart for you to go through nice and slowly, if you hit a cone and the tennis ball falls off the top, you get yourself a penalty or a talking to.
No, I think it's a penalty.
Well,
sure
that's a
it's
penalty.
one-lap penalty,
He wasn't allowed to pit, was he?
No, exactly.
So
I don't think he hit the tennis balls, though. He hit the barriers on the chicken run.
In comes the 113 Core Blimey Racing kart, I believe.
They were in 6th place
Yeah,
overall.
Matt Davis brings that kart. Matt Davis brought that kart home last year, didn't he? And took 3rd place in class in the last 5 minutes. I think was it chrono he caught up on, or was it track limits by storm? It was one of the two that he caught up and made that fantastic overtake into the final chicane as well. 3 wide up to the complex in the middle. They've managed to figure it all out between them.
Chrono Team Racing now with their fresh driver in, Track Limits by Storm Group with their fresh driver in already in the 103, very low 103s, so already up to pace and actually bringing the gap out slightly to Chrono Team Racing, who are coming through in front of us. So it was 8 and a bit seconds. It's going to be around about 10 seconds now, I think. 9.3 as the race continues. Dr. Vape still reeling back in Titan Motorsport, so they've unlapped themselves and gapped significantly, and there's probably 6 or 7 karts between them now on track. So Dr. Vape's making their way through traffic and at a significantly faster rate than Titan are. So we'll keep on monitoring that gap, because obviously that's gone out quite a lot over the course of the first 6 hours, and now it's starting to come back in the other direction. It just ebbs and flows, these races. What makes them so interesting? It really is. I mean, if they were just boring and there was a field spread, nobody would watch them, nobody would talk about them.
No, and this one
wouldn't fascinate us in the way that it does.
And this one's been that close that we've really been quite short on the amusing gags. Fastlane's been busy though.
Yeah, Fastlane has been, yeah. Your fingers hurt from typing.
Big Harrison Kirkham fan, clearly.
Oh,
We'll have to get him on.
Ian Williams is on and watching, David.
Oh, is he not working security tonight?
No, he's clearly not. He did text me the other day and say he was feeling poorly.
Oh.
And he was tucked up in bed. He was like, "Oh, I've managed to make it through the day at work, but I'm not very well now."
He was probably not had a trip to Europe for some camera work too.
Oh, that's not going to work.
No,
is it?
and that's the 20.
That's our de facto leader of the race.
I think he was on the outside going in.
Well, he was on the inside into the chicane, wasn't
Yeah.
he? And then the 11 kart gets very sideways through the chicane.
I think it's Brian Paré in that now. In that track limits by Storm.
Well, we'll see whether there's any kind of penalty or warning. I can. Is that a black flag being readied?
No, it's got white on it.
It's a warning. And it's got 2 digits on it. So I'm imagining that's going out to track limits by Storm Group.
Right, that's a bit different.
What's a bit different?
Dr. Vapes are in, but
on schedule.
Yeah, but he's had a bit of trouble on entry into the pit lane, going up and round, and then had to back himself up and send himself forward again. So they might lose a bit of time here. I mean, look, we've seen both Track Limits and Chrono have had more than enough time to get down the pit lane. I've been really surprised at some teams not being able to get anywhere near that 2:45, Tom.
Yeah, so have I.
Particularly when we're literally going an extra 15 metres up and round. That does not add 15 seconds to the basically to the pit stop, which was the minimum that we've had the last couple of years. So Harrison Kirkham, after a very, very good stint for Dr. Vapes, brings that car in to the pit lane. What pit bay are they in? Are they up this far end? Can we have a quick look at me
Not
Dr.
sure.
Vapes list? No.
Dr. Vapes guys walked past us, and we gave them a little celebratory round of
I
applause.
think they're in bay 7. They're quite close up here. So pit lane cam might give us an indication of who is getting in that Dr. Vapes car.
There it is.
And that's Mo Hassan on the right-hand side, just basically with the timer, letting know.
So they're going to be bang on time then if they've got time to wait. Has Kirkham got out of the car?
Yes, he has. That's a white helmet getting in now for Dr. Vapes. Black suit. Marcel Himalewski could be back in that for the second time.
It does look like a name with a lot of letters on the back of it.
It does. Strong if you're looking for a high score in Scrabble.
Definitely. You slap that on a triple word score and it's game over.
It is, isn't it?
So 226, 227 now for Dr. Vapes. I think they're going to be bang on time here.
Safe as houses, I think.
Yeah. I think they're going to be bang on. I can just see the helmet rolling towards. In fact, they're going to be a little bit behind. 2:45 is gone, and they're still at walking pace, slower than walking pace. Now he accelerates.
Not massively, though.
No. 2:54, 2:55. So lost 8 seconds just by not being
I
quick
thought
enough.
they were losing it up here, but they could have easily gained that back, particularly having gone through the speed trap just before the pit lane starts to turn right. He could have got the power down and gone round there.
Interesting. Very, very interesting, this race. The top 5 all so close together. So, I'll try and find out where it shakes out with Dr. Vapes on track as to where they are positioned to those in front of them in terms of the actual positioning on track. Right, so Dr. Vapes have come across the line immediately in front of Race for Ruben. So they're on the same lap as Race for Ruben. And in fact, they're now on the same lap as the leader. Is that right? No.
No, but Titan
They're a
haven't
lap
pitted.
at-
Well,
sorry.
Titan haven't pitted yet.
It's
So
102. 102.
You're still referred to Track Limits as your leader, but Titan are on track, but they haven't pitted yet.
Yes.
1:45 for them, or 1:43.
So Chrono are now 7 seconds behind Track Limits by Storm Group, so they've closed in a little bit over the last couple of laps. Race for Ruben 51 seconds behind them. That's pretty much stayed the same. And then 102 now back from Race for Ruben to Dr. Vapes. So Dr. Vapes are about a third of a lap, about a quarter of a lap off being lapped twice. So a lap and 3/4 behind.
Still with a fairly, comfortable lead in class, though, Tom. Back to LMS. 2 laps Dr. Vapes have got on LMS.
But again, that fight for second place in club LMS only 6.5 seconds in front of Maple Motorsport, who've had a good last sort of 3-4 hours, haven't they? Maple Motorsport, they've come up the order. TVP Racing also now 3rd place in class. Bargain Racing have dropped down to 5th in class. Sorry, TVP Racing 4th in class. Bargain Racing 5th in class. CBA Motorsport now 6th in class because they've had a couple of mechanicals, I think. Or certainly one. And then Century Sim and Team Rango, who were right up at the front at the start of the race, they're now 21st overall. And 11 laps off the lead. TRX Motorsport Pro still leading the Pro class with Teesside Academy in 2nd, but TRX Motorsport Pro owes a pit stop in the next 10 minutes or so. So that one will shake through. They're almost half a stint off each other, these two. So Teesside Academy and TRX Motorsport Pro, they're just going to swap throughout the race.
Something's happening here. The 34 straight up and in. So that is Cartwheelers in with a problem.
That's their second one of the race.
Driver needs to get up and out.
He just gave the shrug of the shoulders as I don't know what's wrong with it. But there's smoke coming off the clutch.
It's just had something tightened, that's for sure.
Or loosened.
Yeah.
And now something's going back in. There's a screw going in.
Yeah, I think that is Andy Leister who was in that cart. So a little bit of work being done to the rear end. Were they due in anyway?
Ooh, somebody went very wide. What we're now nicknaming the Funhouse line. Coming off of turn 9 hairpin. If you missed it earlier on, we're calling it the Funhouse line because if you're old enough to remember Funhouse, the 90s kids TV show, you used to have to go and collect a token in the go-kart race that they used to do that was off to the side of the track.
I remember the twins.
Who doesn't remember the twins? Pat Sharp and his
Pat Sharp had the job of dreams.
But he also had the Wisconsin waterfall, didn't he? He had a massive mullet.
It was a strong mullet game. Cartwheelers were actually due in the pits. They were 1 hour and 47. So pitting at the right time for Cartwheelers.
They are going to lose time though here. I think that's a guarantee now with the amount of time that they've been on. The hose has just gone on the back end. So
brakes,
very hot brakes,
yeah.
very hot clutches, which tells a story.
Yes, it certainly does.
One has overheated, and that's then caused the other one to overheat as well.
Yeah, but
it normally goes brake, then clutch.
Yeah, if they've brought it in, they've done well to bring that in during a pit stop anyway. So they'll probably lose 2 minutes tops over and above what they'd have lost whilst pitting. They'll be able to fuel up, which is helpful. 1 hour and 47. As Jonathan Allen arrives just as it gets rolled off, so he's arrived fashionably late with nothing to do. One of their team members. So that cart will be
and in sandals and socks
up
as well.
Yeah.
It's a strong look. Right, so your lead is separated by 6.7 seconds now.
Can I steal your headset again, Tom?
Yes.
I'm going to have a chat with Evelyn Bye.
Okay.
I'll get Tom. Oh, if it's available, can I have a local delicacy? I'll have an orangina. Okay. Thank you. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. How are you finding your first 24-hour race?
It's all right. Like, it's fine once you're out, but when you come back in, it's absolutely boiling.
It's. I would say, is it warmer off track? I
Yeah,
spoke to Oscar War earlier. He's like, you don't really feel it when you're out there. You sort of get used to it.
No, you don't. You get a bit of a breeze as well while you're out, so it's quite nice.
You've been in the Teesside Academy 2 kart,
Yeah.
brought it back in the lead as well after a very, very strong stint, I would say. You must be quite happy with stint 1.
Yeah, I am quite happy, to be honest.
I would say physically it's not a tough track. There's a couple of corners that
if you get it wrong, you get it really wrong, you're in the gravel. But physically, it doesn't take a lot out of you, but you need to be consistent. And there's not a lot of time between the traffic. We've got a 1 minute lap, effectively, 46 karts, so it's one kart every minute and a second and a half.
Yeah.
But as a first 24 hour to come to France, what better setting?
I know. I'm really happy with how it's going, to be honest. I didn't expect to be in the lead. Like, we're thinking maybe a podium, but I didn't want to place a bet on it. And yeah, we've come here and been in the lead like almost since the start. So we're really happy with how it's going.
Yeah, Nick Smales went in the car. I did have this feeling that Nick, who won the Racing Pro last year with Teesside Tigers, and obviously is the most experienced when it comes to 24 hours, that he would go out at the front, and then due to an experience that the team would start to fall down. But Paul Swan's been out, Jitesh has been out, you've been out. That leaves Holly. Is Holly in it now?
Yeah, Holly's out now.
So Holly Swan's in it now, currently in third place in class, so but on the same lap as the rest of them in there. So also Holly in her first 24 hour, Jitesh in his second. I think he's done a Teesside one last year. But just we mentioned the academy and just what a great experience it does in giving the drivers an opportunity to, you know, not only come out of hire karting originally and then into owner driver, but giving them a chance to then come and take part in events like this.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I wasn't expecting to come, to be honest, and then I asked about it around a month ago, and it was all really last minute. So they've done an excellent job to actually get us here, and I'm really happy, to be honest.
I know yesterday when Jitesh got to the circuit, it was like, so who are all of you? And it was an introduction to the first time meeting sort of face to face with for Jitesh, and I know he does the NRG Hire Championship as well at Teesside. I know you'll know Holly from racing against her in Junior Rotax.
Yeah.
But really, really good sort of getting everybody together. We've got a yellow flag down at turn 1 and a marshal running, so might have somebody in the gravel down at turn 1. We do have somebody down at turn 1 in the gravel. If we can try and figure out who that is. They're hid behind the tyre wall. We can't figure it out, but it's definitely not your panel, is it? It's definitely not yours.
I hope not.
So that's okay. So kart in the gravel, but the Academy 2 kart going very, very, very well. And at least you can say that at least in class, you brought it back and you were leading in class. So Evelyn, a great effort. Hopefully things go well. We can never just got to get through the night, get through that mandatory service window and then strategise it from the morning. But no, a strong first stint from yourself. Hopefully the rest of the race goes well.
Yeah, thank you.
Brilliant. Cheers, Evelyn. Thank you. So kart down in the gravel at turn 1. Just being recovered by the marshal. We'll get that headed back out on track. We'll try and pick up a number. It's the 57 Prism entry in the gravel at the far end of the circuit. They'll be in the pit lane shortly for a trip into Gravel Bay and have the kart shook out. The 911 machine of Barry R. Wacky Racers, another one of the Teesside regulars, Darcy Hall, bringing that kart into the pit lane. Let's have a quick see if that's on schedule in the 911 kart. Last pitted an hour and 25 ago, so potentially slightly early, but coming in for fuel an hour and a half in, so Darcy Hall up and out, kart rolled forward into the fuel bay. I'm going to refuel with water, so it looks like there's no Orangina in the fridge, but water will do and will get me through. We're double snacking RD Kart Sport in the fuel bay, just about the right time. They're going to have to wait for a few moments as driver of that number 58. Let's have a quick look. I think that could be Matthias Pantilla, the Finnish driver, just getting up and out of that kart as it heads towards the fuel bay.
as the 57 Prism kart's been in the gravel, as we saw, and has just arrived at Gravel Bay for its clear out. I think we need a leaf blower. That'd do it, surely. I mean, they're going to pick it up. Ross Jackman, Owen Morris, Morris has handed it over to Jean-Claude Van Sam. So lift the cart up on its side, give it a clear out of gravel off the floor tray.
Oh, Evelyn's gone.
Yes.
Evelyn, bye.
Evelyn, bye. Cheerio.
Bye. How was it? I missed it.
See
I was off having a comfort break.
Good, strong first outing for Evelyn, her first 24-hour race. And what better setting, Tom? Oh, don't know who that is. He's got a massive sandwich. Jambon.
Jambon?
Oh, now the Prism car, it's not Prism car, RD Kart Sport have been stopped in the pit lane. He'd undone his helmet and then had headed off, and they were told in the driver briefing, if you're in a car, you must have your suit on, suit up, helmet on, helmet done, even if you're driving in the pit lane. So, yes. Eagle eyes from Nigel Moore.
Right, so Titan, while I've been away, have pitted, been back out 2 minutes, so that's dropped them down to 4th. Dr. Vapes have cycled out and they're 54.9 seconds behind Titan now. So as it's all shaking out, we've had that full pit stop cycle for the front 5. Track limits by Storm Group leading 5.6 seconds. Race for Ruben 50.8 seconds behind. Pretty static, that gap. It's at 56.8 to the leader, 50.8 to Chrono Team Racing.
Got a tough break earlier with that full course yellow, didn't they, race for Ruben? They were down to around about 25 seconds off the lead. And
No, it wasn't that much. No, they were about 45, I think it was. Yeah. And they've ended up around about, it's 56 now, but it went out to about 50 seconds. So over the last 43 minutes that they've been out, that's been ebbing and flowing as that gap. Titan now 9.6 seconds behind race for Ruben. And Dr. Vapes, as we said before, 54.4 seconds behind Titan now. So, and they're a lap and probably 3/4 behind our overall race leader.
Class leading TRX Motorsport Pro, the pro entry from 6th place, pit on schedule and with another beyond 150 stint, Tom, 1 hour 51. I think they've done the longest stint of the race so far, I think with a 154, or did Race for Ruben go longer when Paul White was in that? Let me have a quick look.
They went very long, did Race for Ruben, but Race for Ruben have now re-lapped Dr. Vapes as well, so there is now a 1 lap gap between Dr. Vapes and Race for Ruben.
Race for Ruben. I think it's still the longest stint so far, TRX, and their pro entry has been very, very strong, that 276. I mean, they've got some experience in there, Tom. They were a club entry last year and finished 10th. I think they had a few mechanical problems, did TRX last year. Sam Jewell is handing that kart over for TRX Motorsport Pro. They're right down the bottom of the pit lane as well. So they're able to time it quite nicely getting out. They've not got as far to go with TRX past the speed camera at the end and round the down the far end of the pit lane. Teams have been very good, Tom, at not being caught speeding this year. Last year, they were getting caught for fun.
Yes, there was a lot of speeding in the pit lane.
But yeah, TRX Motorsport Pro.
I think that's what the 245 has done.
Yeah,
there's no need to even get close to the speed limit.
No. I've got no need for speed.
Not on a 2 minute 45 second pit
stop. So they've I think TVP had a long stop earlier as well, didn't they? And they're coming in now behind. So I think they've gone. Oh, penalty for quick finishers. They've been too quick out the pit lane.
TRX Motorsport Pro in. They're heading out shortly. TVP Racing also in pit lane. As are Met Police Motor Club 101.
Sorry, Tom. TVP earlier on did 2 hours and 2 minutes.
On a stint?
On a stint. I've just found it. Stint 3. 2 hours and 2 hours and 2 minutes.
Stint 3. We had a few full course yellows.
We did have a few. I think, yeah, they're doing well. Like I say, quick finishers have been too quick, Tom, down the pit lane. They've exited at 2:43, and that will add 2 laps to their. I think these are added at the end as well.
No, I think they're on already. I think when that penalty gets announced,
it adds
it's
it
on.
in. Well, have a quick look if they drop down an order.
Who are we looking for here?
Quick finishers in the
69.
It's the second time they've been too quick through there. They are living up to their name, aren't they?
Their penalty has been announced but not applied yet.
Yes.
But, oh no, there it is. 4 laps now.
+4.
So they had a 2-lap penalty before, didn't they? Yes.
Yes.
At 1:23 p.m. Now at 7:25.
Yeah, will that be added?
What time we're on already? 7:25. Blimey.
Will that be added at the end?
4 laps.
Though? Oh, the sun's gone in behind a cloud. The rain's coming. Somehow, I don't think it is.
Nice.
I think the biggest
cold
question.
breeze.
The biggest question right now is: will it ever rain again?
You wouldn't think so, looking at the grass that we've got on the track at the moment.
No, I think, Coldplay said it best. It is all yellow.
Oh. I was trying to think of the Coldplay song that's called It's All Dead.
It's all dead. I was about to say it'd be slightly less upbeat that, but it's not like Coldplay knock out them up-tempo melodies, is it?
The Met Police just tripped over in front of us.
Oh.
And there were about 19 million jokes went through my head all in one.
Which was the funniest one? No pressure.
One that I can't say on the stream.
Rockshot Gamer wants to know how big is the gap between Dr. Vapes and P2 in class. Well, I'll tell you, and then I can tell you how you can find out yourself. So you can find out yourself by going to Google as well. Just type in Apex Timing Le Mans 2. Not like the small p. I mean like Le Mans and the number 2. And then Tom's going to update on what their nearest rival is in class.
2 laps in 16 seconds.
Oh, safe as houses. Although Dr. Vapes have put in the chat, not big enough. They're getting involved
They're
as well.
getting involved, good. We'd like the teams getting involved as well.
Yeah, so if you are watching at the track, let us know you're watching from the track.
And where you're watching from.
Rockstar Gamers has hoped the commentary team have their sun cream on. But we have got a 3x3 awning. It's just for the last 3 hours, it's done absolutely nothing. Because the sun's down behind the side and I can't move it any further across because there's a big thing in the way. So, but
That's
sun's
no way to talk about me.
Sorry, mate.
Oh, we do have the banter, don't we?
Oh, we do. It's what keeps the spark between us, Tom.
Keeps the dream alive.
Titan due in at any point, Tom? I think they might be. No, they've been in recently. 10 minutes they've been out. So
you know,
the comment that was there was prior to that. So
Energy Racing
yes.
have had some difficulties, shall we say, some disagreements with the edges of the track that have resulted in various trips to Gravel Bay.
They have explored some of the areas of this Circuit Alain Prost that we wouldn't necessarily recommend.
You know what we're doing next year? I've just thought.
Am I getting roped into something that might get me into trouble?
We're having a supplementary award at the end of the race.
Where they get a bag of gravel?
No,
Oh.
they get a bucket and spade.
Bucket and spade
for the most trips to Gravel Bay.
Which they sell in Super U.
Yes, they do. And we're going to pick one up next year, and it's going to be like a wooden spoon trophy.
They probably sell them in the Super U as
they
well.
definitely sell them in the Super U, yeah. But no, most trips to Gravel Bay next year will be receiving a complimentary bucket and spade.
Bucket et spade, which I believe is French. I've completely made that up. It will still never be. Do you know I told you about the French for picnic earlier? It amused. Did I not tell you that?
No, you did.
Yeah.
And I'm struggling really hard to think what the French for picnic is.
Well, it's pique-nique.
What is it? Oh, pique-nique. That was it.
It amused me that much this morning that I saw the sign for the picnic area and took a picture and sent it to my wife.
You're stopping for a picnic. Speaking of picnics, do you remember the Fiat? Was it a Fiat picnic that had the 3 seats at the front? It was a 6-seater car.
Was it Nissan Renault Picnic? I don't know.
I thought it was a Fiat picnic.
Google will be our friend here, Tom.
Why are you using your phone? We've literally got a laptop in front of you.
Because it's in my pocket.
I'm sure it's a Fiat picnic. Hold the line. Fiat picnic. Oh, maybe not.
No, I've got how to picnic in your car like a pro.
What was it then? Is it a Toyota picnic? Oh, I'm struggling now. Do you know why I'm struggling? Because you have Bing as your default search engine, don't you?
Work laptop. Thank you very much for my employer for providing me with the laptop this weekend. They don't know they've provided it to me to bring to France, so I do hope I don't lose it and I get to take it back to work on Monday.
I've sorted out my own confusion. Right, there is a car called a Toyota Picnic, but I've just realised that the car I'm actually talking about is the Fiat Multipla, which has nothing to do with a picnic whatsoever.
Oh, what a weapon.
So the Fiat Multipla was the one with the 6 seats and the 3 across the front. Which has nothing to do with the Toyota Picnic.
Which was actually the source of a
which is also
very...
nothing to do with a picnic.
No, the Fiat Multipla was the source of a very amusing segment of Top Gear.
Yes, it was. But do you know that moment when you realise that you've been...
That you're going down...
You've been commentating for 7.5 hours and you just hit a moment of complete brain fade? Well, there I am, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my world. 3.2 seconds separating the leaders. Hello.
I got a...
Where are they on track? About halfway around the lap. There. And there.
Yes.
There's 4 karts between them, though. So that's why the gap's closed in.
Rockshot Gamer saying best award he's seen was the Club 73, and we'll give a shout out to them and Clinton Bell of Club 73 in a few moments. Someone got part of a broken lawnmower for spending the most time on the grass.
Beautiful.
I know last year, earlier in the year,
good idea. We'll do that as well.
I think Evelyn Bye in the sprint broke her clutch, and they got a broken chain and made her a medal out of it, which was fantastic.
So it looked like Public Enemy.
Yeah, of course.
Put an alarm clock on it as well.
Yeah.
Right, 3.2 seconds, but that's because they've been making their way through that traffic. So Track Limits by Storm Group have got through the 4 karts that were in front of them, but Chrono have yet to make their way through that. So that gap will go back out as Track Limits by Storm Group do hit a bit of clear air and Chrono get held up. Where are they on track? They should be just coming towards us now. In fact, I think that'll be them out of turn 9 now, won't it?
Yeah, there's your leader on the back of some traffic.
So they're passing another group of 3. Meanwhile, Already past the 4 are Chrono, and they've only got one more to go. So they've held in fact, they've closed the gap in even further and overtaken 4 cars.
Yeah, and
Come off it.
there's the 20 making their way through, trying to find.
And that's a slow place to pass.
Yes, because
because you've got to hold a much tighter line. That's going to hold you up.
Well, they were particularly tight round the first round. Basically, had to follow them round turn 1, didn't he, in the 20?
But now they've got clear air, and Chrono. Are they through? No, they're still in behind that cart that they were behind over start-finish line. Who is that they're right behind on track? Is it Titan?
Have a quick look.
I think it is. I think they're pushing Titan along.
Well, there's slower teams to work with.
Here they come through the chicane
Yeah,
now.
191.
It is Titan.
It is.
And I think that's Gemman out again.
Could be.
That's Gemman out for his second stint.
Slightly different suit for Genman, is it? Has he got a Team UK suit? I know Titan represented Team UK at the FIA Motorsport Games.
Do you know who I thought it was for a minute? I thought it was Rihanna.
Percox?
Yeah. But she's not in the team, is she?
No. Not unless she's gone on a driving holiday like Steve Thompson.
I think so, Gemma. But the reason I say I thought it was Rihanna is because she represented Team UK as well, didn't she?
Yeah, there was a few of them, wasn't there, for the FIA Motorsport Games?
Yes. But no, it is, I believe, it's Owen Gemman that's back out for Titan. So where are they now? So they're going to be coming towards us or coming over start finish line. There they go. There they are on the back straight together still. Titan just in front of Chrono Team Racing. The gap down to 3.1 seconds.
I think
two karts between them now.
Yeah, I think that's Matthew Charter.
And
in
again,
that kart,
again, track limits have been held up through the horseshoe section.
Catching them at the wrong places, isn't he?
He is, yeah. And this is what we say: it's ebb and flow, and it's just catching them at the right place. And again, he's been held up, and he's got to take a tight entry into the left-hander onto the back straight. That's going to hold up his momentum. That's going to help Titan and Chrono catch up. Titan, all they're trying to do is unlap themselves.
Yes.
They're not holding up the leader, second place of Chrono Team Racing, because Chrono aren't able to get past them at the moment, and they seem to be quite happy to work with them in the slipstream and push along, which is smart. Very smart driving, very smart tactics. I'm sure if they could get past, they would. But Gemman's just trying to keep himself on the lead lap with Chrono, who now send it up the inside at turn 1. And they have got through. So Titan are now going to have to do the same and work with Chrono if they can. But there's 3 karts now, I think, between the leader and Chrono. 2.6 seconds. It's coming down, David.
It is, and we're heading towards the 8-hour mark here. We've not had a full course yellow in a while. The gravel traps haven't been troubled for a little while, which is always good to see. And I'm certainly sure that
there's Chrono coming through now with that CTR painted Bigfoot panel. There is a couple of karts between them now. Chrono not finding them in the best place on track either, but has got through. There he goes down the inside at turn 1, then runs wide. Did he go over the gravel? Very close.
Yeah, they really are pushing, aren't they now?
But that's going to cost time. The gap was down to 2.4, and I think it'll be well over 3 seconds because he's now being held up as the Chrono driver has been held up through the horseshoe section, and that's allowed Titan to recommit to the rear bumper of Chrono.
These two teams sharing a pit garage here this weekend, both racing under the French flag. Chrono, who won the race here 2 weeks ago, Track Limits by Storm Group, who will also be taking part in the British 24-hour race with the same driver lineup in a month's time, are currently leading, but the gap is 2.4 seconds, and that's a bit of debris. That's a wheel. That's a wheel in the gravel at turn 9. We've got a car on the weighbridge who's brought it in. Number 71, that's Team Rango, the Dutch entry.
Oh, they were running so well for the early part of this race. They dropped to 21st.
They're going to keep going.
They're going to drop down the order even further now, but they were running in the top, well inside the top 10.
Yeah, they're down a wheel. It's going to have it. Now, the good thing is the carts weigh that much that they don't really drop on the corner. They can get up that hill, I think. As long as they can get turned, they're going to move the cones and allow him to go through. And he should be able to turn right okay, because I think he's still got his left wheel.
I'm going to keep an eye on this one. It should be a fairly quick change.
Yeah. And onto the mechanics stand
it's
now.
It's taken that long. We could have brought the wheel back up for him.
Yeah, we could. Rolled it up, couldn't we? I know what's happening here. I've just had my photograph taken because I've put in our little media group that the photographer and the videographer are always sat down. And now I'm having my photograph taken while I'm sat down, because I did follow it up with, after always sat down, I did follow it up with that statement, which was redundant legs. The problem is, one of them two is driving me home tomorrow.
Yes.
Which means it's a very long walk from Le Mans.
Yeah, and you might be making that long walk as well. Right, so back at the front of this one, 3.3 seconds now, the gap for the lead. Race for Ruben still 54.1 seconds behind the lead, and then Titan Motorsport, as we said, off the lead lap, and another 12.7 seconds behind Race for Ruben. Dr. Vapes and Race for Ruben are still pushing each other round. I think that Race for Ruben are in front of Dr. Vapes, and Dr. Vapes are pushing Race for Ruben, but it could well be the other way around. I'll try and get them over when they come through the chicane. Is that them there that we're looking at on just going through the horseshoe? Not sure, but there's Chrono with the white helmet. Look for them. Where are Race for Ruben on track? Well, should be coming towards me now, and it is in fact Race for Ruben who are being pushed along by Dr. Vapes. So those two working together in 3rd and 5th place overall. There's 2 laps between them. Sorry, there isn't. There's exactly 1 lap between them because they're nose to tail. Exactly 1 lap between Race for Ruben and Dr. Vapes, but they're currently putting in times that are quicker than those in front. Not by much. A tenth, half a tenth here, a tenth there. Which is why these pit stops are so critical as well. If you've got a minimum pit stop time of 2 minutes 45 seconds. That's
2 hours 45. He'll be back out at 11 o'clock.
Some of them have been in the pits for 2 hours and 45.
Maple Motorsport are in, out of 4th place, 11th overall, 4th in the club class. They're on the bridge on the right-hand side. I know who that driver is because they've got the Joan Mir Moto 2 replica lid. It's Luke Ingalls with the turquoisey lid. I'm just going to show Tom something and mute the audio because I might not get a favourable response.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen.
Just had a message from...
Where's he got that picture from?
My Instagram.
Oh, right, okay. Do you want to give your Instagram a plug, David, while you're on it, and then people can see what you're talking about?
It's not exactly massive, but you can follow me at David Sullivan Comms. You're just on the gram, aren't you, Tom?
No.
Have you recently joined the gram?
Let me explain. Oh, that's nice. Keep coming.
Keep it going. Just having a yellow flag waved at us, which is the best breeze we've had all day.
I get sent links for Instagram all the time. Watch this video, watch this video, watch this video. It's bare hilaire. Right? But because they've changed their rules, if you haven't got Instagram, you can't watch all now. It just blocks it. So instead of me asking people to screen record it and then send it to me, which is just a pain in the backside.
I had to do that earlier in the year for you.
Yeah, lots of people do, because I don't have Instagram. One of the few people in the world who don't have Instagram. What I've done is I've signed up to Instagram through the book face, and that's it. I've just left it at that. I've literally all I've done is sign up, so I've got an account. But other than watching videos that people send me links to, I've never even opened it.
You have 5 followers.
Do I?
Yeah, I'm one of them.
You see, this is I've never opened it. Mate, genuinely, I've never opened it.
You have 5 followers.
Right.
I'm one of them.
Yeah.
The other one is Lanzarote Private Holiday Apartments.
Okay.
One of them is called D-Dunk Detailing. One is called Rocky Sploofs. And the best one, you're actually followed by BBM Sport. I don't think I'm followed by BBM Sport.
Okay. Okay. Right.
BBM Sport are quality, by the way.
Tell people what my Instagram is so they can follow a blank channel.
Quality. It's
I don't even know what it is.
It's motorsport.tom.
Oh, it's motorsport.tom. Okay. Of course it is.
Yeah. But you're followed.
That's
you're
my
followed
motorsport
by
handle, by the way.
You're followed by BBM Sport. Now, BBM Sport have got some right cars.
Yes.
We spoke to Steve Briggs, who runs BBM Sport, a few years back at the British.
Yes.
You spoke to him for about 20 minutes, and then needed a few moments on your own afterwards to calm down, because he was like, "Yeah, I've got this car, and I've got like
no. Why I needed to calm down was
it
because
Sauber C11.
He extended me an open invitation to come and see them all.
Oh, yeah.
You know that the meme of the South Park meme?
Yeah, I do know the South Park meme.
It was a little bit like that.
It's Stan's dad. Yeah, so they have the Sauber C11 that Michael Schumacher used in 89, 90 before he moved to F1.
Something along those lines. But they've got a creation, haven't they?
Yeah, but that
they've also got the Peugeot 908.
That Sauber Mercedes C11. Steve's son Alfie, who is a very handy driver,
and a sound lad as well.
took that car up the hill at Goodwood last year.
Yes, he did. And I can remember him when he was in Bambinos, which makes me feel very old.
Yes. Through Army Cadet, was it then moved to Rotax? Was it with Dexy?
Yeah, he's been with Jack
JDR.
pretty much all the way through his career as Alfie. But I used
FCY top, full course yellow. Gravel clean up at turn 1.
Right, who owes us a pit stop? And who's going to take advantage of it? Teesside Academy, 1 hour 31 minutes. If they're quick off the mark, they're going to take some time.
Mitchell's already in the pit lane.
Is he?
He's in the pit lane. They could play an absolute blinder.
I mean, they're miles clear of TRX Motorsport Pro now.
I would expect Oscar Water to take the seat.
They're 2.5 laps.
Yeah, Joseph Yao.
Game on.
Yeah, that's Oscar War's dad, Gary, on the left-hand side in the blue T-shirt. Yeah. Joseph Yao, our reigning junior Rotax champion at Teesside, is bringing that kart in. Again, a team that we spoke with Mark about earlier, not exactly the most experienced, and it is Oscar War there in the MS suit with the orange helmet.
It's a beautiful yellow. It's the Senna yellow, I believe.
it's very orangey, yellowy, yeah. And
I believe when you actually see it in person, I'm sure it's the Senna yellow.
It looks oranger on the camera than it does in person.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I'm fairly sure it's the Senna yellow. Look, you can tell David and I are getting excited because we've both stood up.
Well, I've stood up to hoink me denim shorts up. I'm shortening them.
I'm standing up because I'm excited. Andy Clark's also in the pit lane as well.
I'd sit down if you were, Tom.
Cole Clark in the Cole Clark Racing into the pits soon. Teesside Tigers.
It's starting.
Are they coming in shortly?
We've just done one.
Oh, just done one. Right.
Done
Okay.
one. We missed
Did
them.
you just miss the full course yellow? This is Ian's voice in the background.
Yeah, I think we got it. I think it was all right. Yeah, just at the end of that full course, we were in.
Right. Okay. So you think you probably saved a few seconds then?
God,
yeah.
Right. Good. Okay. So Tigers are starting to march their way back up the order again.
Idamas are leading
P20.
Yeah, sorry, Tom. Idamas are leading in novice, but in rookie, but they've just had to double stack behind the 28 Teesside Academy cart, so they may well be long in the pit lane. Joseph Yao bringing the Academy cart down. We'll hand it over to Oscar War. Slightly early, probably earlier than planned, but taking full advantage of the FCY.
And that's the way to do it. Oh my God, there's a giant wasp on my leg.
And how did that battle go for the wasp, Tom?
It didn't win.
No, it's out for the count.
In the battle of man versus wasp today.
Man won.
Man won. That's why we are the apex predators of the world.
We are, aren't we? I wouldn't like to scrap a lion, though. Green.
I don't know, it depends what weaponry you're taking with you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I have a mate who shall remain nameless, but in fairness, I haven't seen him for a good few years. But I have a mate who shall remain nameless, whose chat-up line in the nightclub used to be, "What's the biggest animal you'd punch in the face?"
Why is he remaining nameless? That is a quality line.
I don't really know what it means either.
Right.
Like, why is that? Why would that?
Next
be a thing?
random question, Tom, and let's keep it as PG as we can. What's the best line that's worked for you ever?
Mark Mitchell just shouted over that he nailed that.
Nailed that one. 247, I think. 247 on the nose mark, and quality use of the full course yellow. Quality, he's spot on. He's taking all the plaudits.
As usual. Nothing to do with the
Mind
drivers.
your head going through the gate mark. See if you can squeeze it in. Oh me, that was all me. If they win and they say, oh, the winner's Teesside Academy, he will barge them out the way to go and claim the trophy for himself.
It's just that I'm taking the trophy.
Taking the trophy. So Tom, what's the best line that's worked for you?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I was trying to think while you were chatting to Mark, and I don't know.
How did you woo your wife? Or did she woo you?
I think it was mutual wooing.
Mutual wooing. Our eyes met across the room.
In a manner of speaking, yes.
Fair enough.
Move on.
I was about to say the best one that's ever worked for me before I met. Well,
Mrs. Dave.
Yeah. Well, and way before that as well, was. Are you good with numbers? Yeah, good. Stick yours in there then and hand me phone. Absolute blinder.
Awful.
Worked. Look, if it works, it works.
Well, okay. Don't know.
Team Rango are back in. The problem being at the other end this time, I think. And Maple Motorsport
I know
are
the
still.
feeling.
Pardon?
I said I know the feeling. Right, we've reached that time of night now.
Well, we've done 8 hours, Tom, and it's...
now we're lowering the tone. Speaking of things that are getting lower, Chrono Team Racing are dropping off the back of track limits by Storm Group now. The gap's 7 seconds. And I will be back in a few minutes. I will leave you in the capable hands of Mr. David Sullivan.
Well, we're at the top of the hour, 8 hours in. So Tom's off to maybe find out what's up with the 71 and the 2 and see what else is happening round the circuit. I will run you through the order in a few moments' time at 1/3 race distance here at Le Mans. So track limits by Storm Group lead by 7 seconds from Chrono Team Racing. At the moment, those two have exchanged the lead throughout this race so far. Race for Ruben are 54 seconds off the back of the two in front. The only other team still on the lead lap, but they did lose around about 55 seconds in the pits earlier on with a problem in the first stint for Race for Ruben. Titan Motorsport are in 4th place. Dr. Vapes are your leader in our club class in 5th place, in front of LMS, who are in P number 6. Core Blimey Racing, the 113, are in 7th place. Bargain Racing are in 8th. Then it's your class leader in Pro for TRX Motorsport Pro in the 276. Teesside Academy, who have had 1 pit stop more, they've just come in to the pits, so they should retake that class lead by a fairly comfortable margin when the TRX Motorsport Pro come in, although they are off kilter, and I think TRX Motorsport Pro are going to run them close in the long run because they're going a lot longer in the pit stop window, an extra 10 minutes or so. They might save themselves a pit stop come sunrise tomorrow morning. Team Yellow Racing 555 lead the rookie class in 11th place. They've had a very, very strong run so far and have kept out of trouble. Core Blimey Racing 213, despite 1 or 2 issues, are still performing very strongly. 3rd in the pro class in 12th overall. 13th, Teesside Academy 2, who have led the class at times and have probably led the most laps in the rookie class for novice in 13th. TVP are in 14th. Optimum Motorsport, a less than trouble-free run for them. They've had issues with the spark plug lead in the first and the second or third stint with them. Jared Fox-Whiteley at the wheel. Harry Nottage took that over in stint 4, having Jared Fox-Whiteley effectively double-stacked that. Then they had an Axel Keyway come out of the sprocket that slowed them down, still going very well and have race leading pace. Unfortunately, they are 9 laps down due to issues. Idamos are currently in 3rd place in rookie, 16th. CBA 17th. Century Sim in 18th. They've been very strong, having come through the field, but would probably be 2 laps higher. I think they'd be about 13th if they hadn't have come into the pits earlier way too quickly and then had to effectively wait 2.5 minutes, do another stop, come back in and re-pit because they weren't allowed to. Barbarians, they are in 19th. Teesside Tigers 20th. Then it's a Met Police Motor Club double in 21st and 22nd. Apex Twin Select Works are in 23rd. Eat Sleep Race Repeat 24th, with quick finishers in 25th. But they have had 4 laps going to be added to their race at the end due to penalties applied for speeding in the pit lane. They've been too quick out at the far end. Maple Motorsport in the 2, back out on track, have dropped right down the order in 26th place. How long was their pit stop this time? I think near 10 minutes for them. 7 minutes, and we'll have a quick check. They'll be out on track. That'll clock up 15 minutes for Maple Motorsport. A tough break for them because they were running in the top 5 in class. Cartwheelers 27th, Times Mayfair 28th. TRX Motorsport rookie are in 26th place. JJR in 30th, KBR in 31st, with RD Kart Sport in P32. Barriers Wacky Racers are in 33rd place. Team Yellow, the second entry for them in terms of position in the 554, with Apex Twin Racing, who were very well placed at the start but fell down the order with some mechanical gremlins. They were inside the top 3 during stint 1 of this race. CBR 313, they've had mechanical issues as well. The brake stuck on when they came into the pits out over the weighbridge. Just a change there for 37th place with Cole Clark Racing moving up into 37th. Salient Racing, the Irish entry, in 38th. TRX Motorsport Club and then Team Rango, who are still in the pit lane with a problem on their rear end, having lost the wheel. So they've had front end problems and rear end problems. Team Rango falling right down the order. Prism Racing 57 are in 41st place. Your remaining runners, wrong direction. Mastercart Slola with FRS Lemon, Apex Twin ECR and Energy Racing Team in 46th place. Gonna have a chat with another one of the Teesside Academy. Your less academy, more bit of a ringer and roped you in.
I'm not sure about ringer and roped
You're definitely a ringer.
Never done the track before. Done Teesside a few times.
Yeah, to be fair, none of your team I don't think have. Nick Smales has. He came last year. Everybody else is 100% a rookie.
New to this track. Hollier and Evelyn, they do sprint racing only, so they've not done endurance either. So there's a bit for them to learn. So we're doing pretty well. We're in P3 in class as we stand at the moment.
You've done 1 or 2 24s. The NRG stuff that you do at Teesside as well is, I'd say it's halfway there. Normally it's qualifying in a couple of 20-minute races, but there's not a lot of time to recover between the 20-minute races, so it's almost like a full stint by the time you do it.
You could, but I am disadvantaged. I'm super heavy. I'm 95 kg.
So normally we say optimum driver weight here is about 83 kilo.
Yes.
You've got a 152 dry chassis, dry weight car. Weight limit's 235. So, but you know, are you a monster in the wet?
I can do the wet very well.
You're not going to get it this weekend.
I'm not going to get it this weekend. We'll see how we
not
can.
unless the hose pipe here that's currently being used. I think Paul Woods burnt himself on a very warm cart. Paul, have you burnt yourself? Burnt yourself? Yeah, he's burnt himself. But he's done it for the cause, and that's what we like. We like valiance.
Absolutely.
You know.
But I was putting in 103s, 104s, so I felt quite good in respective weight category. So keeping it there for the team.
It's steady. Maple Motorsport are coming back in, having spent about 15 minutes on the stand. The number 2 Maple Motorsport entry that were running top 5 in class at one point are back in very, very quickly, having been on that stand for around about 15 minutes or so. So they are back in with another problem. So, well, whatever it is, it looks like they didn't fix the first one. So back out to test it and straight back round, unfortunately, for Maple Motorsport. The Academy 2 kart going very well, though, for a team of rookies. As we know Evelyn and Holly do the sprints up at Teesside. But for to come over to France for the first time at a track that they've never seen before. Admittedly, what I would say, not the most physically demanding circuit. It's very smooth. The curbs are very uniform in terms of it being CIK compliant. Very tricky couple of corners at the far end of the circuit, 1 and 9.
Indeed.
With very little room for error. And a very tricky infield section that I always found turn 5, the left-hander in the complex, to be very difficult because it's almost double apex and you want to sort of drive almost straight at it.
It is.
And then get in, but you sort of have to carry the speed round to turn 6. And you always know when you've got 5 right if you have to lift for 6. Because if you carried all the speed round, you do have to sort of have a little bit of lift to rotate.
I've managed it pretty well.
I think it's been flat this weekend, given how grippy it is. Yeah,
it's been flat. I've been able to go all the way through turn 5 without having to lift, straight through, all the way up through to turn 6. It's not been a problem.
Yeah,
at all.
We've got a problem in the middle of the circuit for one of the Apex twin karts going at half pace. He's just had his arm up and he's keeping to the left-hand side of the circuit up towards turn 9. So one of the 3 Apex twin entries, the 5 has been the mainstay for them since the 3 fell away in the early part of the race, having had great pace. So we'll pick out a number. Looks like it could be double digit, which means it's the 35 ECR entry. So they're coming in the pit lane with a problem. The wheel that came off the car earlier, the Team Rango one, still has the stub axle in it. So that means the stub axle sheared. Normally means that if the stub axle is sheared, they've introduced themselves to the curbs a little too often. Now, there are curbs here that you want to stay away. There's curbs that you can run ever so slightly, but it does increase the risk. And what I would say, I would take a curb that isn't quite as uniformal, because that uniformal curb puts what they call a harmonics through. It's the same, it just basically vibrates it in the same way, which means that it puts the same load lap on lap through the stub axle.
Fully agree. I've kept away from most of the curbs on purpose because, especially as you get to the rumble strips, it puts a lot of vibration through it and there's a risk of kart damage thereafter.
Yeah, looks like the 101 is it, which I think is coming in, or is that the 199 came in potentially with a mechanical flag being shown to it? No, that's the 181, sorry, and that's in for a scheduled stop. That's Optimum Motorsport, Harry Nottage. Don't know why I didn't spot that helmet, because there probably isn't another one like it on track for Harry, who I know fairly well through his BPEC endurance. So that's an unscheduled pit stop because his team have been waiting for him for around about 10 minutes or so. But I always find that the left curb through the chicane here is always, it's a night, in an ideal world, if you were doing a sprint race in a kart that you didn't have to nurse home, you'd absolutely muller that one. You would. You'd be straight up and over it. What we've also found, compared to probably the practice yesterday with the tyres going away, seems to be a lot more of karts going slightly sideways there and the rear stepping out and then sort of having to control, and we get to see that every lap through here. Does seem to have calmed down ever so slightly. I think track temperature dropping slightly.
Yeah. So I went out at around about 3:30ish, hottest point. So yes, that was happening at that point.
Now, with Paul earlier on putting the hose pipe on, we've now got a tyre cooling mechanism through the pit lane here. I would I'd be straight through it, cool them down a little bit. Maple Motorsport's tyre, they'll be cool. They've been in the pits for about 25 minutes. Their tyres will be fine. They'll be cold. But yeah, so a bit of water going across the pit lane, that'll help cool the tyres down ever so briefly for our runners. But who's out next in yours, Jitesh?
We've got Nick back out again. So
are you keeping a consistent rotation of 5?
We are at the minute, subject to how much Holly and Evelyn can do. I think
stint 1 for them, I think they'll be fine. I think stint 2 and 3 is really going to, and particularly their next stint will be darkness, I'm guessing, particularly for Holly, who is driver 5 in your rotation. So Evelyn handed it over to Holly. She might be in that transitional phase, although I think maybe Nick and Paul will get that.
Nick and Paul will get the tyre change.
Just trying to think, it's the transition from daylight to darkness as well that is tough.
Yes.
Really is tough, particularly that turn 1, which is blind entry as it is. You can't see the clipping point on the way in when you turn in. You have to just chuck it in and hope that you've got the same level of grip as you did the lap before.
Yes. Although on cooler tyres with lower temperature should be easier to manage.
Definitely.
I
find that the tyre wall on the outside, particularly at night, bearing in mind the tyres are black and darkness is also very black, make a very unwelcome appearance right in front of your face when you go around there, particularly when one lap they were well out the way and the next lap the marshals have put them back where they were 10 laps before.
Indeed.
You know, Tom and I both raced this 2 years ago, which was a great experience. We both took a few karts out for testing yesterday, which we always try and do to try and just give us a feel for the circuit. It feels different every year, particularly this year with no rain for the last month, really. To sort of get us used to where the track is and the grip levels. ECR, the Apex Twin, is back in the pits again with another problem. They're having recently been out, so that'll be up and on the stand in a few moments' time. But it's been. I know you've done the British 24, Jitesh. How are you finding Le Mans?
I really love the track. I think it's a brilliant track and definitely worth doing. If you've done the British 24, this has got to be next on your bucket list. Absolutely has to be.
Someone said to me yesterday, why don't we use the CIK track next door? And I said, look, it's a brilliant track, but it's not a 24-hour track. I don't think there's as many challenges on there. It's wider, it's made for European, it's made for, it's made for your Rotax Grand Finals, it's made for your international trophies, your X30 and stuff like that, with, it's designed to allow karts to follow each other, long straights, really tight corners at the end and banked corners. I don't think it poses the same 24-hour challenge.
I'd agree, because
As,
there were
as
Porsches
what,
on
as
it
what the
earlier.
Circuit Alan Prost does.
There were Porsches on it earlier.
On that
track.
Oh.
Yes.
I hope they didn't ruin it too much. They've got the RMC International Trophy on there from Wednesday onwards.
But I'd agree. I think this is probably a better track to have.
I think as well it mixes. There's a fast sort of section. There's that challenge of gravel. There's a single file that really does sort of, particularly when you're coming down there and you're on the outside of someone, you make a decision.
Absolutely. Well, to be honest, two of my best overtaking points were after turn 1 in that difficult gravel section, and the last turn before the pit lane, which is a tight hairpin.
Yes.
I was making up more time there as a heavyweight driver than anybody else. So this is why my times were pretty consistent with the rest of the team, despite being 10 kg over.
Yeah, and I know you've done a few British. You're back in a month's time for the
I
British.
am back in a month's time with British.
Not with the academy this
No,
time though. Your own team.
Yeah, we're our own team this time around. So we're probably a clubman team.
Are they all NRG sort of hired drivers, or
they've all done the 24, anywhere between 2 and 4 times a piece. One driver's done it about 6 times.
Don't say too much; they'll have you in pro.
Although Vernon, who has done it quite a number of times, and Vernon's done this one, is in his 60s. There's a difference.
Vernon McCallum.
That's
is it Vernon McCallum?
Yeah.
Still wearing the same race suit he got when he started.
Indeed, the same race suit.
Yeah, he's put some shifts in. That suit has.
That shift's put some suits in.
Yeah.
So yes, so Vernon's in our team. So yeah, that should be good fun. There's 5 of us doing that, so it should be awesome.
Good stuff. No further penalties. The gap at the lead is out to 10 seconds now between Track Limits by Storm, extending the lead to Chrono Team Racing. Your team are back in the lead because we've had a pit stop for the 555 of Team Yellow. So you're back in the lead, I believe, by the look of things.
Yes, we're back in the lead. Although that said, we're not long now till
you're due
a
one
pit stop, so that'll change the order again.
Should even itself out. It's going to ebb and flow, I think.
It will, absolutely.
Really difficult, I think, until the sun comes up in the morning, then when teams start working back from midday to get the stints right, to effectively put, let's be honest, if you win with a chance of the podium, one of your fastest driver will probably end up doing the final stint. It generally always works that way.
Yes.
We often find that a driver will start the race and finish it just by virtue of trying to make it work, putting the experienced one in to get it through to the end as the nerves start to rise and the kart starts to feel different. And you'll know from 24-hour races, if you're in the top 3, the kart feels like it's going to fall apart at any minute. Every little knock, every little bump, you sort of start feeling.
You nurse it through.
You know,
to get
you are
as much
nursing
out of
it to the end. You're waving carts through so that you don't get taken out or inadvertently. You know what you've got to do to get one of them through to the end.
You're managing position with other drivers in different classes just to make sure that you get where you need to get to.
Exactly. Jitesh, thank you very much for joining us. Absolute pleasure to have you. Thought we had a yellow out there, but we don't. We have just a marshal wearing a high vis in the position that he wasn't stood earlier. So going to get Tom back when Tom's watching racing over there at the moment. He's
enjoying it too much.
He is enjoying it. I might have to I'd throw something at him, but if I missed it, it'd be on the track because he's right on the edge of the pit lane just watching the racing. He'll remember that we're paying him to work in an hour's time maybe. So
I'll usher him back. Thank you very much.
Jitesh, thank you very much. Absolute pleasure.
Cheers.
Let's have a quick look then. So gaps in our classes. Track Limit by Storm, Chrono Team Racing, 10 seconds between them. Dr. Vapes have got a gap of 4 laps now to the 70 of LMS. TRX Motorsport Pro are 1 pit stop ahead, effectively, of Teesside Academy, but only 10 seconds ahead on track of the Academy kart. And the Academy 2 is 40 seconds in front of Idamos, but are due in the pits around about 40 minutes or half an hour before the Idamos kart. So we are a bit of a chop and change between the two runners in the rookie class. Let's have a live chat as Tom's back. What did we learn, Tom?
I was stood trackside through the chicane while you were having your chat there, and what I've learnt is a few things. First of all, Met Police Motor Club 999 that's in 21st, and I've just been proven right by checking the times, are looking very fast at the moment. 103 dead last lap around.
Yeah, who's in it?
No idea.
You know.
Is
that the what? Great work, Tom.
I'll find out.
Do you know what I said to you? What do we know? A bit.
I'll find out.
A bit.
Could be Ian Russell. Bear with me a moment. I'll get them when they come through next time. But I think it might be Ian Russell that's in the cart at the moment. But he is he's about half a straight behind the Race for Reuben cart. But that gap has not changed for 10, 20, 30 laps that I was watching.
Yeah.
Black suit, white helmet. So that is Ian Williamson in that one.
Mike from Prism has just been to show me. Do you know we were talking earlier on when you were going Ruby? She saved in his phone as Ruby, RRR.
That's his 12-year-old daughter, whose birthday it is today.
Who was 11 yesterday, but is now 12.
Yes. Leveled up to a level 12 of experience points.
So, having a quick look.
Look at this. Full sponsored Team Yellow Racing Fanta Lemon. Brought over to us. Thank you very much indeed.
Chris Huxtable on the headset.
Chris Huxtable making his way around, and he's going to have a chat with us. But you're not on holiday until you've had a Fanta Lemon.
We do like Fanta Lemons. Other Fantas are available.
Other Fantas are available. Other fizzy pops are available.
None of them come in yellow.
But not many of them do come in yellow, and not many of them taste like holiday either. Orangina probably being the other one we can plug.
There's if only there was a colour in the name of Orangina that contradicts our team name. But
anyway.
Oh,
that's why we've got it right. The penny's dropped. It's a lemon Fanta in a yellow can from Team Yellow Racing, but it's fully sponsor stickered up.
Yeah,
team stickered, branded Fanta Lemon.
It's not a custom that they made it especially for us. I wish the live stream could see, but you'll have to imagine it.
I'm sure we'll get it on a camera somewhere. Hang on, I'll give it to David and he can put it on the pit lane camera in a second. But so how's the race going?
It's a tale of two karts, one of them in the rookie class, one of them in the pro class.
555 is currently 16th overall and third in rookie, so absolutely flying. And the other one is 554 in the pro class, 32nd overall. However, just put in your fastest lap of the race.
We've just put out our qualifying driver Owen Tolley. He's been going very well, and the track is just picking up so much now. Every driver's setting the best of the kart pretty much.
Yeah, temperature's dropping, humidity's dropping. I say temperature's dropping, but the sun's getting a lot lower in the sky. So the temperature is still showing on my phone as 31 degrees, but I think it's probably around about 30, 29, something like that. So it has come down significantly, but you haven't got the sun's rays hitting it as hard as it is, so the track temperature will actually be coming down now.
There has been clouds.
Yes, there have been clouds.
There have been clouds.
Not many of them, and yeah, I mean they're in the distance. It's like someone's painted them on. But yeah, there have been a few clouds, but no, track temperature coming down. That's going to bring the tyre temperatures down. It's going to give everybody a little bit more grip as they continue on. Of course, we are only changing front tyres in the stop. So how is what's your confidence of getting the rears all the way to the end of the race?
We've been looking after them, especially our pro team kart, because during a 2-hour practice session, we spent 3 hours and 15 minutes in the mechanics bay.
Right.
So we had 15 minutes of driving a broken kart while we were gaslighting ourselves into thinking that it was working. However, it wasn't working. So
Okay.
a couple of trips later, we essentially missed the entire Friday practice. But we still got an hour this morning, and our qualifying driver, we were very offset. We fueled at the end of practice and basically had half an hour where our qualifying driver just essentially used it as a practice and then got a clutch lap at the end before getting black flagged, actually.
I'm trying to find where you were with practice. Team Yellow Racing 555. Is that the pro?
That's the rookie team.
That's the rookie one, right? So 554. There we go. 32nd place, 23 laps of practice.
Yeah.
So them tyres are going to be fresh.
They were rather fresh.
But how much practice did you get in this morning?
We used all the practice. But
okay.
The reason
and full
was
qualifying session as well?
Yeah, we had to use the full qual. That was the practice session essentially
Right, okay.
for Owen. But we had quite a lengthy couple of stays in the mechanics at the start of the race. So
yeah, we saw that, unfortunately.
We had an awesome start. We qualified quite well. I think we were around about 23rd. We made it all the way up to about 10th or 11th by the end of the first lap. But the true pace of our kart revealed itself and it actually began slowing down during the course of the first hour. And for some reason, it's just burning through fuel as well. We only managed about an hour for the first stint, hour and 5 minutes maybe. And we're still only getting 90 minutes out of it now. We had a new engine put on in practice, brand new engine, could be causing it.
And you're bringing it in and it's nearly dry?
We're proper pushing it, 90 minutes,
right?
85 laps, 88 laps if there was some full course yellows.
Wow. And then this team's out there getting almost 2 hours in the tank.
Oh, the 5 kart, they did the 555 kart did a 1 hour 45 stint with no dramas. But yeah, no, so we were 15 laps down at the end of the first hour due to being in the pits for so long. But we've come out, and the car is coming back to us now. It's still not what we expected, because Owen and Jensen are two BUKC 24-hour winners, actually. So they know their way around the car.
So there's class there.
There really is.
My dinner's just arrived. Oh, thank you, David.
Hopefully for me as well. I feel like I'm about to get evicted.
No, you're fine. That way. But yeah, so...
Where were we?
So the plan for the rest of the race is just a bit similar to what happened with David and myself in 2022. What year did we do, David? Was it 22 or 23? What year did we race this? 23. Where what we did was we had a big whiteboard in the pit bay, and I was continuously updating it as the race went on with our target finish position by the end of the race. And so as we had more and more mechanicals, obviously that dropped. But as the pace increased, as the night went on and things like that, the target was changing and we were going, right, so we're currently P42. I mean, we were last after 45 minutes. We spent 15 minutes in the pits in the first hour. So we were way down the order. But it became a moving target then. Right, we want to be, at the pace we've got at the minute, we can make up to P35. And it ended up, we were going to be about P15, I think, by the end of it. And then we had another mechanical and it dropped down. And then we had another one and it dropped down again, and so on and so forth.
The way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
It can be a brilliant race, but it can also be a heartbreaker.
Yeah, no, so our 554 car, they're making decent progress. We flirted with the top half during that last stint.
Okay.
We came into pits and lost a few. Well, where are we sitting now?
31st. You've just overtaken Barry R's Wacky Races.
There we go.
On that previous lap.
But yeah, no, so hopefully, I mean, I think we're on for two good finishes. One, if we can get a podium in the rookie class, that would absolutely make my day. None of the boys in either team have been here before, except for me and one of the 5 kart drivers.
So how many of these have you done then?
I've only done one. I only did last year with Core Blimey Racing 313.
Right.
They seem to be also having quite a poor day today. That's unfortunate for them. Actually, garage neighbours as well.
Right,
and
okay.
also, I want to give a special shout out and a thank you to Matt Davies and the whole Core Blimey Racing 113, 213 and 313 teams for lending us 12 kilos of lead.
Right.
Because 10 kilos of ours suspiciously went missing while we were all doing the driver's briefing this morning. We might have to start putting up wanted posters for our 10 kilos of lead, because that was property of Exeter University Motorsport Society as well.
Right, well that's...
it's going to be an awkward one when we return empty-handed.
To say the very least.
A special thank you to Core Blimey Racing for lending
You never
us
know,
that.
at the end of the race it might be given back.
That would be quite funny. I would be mad.
I think whoever's listening to us now and is
Please return
responsible
it.
for the vanishing lead, just drop it back at the end of the race, and all will most probably be forgiven. Yeah, that's very disappointing to hear. Right, so what's the target then? If we said it's the ever-moving target, where do we think realistically we're going to finish here with both teams?
So let's go for the pro team first. If we look at it in context, we began the race 15 laps down. I think we're about half a second off. At the start of the race, it was closer to 1 second, 3/4 of a second, but now I think we're about half a second off what the drivers should be doing if we didn't have the problems yesterday and this morning.
Okay. So where were you thinking is a realistic finishing
if we
position
can just
for
if we can
554?
regain those 15 laps and finish in the top half, I'll be delighted. There will be a smile on my face.
So 15 laps up from where you are now would put you 6 laps off the lead, which would be P7.
Yeah.
So if you extrapolate that to be around about 12 laps, let's say, as a realistic target, so that would put you sort of 19th, 20th. So inside the top 20.
If we can get that back,
you'd be happy with that?
Yeah, we've got some really good drivers out there.
Okay, let's put that as a target on my notes.
Oh no, I should have lowered your expectations.
No, that's it's good to have that. Let's have hopes and because then if you beat it, we can give you massive big ups.
There we go.
And where did the 555 car qualify? Just because I'm going off me, so 554 car.
Just behind, actually.
I've lost it on my notes. Where did 554 qualify?
554 were 21st, 555 were just behind and 25th.
Right, so I've written them in the wrong order. Right, okay, so 554, what are we thinking for them? Top 20 as well? Or higher than that?
I think we can absolutely go for a top 20. Where are we sat
now? They're 17th at the moment.
Yeah. But yeah,
you've got some karts who've had problems. They're going to start coming back through. Apex Twin Racing are already up to 32nd. They lost a huge amount of time. 554 is just putting another personal best. 1026, absolutely flying. Quicker than the leader.
Well,
the only person they were slower than that time around was Dr. Vapes, and that was by 0.003 of a second.
Well, I think that says it all.
Right.
It hurts to see.
So we're flying back up. Right, so they're going to come back through. So that, theoretically, that could demote 555 down a position with the pace that 554 has got at the moment. Apex Twin Racing, they had front-running pace earlier on as well, so potentially they could come back through. Maple Motorsport have had issues. Team Rango have had issues as well. And they've been running towards the front of the race at various points as well. So I'm going to keep that as top 20 as well for Team Yellow Racing for both karts. And let's see where that shakes out towards the end of the race, and we'll monitor the progress.
Oh, there we go. I'll let you know if anything exciting happens, hopefully.
Well, you know where we are, although we'll not be here for 8 hours.
Yeah. All right. Is there no commentary over the night?
Yeah, we finish up at midnight local time, 11 p.m. UK time, and we're then back at 8 a.m. local, 7 a.m. UK time, and we will take the race through for the finish. No, David and I aren't doing 24 hours straight, just the two of us.
I think it would be
as
in
much
the spirit
as some
of Le Mans.
people would want that. I think the majority of people are pretty sick after, what have we done, 8.5 hours.
I think that's a charity fundraiser potential.
What, do it for 24 hours of commentary? No, I'm all right, thanks. As much as I love charity. I don't love it that much. I'm sure for the right cause and the right motivation, I'm sure we could be persuaded sometime. There's Dan Crossley of Race for Reuben, just walking in front and giving us the knowing nod. He's going to be in for the night stint for them. They're going to back-to-back with two of their drivers through the night stint and let their day shift drivers have the time off. What's your rotation like? Are you just doing it in order of rotation?
I won't show my cards too much. However, there's been rumours circulating that we have a good driver doing a double stint over the night in the 555 kart that will hopefully get us up a few positions.
Okay.
I believe he still has the fastest lap in the car. I think it was a 2.6 maybe.
Okay. Which would be, I'm going to go with Adam State.
Adam State's on track right now, on camera right now.
Okay.
It was Lawrence Vines.
It was Lawrence Vines. Okay, right. So he's double stinting during the night. Okay.
But of course, that's just rumours circulating.
Yes, of course. True. Yeah, there's no truth to it.
The night's very long. It could be now. It could be 4 a.m.
Exactly. I mean, we're not here for 8 hours, and a double stint is what, 3. So could be any point really during that, couldn't it?
Could be.
Okay. So that's going to be the push time. It'll be, to be fair, now the sun is sort of dipped, in behind a little cloud, and the track is sort of hitting some shade for the first time today. We are starting to see some quick lap times. It's 5:54 once again, another personal best lap of the race, a 1:02.5, and again only beaten by one kart. Race for Reuben have just done a 57.4. Not sure that's been read correctly somehow.
If he's just done a 57.4, we'd be interested in having him on our team next
Well,
year.
interestingly, it's not been given as the fastest lap of the race, so clearly there's been a timing error of some kind.
Hashtag robbed.
But yeah, and it doesn't look like they've gained any time on that lap either, so I think that's just been a bit of a glitch in the system. But yeah, so 5:54 is absolutely flying now.
I think the car is coming back towards us a little bit.
Yeah.
I think it might have just been because of that new engine that took a bit of time to get up to speed.
They do take a little bit of running in, yeah. And in fairness, it's normally about 8 hours. Normally they say if it's brand new, it's 8 hours to run it in. And we're 8.5 in, and now we're banging in some times.
I used to work at a karting track, and it was about a 40-minute process of quarter throttle, half throttle, 3/4 throttle.
Yeah, we don't have time for that in this race, though, do we?
No, mechanics didn't have time for that at the end of practice, understandably.
No. All right, well, it's been brilliant having you with us. Thank you very much for the drink.
Thank you very much for
pictures
having me.
online of the Team Yellow Racing branded Fanta Lemon as well, so thank you very much for the gift.
Thank you very much for having me.
We will enjoy that.
Shout out to everybody following us from home, girlfriends, mums, dads, sisters, brothers, cats, dogs.
Wags and Habs.
There we go.
There we go.
All right, thanks for having me.
Thank you. So while Chris makes his way back down the paddock and David gets his headset back on, I'm going to mute myself for a minute while I have my tea.
Tom's tucking in. I've already eaten, although I have managed to got myself a baguette. Afterwards, we had some bolognese, which is not really French, but is lovely. I got you a spoon as well, Tom, in case you fancied that. In the food place. Rockshot Gamer asking how different is the damage to the kart that was tracked to Bookmore 24? Can't tell you. Didn't watch it because I was covering another event the same weekend, so didn't really watch it. The Mechanics Bay has been quiet, Tom, in comparison to previous years now. So I'm guessing people are being a little bit kinder on the machinery. Just finish my last mouthful off and I'll crack on. Also, hello to the reigning champion that's joined us in the live chat. So one of 3 drivers that won the event last year is in the live chat. So good evening to Suvert, the one of the 3 kart event Belgium drivers from last year, along with Kenneth and Jules, to win what must be way beyond their 10th 24 now, in many different countries. So I think they've changed team name as well this year, if I remember correctly from looking. So, having a quick look, we are... Yeah, Chrono Team Racing pitted whilst you were talking to Chris from Team Yellow. Sorry, I'm literally having to nurse Tom through putting a headset back on his head. Chrono Team... is that a black flag? Chrono Team Racing...
Second place.
Yeah,
Net second place.
But now he can't. He's got to wait at the. He's got. That is big.
That is a massive shake-up to the order. That's going to allow Track Limits by Storm Group to get away. I haven't finished my dinner yet, but I have broken off and come back on to show David a picture that I've received.
Is that the Cole Clark paddling pool, or is that the Optimum paddling pool?
No, it's neither. That is the Cole Clark full-size swimming pool.
Oh, okay. That is. I really want to know. I want to know whether they bought that with them or bought it out here.
I don't really care.
No.
What I do care about is the fact that I'm now going for a dip in my pants once we finish this stream.
What, tomorrow?
No.
At midnight?
Oh, no, at midnight, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm going straight in.
Okay. Cat might not let you in a car back to the hotel.
Andy might not let me in because I'll be in my pants, but I mean, he'll have to fight me off.
The pool is closed, the water is contaminated.
The sun is in the sky.
The sun is in the sky. So there on the left-hand side is Chrono Team Racing, parked up, waiting for the time to elapse. A black flag given to the 41. And they were only in the pits, Tom, 10 laps or so ago. So chances are a fairly new driver, or at least in terms of that stint at the very least, just getting back into the swing of things. Met Police Motor Club peel off into the pit lane. That's the 999. They're currently running nose to tail, 1 lap apart, but 21st and 22nd respectively for the 2 Met Police entries, they'll swap round as Ian Williamson brings the 999 down into the pit lane. Race for Ruben in 4th place, have just pitted and now appear to have Owen Burton back in that one. So they very much are, Tom, employing a day and night strategy. They've only used 3 of their 5 drivers thus far, and they're opting to save 2 for the night stint. We go till midnight.
Okay.
So Tom's eating, and rather than
I'm giving Tom a break.
yeah, we're giving Tom a break. I've been joined in the commentary box by
Tiger.
I'll be honest with you, someone who I did say to Amy Jurger in the week, I didn't know you existed. I had the list of all the entrants.
Yeah.
I tried to find them on either Facebook or Instagram.
Yep.
Looked on Instagram.
Yep.
Saw you. Thought it'll never be her. And it turns out it is. So 3 months later, having gone, no, definitely not. It's definitely you.
It's me.
What do we do?
I'm a stunt coordinator. So.
Exactly. Hence why I went. Can't be Tiger. No.
Yeah.
But no, stunt coordinator. What's all stunts, or do we have a niche?
Well, I'm good at certain things, obviously, because everyone's got their strengths. But we generally do everything, and then I like stuff with a motor. So horses, or did helicopters recently, quad bikes, wave runners. Yeah, if it's got action in it. Then
Go-karts.
Well, this is new though.
Yeah.
This is very new.
Amy was talking to me. Said when you say new, you're like you've the first time you sat in a kart was like very recently.
I've been in a kart 3 times.
So you really have stepped up to come and do a 24.
Yeah, and throwing myself in the deep end. Apparently, pressure's a privilege.
Well, you've got some very good drivers. Where you've unearthed them from?
By accident.
Yeah, by accident.
Total accident. And also, I heard on the commentary earlier that someone forgot their passport.
They did.
I forgot mine. I got all the way to Kent. Yeah.
From
Cheshire.
Oh, that's a trek.
Disastrous.
Did you have to go back, or did you call in a favour?
I had a really, really, really nice friend that I'll be forever in their debt. And they drove all the way from Cheshire.
I thought I had a stunt person with a helicopter, flew it down.
The helicopter was busy. I had to be by car. But no, we do. So a few of the guys have never done 24 hours. They're used to sprint racing. They don't do it anymore. But yeah, I'm lucky like that. But I'm not too bad. I've been shunted into the grass and the gravel, and I did a 180, and then 2 cars smacked me head on. But
what a stunt.
You know, survived. And it was right where the camera was, the only place they were taking pictures.
Oh, yeah, they'll have that. Lewis, the videographer, will probably have a good video of it as well.
The only one with a cart facing the wrong way. But no, I think we're doing all right.
You are second at the moment second in class at the moment, lap down on the Teesside Academy kart, but there's an offset on your pit stops. You're about an hour apart.
Yeah.
So when they pit, you lead, then they pit, you lead. So that's really going to be a tight one tomorrow. How are you? I was about to say, how are you finding your first 24-hour? But really, how are you finding your first prolonged experience in a kart?
Do you know what? It's so much harder than I thought it was. I was like, oh, I'll be good at this. And I absolutely sucked the first time. I didn't suck, but compared to, when you're used to winning, it's so hard to be the worst at something. But I picked it up a little bit. Damien Sleep, I give him a shout out. He was helping me, British champ. Yeah, done that a few times. So he was giving me little things to do, not a lot. And each time I was getting a bit better, and next time a bit better, and next time a bit better. So it was gradual little things. I'm getting like 104, 105, so it's not like horrible, but...
No, it's steady time. I mean, there's drivers out here that we know that have done 20, 24-hour races. And you're here for your first one. There's a huge amount of experience. Even some of you younger drivers, they might not have done too many 24 hours, but their actual sort of talent levels. Like, one of the drivers here finished second in a world championship last year.
Wow.
And and you're on the and you're on track enjoying that experience. And look, what better place than this to come for a first 24-hour race?
It is absolutely gorgeous, and the weather has been sweltering. I was melting, literally melting, and we found a gorgeous lake yesterday. So yeah, if anyone hasn't.
That up near the Brit Hotel.
Yes.
Where Teesside, we stay there.
Yeah.
And then I had a walk up there this morning at must just gone 7 o'clock. The sun was already, it was like 25 degrees early doors. But yeah, there's a nice lake, man-made beach up there. It's like 10 minutes from the track. We've got wave yellows down at turn 9. It's not your kart, so that's safe. But it's in the gravel, and it's gone well in the gravel. It could be Dr. Vapes, potentially. Is that 30? And look, Retriever's kart, but let me see the number. Yeah, it is Dr. Vapes, I think. From third place, the class leading, they had a 4-lap lead. They're in the gravel, And when we positioned the camera on the outside of turn 9, I did say, just get the tyre wall on the right. Nobody goes in over there. So Dr. Rape's on a mission to prove me wrong. Going all the way in, and they've gone in very, very deep that we need the quad to hook them up and get them back. So Dr. Vapes are going to need every one of them 4 laps that they built up. They've already lost 3 of them, getting the car out the gravel down the far end, and they're going to lose at least another 3 minutes because that's the minimum time that they're going to be in the pits. So who's on strategy for your team?
Well, as a coordinator, I'm quite good at, that's my job. So I've been doing a bit of the organising, and then I bought a lot of kit with me from work, radios and stuff, which didn't work great, and the helmets, but they're better than nothing. I've got a very young team. I think the oldest is 23, so it's like being a bit of a mother, to be honest. Don't put their rubbish in the bin. But yeah, there isn't a deep strategy, I must admit. It's just we've got an order and we're cycling through the order again. I've got loads of lead. I've literally got a seat inside a seat inside a seat.
Yeah, so the optimum driver weight is 83 kilo.
Well, I weigh 50 kilos.
I was about to say you've never seen probably north of 53, so that's a lot, particularly when you're trying to basically rotate that cart as well.
Yeah.
It's a really, really tough one, but hope you're enjoying your first experience of 24-hour racing.
I am. Thanks for this.
I'll see whether you're still enjoying it tomorrow when you've
when we're winning.
When you're 35 hours since you've last been asleep.
When we're spraying you with a podium juice.
Please don't spray us with anything. We've got. I just stand behind the electrical equipment, and I'm safe as houses.
No worries.
Tiger, thank you very much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your race. You'll lead again at some point. You're leading it now.
Oh,
You're
there
leading
we
now.
go.
Academy are in, literally right now in the pits for a fuel. So you leave us whilst leading in the rookie class.
Great time. Thank you, guys.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Does that imped button go down? Mine's down, yours is up.
Hello.
How was your food, Tom?
Beautiful, thank you. Thank you for getting it for me.
So, Dr. Vapes have been in the gravel, but is there anything else that's wrong with that car?
As to why they've ended up there?
Wasn't Mo Hassan, but I think he's due to go in it. When did they last
he's
pit?
suited up, ready to go.
Yeah,
Whoa,
140.
That is a lot of gravel.
A lot of gravel.
You can't see that on camera at the moment, but
yeah. I don't know if we can get the view through. Top back left corner there, cart being put back down.
And you'll see on the floor
and he's
when the
basically put it
how
down
much
on
gravel's just come out of that.
Yeah, a couple of kilo of stones.
Yeah, he'll have had no
and it's
problem
going
on
up
the
on the ramp as well, I think. Jean-Claude Van Sam pushing it up onto the ramp.
When you see the size of Sam's arm, you'll see,
I'll tell you
see why we call him Jean-Claude Van Sam.
Look at him there, look, the human fork truck.
I still love the fact that his fellow mechanics call him Love Island.
Love Island. Look, you're in an industry. Like it's similar to like in construction where everyone on site has a nickname and it's not definitely not one you picked yourself.
Top banter.
Lads.
Right, so Mo is ready, suited up, and now helmet on.
I think he's likely to drive that cart down himself.
I think so as well.
Take the cart down from up here.
But I am gonna collar. Here we go.
I'll your turn, Tom.
Just bear with. No, it's all right. You don't need to hand the headset over. I just wanted a quick 5-second synopsis. What's happened? Brake failure. All right. Well, that's why you nearly ended up in Arnage.
Well, yeah, that's
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I said that's why you ended up in the part of the gravel trap. I said on Thursday that nobody will ever go in there. So
he's done well to turn it round, but he's then gone across the entire length of the gravel track backwards.
Yeah.
Right. Well, they'll check it all out, but that's a real shame.
Disappointment. Yeah, Dr. Vapes, who were absolutely flying and leading by 4 laps.
Of the top 10 as
well. I think there were 4 laps, Tom, at one point. They were leading that class by, and now into 3rd place with Bargain Racing in 4th place in the 241.
Leader in the pits as well.
Bargain Racing, who finished 5th in club last year, so staying with Dr. Vapes in the 30 were actually club runners last year, were they? Yes, they were fourth. So they were fourth and they were fifth between them and Bargain Racing, and they were 1 and 2 until that problem. The kart being liberally applied with with a cooling agent known as aqua. Aqua. So I'm gonna go and have a quick look.
And they're
Tom.
going to have a full.
A
full brake system fitted.
Cat there with some high-level terminology. The big wiry bit.
The wiry bit.
The brake cable.
The brake cable snapped. It sounds like that's what's happened. Shout out in the live chat to Josh Mercer, who's joined us.
Has he asked for a shout out for his new business yet?
No, he hasn't.
He normally does.
He's but one of the nicest people in motorsport. Josh Mercer, love him dearly.
He's also followed it up with a shout out to Martin Howell, who we did a really nice piece about last year, Tom, at the here at Le Mans, shortly after his passing. I know he spent many a year, or many Le Mans 24-hour here, year on year. Did Martin, good friend of Teesside Karting, great friend and business partner of Bob Pope, who then passed on the baton at Teesside to his daughter Kat. So. We've even got a corner now named after him at Teesside, which we named in his honour last year. So the pit bend at Teesside renamed as Howells.
And the
going forwards.
reason for that is that it's the entry to the West Track, and the way we put it, should I say, last year was that if you want to get on the West Track, you've got to first go through Howells, and Howells comes first because. Without him, there would be no pro karts.
There would be no pro karts.
He came first.
Indoor karting in the UK was basically created by Martin Howell and Bob Pope at Clapham Bus Station in early 90s, 1990, late 80s. So, and
he's got a blue plaque.
And he has got a blue plaque that Bob.
And if you live anywhere near Clapham, you
yeah.
can go and see it. There's a blue plaque for Martin Howell. Unbelievable, amazing.
Yeah, on the,
and his
on
legacy
the wall outside Clapham Bus Station
lives on right in front of your eyes
the
here.
Spiritual home of indoor karting.
But as I say, his legacy lives on right here in front of your very eyes.
The sun's starting to head down now as shadows. It still is, but it's less in the sky than it was earlier. Shadows now starting to form as our karts go down the start-finish straight, as the sun begins to set up and over the basically towards the start line, Tom, of the Circuit de la Sarthe, to our right-hand side of our commentary position.
Still in the pits, Dr. Vapes.
Yes.
Water going on the clutch to cool it down. I think the clutch has been removed and is currently on the floor.
Yeah, I'm going to go and have a little bit of a browse. Oh, we're getting feisty down at the far end.
Yes, please. I would like a drink. Thank you. In fact, no, I'm fine. I've got my Fanta Lemon.
I'll wash the plate as well.
Thank you, David. You're a good egg. He's going to wash up as well. He's a good egg, that lad. Anyway, so Titan Motorsport currently lead by virtue of not pitting for a fifth time. They're about 10 minutes or so away from a stop, though, and that will cycle track limits by Storm Group back to the front. Race for Ruben, only 52 seconds off the lead now. It's been a long recovery drive by that team after an early mechanical fault. I think it was a stone that was lodged in the throttle linkage. And what was happening was, as the stone would move, occasionally it would not give any, well, not any throttle, but nowhere near full throttle to the engine that it was attached to. And then as it would move again, it would then all of a sudden be fine. So it gave the sense to the driver that it was cutting out. The engine was cutting out, but actually it wasn't. And so they brought it in and they cleared the stone out. It had been flicked up by a cart in front, and then lodged itself in there. I mean, hugely unlucky. But they got it moved. They fell all the way down the order because it was still early doors, and they've just marched their way back to what is currently P3, but is actually a net P2 once Titans stopped for a 5th time. Bargain Racing also in from 4th place overall, and the leader of the Clubman class. They are in at the moment. But yeah, that's what happened with Race for Ruben. But that gap's been hovering around 50, sort of between 57 and 48 seconds, sort of 9-10 seconds here and there as they've ebbed and flowed their way through the traffic. Yeah, I think they're going to need a bit of luck here to catch Track Limits by Storm Group. Because Bargain Racing have come in, that's now given us the position back with Chrono Team Racing, who are now 2 laps off Race for Ruben after that black flag, which we still need to get to the bottom of why that was. I'm going to see if I can see one of our clerks anywhere, and I'll find out what the situation was with that as to why they were brought in.
Dr. Vape's back on the ground, Tom, and will fuel.
They've dropped from 3rd place on the road as it was at the time, 20th now, and they're still having to fuel and queue for fuel.
They'll be 27th, 23rd, I think. Yeah.
So they couldn't have timed that much worse. They're going to fuel up and head out, and it's going to be Mo Hassan taking the helm. But he'll just drive straight out of pit lane because they've done their driver change up at this end rather than do it down in pit lane. That will save a little bit of time, of course.
Yeah. So they're taking on fuel now.
So how many laps down are they going to be? That's 13 now. Potentially 14 by the time they get out.
Yeah, going to have lost
that is
10 laps.
And
really
to have,
tough break.
And to have the brake cable snap as well.
Yeah.
I mean...
So to explain that, it's not really a cable, it's a pipe with brake fluid in, but that comes out and all your brake fluid disappears.
Yeah.
And when you then want to apply the brake, your hopes disappear, unfortunately.
Yeah. So... yeah, I mean, he went a long way off, didn't he? I said he nearly ended up in Arnage.
He did nearly end up in Arnage. And Mo Hassan, he's gone down the pit lane there, and he is tapping the brake every 2 or 3 metres. And I imagine the first time he gets to a heavy braking zone, he's going to be very nervous about whether that's going to stop or not.
Well, the new brake kit will be absolutely fine. I'll be worried about the rest of the internals now.
It's the first bit, isn't it? The first
brake. They had the clutches off and they were cooling them down as well. So there's clearly been an issue there as well.
Yeah, Track Limits by Storm have been in, Tom, in the last 7 or 8 minutes.
But I'll tell you what, though, that kart has been absolutely rapid.
Yes, no matter who's been in it.
And they've been in the 102s consistently. Times are getting quicker again now. Speaking of 102s, we've got Race for Ruben doing a 102.7.
102.3 for Chrono.
Optimum Motorsport a 102.9.
Yes,
we're only 6 tenths of a second off.
Addison Smith in that
race.
Tom, in the Optimum Motorsport car now.
Now the track temperature's cooling down. The pressures are dropping a little bit on these tyres.
Thinner air going in.
Thinner air going in. Cooler air going in. And the tyres have been, well, for want of a better word, they've been like driving on ice at times, because quite the opposite to the temperature that we're having. But that's the sensation that some drivers have been telling me that they've been having, particularly under brakes and through the horseshoe right-hander, that there's just been no grip. And for the first time in the 2025 edition of the Le Mans 24-hour, the lights are on the circuit.
Yes.
They've just come on now.
So, yeah, down the far end, they're on, aren't they, over what used to be the pit building.
And the middle, and, and the pit bays as well.
It had a very different feel, Tom, when I arrived for the first time on Thursday, and we went down the far end. And I didn't know the old pit building had gone. It was already out of use, and half of it had been removed when the corner at karting had the runoff extended. But yeah, completely removed now, the old pit building down on the entrance to turn 9. So when you see cars going over the curb to the left, that's because that's where the pit entrance used to be. They're coming up to it there on the left where them tyres are sat at the moment. That is the old pit entrance. And then on the right hand side where our camera is there was the pit building. That's completely gone. There's a massive grass bank in place where the car park used to be down there. So there's a new viewing area on the exit of the Porsche curves, near what you told me yesterday was the DeResta's gravel trap.
Yeah, DeResta's gravel services. It's
He'd love it here.
But it's also Sheldon van der Linde's groundwork services as well.
Yes, it is.
Or is it Kevin van der Linde? I can never remember. The van der Linde that's in the 46 BMW. That one.
Ah.
It went off there and ran out of electricity.
Yes, it did. Who's that that's come into the pits?
Who did we talk about yesterday? Who had the Team Hard
suit?
He's well hard.
He is well hard.
He's literally wearing a race suit that says Team Hard on the back of it.
It could be Prism. I think that's Gordon Anderson.
I think you might be right.
He's the truck driver.
Oh, is he?
He is the truck driver.
Much respect.
Because you asked whether he drove a Team Hard truck. You look after truckies, don't you, Tom?
That's my truck impression.
Is it? Yeah, you look after truck drivers.
I do. Well, once I look after it. I mean, I do have to mother them quite a lot. Because can't find my truck, can't find my trailer, can't find my paperwork. Oh, I don't want to do that. Oh, that's more than 9 hours work, is that? And I'm only paid for 9 hours. No, you're not. Get on with it.
I've got lost. I'm stuck in a traffic jam.
Oh, what do I do now with this? What do I do with this? What do I do with this? But most of the time when they can't find the paperwork, they just haven't looked hard enough. It drives me up the wall. Hence why I say I have to mother them.
They can find the motorway services though, can't they, Tom?
Oh, with their eyes shut, they can smell them. It's a skill.
It is.
Similar to having the one-arm tan as well. It's the badge of honour.
I think I'm going to have one of them because on this right side combox, you're going to get it in the morning when
I'm going to have it on my left side.
Yeah.
But
a 102.9 for both track limits and race for Ruben. There's Mo Hassan back out in the 30 for Dr. Vapes. They've got a mountain to climb from 21st now.
21st place, 15 laps down, a 103.3 that time around through traffic.
And 17 seconds behind the Met Police Motor Club 101 to move back up into the top 20 for Dr. Vapes.
They're just in front of the 999 Met Police Motor Club, which is 41.8 seconds behind. And as I said before, they were going very, very quickly about an hour ago. Very quick lap times. So that's moved them back up the order to 22nd. Have we lost a bit of audio here? Is it my headset? Or are we really quiet all of a sudden? Because we're not making many lines on the sound desk. Are you, David? Talk for me.
I'm all right, I think.
Yeah, you are. Why am I?
His main's out, I think, is down slightly. There we go. We can turn
but that turns us both up. But
Tom's troubleshooting midstream.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to figure out.
I don't know.
What's going on.
Let me ask the guy behind. Are we okay on levels?
Am I okay on levels compared to David?
You've just.
That's the question we need to answer.
We're okay, Tom. We're all right.
Okay.
Look at the top line bouncing. That's probably a little bit high. We could be a little bit peaky.
Am I a bit peaky?
Yeah.
Peaky.
Peaky. Peaky-Nique. Peaky-Nique.
Okay.
Oh, Maximus Shields has joined us in the live.
Is he still on the plane?
No, he's getting on the plane today, I think. He could well be at the airport. Max, where are you? You're not here.
He said he was going to be watching on the plane, which I thought was a good effort.
We've replaced
Who's that
him.
limping from the TRX team.
Well, I'll find out which one of the TRXs it is.
Well, he's got the name on the back of his suit, which is helpful.
Well, yeah, I had Hawkeye earlier for the, but I used it all up spotting that exhaust shroud 4 hours ago.
A proper limp.
I'll try and pick out who that is, and particularly the number. But yeah, Max, let us know where you are. Are you at the airport? Which airport? I know he's going to America.
Where's he going to in America? Let him answer that as well.
Yeah, exactly. He's missing this event, unfortunately. Harry's Nordich stepping in for him in the 181 kart. And missing the Teesside Sprint next weekend. 476 is the TRX kart. I think that's Tom Mallig. It is Tom Mallig. Who was limping out of that kart a few moments ago. But he's got back in it to drive it down the far end.
You know what he needs, don't you? Magic sponge.
Does need a magic sponge. Bit of freeze spray. What we're going to see as well, Tom, in the next few pit stops is teams turning their lights on their cars and I don't mean like headlights.
No.
I mean like so the rest of your team can spot you. And we're heading towards the realm of drivers needing to go out with a clear visor on, because if you're on track at 9:30, I believe, Tom,
yes,
local time, so 8:30 UK time, with a tinted visor,
you'll be black
flagged.
Called into the pits.
Hence why we can see the whites of people's eyes now.
But you can see the length of the shadows as well off the karts as to how low the sun is in the sky. But what I would say is if you are black flagged, it's not a case of you just coming into the pits. You've got a choice of, are you changing driver or are you changing visor and going back out?
Yes.
But either way, and we're just over 20 minutes away.
Yeah, and there'll always be someone who'll go, it's not tinted, it's a radium.
Oh no, we've had that, and in fact we've already clarified that in the captain's briefing to say that you can have it pre-approved.
Yeah.
You can bring it to the race director and the
I've
clerk
seen
of
a
the
few
course
do that earlier on,
and
actually.
say, are you okay with me wearing this during the night stint? Likewise, we've seen some yellow visors in the past as well. Sebastian Vettel style yellow visor during the night stints, and of course they are perfectly legal as well. But you just got to get them signed off by the clerk. There's no tint in that yellow. Make sense? Good.
Right, let's have an update because it's been asked for in the live chat. Let's see if we can find that 181 kart, which should be heading up and over the start line now and up towards turn 1 for the 181.
Pin 14 at the moment.
Had a few issues earlier on in the race with a issue with a spark plug. So yeah, they are in the middle section, round turn 3 at the moment and 4. So issue earlier on with the spark plug lead coming loose, Tom. Lead is due in, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Titan Motorsport have now done an hour and 50 minutes in a stint. So we're expecting them any minute now, really. Be surprised if they go any more laps. I can see Mike Philippou very ready next to the fuel bay, in fact. So he's shaking a can of chain lube.
I think we're going to wait and pick the 181 up here. There is Addison Smith in the 181. Great work by our camera guy. Rather than just trying to pick them up willy-nilly. We'll wait till they come to the camera. You know, build the camera and they shall come. There's Addison Smith in his second stint, having started the race and qualified the 181 Optimum Motorsport car. As you say, problems during the second stint that saw Jared Fox-Whiteley, stint 3, because Lewis Goff took it second. Jared Fox-Whiteley double stacked it effectively. He did an hour and then did another hour and 40-minute stint when they had a spark plug lead come loose. And then shortly after he handed it over to Harry Nottage, the keyway came out of the sprocket and just gave them no drive. So there's Addison Smith in his Sam Pollitt racing suit. That hasn't raced with Sam Pollitt for a while. In fact, hasn't raced karts other than in Pro Kart at Teesside for a while, just to keep his eye in. Now, he's got his eyes set towards the tail end of this year on a few outings in Ginetta Juniors as Addison Smith.
Leader is in the pits.
Yeah. So Smith going well, back recovering up to P14. They've got up to P6 at one point after that problem earlier on, Tom, that set them back. So are currently 9 laps down on the leaders, but 6 laps down on sort of getting into that top 5 mix with the other elite runners as well. So
it'll be tough to make 6 laps back without others having issues.
That's what I mean. So now they really do have to have a trouble-free run.
Yeah, they've got to consolidate
the
their position
flag
and hope that others lose their heads around them.
I mean, they've got pace, Tom. They've got the pace, but then again, so does everybody else at the front. I mean, Smith on the last lap, a 1:02.7 was the Tom fastest lap, with the exception of Century Sim. Oh, a ginger snap. I'll take a ginger snap.
Fire me a ginger snap.
Cheers, Paul. Thank you very much. There you go, sir.
Much. Cheers.
Thank you very much.
This is one of the reasons why we love car commentating here. Is
from the pit lane.
because everybody's walking. We're not in a remote commentary box like we are at Teesside. When I say remote, as in distant from everybody else.
So let's tell the story. Last year, they were like, okay, so we've got you a room out the back. And I was like, how's about we just set up right here in the middle of the pit lane? And I do mean that, right here in the middle of the pit lane. I think if the camera at the far end of the track, down at turn 2, zoomed in on us, they could probably see roughly where we are, Tom, in the pit lane. But yeah, just to focus while that happens, that's Addison Smith. 1:02.7 was the second fastest lap on track on the previous lap, other than Century Sim in the 59. There we are. Hello. So we are in the pit lane. The camera is right above us. We are in the pit lane. The mechanics bay is over there. We've got that funny colour umbrella is keeping the mechanics bay camera nice and cool. There's your mechanics bay. Start line Marshall Callum has come for a bottle of water. Mark Mitchell's doing what Mark Mitchell does best, talking. A good game, I'd imagine.
He'll be chatting about the Iberian Supercar Championship.
He will. I left you down in the bar yesterday choosing whiskey with him.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No. Nothing to see here.
But, yeah, he's fully responsible for my lack of sleep. But absolutely sound as fuck anyway. But yeah, that's the picture of where we are sat. We've got our little ACO gazebo, and as I said earlier, other rhymes are available. And an ACO gazebo, but officially branded Automobile Club de l'Ouest. Don't ask me what that is.
No.
The Ouest.
Ouest.
Yeah. Ouest the best. Well, currently it's Track Limits by Storm Group. Oh! King of the segue!
777 rolling down the pit lane with only one engine on, Tom. He's aware of it because he's leant over and just checked. But
thankfully, there's a big ramp to get downhill.
It is, yes, downhill into the pit lane. Hopefully, he's not going to go too far.
They've got some momentum.
I had to turn the audio down because the ginger snaps that we had, delicious, but very crunchy.
Yeah, you might have had some of that bleeding through onto the mic. I'm not even apologising. Paul Curtis asking, is there any links for live timing, please? So we can see who's 1, 2, 3 for each category.
There is, isn't there, Tom?
Well, there is, yes. All you need to do is type into your favourite search engine, live timing, Le Mans 2. That's LE space MANS and the number 2. And it should be, give or take, the top option. And you can click that, and that will give you full access to the timing screen that we have here on our desk in our ACO gazebo. So, I've got to say, David, I'm a little bit disappointed by the battle at the front. It was hotting up really nicely between Chrono, Track Limits, Race for Ruben, and Titan Motorsport have once again kept themselves in the mix.
It promised so much and yet delivered so little.
It delivered absolutely nothing, with the exception of a change of position between Track Limits and Chrono that happened in the pits.
Yes.
Yeah, so and when we say happened in the pits, it happened because Track Limits undercut Chrono. Chrono pitted first. Track Limits found the 4 seconds.
Yeah.
We've got so early there. Is that
That's Times Mayfair in the number 99. They've lost something because Nigel Moore's holding.
I'm guessing that's Josh Wynn.
It could be. Oh, Addison Smith nearly went for one there. That was a really close one as they moved across the track to try and get offline. That was tight. What are they missing though? What are they missing?
One hand on the steering wheel.
Nigel Moore is holding something in his hand.
It's an exhaust shroud.
It is an exhaust shroud.
Another one.
But I don't know what. Losing an exhaust shroud does not bring you round that slowly. So,
unless that's just inexperience to say, I'm just going to nurse it round to the pit lane.
Nigel's on the radio. Helps the lad up the hill with a massive big boot. Not seen a big boot like that since Hulk Hogan.
He's a special lad, is Nigel Moore, isn't he? We've given him plenty of shout-outs on this stream, but rightly so. It would be a very different pit lane without Nigel Moore here. I can assure you of that. So, time's quickening up again. Most of the front runners now in the 102s comfortably. Track Limits by Storm Group doing a 102.4 last lap around. That's only 2/10 off. Hang on, no,
that's more than
timing's frozen.
But so's mine. That's more than an exhaust shroud, though, Tom, for Times Mayfair, because the rear cover's been taken off.
Oh, I've lost timing.
It's only 3 minutes ago, though, so I think we're okay.
But yes, we were talking about the race for the battle for the lead that ended up being a bit of a damp squib. And it seems to have been that way with a few classes.
I'm back on timing, which means you should be too.
If I exit page and refresh.
Can I get a refresh?
There we go.
Rewind.
We're back in the room. Yeah, it turned out to be a bit of a disappointment, really. Race for Ruben have closed into just under 46 seconds behind Track Limits by Storm Group. But there's been a few classes where the change for the lead hasn't really happened on track. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
LMS now leading club. Do they owe us a pit stop? No.
No, well, they've got about an hour or so to go, haven't they?
So LMS leading on merit. So big shout to them. And we said before that we were giving them huge amounts of credit, and that was when they were in P11. They're now P7
and leading
overall,
by
and leading
15
the clubman
seconds.
class from Bargain 241 Racing. They have made an extra stop as well. Hang on, let me get the timing right. Right, so LMS have made an extra stop over Bargain. And they are leading by 15 seconds. So they don't owe us a pit stop for about maybe 45, 50 minutes for LMS. But yeah, big shout to them. Their journey at this race has gone, well, that has gone meteoric, hasn't it?
Yes.
Because they've gone from where we saw them when we raced in this 2 years ago, and you described them earlier as robust.
They were robust.
They were in the gravel a lot, I think it's fair to say.
They put a few in there too.
Yes, I think that's also fair to say. We're not naming and shaming any drivers or anything like that.
Because we can't, because they all wear the same.
Yeah. But they were, I think the best way to put them is they were rough and ready.
Yes.
And now you look at where they've come 2 years later, or where they are now positioned in the race, 2 years later, P7 overall, at how long have we done?
8.5 hours.
Right. I mean, you don't get there by accident after 8.5 hours. Big shout to them. Big shout to them. They should be incredibly proud of their performance. Even if it all goes south from here, that is a massive step forward. Even though they've got race suits that don't fit them.
Well, one of them does.
I described it earlier as that, like that scene in Wayne's World 2 when he's got the tighty whities. He gets them out there. He's at the laundromat, and teeny tiny pair of pants.
Teeny tiny.
Well, he's got a teeny tiny race suit on a man that is very not teeny tiny.
Poor lad.
It looked like he was wearing shorts, like 3/4 length shorts. The circuit doctor has made an appearance.
Oh, Valentino.
Okay.
The doctor.
Oh, no, not that.
Oh, not that doctor.
No, the actual circuit
Oh, the
doctor.
actual circuit doctor.
Yes. Is having a wander around the paddock and just having a look around.
I wonder if she could diagnose my lack of talent.
No, you've just done that yourself.
Oh, okay.
Diagnosed yourself as a lack of talent. So, other notable entries, Apex Twin Racing, another shout out for the Clubman class. They were comfortably in the lead of Clubman class until they fell foul of a mechanical problem early in the race. They have ended up 19 laps off the lead. However, they are now up to P24.
I've been given some chicken.
When they were 44th at one point, so they've gained 20 places, which I think is noteworthy.
Going to take back everything that I ever said about Mark Mitchell talking all the time.
What we got?
Chicken.
Chicken?
From KFC, eh?
Oh, lovely. Crispy chicken.
I don't know if you watch the rest of it back. We are so well looked after in this game.
It's positioning here. We're not going to be wanting for energy, will we?
No, Barbarians are in from 4th place in class. And they're up on the mechanics bay as well. Sorry for talking with my mouth full of chicken, but it's what you're going to get for the next 5 minutes.
Trying to see who else has made good progress. Idamos has now retaken the lead in rookie. And Team Yellow 555, they've marked themselves up to P13 overall. When we were talking with Chris, who actually just walked past us now, Chris Huxtable, who was came in and had a chat with us around about an hour or so ago, he said ideally he'd want both his teams inside the top 20.
Who was that?
Chris.
Chris. Oh, okay. Chris. Ah, the Team Yellow.
Yes. He
Good
gave
stuff.
us some Fanta.
Apparently it's Stuart Nunnan in the 59 Century Sim car, and that is absolutely flying at the moment. 102.7s regularly.
They're 11 laps off the leader, and that again is due to mechanicals.
Yes, and a bit of a naughty in the pits.
Yes. Oh yeah, when he took the barriers out, didn't he?
Yeah.
So they've had to make an extra stop. So that was a 2-minute 45 plus a 2-minute 45.
Yeah. Teesside Tigers are in from 15th place. Last time they were in the pits 1:35, so that looks to be on schedule.
So Martin Webster's been in touch with the from the Maple Motorsport team. He said we were running so well, had a mechanical issue, followed by an immediate outlap puncture.
That's unlucky.
So that's thrown them down the field, but they are now giving it absolutely everything.
They're in 32nd place at the moment, giving it the big beans.
Yeah. But they were well up inside the in the podium places for the Clubman class. Clubman class has probably been the most topsy-turvy of our classes so far. Much more so than the rookies, who most of the rookies have been fairly steady. I think it's safe to say, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way. Well, we're a bit steady, you know, or they're just taking their time. No, far from it. All of them are going absolutely flat out, but there's very, very few of them that we've seen in the mechanics bay, in gravel bay, that kind of thing.
Core Blimey Racing, Tom, are up on the stand.
That's a 113.
Yeah,
from 7th.
I think
6th overall.
Are they on schedule though? Are they just doing this in the pits on schedule? 125 since they were in, and 55 minutes before that. So, what's the pace been like though for that 1-1? They've done a 102.7 in the last 5 minutes, so
the pace is strong.
Yeah, not a lot wrong with it.
But yet there's something wrong with it because it's up on the stand. And I'll endeavour to find out what that is.
Yeah.
However,
I'll go
due to this issue, LMS now up to P6.
Yeah, I'll go and have a quick look on that. Oh, the 554, Tom, one of the 2 Team Yellow karts that wanted to be inside the top 20, have picked up a 2-lap penalty for leaving the pit 7 seconds too soon.
Okay.
Barbarians are back out.
Well, that's dropped them to 35th.
Yeah, I think Scott Beattie's going to double stack that because somebody's bought him a drink. And there's no point bringing him a drink if he ain't going to double stack it. He's only been on track for 34 minutes, so they've been in the pits with a problem, refueled. Scott Beattie's going to take that kart back out. He was one of the guys that we will have jested about last year as they were MKT, because he's the leader of reliability and continuous improvement.
Yes.
So every time if they broke down...
Was he not the project manager of that?
No, there was somebody else who was a project manager who's not in the team this year.
And you said that they project managed themselves
into the gravel. Yes.
Oh dear.
Now, I've already had a quick chat with Chris Spence. He came and spoke to me earlier. He's former McLaren employee. They've changed the name from MKT because half of them don't work for McLaren anymore, but they haven't stayed in F1. They've moved out of the field. So, so look, all good fun. Playful, Tom.
Yes, indeed.
Playful banter.
It is top banter.
But congratulations to Andy Towersey, who's been promoted from head of composite performance at McLaren to director of composite performance at McLaren.
Yes.
He's had a promotion.
What have we got in terms of on-track action at the moment? Struggling, I think, for a fight. 555 that we mentioned a moment ago, Team Yellow. They're only 5 seconds off Optimum Motorsport. So we've got, now that we can see on the live timing that Titan Motorsport are still a lap down, but they're actually, it almost works out to be exactly 90 seconds behind Track Limits by Storm. So that's about a lap and a half, and that's pretty much where it stayed. So Titan they didn't have much pace in the car, I think it's fair to say, certainly during qualifying, because they were in, oh no, I take it back, they qualified P7. However, they weren't able to go with the lead group at the start of the race and break away. They ended up mired in around about 7th or 8th place, and then they managed to work their way back through a little bit. And it ended up, the first couple of stints, that they ended up about a lap and a half behind, and it stayed that way ever since. So I think that they're now hoping that with the tyres starting to come towards the drivers of all teams, in fairness, the sun going down, the track cooling down, and sorry, I'm just looking at Barbarians who have come into the mechanic stand. Not sure what happened there, but there's a lot of smoke coming off. I think it's the clutches. But he's been sent on his way. So an extra stop for Barbarians. Sorry for jinxing you as well, because we were just talking about you and talking about you going well. So sorry about that, probably a bit of commentator's curse. P22 now for them, but yeah, Titans maintained that sort of 90-second gap for a long time now, and my question as the night goes on is, will their pace start to come to them? That we know that they've got the talent and the experience, but are they going to be able to mount a challenge on Race for Ruben? Are they going to be able to mount a challenge on Track Limits by Storm Group? Are they going to be able to hold off Chrono Team Racing, who are now on a recovery drive after a black flag, which we still haven't got to the bottom of what that black flag was for?
No. The update from
Barbarians.
From the 113, the exhaust came off. Lost an exhaust completely, not just the shroud.
Oh,
the whole
thing.
exhaust.
Okay.
Came off, so they had.
I'm blaming rumble strips.
Yeah, Teesside Academy are in. Oscar War, a couple of laps later than what I think they were hoping for. They were waving at him, and they only have a one-way radio function, you see. Mark Mitchell said, "I'm not having teenagers talking back to me."
So, yeah. I think they had that last year as well.
He did, yeah. He says they don't need to talk back. He says, I'll do the strategy. As long as they do as they're told, they're all right.
So Teesside Academy in the pits, 45 seconds they've been in now. LMS, so Teesside Academy leading pro, TRX Motorsport leading pro, second in pro, and CBR 213 now up to third in pro. Your rookie class, Idamos are leading from Team Yellow Racing 555. Then it's Teesside Academy 2. I think they've made an extra stop, have they? No, in fact, they've only been in 5 times.
Speaking
Did they
of
have a
it,
hold up? Did they have a mechanical Teesside Academy too? Because
no, I just think that they've just got slightly off kilter with the stint. Just a quick, Idamos are off kilter because they went in the gravel and had to come in early on, but they've got that sorted now. Speaking of them, they are leading in the class. They're 1 hour and 42 minutes into the stint. And yesterday, I caught up with one of their drivers in Ami Jurga, so we're going to go to that interview now. It's about 7 minutes long or so. She's not going to be in the car because she's just come in to deal with the pit stop, as I mean. She's very capable at that because she runs her own race team, and she'll tell us all about that now. Ami Jurga joining us. You're in Idamos this weekend, the number 11 car. Tell me a little bit about your team.
Yeah, so our team is, a bit of a mix of drivers, to be honest. There's a couple of us from Sheffield Uni, all graduated now, and then some JDR guys, as well as Tiger, who set up the team. So she'll be launching a company called Idamos in about 4 weeks, and basically it's just going to be about getting involved in some crazy activities. She's a stunt woman, does crazy tricks and stuff in film, so she was just like, I'm going to give karting a try. So she's doing really good, improved a lot.
What a weekend to try it as well. 35 degrees in central France. It's going to be a big challenge for our drivers. Have you been Le Mans before?
No, never been, and also really have not done much karting this year, so I think it's going to show me up. I'm not very kart fit at the moment at all.
It's going to be tough for them. Hopes for the weekend then. You've somehow, despite the fact you do have some very good drivers, managed to pull yourself into the rookie lineup.
Yeah, it's not, we don't really have much 24 experience. A lot of us are owner-driver stuff, so it worked in terms of the class definition. And as I say, Tiger didn't even step into a kart until about a month ago, so we've just been trying to get her ready. And to be honest, she's doing really, really good. She's only a couple seconds off and very racy. Like, she's not afraid to stick her nose in, so it's great, yeah.
So, got the racing driver mentality already.
Definitely the racecraft, yeah.
Let's speak about you then. Your past experience, how did we get into karting?
I was 8 and I got into indoor karting just through a bit of a friend, and she wanted a bit of female company, so I went along and was like, oh, it's quite fun, yeah. So carried on doing that until I was 12, got a Rotax, and then kind of, you know, it goes away from you, doesn't it? And you carry on, you end up being at a track every weekend. And then I've even done supercarts, so karts with gears is kind of more what I do now. Yeah.
So long circuit, I'm assuming that's Silverstone, Donington, that
exactly, yeah. I even went to Assen last summer in a Division 1, and they're like basically 2 KZ engines, like just strapped to a big go-kart, and they go like 145, I think I was doing. So that was mega, yeah.
In a car, 145 is the fastest I've ever been in anything.
Yeah, no protection either. Like you're literally lying down and everything just looks absolutely massive. And yeah, you're that close to the floor, so it's good.
2024 saw you take a big step from a personal milestone in setting up your own team. Can you tell me a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, so as I said, I was doing the long circuit karting so I was doing it from 2018 when I started uni to 2023. And then I was like, maybe I want to try KZ because I kind of missed the short circuit racing. I did BUKC throughout uni, but it wasn't quite like what I was used to. So I went back to the short circuit paddock and just kind of thought, things haven't really changed massively since when I was doing Rotax, and I did a bit of X30 with JDR and Easy Kart, a bit of, which I did all right in when I was a teenager. But yeah, things just, there's a small amount of improvement in terms of just female like drivers, and there are definitely more mechanics now that are female, but it wasn't like a big step forward. And obviously with everything else that's kind of happened, like with W Series, then F1 Academy and all the other initiatives like More Than Equal, like I think there's just kind of a bit of a gap from indoor karting until you get into single seaters. And I was just like, well, if no one else is going to do it, I'll give it a go, do some owner driver stuff.
And number of drivers now that you're running with AJ Racing?
Yeah, probably about 10. Like, we've got a lot of hire customers, which is great because they just want to try the next step up from, they've done Jamie Chadwick's series, which is the Daytona all-female championship. And they're like, right, okay, cool, I'm doing all right at that. What do I want to do next? So they have a go in Rotaxes, often love it, and then they want to start racing. So yeah, it's great.
It's finding that pathway through out of indoor karting because, you know, I go indoor karting a fair bit, and there's a lot of female drivers at indoor karting that don't necessarily migrate into that outdoor environment.
Yeah.
And I think it's really good that we can, you know, there's now a pathway in. Where can people find out more about the team?
So I'd say Instagram is probably our most most active platform. We're AJ Racing on there, and Facebook as well. Also got website, which, can I remember it? I can't remember it.
AJ Racing in Google and
yeah, exactly. It should come up. Yeah, exactly.
And what are your future plans for sort of that? Are we looking at expansion, global domination? What are the plans for AJ Racing going forward?
Definitely to grow the team. That's already happened much quicker than I expected. I still kind of have a full-time job. It's a 4-day week as an engineer, and I already have run out of time. It's a struggle to prep the karts, to be honest. It's just constant working, and the participation is getting there. It's now just dialing that in, getting results, and then if we can get some club racing wins, that'd be brilliant, because that sets them up for the next kind of step. They'll get selected for these scholarships, and should get some drivers into F1 Academy and GB4, that kind of thing, get them into cars.
Yeah, that's fantastic. It must be quite good as well. You're down quite the far end of the pit lane when you're having to walk, but we've got a decent number of female drivers taking part here this weekend, so we know it's growing. I know Teesside, who I do a lot of work for, generally have a decent number of female drivers, but in terms of getting them on the grid, it's more about, for me now, it's less about representation and more about getting the abilities there. Let's show it.
Yeah, it's still we're a bit down, aren't we? You're looking at 4 girls max on a grid of 30 at most race weekends, which juniors is often the most busy. All my drivers, I'd say, are 13 to 15 is the most common age. But already, it depends how far you want to take your racing, but that can almost be a bit too late if you're 15 and you're only just starting to try owner-driver karting. But definitely, as you mentioned before, there's a lot of girls in kind of rental stuff, but it's just now finding the kind of funding for them to progress if they are talented. That's the next bit, which More Than Equal are doing a lot on, to be honest. Yeah, it's good to start to work with them as well. It's really good.
Good stuff. Amy, thank you very much for talking to us. Hopefully the on-track action goes favourably for your team this weekend, and hopefully we'll see AJ Racing continue to grow.
Thank you very much. Yep, I hope so too.
And we are back to the on-track action. 8 hours and 45 minutes in, 14 hours and 15 to go.
And as surreal moments go, while you were watching David have a conversation with Amy Jürger that was recorded yesterday, I went over and had a conversation with Amy Jürger that was happening live. It was quite an odd moment.
I've been sent a picture of the picture you were talking about earlier.
No, that's not the one. I don't think. How do I make it go that way?
That way.
That's not the one I was talking about.
But
it's of a similar vein.
Very similar, yeah.
Yeah. It's the one. Oh no, it's is it the offline car? It's who's the fella from the Isle of Man? He's got the orange and black helmet.
Who do I know from
Callum?
the Isle?
Is it Callum?
Who do I know from the Isle of Man? Crosley, Begard.
I'm sure he was in an offline car.
Ross Fag.
Rob Fag.
Yeah, that's him. What did I call him?
Ross.
I don't know why. Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
Can't remember now.
It's gonna bug you, that, innit?
It is.
Yeah.
But that's the one anyway, because he's got the 3 legs that Isle of Man on the helmet.
It's got 3 legs. No wonder he's so quick.
Who sent that?
Ange Volkers.
Oh, okay.
So she knows who we're talking about from the Isle of Man.
But Ange just sent you that because it's got Josh in it.
Yeah.
CBR 113 just coming through the quick chicane on the track in front of us.
The first chicane?
The only team at the moment that I can see that are running lights, and they're absolutely bang on.
Dan Martin. Is it Dan Martin? Angie's just throwing people from the Isle of Man at me, not physically.
No,
I mean, she's strong,
so.
But not that strong.
No, I don't think it is.
Not Dan Martin.
I don't think so.
Josh Thompson. He's from the Isle of Man, I think. Is he? Don't know. They do make some fast drivers from the Isle of Man.
Yeah, well, there's no speed limits, is there?
No, and most of them just get on a
Well, I
bike.
say no
don't
speed limits. No speed limits in the non-built-up areas. So out in the countryside, no speed limit. Oh, Dr. Vapes, I think, have got lights. But they're red.
They fitted them earlier.
And they're not very bright at all.
They fitted them earlier, and I had a conversation with them. I was like, "Don't pick red or yellow," and he was like, "Why?" I'm like, and then I was like, and then I let it sink in for a couple of seconds. And he went, "Because of the flag lights, isn't it?" And I went, "Yeah." I said, "I'd go with blue." I think he might have chosen pink. I did suggest pink.
I think they're red, but I think they're dim.
Yeah, well, they're going to be until the proper lights start. Until it goes dark. And we actually waved yellow at the bottom of the track. Now it's in, so no, nobody in the gravel either. I think there was just a spin down the far end. Pip Morris now in the Teesside Academy kart, having had that handed over to him from Oscar Wart. So.
Right. Let's have a look. Apex Twin back in the pits. The number 3 kart that was running P2 for the early part of this race had the mechanical drop them all the way down the order. They managed to fight their way back up to P22, which is an incredible effort by them.
I've just been asked, why isn't the JJR kart on track? I think it is. We've still got... Not unless they've had a very lengthy pit stop. Yeah, it is.
They're lapping, 1037 last time around. They're 21 laps off the lead. I think you need to refresh your live timing.
They're still there doing 103s. So they have been out. Well, when they last pitted, they did a 1 hour 49 stint. So. In that 777 JJR kart.
I think it's time for. Oh, hang on, that's because my live stream's been paused. It just cut on from 4 hours 52 minutes
I always
ago.
pause the stream because it runs less. It runs less internet, and then just use the live chat for the live chat.
Okay.
That's where I'm at, Tom.
That's what I'll do then. I'll get it up to date, and then I'll just pause it there.
Yeah, we've just had a shout out for Bargain Racing, and I don't think we can understate how well Bargain Racing have been doing. They have led the class at one point. Currently,
well, they're 2.5 seconds off the lead in class.
Right, let's see if we can pick that up then. Let's see if we can pick up the 70.
We might have a lead battle, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be our first one of the day since lap 1. I'll tell you what else is going on as well. Mechanics are bringing out fresh sets of front tyres for the service stops as well, which will be commencing in around about 10 minutes' time.
Oh, they are really good.
Get out.
Sorry, mate.
Get out.
So we're going to try and pick up the... there it is. That's the number 70.
That's the LMS squad.
That's the LMS kart that is currently class leading in Pro. Club, sorry, in Club.
Yeah.
With Bargain Racing.
3 seconds
down
behind.
In the 241.
They've got a yellowy coloured panel, haven't they? They're at the back of that group, I think. Oh, no, that's KBR.
Yeah, they have a panel that literally they took off the last 24-hour race. It arrived still with oil and bugs on it from last year's, and they just nailed it straight on.
Quality.
It made me think of the museum here, which is closed this weekend, unfortunately. There they are, Bargain Racing.
Of that group, yeah, so they've got to make their way through the traffic, yeah.
Yeah. Could be Tom Thorpe in that one at the moment.
What we said about LMS as well is they've all got the same race suits and helmets, except for this driver who has a rental helmet from the track.
Yes, so they were all black helmets last time, potentially because they could have used Teesside's helmets. But so that's for LMS. Currently leading Bargain Racing, trying to get close to them. Gap went out slightly on the previous lap just as they were navigating some traffic. But
what I can tell you is, in LMS, it's either David Ferguson or Martin Ferguson or Michael Bull or Ben Higgins.
It's one of them.
Be one of those. It's definitely one of them.
Yes, I would agree.
So that's the LMS squad, and who did you say was in the 241? There they are in the back of the shop.
I think it could be Tom Thorpe, but I'll be honest with you, I think LMS are pulling away. Did we miss the overtake?
No, I don't think we did.
A few laps before.
But maybe we did. How do I find out on here, David?
I don't think we can. Doesn't give us positions, it just gives us lap times and
okay.
When they were last in the pits.
Oh, here we go. No, we can.
Oh, how have you managed to overlay?
Because I can compare.
Oh.
With LMS, the lap times.
Yes, but doesn't do positions though, does it?
No, but it does say that Bargain Racing were significantly slower on the previous 2 laps.
Yes.
And then they've near enough matched each other this time around.
Really smart move that by LMS, Tom, that wouldn't have happened, as we say, 2 years ago. Yeah, KBR have just come up onto the back, and Archie Snell in the KBR kart, at this phase in the race, they've obviously had some technical issues, but clearly has a little bit more pace as they head up towards turn number 1. And LMS have just waved him past and then tucked in behind him, which is a really smart move.
And KBR are in the same class as LMS, but they're P30 overall.
Yeah, they've had some real bad technical issues.
Early on, but they've run pretty trouble-free for the last few hours, really. In fact, probably 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, they have got that 2-lap penalty holding over them for leaving the pits too early. That was at 4 o'clock, I think, so good 4.5 hours ago, 5 hours ago now. It's nearly 10 o'clock here, Tom, and it's still very, very light. I don't remember it being this light last year at this time.
In fairness, we did 12 hours straight of commentary, 13 hours straight of commentary, and I don't remember much of it.
No. We're 10 hours in.
I know.
I feel positively sprightly.
Do you?
Yeah, you're starting to look like you were up till 1:10 last night.
No.
Yeah.
I'm fine, mate.
Optimum Motorsport are ready in the pit lane to welcome their driver in. That'll be Addison Smith. And again, Tom, after some technical problems, they've dragged that kart back inside the top 10. And he's been plugging in 102, mid 102s. That is a stint from Addison Smith.
Well, he's hauled them right back into contention, as you said, David.
Let's have a quick look.
For the class.
Yeah, 102s. His last 10 laps, he's done 103, and all his others are 102s as he puts in a 102.878. Kart in the gravel, down the far end. I think that is the 333 of FRS Lemon.
Yes, it is. The all-black panel with the white sticker on the top.
I think that is. Well, if we cut to the next to the camera on the exit of turn 9, that one will. I think that will confirm it is indeed the 333 of FRS Lemon in the gravel. Come on, drive! Help the marshal! Help him! Come on! Help him! It'll get you to the pits quicker. I have paid for my drive and nothing more. I ain't paying to work.
He's doing a good impression of a teapot there for a minute.
It was, wasn't he? He works for the council.
Definitely.
He's one of the guys doing the A1 on the way past Doncaster.
Up
towards where they've been fixing a bridge now for 2.5 years.
Oh, you think that's bad? In the centre of Glasgow on the M8, I've lived up there for 5 years now, and they've been fixing a bridge for that long. It genuinely, they could have knocked it off, knocked the whole thing down, and rebuilt it in 6 months.
Yeah. Jenga it, knock it down.
Oh, it's
and
unbelievable.
So Addison Smith does indeed bring the 181 Optimum kart.
There's a rant for you as well.
Into the pit lane after 1 hour and 46 minutes on track for the 181. The 333 in, and we'll be going to the prime holiday destination of Gravel Bay anytime soon.
Just going to check the lap times for Dr. Vapes, because they look like, since they've had that mechanical, that they've dropped off quite a bit.
I imagine it's the confidence.
Oh, actually, no,
thing.
we've got some 102.7s, 102.8. Oh, we've got a fair few. Might have just been a slow lap that time around. Yeah, we're back into the low 103s, 102.9, and so forth. Yeah, a lot of laps actually in the 102s. I take it all back. Mo's still got the pace.
Race leaders then, track limits by storm, have got 48 seconds on their nearest rival, Race for Ruben, as we head towards 10 o'clock here at Le Mans. 10 hours in, 14 to go here in central France, and still less than a lap between the two leaders in our elite class. LMS lead in the club class, but our 5th overall, the highest non-elite runner, are LMS. In that number 70, let's have again just confirm, they were 9th last year, Tom, in pro, and then have been reclassified because of that last year, by the look of things.
So drop down into club.
Yeah, Bargain Racing.
5th overall now.
Yeah. Going very, very well.
That is a show and a half from them.
There's the 113 on the screen, the Core Blimey racing car. We've got a couple of them taking the Funhouse line.
Did we cover on air what had happened with Chrono?
No, we did not.
Right, so we have got to the bottom of the Chrono team racing Black Flag. Of course, the team that led for probably, the first 6 hours?
Yeah.
Maybe 7 hours. Received a black flag for contact with a kart at the turn 9 hairpin. Said the driver did slow down and apologise for it, acknowledged the error, but was still...
Oh, spin on the exit of turn 6. We've got a kart facing the wrong way, just off the racing line on the outside.
Whoa!
Is that Dr. Vapes going round the outside? Mo Hassan. His brakes didn't work earlier, and I imagine now his heart's probably borderline.
Whoa, and who was that nearly hitting them as well? God, you've got to get yourself out of that situation quickly.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd sit in the car. I think I'd just get out and leave it. Whatever happens. Is that Prism?
It is Prism,
yeah.
57,
yeah, he went round by himself on the outside of that corner, and then just couldn't get back on. I don't know whether I'd have gone left onto the grass and just figured it out from there and just got out of the way, but a scary one.
It's kind of no man's land, wasn't it? It was sort of in between. You couldn't go left, couldn't go right, just had to wait for a gap and get going again, which is what he's done, but it was a bit hairy for a few moments there.
Mike Philippaz in the live chat whilst also in the pit lane.
Yeah.
So saying hello, saying we're doing a great job. So thank you, really appreciate that. So cheers.
In the pit lane?
No, well, there's a whole pit lane
that
down
pit lane
a pit lane lane.
Oh, right,
pit
sorry,
lane.
I thought you meant this bit of the pit lane.
No, the whole pit lane. But no, thanks, Mike. Really appreciate it.
Yes, we appreciate all comments, and of course, we've said before many times, you pay us a compliment and guarantees you a shout out.
That bring us some snacks.
It's the Steve Wright on Radio 2 method of getting your mention on. Love the show, Steve.
Love the show, Steve. See, I listen to Under the Cosh podcast fairly regularly, and on their Friday club now, anytime somebody does, really love it, it's just like, yeah, blah blah blah, move on. They're not bothered. It's like, look, you either like us or don't listen to us.
Yeah.
So yeah, I missed out. I was here at Le Mans, so I missed out on Friday Club this week. So that'll give you something.
I haven't listened to too much of it, but I have listened to that full one with Mark Crossley.
Yes.
Which I think is possibly the best 45 minutes of a podcast you will ever hear anywhere in the world.
It certainly
ever.
is.
It is. It's just brilliant.
It's Ben in the LMS, apparently. That's Ben Higgins. Right, at least we can mark him as having a different colour helmet. So,
how did you know that?
Someone in live chat told me. Rosemary Bull.
Oh.
Who I'm guessing
Thanks,
is
Rosemary.
related to Michael Bull.
Yes, I would guess that as well.
She also runs a shop on Peppa Pig.
What?
Mrs. Bull. Peppa Pig. Bull in a China shop. That one.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. You
Right.
tell me, you've got a daughter, you've watched Peppa Pig.
Yeah,
you've watched
but not for,
all the Peppa
genuinely
Pigs.
not for about 6 years.
Mate, it's ingrained. You've watched that much of it.
That theme tune's ingrained, I tell you. It's awful.
They've
horror,
had
horror show of a
They've
programme.
recently had a third child.
Have they?
Yeah. I don't know what it's called, but it was on the news.
Clive.
It made the news.
Clive.
I don't think baby Clive.
Gotta call it Clive. Or Keith.
Keith.
Keith the pig.
My name is Jeff.
Keith the pig.
Keith the pig.
We've hit that point of now
What's it
total
called?
delirium.
But
no, it's all about the Bluey in our house.
For dads?
We love Bluey.
Peppa.
I just got that.
Pig.
Bit of Bluey for the dad.
Yeah. Peter Kay. Peppa Pig baby. Evie Pig.
Rubbish. Keith would be so much better.
Keith. Well, yeah, it's a girl, mate.
I've fully maintained that if I get another dog, calling it Keith or Clive.
What's your current dog called?
He's called Rocky.
Rocky.
Because he's got his actual full name is Rocky Bum.
Pardon?
His full name is Rocky Bum.
Rocky Bum.
Rocky Bum, yeah.
Right.
Because that's how he got his name.
Oh.
Because his bum rocks back and forth.
Oh.
when he gets excited.
You've missed a trick. He could Rocky Balmumma.
Don't you ruin my dog for
Sorry,
me.
mate. Mine's called Willow. My boy named it. It's a girl.
Yeah. And a nice name.
Hmm.
But no, he is Rocky Bum.
Rocky Bum.
That's his full name.
Jess Watson.
Also has got his own Instagram page.
Really?
That apparently follows me.
Yeah, please tell me that you don't administer that page.
No, I have nothing to do with it.
You've saved your respect.
Yes.
Your
But
wife, however.
But he is a handsome dog.
Oh. Well, I don't know, I've never seen it. I have
You've
heard...
never seen my dog? He's the
It's
most
a-
handsome dog in the whole world because he's mine.
Cavalier King... Have you got a Cavalier King Charles
I
Spaniel?
have got a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. He's a
Quality.
handsome devil.
What did it do to your living room, Tom?
Oh, yeah. We're going to go there, are we?
We're going there.
Right. Well,
It's past the watershed.
Well, I'm wearing a watch strap that he it's 200 quid to replace because he chewed or tried to chew through it. It's currently held together with electrical tape. And then, shall we say, let's just picture the scene, ladies and gentlemen. I'm about to paint you a picture with words. I have a very, very light, almost white carpet in my lounge with a very thick pile on it. I didn't choose it, it came with the house. But it's a lovely bit of carpet. My dog went behind the sofa and, shall we say, had an accident of the twos variety.
Yeah.
Right. Let's keep it clean. Did a twosie behind the sofa. And he did that at around about 9:55 a.m. And I know that he did it at around about 9:55 a.m. because I was in the room at 9:50 a.m. and there was no twosie at that point. But at 10 a.m. in our house, the robot Hoover starts. So at 10:02,
I've heard
There
this
was a
story
fragrance.
before and it's still hilarious.
There was a fragrance wafting through the house all of a sudden that is unmistakable. And I located the source of the smell to find my Hoover had committed what could only be described as brown murder across my lovely carpet. There was a stripe about 20 feet long. It was, honestly, it's the worst thing I've ever had to deal with. It was awful. I had to have the carpets professionally cleaned after it.
I am incredibly surprised you didn't just throw the robot Hoover straight in the bin.
No,
but like a trooper, Tom kitted up.
I did.
And went in.
The marigolds went on. And yeah, absolutely horrific.
Carol Ford asking who is in the 19 cart right now. I'll try and keep an eye out. Ed Lau was in that. If they keep on the same rotation, it should be Andy Clark going into that. So we follow the 7 KBR. I'll keep an eye out for the 19. I think that's the cart coming through here. It is blue and red lid on whomever is in that cart of the 19. Barry Packer, I think, Tom, if I could well be wrong, but...
So LMS in the pit lane currently as well, just while David looks that up.
Should give us a change for the lead, won't it, with Bargain being close?
Oh yeah, no, they have very much taken the lead. And Teesside Academy 2 now leading rookies, Teesside Academy 1 leading pro. Bargain Racing, by virtue of that pit stop for LMS, now leading Clubman, and of course Track Limits by Storm Group leading overall and leading the elite class.
Rockshot Gamer asking what happened to Dr. Vapes, and then the question answered straight away for us by Murtaza Hazan. Brake failure at the hairpin. Yeah, went in.
He hit the pedal.
Cart not stopped.
Cable snapped. Cart, he did well to turn around on the gravel backwards, and it reversed into the tyre barrier at quite a lick, and came in and had to have a whole new brake system put on it.
Lost a huge amount of time, which was gutting for Dr. Vapes because they'd gone really well up until then, including a fantastic Harrison Kirkham stint.
Already back up to P18 and hunting down. They're a lap behind Teesside Tigers, but they are going a bit quicker than them at the moment. In fact, they're one of the quickest carts on track. Once again, are Dr. Vapes. They're up there with the pace of the leaders, as they have been from the get-go.
Yeah, absolutely. Barry Packer is the driver in the 19, who we thought. Carl Vella said that he's listened to us too for years, and that is the funniest bit of commentary ever. Hashtag striped carpet.
Yes. Yeah, that was a bad moment. It delayed me for. I was actually going to Liverpool that day to go and see the comedian Paul Smith, and we sat on row 3, thankfully, and I'm glad he didn't pick on me because I'd had quite the day at that point.
When he says, "How's your day gone? What have you done?"
Yeah. I'd have been on TikTok before you could say TikTok. Yeah.
Maz asking, was the Hoover professionally cleaned? No, Tom did it all by himself.
Yeah, I did, with a screwdriver and a gas mask. And some sanitizer. It was, without a H, horrible.
Horrible.
Grim. Yeah. Grim. You're welcome for that. Thanks for chucking me under that bus there, David.
It's all right.
And, I'm always happy to entertain, you know that.
Really happy to help.
So it is Dr. Vapes with the red lights, isn't it? They're just coming past us. Yeah, so they have got red lights on the car, but they, as I said before, they are quite dim, so I don't think they are going to get confused by any digiflag that we've got out on track.
Currently following the 113, that's Ollie Davis in that cart.
To put it in perspective, from where we're sitting, when they drive towards us at the far side of the track, you don't really notice it.
Yes, I know what you're saying.
I think they'll get away with it.
Yeah, so 69 is quick finishers there in front of the 113 of Ollie Davis.
Or it might be a case of they can be left out there until the next pit stop and then they'll be told to turn them off.
Yes,
which
maybe.
is actually what happened to me a few years ago in the British 24-hour when we had green lights on the panel. We'd run them the year before without issue and weren't told anything, and then the following year we were told no green, yellow or red lights, but only after we'd turned them on.
Oh, okay.
So we were told it's not an issue that we're going to bring you in for and give you a mechanical or anything like that. Just turn them off when you come in the pits, and that's what we did. So maybe that will be the case, because they're certainly not being black flagged for it.
No.
That's Prism round again.
Yeah, waved yellow at
turn two. Yes, it is.
I think they've probably had some help there. Don't normally go round on your own at 2.
No, you don't.
It's not the type of corner.
And I can see Nigel on the radio.
Which means then we look left then to see whether
the start line marshals are moving.
Yeah, see whether the pit board is being readied.
So Apex Twin back number 3 back up to what is now 25th, because they've just overtaken quick finishers who are in the pits. So they're continuing on and making good progress back up the order after their issues early on in the race.
Leaders must be due sometime soon. Race for Ruben in second place at 1 hour 41.
You know what else is due soon, don't you?
Service stops.
Service stops. I thought we were starting them at 10 o'clock, but it might be 10:30 that we're starting.
I'll go and see if I can get a little heads up, and then we'll keep that to ourselves, because we don't want to give anybody any sort of advantage.
Well, it doesn't make a difference, because you're not allowed to fuel up.
Well, no, but Race for Ruben, Dan Crosley is in the pit area, and he doesn't have Delahunty with him, which suggests that he might be going out on track soon.
Okie dokie.
They're 1:41 so far. Chrono Team Racing, though, are in from 4th place, Tom, for an on-schedule pit stop.
Unscheduled pit stop?
On schedule.
On schedule.
Yeah.
On schedule. Right, okie dokie. Right, so, from 4th place, they were our leaders for the best part of the first third of this race. And they were untouched, unchallenged, were Chrono Team Racing. Then they were undercut in a pit stop by... They started to get reeled in, I think is the best way to put it. They were clear by a long way. And then I think they were about 38 to 40 seconds in front of Track Limits by Storm Group. And through various full course yellows that we had, the gap went out and then it shrank and then it went out again and then it shrank again, and then all of a sudden it was within 10 seconds. So Chrono Team Racing pitted first of the pair, and that person on the left does have a top on, just so you can see the picture is terrible, and I just want to clarify that the person walking towards us doesn't, but the lady on the left is wearing clothes. So they Track Limits by Storm Group then carried on while Chrono Team Racing made their pit stop, and about 10 minutes later they came into the pits and they had undercut Chrono Team Racing on the track, so, and they exited the pits and held on to the lead, and that was that really. Then an hour or so later, maybe an hour and a half later, Chrono Team Racing then picked up a black flag, and that is why they are currently 4 laps off the lead, but they have made an extra stop on top of the black flag, which they are currently doing. So really they're about 2 laps off the lead, maybe 2.5 laps, which is still very gettable for a team with the pace that they had early on. Last lap round before they came in the pits was a 1:02.4, and they did a 2:47 dead stop. So good pit stop as well for them. So they're bang on the money and they're bang on the pace as well. So just that little error could well cost them victory here. David's got something to eat again. What have we got? What have you got? He's just got bread. Okay.
Bread and butter, mate. French baguette.
Okay.
5 minutes, I think, Tom, for mechanics.
Okay. So, all right. So, okay. So about 20 past 10. Okay. But again, we're not sure what order they're going to be pulled in at. It's good that we're starting it during the, well, we've still got a bit of daylight. But what happens there is, with the service stops, a number board will be put out over the start-finish line. That will be your signal to come in and take your 6-minute service stop. It's 6 minutes for everybody. Now that's flag to flag, pit entry to pit exit, minimum of 6 minutes. So another 3 minutes, 15 seconds on the minimum pit stop time. In that time, you are not allowed to change driver. You are not allowed to refuel. It is not to be served as an advantage of any form to the racing. The only advantage that you will get by pitting earlier than the rest will be that you will have fresher tyres. However, the flip side of that is at the end of the race, the team that pits last will have the freshest tyres at the end of the race. Still with me? Good. Right. 6 minutes is the minimum pit stop time, as I said, for your service stop. So during that, front tyres will be changed, brake pads will be checked and in some cases changed if necessary. Brake discs will be checked, chains will be lubed. It's usually the time the teams right at the very front who don't want to make a mechanical stop and are driving round issues, they will then use that service stop to highlight another issue. Oh, we've got a bit of a misfire. Oh, we've got a little bit of struggle with the bottom end power. Oh, we're pulling to the right. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that service stop will be used to fix those problems at the same time. And that's smart.
Yeah, well, because what the mechanics will actually do is they'll work, even though they've got 6 minutes, they'll try and get it done in 3.5 and get the pit bay clear, because there'll still be people with mechanical issues to be dealing with. So they'll get it done, then you'll go and sit in your pit bay for a certain amount of time. So what we make, and also if you go out early on the mechanical stop, it's not a 2-lap penalty, it's a 6-lap penalty.
Yes.
So that's the big one. We don't want to get into any trouble for that. So we'll start by showing the mechanical flag, which is the meatball, black background with an orange circle on it with the pit board number. Normally we'll bring 2 teams at a time in. So as Tom's already ran through that, so we'll get them going
in the next 5 minutes or so, you said, didn't you? So it'll be only a couple of minutes away before we start doing it. And there is activity on the start line as well from the marshals there.
Just
looks like they're getting ready.
Couple of shout outs, Tom, that have come in via people. Oh, that was a bit tight. Up at turn 2.
Tight like a tiger.
Like a tiger.
Oh, you spoke to tiger earlier.
T-side tiger.
And we've got T-side
and an actual tiger.
Yes.
I missed a trick by asking if she. I should have asked if she liked Frosties.
No, you shouldn't.
Not.
You should have asked if she'd ever liked to come for tea.
She drank all my water.
I will guarantee we are not the first people to make these kind of jokes. Sorry, Tiger.
Adam Keeling, Alfie Keeling's dad, has just sent me a quick message. So opened up with, we don't have a YouTube login, which means they can't comment, which is unfortunate.
Oh, that's KBR.
KBR are getting a bit feisty.
Well, KBR are starting to move their way up the order after several earlier mechanical stops.
Not like that,
but
though.
You're not going to get feisty with
No.
the Met Police Motor Club.
No, not at all.
Because that's a surefire way to either A, get roofed, or B, end up in prison.
Yeah, he'll be getting done for driving without due care and attention. They'll be waiting for him as he gets off the
what'll happen?
train at Dover.
They'll get
Folkestone.
You'll get pulled over and you'll get told off by Nigel Moore.
Quick shout out to Adam Keeling and his son Alfie. Alfie races at Teesside in the Honda Cadet class, so big shout out to the two of them. My lad Joshua sent me a message on WhatsApp because he too doesn't have a YouTube account. He wants to say hello and good luck to the Optimum lads, so Jared Lewis and Addison, that he knows through Teesside, and there'll be a few other drivers in the Teesside Academy karts as well that we know. So Oscar Waugh, who's in the 28 kart, has actually this season not done a lot of racing, but has actually spanned up at Teesside for the Academy and has run Joshua on a couple of occasions, and we've done quite well with him at the helm on the spanners, actually, with 2 race victories and 2 second places actually up at Teesside so far this year out of 5 rounds for Joshua. So thank you to the Academy and to Oscar for
Thanks
running.
to the Academy.
Yeah.
And to Oscar.
Yeah.
Are you expecting an award?
Yeah.
Like an Oscars award?
The Academy Awards and the Oscars.
Thank you to the Academy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Oscar.
Oscar's Oscar's spanned for
award.
Joshua twice this year, and we've had a good level of success actually in Joshua's step up. And look, I know he's we spoke about this last year, didn't we, Tom? And particularly when he was in Honda Cadet last year, but he's moved up this year into juniors as my lad, and look, he's a good little driver, but I don't think anybody expected him to adapt to a junior chassis, effectively an adult chassis, in the way that he has done. So he's done really, really well. I'm not the type of person to say, look, I'm really proud of him, but I am, but I'm not. I think he should. But
I am really proud of him, but I'm not telling that.
I'm caveating that. He should be proud of himself, Tom.
Yeah.
It's all well and good saying, like I'm proud of someone, or but be proud of yourself and be proud of your accomplishments. Same with all the drivers that are taking part here this weekend, Tom. You're doing a 24-hour race as a team. You're going to trying to get to that checkered flag. It's an accomplishment. Be proud of your accomplishment. Champion what you've done. If you've done something well, be proud of it. And I think that's a message to everybody, not just in karting, not just to anybody here this weekend, but if you've done something well, be proud of your own achievements and don't downplay your successes.
Yeah, I agree.
All got a bit serious there, didn't it? Tell me about your dog again.
No, what I'm going to tell you about is karting with Josh has been in touch. Josh Wynn from Times Mayfair said he can confirm the reason he was driving slow is because his chain had snapped, and he promises it wasn't on purpose. We've got support coming in for Wrong Direction, saying shout out for Aidan Bliss in the 35. I'm guessing that says now out last after a nightmare of a start. Great stint. Oh, now not last. That's right. Sorry, that makes more sense right now. Now they're not last after a nightmare of a start. And indeed, yes, they aren't last. So, race for Ruben are on their outlap.
Sorry, Tom. Just as we head now towards the sun, disappearing fully down in the background here at Le Mans. We're just going to try and get some pictures of what the sunset was like around about 10 or 15 minutes ago when it went down. Yes, it looks very dark now on track, but it's still very light towards the right-hand side. So the sun only sort of setting 10 or 15 minutes ago. So
darker to our left.
Yeah, definitely is, and that's where the sun comes. Ooh.
But you can see how grainy the pictures are now because the cameras are struggling for the light.
Yeah, that was the Idamos
fighting
part.
fighting the pixels for the light. Is that the way to put it?
Yeah, I think you've explained that about as well as you can.
I don't know much about photography.
No,
Right, hit me with some arty shots then.
I don't know. Are we ready to hit us with some arty shots? Yeah, let's see if we can hit.
You feel it go. It unsettles the cart, and you can't really figure out why. I'll tell you what. We've had an early take of the service stops for the screenshot. Has been early in the race because
yes.
Apex Twin are in P2.
I might dispatch. I think quali order. I think we've done quali order this year, or 1 hour.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Well,
we'll see whether Race for Ruben come in third.
Bargain Racing have been in, but I don't know whether that's for a problem or for...
But likewise, we shouldn't really be guessing. But
we are.
Because, like you say, some people might gain an advantage from it. But that's Apex Twin back out. Like I say, not able to refuel, and they will have that 6-minute minimum time. So it'll be front wheels and tyres changed. Brakes checked over. It's a bit of a... it's like a mini MOT, just with the front tyres changed. It's just everything's checked. Everything's cleaned up. Everything's lubed that should be lubed. Everything's degreased that should be degreased. Front tyres go on and away you go. So Apex Twin, who were running very quick already, 102.6 their last lap around, which was quicker than the leader. They're going to be on fresh rubber at the front. Be interesting to see, especially now as well with the track temperature cooling down.
Yeah. Trying to pick out who was on that service board to see whether we are...
Oh, the other thing that we didn't mention, when you get that board, you can't ignore it. You get 3 passes of it, and if you don't come in on the 3rd pass, it's a black flag and an extra 2 minutes and 45 seconds to your day.
Yes.
Plus a talking to and a telling off.
I know in previous years they've just said, right, well, you go to the back of the queue. And you end up then doing nearly 14 hours or something on the tyres when you add your quali on.
Yes, you're right, in fact. You get black flagged and to the back of the queue. You are correct. I'd forgotten all about that part.
I'm being tried. I was eating. Well, that's where I was when Rob took a picture of me. We've got some more lights, Tom, apparently, on some carts.
Yeah.
Rockshop Gamer's been picking out who's got lights. Purple. Someone's got purple lights.
I haven't seen any purple ones. Blue ones.
Turn 2 into turn 3, appearing now.
Oh right, okay, yeah, like a pinky purple. We've got blue ones here on. I think that's Track Limits by Storm Group, our overall race leader. So they're going to be easy to pick out. But of course, as we said, the Met Police Motor Club, who are actually on the stand now, getting their service stop, and Race for Ruben are in as well.
Bargain Racing have been on the stand in the last 10 minutes, and I don't think that was for service. In fact, I'll let you know because I'll see what their pit stop time was when they did that. Out at 4 minutes 27, so that definitely wasn't a service stop for Bargain Racing. That may well, in terms of it flip-flopping between LMS and Bargain Racing, give LMS a clear
it has
position post-pit stop.
They're 3 laps ahead.
Yeah.
2 laps ahead.
Yeah, Bargain Racing back out, so Bargain Racing will close up on LMS when LMS pit in, well, an hour and 20 minutes time, but
they will be in before that for their service stop. So what we're going to see now for the next couple of hours is the order will be very jumbled because 6-minute stops are going to knock you a long way down the order. Other people will move up significantly who haven't yet made their stop, and until we get the last stop we're not going to know what the order is. But realistically, until there's about 20 minutes to go in the race, we're not going to know what the finishing order is going to be anyway.
No.
Just having a look at our leaders' lap times. So they're Track Limits by Storm Group, each stint that they've done has been significantly longer than the last. Their first stint was a 1 hour 33, then they did a 141, then a 144, then they decided to stretch it to a 148, and then the last stint that they did was 1 minute 50. So a full 17 minutes further than their first stint. Which says to me that they're looking at what the competition's doing and going, well, if they can do an hour and 50, why can't we?
Yeah, exactly. Push it every single time. Obviously, that'll come to a halt at some point. They can't keep going 3 hours.
I still can't understand how we get an hour and 50 here when most of the track is flat out.
But is it flat out to the top end of the engines? Look at Teesside.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Teesside, you get an hour and 45 if you're lucky.
You're flat, but you're flat from turn 4, with the exception of a little lift all the way down to probably the start of the mountain. Hires, I think, a flat round rib, a lift and maybe a bit of a rotation, but no braking. Then you come out of Barbecue Bend all the way down the back straight, and the engines are screaming. Like, absolutely screaming.
Even more so if you get a push from a pro kart. Thanks, Chris Pedlingham.
He's a good egg, his pedals.
Official Guinness World Record holder.
Yes. Yes, he is.
Now for longest distance solo.
Core Blimey Racing peel off for their mechanical.
Hours, which was quite the achievement.
1,004 laps he did last year, Tom, at Teesside.
That's 1,004 times through Ribs Bend.
Even the sentence hurts me.
That's 1,004 times around the 360 degrees of South Bank and Hairpin 3.
Where your neck decides it would like to not be part of your body anymore.
Yeah, your head is very much wanting to detach from your shoulders. And to the point that he had to be gaffer taped to his own shoulders. because he was that tired. It was. It's an achievement that I don't think we'll ever see the like of again. I think we'll see other attempts.
Oh, I'm certain we will.
I'm certain as well. However, I don't think we will ever see determination, shall we say.
No, he was
quite like that.
I think spiritually he definitely had somebody with him.
100%. And I think about 6 hours, with about 6 hours to go, his spirit had well and truly left his body.
Yeah.
And was somewhere in the car park of Greg's around the corner.
Yes, very much so.
But
yeah, look,
he was.
I don't want to turn this into anything too deep, but there was
definitely
definitely more. There was definitely more than his hands on the wheel.
Yes,
taking that car all the way to the checkered flag. He had a great team behind him as well. But you know what I'm saying is, you know, he was driving that for somebody else, and that really spurred him on, didn't it?
It did, and it was. I get emotional now just thinking about the moment when he did it. It was there was genuinely not a dry eye in the house.
There was not, no. That's for sure. There definitely
there
was not.
Were big, bulky, grown men in floods of tears.
Yeah,
at the achievement.
It was a superb achievement, done as well for more than just trying to set a Guinness World Record. That's for sure.
Yes. And I believe the Just Giving page is still open on that, by the way.
Possibly so. The light behind us keeps going on and off.
Yeah, I know. It's driving me up. Driving me up wall.
It's a good job neither of us are epileptic, Tom.
Yeah, exactly,
We could be in a world of trouble.
I feel like I'm in a rave. Now I definitely feel like I'm in a rave. All we need is somebody trying to eat their own forehead and I'll be 100% there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Bargain Racing. He's come in the pits, tried to drive his car without his helmet fastened up, and has been brutally stopped by the clerk of the course. And not brutally because it was incorrect. I mean brutally because he chased after him. They almost dragged the car back. But again, Tom, they were told.
Yes, they were. Well, the captains were told. And if the captains are told, it's on the captains to communicate that to their teams. I think we all went to the captain's briefing when we raced, didn't we?
Yes, we did. And we went this morning.
And we went this morning.
You messaged me. I went, I'm at the front of the driver's briefing. I went, well, I'm at the back.
I didn't even know you were there.
But that's the point of it from us. You know, we go to them events to find out.
Yeah. David's just put himself on mute for a moment there, but while he sorts this light out that's driving us bonkers behind us. But yeah, we go to the drivers' briefings to find out the nuances of the rules, the little bits that could gain you or lose you time.
Well, the teams are able to ask questions, and it's the same questions that we would have asked.
And we're able to ask
yes.
questions. But yes, a lot of the time, the teams are thinking the same thing we're thinking.
You used it as a public service announcement.
I did.
Like the stream, subscribe
like
to the stream.
Share the stream, please.
Yeah. And to be fair, Tom, we've had some strong numbers in terms of viewing figures. They've been fairly consistent from the start of the race in terms of our consistent watchers, which has been really, really good. So thank you.
If you want to click off and click back in every now and again, that might boost our figures a little bit more.
Yeah, F5, F5 it. Come on.
Just saying. Century Sim in, LMS in, Core Blimey Racing 113 in, Bargain Racing in, CBA Motorsport in, MPMC 999 in the pit lane. Wrong direction, out of the pit lane.
Chow was asked a question.
Chow?
Yes, it says there, Chow, like Ka-Chow.
Like Mr. Chow?
Yeah, exactly. Is the camera person only able to follow the front of a pack, and do the commentators only know the names of the new drivers? If you knew the work I'd put in getting every one of these drivers on this grid, along with their race suit and helmet colours, so no and no. And I haven't taken offence to it, but still no. Cheers for that.
Yeah. There's other streams available, mate. If you don't have to stick to ours.
Yeah, quality. Look, we are. We're not gonna take offence to it.
Tell you
but,
what, go and watch Apex Twin.
But yeah, honestly, they've got a live stream from the front of their car.
They've got a live stream from the front of their car.
Look, we're on the door. Tom's had a look at the list, and your name's not on it, so you're not coming in.
All right.
You're wearing trainers.
No shoes, no shirt, no entry.
Speaking of Apex Twin.
There they are.
There we are. But we're actually following the cart at the second, not the front one. Just so that we'd only follow the cart at the front of the pack. So we're going to follow the cart that's second in the pack.
No, we're going to follow this one that's about seventh in the train.
Yeah, of course. Why not? Just to keep...
as they say in Scotland, just get it up, yeah.
just to keep Chow happy.
Who else have we got? So we've got... I vote for Camera to follow kart 59 for a few laps.
Oh, well, are we doing it by consensus?
No, I was going to say, well, that's one vote. We've got...
the irony, Tom, that Chow means bye. We've just tried to boot them from the stream. Cheerio.
We've got Carol Ford saying, goes Baz, we are so proud of you. Cole Clark Racing. Jess Watson was meant to be there in person. Work had other plans. Been watching all day, but with you all in spirit. Oh, thank you, Jess. You see, those are the comments that we like. Titan Motorsport changing car.
Yes, they are, and I think that's pre-planned. I think they came down about an hour ago and said, look, when we come in the pits next, can we change the car? We don't think that one we've got is doing what we'd like it to do. They've been consistently in sort of like the 103.4s, 103.5. So there is karts out there that
are going significantly
considerably faster. They're taking a risk.
Well, I said earlier on that I thought with the temperature dropping and the track conditions changing significantly due to the sun going down, I thought the pace might come to Titan. It seems that it's actually gone the other way and the pace has gone away.
Well, yeah, the thing is, what they're taking a risk because they're changing the car. That might be a rocket ship. It might be a dog. We'll find out very shortly. So they are taking a risk. They've been in a kart that's been reliable for them at the very least, Tom. They've not had any mechanical issues. They might not have had amazing pace, but they've not had any mechanical issues. But they've taken the option of changing the kart. So still got to abide by the 6 minutes. But so change a kart for the 199
this is the danger of changing
of
the kart,
Titan.
because that Titan kart, the previous kart that they were in, the one that they've run for, how many hours have we done? 10 hours and 3/4. What's happening now is that's getting fresh rubber put on it. It's going to get checked over and it's going to be put as a spare car.
Yeah.
So you now come in and change car, and there's a chance that you're getting a car that somebody's now switched out of.
Yes, absolutely. Like I say, every year we do this. The fastest car doesn't win. It's the kart that doesn't break down. It's the kart that's looked after.
It's the kart that spends the least amount of time in the pits.
I mean, look, Kart Events Belgium last year, Tom, qualified 13th. That they are not drivers that qualify 13th.
No. I'm going to get a water, David, because I can feel my throat tightening up.
Quality.
Not because of anything other than just a huge amount of talking.
Oh, that's a wide line.
So
Very wide line. I'm going to try and pick
momentarily.
I'm going to try and pick out who that was. Yes, please. So maybe something fizzy, Tom. We'll see.
Okay.
Trying to pick out who that was with the colourful blue on that went very, very wide on the previous lap and up and over the outside. Don't know, but they've got a BPR suit on, so that's they're a BPEC team. Don't think it was one of. No, we've got a couple of BPEC drivers in from the Endurance Championship. EA player saying was meant to be there in person as well. How about the old passport? Had other plans as well. Sorry about that you couldn't be with us. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream though. Obviously we go into the hours of darkness. It's a lot harder to pick out karts. We're picking up the 554 at the minute, one of the 2 Team Yellow entries. The one that's probably had the more of the problems, actually, the 554 kart. The 555 has gone very well. It's currently in 11th place. And just checking, but they are second in the rookie class, behind Idamos and Teesside Academy just behind them. So going very, very well. The 554 that we can see. Oh, Orangina has been delivered to the com box. Thank you very much. And it is made of ice. And I know that because Tom kindly, without me looking, placed it straight on my forehead. So, yes, it's a little bit chilly. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, Team Yellow, the 554, Chris Huxtable, Jensen Brown, Owen Tolley, Toby McDonald, Nico Tansgrud. So all 10 of the Team Yellow drivers from the 554, 555 karts are all sort of based in and around Exeter. All 10 raced together in the British Universities Kart Championship. In fact, both of them there in the same camera shot. I think that's the 555 just in front. So some fairly experienced drivers in both them teams. Look, I would suggest that rather than sort of having effectively an A and a B where they put their top 5 drivers in one, that they've quite possibly just split them fairly evenly to give them both karts a chance of being at the right place at the right time. Obviously, some technical issues for one of them. The 554 has picked up a penalty as well for early exit of the pit lane. Rockshot Gamer, is the delusion setting in yet? Possibly. We are almost at 11 o'clock here, so in the next 5 minutes or so, we're going to switch over to the night stream that you'll find. So in the description below, and if you're doing this on your laptop or at home, and you've got more than one screen, or you can open it up in a second browser, then definitely do that. Just so that you don't miss it. But in the comments, sorry, not in the comments, in the description, you've got Stream 1, Stream 2, Stream 3 for the race start stream, and then the night stream, and then the race end stream, which we'll come to tomorrow morning at around about 8 o'clock. So Tom and I will be back at the track just before that. We'll come on and we'll just let you know that we're going to switch over to the end stream and take you through to the checkered flag at midday. So that's 11 o'clock UK time. But in the next 5 minutes or so, we'll just keep mentioning it. We're going to go over to the night stream, which is stream 2. So move over to that. Get ready to switch over to the night stream in around about 5 minutes' time. We're getting that prepared here in the TSK-Media booth as we head towards 11 o'clock. Tom's spotted something.
No, what I was going to tell you is Titan are back in the pits. And the reason they're back in the pits, I was told that they were going to need to do this, and they are doing as they're told, so they're doing the absolute right thing. They swapped karts, as we know, during the service stop. However, that kart that they swapped into had a full tank of fuel.
Which you're not allowed to take on.
You're not allowed to take on fuel during the service stop, so they have had to come in and do an extra 2 minute and 45 second
a dummy pit stop.
Like a drive-through penalty, basically, yeah. But because they would have gained an advantage by not making a fuel stop and making a 2 minute 45 second pit stop. So they've had to do essentially a drive-through at 2 minutes 45 because of that. But instantly people were going to be wondering what was going on with that and why had they come straight back into the pit lane. That's the reason why.
You're welcome. We've done this before, haven't we, mate?
Honestly, it's like we know what we're doing.
We do it all again next month at Teesside.
I mean, we can't be giving people the impression that we know what we're doing, but sometimes.
Yeah,
just sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll give you a little glimpse behind the curtain.
Yeah, and we definitely will at Teesside because we have a commentary box camera as well at Teesside, which is fantastic.
God, I hate it.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I love the commentary
I don't
box
mind
camera.
I don't mind it for when we're doing interviews and stuff.
No.
but I still don't want to be on
Look,
it.
I've always said, never cut to it without telling me, but also give the people what they want. And they want Sullivan and Butterworth live in the combox.
No, they don't.
They want Sullivan and
They want-
Butterworth.
we
have
oh,
seen
hang on,
why.
who have we got here?
Oh, we've got waved yellows. We've got a kart stationary in the horseshoe on the outside of turn 4. The quad's off
we
to
are
recover.
going full course yellow,
FCY,
aren't we?
full course yellow. The board's being held out, full course yellow.
And just to compound Titan's luck in this race, that's just as they came out the pits.
Right, now would be a good time for us to switch, I think, if we... night stream.
Well, yeah, we're gonna make a change to the stream very shortly. What we're gonna do is, because of the way that YouTube works and because of the way the algorithms are and all that kind of stuff, we're gonna need to end this stream very shortly. But if you come out of full screen mode and you see just to the bottom left of the screen the TSK-Motorsport Media logo, if you click that,
cool,
that will take you to the TSK-Motorsport Media homepage, of which you can then see there's a button that says live on it. And there are some upcoming streams, of course, for the NRG Sprint Series next weekend. But there's also the live stream that's currently happening for the 24-hour karting series at Le Mans. And then one labelled night stream, the one in the middle.
It's also in the description of the text underneath the current stream that we're in.
A lot of work,
it's
hasn't
all
it?
right. I had told them. In
No,
your
you did
in
you
your
told me
defence,
that earlier in the
your
race.
defence, you weren't here when I told the people that. We've got
you
cart
told me
being
earlier in the race,
cart
and I
being
should have remembered.
recovered under a full course yellow. So please do switch over to the night stream. You'll find us there in a few moments' time. The same familiar voices, the same familiar darkness, with 13 hours to go here in the 2025 Le Mans 24-hour race.